Part 7. The A-List. 1. In March of 1962, Jerry Brahms had bought a small two-bedroom apartment a block or two within the gates of Hollywoodland, a neighborhood created in the 1920s which encompassed a large parcel of land in the vicinity of the Hollywood sign. The house had cost him $19,700, a relatively modest sum for a place so pleasantly situated. Back then, he'd still indulged the fantasy that one day he'd meet a soulmate with whom he would share the house. But somehow his romantic entanglements had always ended poorly, and despite 3 attempts to bring someone in, the chemistry had failed miserably, and each time he'd sent the man-to-be on his way, and he'd ended up alone. He no longer hoped for an end to his solitude. Even the most optimistic of the cancer doctors who'd seen him gave him at best a year. The tumor in his prostate was now inoperable and spreading. For all his love of the dreamy, far-off days of Hollywood, Jerry was a practical man and, at least when it came to himself, remarkably unsentimental. The prospect of dying did not move him particularly one way or another. He was not afraid of it, nor did he welcome the eventuality. It would simply happen sooner rather than later. Sometimes, when he got melancholy, he contemplated suicide, and in preparation for such a moment had amassed a considerable number of sleeping pills, sufficient, he felt sure, to do the job. But though he had very bad days now, when the pain, and for a man as fastidious as himself, the practical problems of advanced bowel disorders, was so nearly overwhelming that he thought hard about tying up all the loose ends of his life and simply knocking back the pills with a strong Bloody Mary. Somehow he could never bring himself to do it. He had a sense of unfinished business, though he could not quite work out what the business might be. His parents were long since dead. His only sibling, a sister, also passed away tragically young. Of his few friends, there weren't many that he cared to say anything of great profundity to. If he slipped away, there'd be little by way of tears, just some fighting over his collection of movie memorabilia, which he'd never had evaluated but was probably worth $500,000 at auction, and a few tear-sodden, bitchy remarks at Mickey's, his favorite bar, when he was gone. Lord knows, he'd made enough of those kinds of remarks in his life. He'd been the kind of queen with a feline answer to just about anything in his heyday. But there was no joy in that kind of thing anymore. His style of queendom was long out of fashion. He was a dinosaur with prostate cancer, soon to be extinct. Lately, he'd found that his condition made him vulnerable to every little sadness that touched his world. The passing of Todd's dog, Dempsey, had left him in tears all day, though he barely knew the animal. And then the death of Marco Caputo, such a senseless waste of life. He hadn't ever been close friends with Caputo, but on those few occasions when he'd met the man, Caputo had always been polite and professional, rare enough in these days of mediocrity. The funeral had not done justice to the man, in Jerry's opinion. It had been small. There were a couple of family members in from Chicago, but they looked as though they were more interested in what his will would say than in mourning their brother. Todd, of course, was not on hand, though Maxine was there as his representative. Jerry took the opportunity to ask her how much longer she thought the stalker business would be going on for. Were the police trying to catch this woman and prosecute her, or was poor Todd just going to have to sit it out? Maxine said she didn't know. She wouldn't be dealing with Todd's affairs for very much longer, she told him. It was a waste of time and energy. The conversation, the tiny, disinterested congregation, the coffin, and the thought of its unviewable contents all sent Jerry back home to his apartment in a blacker mood than usual. But even so, even on a day when it seemed that all decency and all hope had gone from the world, he found it impossible to take his stash of pills and finish the business. Why, for God's sake? Something nagged at him, that was all he knew. Something told him, wait just a little longer. "It's not over," the opera queens of his acquaintance used to say, "till the fat lady sings." Well, somewhere deep in his soul he knew that the fat lady still had an aria up her sleeve. So he kept on living, which was often a wearisome business, all the while waiting for whatever was nagging at him to make itself apparent. Finally, on the night of March 31st, it did. The circumstances were peculiar. He had a dream so powerful that it woke him. This in itself was odd, because he usually went to bed with a couple of scotches to wash down his sleeping pills, and as a consequence seldom woke. But he woke tonight, and the dream he'd dreamed was crystal clear. He had dreamed that he was sitting on the toilet, of all places, in a state of agonizing constipation, which was, in his waking life, a consequence of the painkillers his doctor prescribed. As he sat there, he realized that there were wooden boards on the floor of his toilet, not tiles as there were in life, and the cracks between the boards were so wide that he could see right down into the apartment below. Except that it wasn't another apartment, it was, in the strange logic of this dream, another house. Nor was it just any house. It was Katya's dream palace that was spread below him. And as he realized this, the gaps between the boards grew wider, so that he dropped down between them slowly, as though he were a feather light. And there he was, in Katya's house in Coldheart Canyon. He pulled up his pants and looked around. The dream palace was in a state of considerable disrepair. The windows were broken, and birds flew in and out, shitting on the fancy furniture. A coyote skulked around in the kitchen looking for scraps, and outside in the tree there were dozens of little red and black striped monkeys, chattering and screeching. This was not so fanciful a detail as it might have seemed to someone who'd not known the house as he had in its heyday. There had been monkeys there, escapees from Katya's private menagerie, and for a while it seemed the climate suited them and they would proliferate, but after a year or two some virus had decimated them. Something about the place in its present condition made him want to leave. He knew, however, that he couldn't, not without paying his respects to the lady of the house. So rather than wait for her to show herself, he went to look for her, figuring that the sooner he found her, the sooner he'd be released from this dream. He started up the stairs. There were flies crawling on the ground beneath his feet, so densely assembled and so sluggish that they refused to move as he ascended, obliging him to crush them under his bare feet as he climbed. The door to the master bedroom was open. He stepped inside, somewhat tentatively. He had only been in the room once before. He remembered it as being large, but here in his dreams it was immense. The drapes were partially drawn, and the sunlight that streamed between them was a curious color, almost lilac. There was an enormous but extremely plain bed in the room, and sitting on the bed was the only woman besides his mother whom Jerry had loved, Katya. She was naked, or, more correctly stated, unclothed. 90% of her body's surface was covered with large snails, the common tortoise-shell variety that every gardener curses. They were moving all over her skin. They were on her face, on her breasts and belly, on her thighs and shins. Her hair was matted with their silvery trails, and 30 or 40 of them were arranged on her head like a grotesque crown. Her legs were open, and they were also investigating the crevice between her thighs. As is so often the case in dreams, he saw all this with horrid particularity, saw the way their boneless, gray-green bodies extended from their shells as they moved over Katya's skin, their horns reaching out tentatively as they advanced, then retracting as they encountered an obstacle, a nipple, an ear, the knuckle of her thumb, only to stretch out again when they were certain there was no danger in the encounter. Without speaking, Katya looked down and very delicately plucked one of the creatures off her breast. Then she spread her legs a little wider so that Jerry had an even more intimate view of her private parts. He was no connoisseur, but even he could see that there was a certain prettiness to the configuration of her labia. She had the pussy of a young girl. Putting her hand down between her legs, she spread her lips and delicately applied the snail she'd taken from her breast to the flesh there. Jerry watched with a kind of appalled fascination as it responded to its new perch, expanding its horns and investigating her. Katya sighed. Her eyes fluttered closed, then suddenly they opened again. When they did, they were fixed on him with startling fierceness. "There you are, Jerry," she said, her voice full of the music he remembered from his childhood, the kind of bittersweet music by which he had judged the voice of every woman he'd met since. Later, he learned that silent movie stars had been notorious for having voices that precluded them from careers in the sound cinema. But Katya had been one of the exceptions to that rule. She had the slightest foreign inflection, nothing recognizable, just enough to add a certain poignancy to her sentences. Otherwise, she spoke with a beguiling elegance. "I need help," she said to him. "Jerry, will you come to the house, please? I am alone here, utterly alone." "What happened to Todd?" he said to her. "He walked out on me." "I can't believe that." "Well, it's true, he did." "Are you going to choose between him and me?" "No, of course not." "He was just another empty shell, Jerry. There was no substance to him, and now I'm alone, and it's worse than death." His dream self was about to get clever and ask her how she could possibly know what death felt like, but then he thought better of asking her. Perhaps she did indeed know. It wasn't beyond the bounds of possibility. He'd never understood exactly how her life had worked up there in the house in the canyon, but he suspected there were terrible secrets in that place. "What do you want me to do?" he asked her. "Come back up to the canyon," she said. That was the end of the dream, at least as he remembered it when he woke. The image of her body covered with snails disgusted him, of course, especially its sexual details. Had she conjured that in dispatching this dream, or had he dug it out of the recesses of his own subconscious? Whichever it was, it had done its duty, making certain he understood the pitiful state she was in. All through the following day, as he went about his chores down to the market, back from the market, cooking himself chicken, eating the chicken, washing the plate from which he'd eaten the chicken, talking with Luis, who lived below, about how the apartments all needed painting and who was going to talk to the manager because it had to be done soon, and so on and so forth. Through all of this, he kept thinking about the dream and whether it was really trying to tell him something or not. Out of the blue, he said to Luis, "Do you believe in dreams?" Luis was a plump, amicable man who'd been in Christopher Street the night of the Stonewall riots in full drag, or so he claimed. "Like how?" he said. "Give me an example." "Like, you have a dream and it seems like it's telling you something." "Oh, yeah, I've had those." "And were they?" "Like, I had a dream in which my mother told me to get out of this relationship I was in with a guy. I don't know if you met him, Ronnie." "I remember Ronnie." "Well, he was a son of a bitch. He used to beat me up. He'd get drunk on tequila and beat me up." "What's this got to do with the dream?" "I told you. My mother said, 'Throw him out,' in the dream. She said, 'Throw him out or he'll kill you.'" "What did you do?" "I threw him out. I mean, I was ready to do it anyhow. The dream just confirmed what I'd been feeling." "Did he just go?" "No, he got physical, and we ended up fighting, and—" Luis pulled up his sleeve, exposing a 6-inch scar, pale against his mocha skin. "It got nasty." "He did that?" "We were fighting, and I fell on a glass-topped coffee table. I needed 16 stitches. By the time I got back from the hospital, the motherfucker had gone. He'd taken all my shoes, and they weren't even his size." "So you do believe in dreams?" "Sure, I believe. Why'd you want to know?" "I'm trying to figure something out." "Well, you want my opinion? Dreams can be useful doing that sometimes. Then again, sometimes they're full of shit. It depends on the dream. You know how I know? My mama got really sick with pneumonia, and she was in the hospital in New York. And I had this dream, and she was telling me she was fine. There was no need to spend the money and fly out east because she was going to get better. Next day, she was dead." Jerry went back to his apartment and thought about his dream some more and about what Luis had said. Gradually it crept up on him why he was being so reluctant about the decision. He was afraid that if he went up to Coldheart Canyon, if he sided with Katya, knowing her capacity for cruelty, it would be the end of him. He'd seen so many movies in which the queen ended up dead in the second act, superfluous to the real heart of the story. Wasn't that him? Hadn't he lived his life at the edge of Katya's grand drama? Never important enough to be at the heart of things? If events in Coldheart Canyon were indeed coming to an end, as it seemed they were, then what was the likelihood of his surviving to the final reel? Little or none. And yet, if this was the inescapable truth of his life, then why fight it? Why lock himself away in his little apartment watching game shows and eating frozen dinners for one, when the only drama he'd ever really been a part of was playing out to its conclusion 20 minutes' drive away? Wasn't that just throwing more time away, waste on waste? Damn it, he would go. He'd obey the summons of the dream and go back to Coldheart Canyon. This course determined, he set about preparing himself for an audience with the Lady Katya. He chose something elegant to wear. She liked an elegant man, he'd heard her once say. His linen suit, his best Italian shoes, a silk tie he'd bought in Barcelona, to add just a touch of color to the otherwise subdued ensemble. With his clothes chosen, he showered and shaved, and then, having worked up a bit of a sweat shaving, showered again. It was late afternoon by the time he started to get dressed. It would soon be cocktail hour up in Coldheart Canyon. Tonight, at least, Katya would not have to drink alone. 2. About the time Jerry Brahms had been waking up from his dream of Katya and the snails, which is to say just half an hour before dawn, Tammy and Todd were slipping quietly, quietly, she kept saying, into the little hotel where Tammy had been staying. The last few days had provided Tammy with a notable range of unlikely experiences, but surely this was up there among the weirdest of them. Tiptoeing along the corridor of her 2-star hotel, with one of the most famous celebrities in the world in tow, telling him to hush whenever his heels squeaked on a board. "The room's chaos," she warned him as she let him in. "I'm not a very tidy person." "I don't care what it looks like," Todd said, his voice so drained by exhaustion it had no color left in it whatsoever. "I just want to piss and sleep." He went directly into the bathroom and, without bothering to close the door, unzipped and urinated like a racehorse, just as though the two of them had been married for years and he didn't give a damn about the niceties. Telling herself she shouldn't be taking a peek, Tammy did so anyway. Where was the harm? He was bigger than Arnie by a couple of sizes. He shook himself, wetting the seat just like Arnie, and went to the sink to wash, splashing water on his face in a half-hearted fashion. "I keep thinking," he called through to her. "Can you hear me?" "Yes, I can hear you fine." "I keep thinking this is all a dream and I'm going to wake up." He turned the water off and came to the door, towel in hand. He patted his wounded face dry very gently. "But then I think, if this was a dream, when did it begin? When I first saw Katya? Or when I first went up to Coldheart Canyon? Or when I woke up from the operation and it had all gone wrong?" He tossed the towel onto the floor of the bathroom, something else Arnie always did. It used to irritate the hell out of Tammy, forever chasing around after her spouse, picking up stuff he'd dropped. Towels in the bathroom, socks and skid-marked underwear in the bedroom, food left out of the refrigerator, where the flies could get at it. Why were those habits so hard for men to change? Why couldn't they just pick things up and put them away in their proper place? Todd was still talking about when his dream had begun. He'd decided it started when Burroughs put him under. "You're not serious?" she told him. "Absolutely. All this—" He made an expansive gesture that took in the room and Tammy as part of the same hallucination. "Me included? Sure." "Todd, you're being ridiculous," Tammy said. "You're not dreaming this, and neither am I. We're awake. We're here." "Here, I don't mind," Todd said, looking around the room. "I can take being here, but Tammy, if this room exists, then so does all that shit we saw up at Katya's house. And I'm not ready to believe in that." He bit his nails as he spoke, pacing the floor. "You saw what was in the room?" "Not really. I mean, I saw the man who killed Zephyr. And the ghosts? You saw the ghosts?" "Yes, I saw them. And worse." "And you believe all that's real?" "What's the alternative? I've told you. It's all just some hallucination I'm having." "I think I'd know if I was having an hallucination." "Have you ever done LSD? Really good LSD? Or magic mushrooms?" "No. See, you do some of that stuff, and it's like you never look at the real world the same way again. You can never really trust it. I mean, it's all Consensual reality, anyhow, right? I don't know what the hell that is. It's a phrase my dealer uses. Jerome Bunny is his name. He's a real philosopher. It isn't just drugs with him. It's a way of looking at the world. And he used to say, we all just agree on what's real for convenience sake. I still don't get it, Tammy said wearily. Well, he used to explain it better. Anyway, I thought you didn't do drugs. You said in People you were horrified to see what drugs had done to friends of yours. Did I name anyone? Robert Downey Jr. was one, a great actor, you said, killing himself for the highs, you said. Well, I don't fry my brains every night like Robert did. I know my limits, a little pot, a few tabs of acid. He stopped, looking a little irritated. Anyway, I don't have to justify myself to you. I didn't say you did. Quoting me? Well, that's what you said. Well, it's bullshit. It's his life. He can do what the hell he likes with it. Where did all this start, anyhow? You saying, oh, yeah, we're having this dream together because that way Coldheart Canyon doesn't exist, can't exist. It's all something invented. I mean, how can any of that be real? I don't know, said Tammy flatly, but whatever you say about dreams or consenting reality or whatever it was, that place is real, Todd. It's up there in the hills right now, and she's there, too, and she's planning her next move. You sound very sure. He was studying his reflection in the mirror of the dresser as he talked to her. I am sure. She's not going to let go of you. She'll find a way to get you back. Look at me, he said. I think you look fine. I'm a mess. Burroughs fucked it all up. His hands went up to his face. It's got to be a dream, he said, returning to his old theme. I can't look like this in the real world. I do, Tammy said, considering her own unhappy reflection. I look like this, she pinched herself. I'm real, she said. Yeah, he said softly. I know who I am. I know how I got here, where I came from, where my husband works. Your husband? Yes, my husband. Why? Are you surprised a woman with my dress size has got a husband? Well, I have. His name's Arnie, and he works at Sacramento Airport. And you don't know anything about him, do you? No. So you can't have dreamed him, can you? No. See, that's my life, my problem. Why is it a problem? Because he drinks too much, and he doesn't love me, and he's having an affair with this woman who works at the FedEx office. No shit. Is he the violent type? He would be if I let him, but you don't. I fractured one of his ribs the last time he tried something stupid like that. He was drunk, but that's no excuse. So why do you stay with him? You really want to know? Yeah. Sound like you mean it. I mean it. If I tell you, you've got to promise me one thing. What's that? Promise first. Shit, I promise. Scout's honor. Why'd you stay with him? Because being alone is the worst, especially for a woman. I walked out on him 2.5 years ago when I found out about one of his women, but after a month I had to go back to him. Being on my own made me crazy. I made him tell me he was sorry for humiliating me and that he'd never do it again, but I knew that wasn't true. Men can't help being pigs. It's the way God made them. And I suppose women are bitches, most of us, me included, but sometimes you need to be a bitch so you can get through the day. And Katya? I wondered how long it would take you to get round to her, Tammy said. Well, I'll tell you how much of a bitch she was. You know the man she threw into the room? Todd nodded. His name was Zephyr. He was the man who made her into a movie star. That's the kind of woman she was. There was another side to her, believe me. Don't tell me she loves dogs. Wait, he said wearily, waving away her cynicism. I'm trying to explain something here. I don't want to hear about her kinder, gentler side. Why not? Because she's a bad woman, Todd. They named Coldheart Canyon after her, for God's sake. Did you know that? Anyway, we're neither of us going back up there, agreed? Todd didn't reply. He simply stared at the faded photograph of the Hollywood sign that hung above the bed. Didn't somebody throw themselves off that? He said finally. Yeah, her name was Peg Entwistle. She was a failed actress. Did you hear what I said? About what? Neither of us going back up to see Katya again, agreed? You're not going to try and sneak back up there the moment my back's turned? Why, would it matter so much if I did? He said. His belief that all this was a dream seemed to have lost credibility in the last few minutes. You're never going to see me again after this anyway. It was true, of course. This was the first and last time she'd sit in a motel room and have a conversation with Todd Pickett. But it still stung her to hear it said. Hurt, she stumbled after a response. It only matters because I want the best for you. Then move over, he said, coming to the bed, and let me lie down and sleep, because that's what I want right now. She got up off the bed. You're not going to sleep? He said. There isn't room for both of us. Sure there is. Lie down and get some rest. We'll talk about this when we've had some sleep. He slipped off his shoes and lay down, placing one of the paper-thin pillows beside the other, so they'd both have somewhere to lay their heads. Go on, he said. Lie down. I won't bite. You do know how weird all this is for me, don't you? Which part? The girl, the house, the devil's wife? No, you and me together in one bed. Don't worry, I'm not going to be making sexual advances. I know that. I'm just suggesting we get some sleep. Yeah, well, okay, but it's still weird. You know, you used to be somebody I idolized. With a heavy emphasis on the used to be, Todd said, opening one eye and looking at her. Don't be so sensitive. No, I get the message. It was the same when I met Paul Newman in the flesh. He closed his eye again. I always used to think he was the coolest of all the cool guys. He had those ice-blue eyes and that easy way of... His words were getting slower, dreamier, walking into a room. And I used to think, when I'm famous... The words trailed away. Todd? He opened his eyes a fraction and looked at her between the lashes. What was I saying? Never mind, she said to him, sitting on the bed. Go to sleep. No, tell me, what was I saying? How much you wanted to be like Paul Newman. Oh, yeah. I just used to practice my Newman act for hours on end. The way everything he did was so relaxed. Sometimes he looked so relaxed you couldn't believe he was acting at all. It looked so easy. While he talked, Tammy took off her own shoes. Her feet were filthy and ached, but she didn't have the strength to get into a shower, and then lay down beside Todd. He didn't even seem to realize she was there beside him. His monologue continued, though it became less coherent as sleep steadily made his tongue more sluggish. When I met him, finally met him, he was so small. His conclusion reached, he began to snore gently. Tammy sat up on her elbows and looked at him, lying there wondering how she would have felt if she'd been told a few days ago that she'd be sharing a bed with Todd Pickett. It would have made her heart jump a beat to even contemplate the possibility, and yet here she was, lying down beside him, and she felt nothing. Nothing except a vague irritation that she was not going to get a fair share of the bed with him sprawled out over it. Oh, well, she had no choice. She could either sleep on the bed with Mr. Heartthrob or take the floor. She closed her eyes. She was exhausted. Sleep came in a matter of moments. There were no dreams. 3. While the two mismatched adventurers slept in the subterranean murk of room 131 in the Wilshire Plaza Hotel, a sleep too deep to be called comfortable, too close to death, in fact, the city of Los Angeles got up and went about its daily business. There was profit to be made. There were movies being shot all over the city, joyless little pornos being made in ratty motels, witless spectacles with budgets that could have supported small nations, made on the sound stages of Culver City and Burbank, penniless independent films about the lives of hustlers, whores, and penniless filmmakers, shot wherever a room could be found and the actors assembled. Some would go on to glory. Even the pornos had their nights of prize-giving now, when the lucky lady voted Best Cocksucker was called to the podium to humbly thank her agent, her mother, and Jesus Christ. But the fictions, whether sex or science fiction, were not the only dramas that would be played out today. This was a city that made its profit by selling dreams, not least of itself, and so every day young hopefuls arrived by bus and by plane to try their luck. And every day a few of those dreamers, having been here a few months, sometimes a few years, realized that their place in the food chain of fame was lower than a piece of week-old sushi. It was not going to happen for them. They weren't going to be the next Meryl Streep, the next Todd Pickett, the next Jim Carrey. They'd have to wait another lifetime for their slice of fame, or the lifetime after that, or the lifetime after that, and for some, it wasn't news they could bear to take home with them. Better to buy a gun, as Ryan Tyler, real name Norman Miles, did that morning, and go back to your one-room apartment and blow out your brains. He'd had 2 lines in one of the Lethal Weapon movies, which he'd told everyone in Stockholm, Ohio, was the beginning of a great career, but the lines had been cut, and for some reason he'd never caught a director's eye ever again. Not once in 6 years since he'd had those 2 lines had he been called back for an audition. The bullet was kinder than the silent phone. His death didn't make the news. The suicide of one Rod McLeod did, but only because he'd thrown himself off a bridge onto the 405 and brought the morning traffic in both directions to a halt for an hour. McLeod had actually won an Oscar. He'd been the co-recipient with 4 other producers of the coveted Little Icon 14 years earlier. There hadn't been time for him to reach the microphone and thank his agent and Jesus Christ. The orchestra had started playing the exit music before the man in front of him had finished giving his thanks. Then it was too late. At noon, another suicide was discovered, that of a man who, unlike McLeod, who had been 61, was still at the beginning of his life, Justin Thaw, who 2 years ago had been named by Vanity Fair the most powerful agent in L.A. under 25. He was 22 at the time, and had been groomed by the greatest of the city's agent deities as the inheritor of his chair, made a noose and hanged himself in his brother's garage, leaving a suicide letter that was arranged as a series of bullet points in the style his ex-boss had taught him, for maximum clarity. He could no longer fight his addiction, he said. He was too tired of feeling as though he was a failure just because he was hooked on heroin. He was sorry for all the heartless things he'd said and done to those he loved. It had been the drug doing, the drug saying. But it was he who was sorry, and he who was glad to be leaving today, because life wasn't worth the effort anymore. He was wearing the $10,000 suit he'd had made for himself in Milan, the shoes he'd purchased in Rome, and, so as not to make as much of a mess of his death as he had of his life, a pair of adult diapers. The news of Justin's death would spread quickly, and a few executives' doors would be closed for a while, giving the men behind them a moment to remember the occasions they'd got high with Justin, and wonder whether it wasn't time they asked for help from Narcotics Anonymous. Then the phones from their powerful contemporaries started to ring again, and the pressure of the day meant that meditation had to be put off for a while. They took a snort or 2 of coke to put Justin out of their minds, and got on with the deal-making. They could think about him again at the funeral. Speaking of which, the ashes of one Jennifer Scarcella were on a Chicago-bound plane that afternoon, headed for interment in the city of her birth. Jennifer had died 9 months ago, but her body had only recently been found and identified in the L.A. morgue. She had left home 7 years before, without telling her parents where she was headed, though it wouldn't have been hard for the Scarcellas to figure out that their daughter had left to try her luck in Tinseltown. All she'd ever wanted to do was be a movie star. She had been murdered by her boyfriend because she'd refused, he said, to take a role in an X-rated movie. He was now in jail, and Jennifer was going home, having kept her ambitions high, and died for doing so. And so the day went on, the shadows of the city lengthening as the sun began to drop from its high point at noon. At a little after 4, there was a crisis at Warner's when a set under construction caught fire, gutting an entire soundstage and badly damaging 2 adjacent sound stages. Nobody was killed, but there were still grim faces in the boardroom that afternoon. Insurance would cover the reconstruction of the stages, but the set had been built for the Warner's Christmas offering Dark Justice. With an elaborate post-production schedule for the picture that required the main shoot to be over in a month's time, things looked bad. There had been a great deal of creative debate about the script, which had no fewer than 14 writers presently attached to it. Arbitration by the Writers' Guild would thin those numbers, but nothing would make the calculation look any better if the picture missed its Christmas release date, which it now looked likely to do. 2 executives received calls from their superiors in New York, pointing out that if they hadn't worried so much about the script, the picture would have been shot by now, and the agonizingly slow post-production underway. Instead, they had a smoking shell of a building where the big scenes were to have been shot starting in 2 days. There was a fiscal disaster in the offing, and certain people should be ready to hand in their resignations before they were embarrassed into leaving by the imminent and unflattering analysis as to why 90 pages of dialogue about a man who dressed up as a jaguar to fight the villains of some fictional metropolis could not have been agreed on earlier when there was $4.5 million worth of writing talent on the job. The observation that we're not making fucking Citizen Kane here dropped from several mouths that day, more often than not from men who had never seen Kane, nor would have cared for it even if they had. By 5, with the freeways bumper to bumper as people got out of town for the weekend, there was a plethora of accidents, but nothing of consequence. Scripts were delivered for the weekend read. Writers crossed their fingers and hoped that somebody would read what they'd slaved over without kids fighting at their feet or their dick in somebody's mouth or a smudge of coke on their nose. Plans were made for weekend adulteries. Those letters of resignation were penned by smiling assistants. And through it all, Todd and the woman who had once idolized him slept side by side in the stale, darkening air of room 131. 4. Tammy woke first, rising up out of a dream of the very room in which she was sleeping, except that all the furniture had for some unfathomable reason been piled against one end of the room, including the frame of the bed in which she was sleeping, leaving her on a mattress on the floor. When she woke, of course, nothing had changed. It was still an ordinary room, with one extraordinary element, surreal in its lack of likelihood, the sleeping figure of Todd Pickett. There he was, sprawled across 3/4 of the bed, his head deep in the pillow, his face, his poor wounded face, free, it seemed, of troubled dreams. What she would have given once upon a time for a moment like this, a chance to lean over and kiss him awake. But she'd lost faith in such fairy stories. She'd seen too much of their dark side, and she never wanted to go there again, even for the kissing of princes. Better to let them wake of their own accord, dragon breath and all. She glanced at the cheap digital clock on the bedside table. It was 5:21 in the afternoon. Surely that couldn't be right. That they slept for almost 11 hours, and Todd still sleeping? Well, the latter she could believe. She knew from her years with Arnie how some men loved to sleep. In Arnie's case, he'd loved it more than anything else. More than eating, more than drinking, certainly more than sex. She left Todd to it, went into the tiny bathroom and switched on the light. God, she looked terrible. How had he ever consented to get into the same bed as her? She started her clean-up by vigorously scrubbing her teeth, then ran the shower very hot, the way she liked it, even when she felt clean, and got in. Oh, it felt good. The soap smelled flowery, and the cheap shampoo didn't work up a satisfying lather, but she was happy nevertheless, getting herself clean for the first time in days, washing off the freaks, the ghosts, the dirt, the darkness. By the time she drew back the plastic curtain, the steam was so dense she could barely see across the bathroom to the door. But it was being opened, that much she could see. And there was Todd, standing looking at her. She grabbed the towel off the sink where she'd left it and used it as best she could to cover her considerable nakedness. "Good morning," he said. "Good afternoon," she replied. "It isn't." "Almost 5:30, she said. "There's a clock beside the bed. Why don't you go look? And close the door after you. I gotta take a leak first. I'm sorry, but I gotta." "Let me get out first. Just don't look," he said, unzipping himself. She drew the shower curtain back and continued to dry herself while, for the second time in the last 12 hours, she heard the solid splash of him emptying his bladder. He took an age. By the time he was finished, she was almost done drying herself. "Okay, I'm done," he said, with evident relief. "Does this place have room service?" "Yes." "You want something to eat?" There was no time to be ladylike, she told herself. "I'm starving," she said. "What do you want?" "Just food, nothing fancy." "I shouldn't think there's much danger of that." She waited until she heard the door click closed. Then she pulled the shower curtain back and finished drying her nooks and crannies. She could hear his voice as he ordered food on the phone. It sounded like the soundtrack of a Todd Pickett movie playing on the television next door. Stepping out of the bath, she cleared a hole in the steamed-up mirror with the ball of her hand and regarded her reflection balefully. She was cleaner, but that was about the only improvement. She opened the door a crack. "I need some clean clothes." Todd was sitting on the bed. He'd finished making his order and had turned on one of the late-afternoon chat shows. "You can come in here and get dressed," he said, not turning from the screen. "I won't look." She discarded her sodden towel and ventured in, sorting through the meager contents of her suitcase for something presentable. "I ordered club sandwiches," Todd said. "That was pretty much all they had. And coffee." "Fine." As she pulled on her underwear, she glanced up at the television. A woman in a red polyester blouse 3 sizes too small for her was complaining vociferously to the host of the show that her daughter, who looked about 11, went out every night dressed like a cheap little slut. "I love this shit," Todd said. "People's lives," Tammy replied. "I guess they're happy. They get their 15 minutes. "Did you like yours?" "I got more than 15, he said. "I didn't mean to offend you. I was just asking." "Sure, I enjoyed it. Who wouldn't? The first few times you're in a restaurant and a waiter recognizes you or somebody sends over a drink, you get a buzz out of that. In fact, you feel like you're the only person who matters." His voice trailed away. The daughter on the screen, who had the seeds of whoredom in her prepubescent features, was telling the audience that if she wanted to dress like a slut, that was her business, and anyway, who did she learn it from? She stabbed her finger in the direction of her mother, who did her best to look virtuous, but given what she'd chosen to do with her hair, makeup, and outfit, didn't have a chance. Todd laughed, then went back to what he was telling Tammy. "The whole look at me, I'm a star thing gets old pretty quickly, and after a while you start to wish people didn't know who you were." "Really?" "Actually, it's more that you want to be able to turn it on or off. Oh, shit, look at this." The sluttish daughter was now up off her chair and attempting to attack her mother. Luckily, there was a security man ready to step in and stop her. Unluckily, he wasn't quite fast enough to do so. The girl threw herself upon her mother with such violence the woman's chair toppled over, and the security man, who had by now taken hold of the girl to keep her from doing harm, fell forward too, so that chair, mother, daughter, and security man ended up on the studio floor together. Todd continued to talk through it. "There are days when you really want to feel good about yourself. You want to be recognized. You want people to say, 'I loved your movie so much I saw it 6 times.' And then there are other days when it's a curse to have people know who the hell you are because there's no privacy, no way to just go out and be yourself. Everything becomes a performance." He pointed at the brawlers on television. "Look at these stupid bitches. What are they going to say when their friends see this?" He pondered his own question for a moment, then he said, "Actually, I know exactly what they're going to say. They're going to say, 'Did you see me on the TV?' That's all that matters. Not, 'Did you see me being smart or looking beautiful?' Just, 'Did you see me?'" He watched the women's antics for a while longer, shaking his head. Then he glanced over at Tammy and said, "I've been thinking maybe I'm done with the movies, or movies are done with me. It's time to buy a ranch in Montana and raise horses. Really? Tammy had finally got dressed and came to sit down on the unmade bed beside Todd. You're going to retire? He laughed. What's so funny? Oh, just hearing the word retire. At 34. I thought you were 32. Your bio, I lied. Oh. But I'm still young, right? I mean, 34 is still young. A mere kitten. I just can't face the idea of that circus for one more day. He turned off the television. The room was suddenly very silent. After a few moments, Tammy said, Are we going to talk about it or not? Todd stared at the blank television. She couldn't see his expression, but she was certain it was just as vacant as the screen. The canyon, Todd, she said again. Are we going to talk about what happened in the canyon or not? Yes, he replied finally, I suppose so. Last night you said it wasn't real. I was tired. So? It's real. I knew last night I was talking bullshit. He kept his back to her through this, as though he didn't want to let her see his incomprehension, as though it were something to be ashamed of. You saw more than I did, she said to Todd, so you've probably got a clearer idea of what's going on, and you talked to... Katya. Yes, and what did she tell you? She told me the room downstairs had been given to her. By Zephyr, yes, I know that part. And what are you asking me for? He said. You probably know as much as I do. What about Maxine? What about her? She must have checked out the house for you. Yeah, she took photographs. Maybe she has some answers. Maxine? He got up off the bed and went to the table to pick up his cigarettes. He took one out of the packet and lit it, inhaling deeply. As soon as she'd moved me into that fucking house, she told me she didn't want to manage me any longer, he said. There was a knock at the door. Room service. Tammy opened the door, and an elderly man who frankly looked as though this might be the last club sandwiches and coffee he delivered, tottered in and set the laden tray on the table. I asked for extra mayonnaise, Todd said. Here, sir. The old man proffered a small milk jug, into which several spoonfuls of mayonnaise had been deposited. Thank you, it's all fine, Tammy said. Todd went into his jeans pocket and pulled out a bundle of notes. He selected a 20, much to the antiquated waiter's delight, and gave it to the man. Thank you very much, sir, he said, exiting rather faster than he'd entered, in case the man in the filthy jeans changed his mind. They set to eating. You know what? Todd said. What? I think I should go and see Maxine. Ask her what she knows face to face. Maybe this was all some kind of setup. If you get her on the phone, she'll lie. You've had that experience? Several times. Where does she live? Well, she's got 3 houses, a house in Aspen, a place in the Hamptons, and a house in Malibu. Oh, how she must suffer, Tammy said, teasing a piece of crispy bacon out of her sandwich and nibbling on it. Only 3 houses. How does she manage? So eat up. We'll just drop in on her. Both of us? Both of us. That way she can't tell me I'm crazy. What I saw, you saw. Actually, I saw some shit you didn't see. Well, we'll be sure to get some answers from her. Are you certain you want me to come? There's safety in numbers, Todd said. Drink your coffee and let's get going. 5. Katya hadn't wasted any time weeping over Todd's departure. What was the use? She'd shed more than her share of tears over men and their betrayals across the years. What good had any of her weeping ever done her? Besides, it wasn't as if she'd truly lost the man. He'd simply drifted away from her for a few hours, that was all. She'd get him back, humbled and begging to be returned into her company. After all, hadn't she let him kiss her? Hadn't she let him fuck her? There in the devil's country, he could never forget those memories. Oh, he could try. He could put 100 women, 1,000 between the two of them, but it wouldn't work. Sooner or later he'd come crawling back to her for more of what only she could give him. And nothing that fat bitch of a woman who'd coaxed him away could say would keep him from coming back. A man like Todd had nothing in common with a creature like that. He understood the world in ways she could not even guess at. What hope did she have of seeing with his eyes, even for a moment? None. She was a workhorse. Todd had lived with beauty too long to put up with the presence of something so charmless for very long. After a few hours of her clumsy company, he'd be off. She had only one fear, that owing to the artful way her canyon had been hidden, he wouldn't be able to find his way back to her. The city had never been a simple place, even during the years she'd lived in it. It was easy to get lost or distracted. How much more complicated would it be now, especially for someone like her poor Todd, whose soul was so muddled and confused? She knew how that felt, to have everyone falling over themselves to adore you one moment, and the next to find that those same people had given their devotion over to somebody else. It turned everything upside down when that happened. Nothing made sense anymore. You started looking around for something to hold on to, something firm and solid that wouldn't be taken away. In such a mood of desperation, it was possible you could make a mistake, choose the wrong person to believe in, the wrong path to follow. Even now, it could be moving away from her. The more she contemplated that prospect, the more it became apparent that she was going to have to go and find him. The idea of venturing out of her canyon filled her with a mingling of fear and anticipation. The world! The great wide world! It was 3/4 of a century since she'd stepped beyond the bounds of the canyon, and though she'd had plenty of clues as to the way things had changed from those who'd come here after their decease, it would still be an intimidating experience for her to venture out there, even on a mission of love. But what other choice did she have? Without him, her hopes were in ruins. She had to go and find him. It was as simple as that. And on the way back, once they were together again, maybe she'd have the strength of heart to visit some of the places she'd known and loved in her youth, just to see how time had altered them. But then again, perhaps that wouldn't be such a good idea. It troubled her enough to look out of the window and see the stretches of land that had been dust roads and shacks, and orange groves in her time, now completely transformed into towers of steel and glass. What if she were to discover that some precious place she'd loved had been desecrated, rendered unrecognizable? Though she liked to think she was fearless, in truth, time was taking its toll on the resilience of her soul. But then, of course, this whole quest was a test of her strength, wasn't it? Venturing beyond the perimeters of her canyon, beyond the reach of the magic that had preserved her perfection, was gambling with her life. She had no way of knowing for certain, but she guessed that the further she ventured and the longer she remained away from the canyon, from the house and all it contained, the more vulnerable she'd be to the long-postponed indignities of old age. After all, beneath this veneer of youth, she was a Methuselah. How long could she afford to be out in the raptureless world before the shell cracked and the crone inside, the hag that the devil's country had obscured with its magic, was unveiled? It was terrifying, but in the end it came down to this: finding Todd was worth the risk. If she survived the journey, they would come back to the canyon and initiate a new golden age. It wouldn't be like the previous age of gold with its foolish excesses. This would be a more profoundly felt time, when instead of using the devil's country like a cross between a 2-bit ghost train ride and a fountain of youth, it would be respected as the mystery it was. Despite the perverse pride she'd taken in showing Todd the orgiasts in the canyon, and in letting him share their excesses, Katya's appetite for the witless hedonism of the 20s had long since passed away, and though Todd had happily played the sensualist, she was sure that he too had seen enough of the tawdriness of such spectacles. It was time they behaved as owners of something genuinely marvelous, and treated it respectfully. Together they would begin an exploration of the world Lilith had made. Katya had never possessed the courage to explore it as it deserved to be explored, road by road, grove by sacred grove. Certainly, she'd seen plenty there over the years that had inflamed her sexual self, women tethered to the underbellies of human horses in a constant state of ecstatic agony. And she would not scorn such spectacles if they came on them again, but these were other sights designed to arouse the spirit, not the loins. And it was to those places she wanted to take Todd. There were enough diversions and wonders to keep them enchanted for decades to come. Though the heavens were fixed in the same configuration whenever she visited the country, there was nevertheless evidence that the earth was still obeying some of its ancient rhythms. There was, for instance, in the swamp a man-made lake, perhaps half a mile wide, which seemed to have been for many generations the place where a certain species of eel, the infants silver blue, with great golden eyes, came in their millions, each no longer than her little finger, but sufficient in number that they filled the place of their birth to brimming when they spawned. For a day, when the larval eels appeared, this Genesis Bowl, as Katya had named it, was a feasting place for birds of every kind, who were literally able to walk on the squirming backs of their feast, taking all they could before lifting off, some so fat with food they could barely fly, and retiring to the nearest branch to digest their mighty meal. The next day, if the country could be said to have days, the Genesis Bowl was empty but for a few thousand runts that had perished in the exodus, and were being picked up by carrion cows and wild dogs. She wanted to show this glorious spectacle to Todd, wanted to wade into the living mass of baby eels and feel them against her naked flesh. On another day, they might go to a place she knew where there was a beast that spoke prophetic riddles, which had twice engaged her in conversation which she knew would make sense if she had the education to decode its strange poetry. It had the body of a huge bird, this riddler, with a man's head, and it sat close to the ground with a vast array of glittering gifts around the base of its tree, offered for its prophecies. She had come to it a year ago with some jewelry she had worn in Nefertiti. "Is it real, the gift you give me?" the creature, whose name was Yeakaxis, had asked her. "No," she had admitted, "I am an actress. These baubles are what I wore when I was an actress." "Then make them real for me," Yeakaxis had said, clicking his old grey tongue against his cracked beak. "Play me the scene in which you wore them." It was silent, she said. "That's good," he replied, "for I am very deaf in my old age." She shed most of her clothes and put on the jewelry. Then she played the scene from Nefertiti in which she discovers that her lover is dead by the order of the envious queen, and she kills herself out of tragic longing for him. The old bird man wept freely at her performance. "I'm pleased it moved you so much," Katya had said when she was done. "I accept your offering," the creature had replied, "and I will give you your answer." "But you don't even know my question yet." Yeakaxis clicked and cocked his head. "I know you wonder if there will ever be a love worth dying for in your life. Is that your question?" "Yes," she said. She would perhaps not have asked it that way, but the prophet was notoriously short-tempered with those who attempted to press him. "There are two multitudes," he said, "one within you, one without. Should he love you enough to name one of these legions, then you will live in bliss with the other." Of course, she desperately wanted to ask him what this meant, but the audience was apparently already over, for Yeakaxis was raising his black wings, which were lined with little knots of human hair tied up in ribbons that had long ago lost their color. Thousands of locks of hair in wings that spread perhaps 20 feet from tip to tip. Without a further word, he closed them over his melancholy face, and the shadows of the tree seemed to close around him a second time, so that he was invisible. Perhaps, if she had the courage, she would go back to Yeakaxis with Todd and ask him another question, or this time Todd should do the asking. And when they had questioned the prophet bird and seen 100 other wonders in the devil's country, Katya would take Todd to a certain ship with which she was familiar, which had surely been made for a king, it was so finely wrought. It had foundered on some rocks along the shore, and there it had been left high and dry many years ago. For some reason no looters had ever attempted to despoil this sublime vessel, perhaps because they feared some royal revenge. The only damage done to the vessel was the breaking of its hull by the rocks and the inevitable deterioration of its exterior paintwork by wind and rain. Inside, it remained a place of incomparable luxury, its beautiful carved bed heaped with white furs, the wine still sweet in its flagons, the tinder in its fireplace still awaiting a flame. She had often fantasized about taking a lover to the ship, making love to him on the furs. If they were lucky, the wind would get up when they were cradled in the comfort of one another's arms. The wind would whistle in the ropes, and the scarlet sails would billow, and they would imagine, as they made love, that they were on a voyage to the edge of the world. It would be naive to speak lovingly of the Devil's Country without allowing that it had its share of horrors. There were species in the forests, and the ravines and the black silent pools between the rocks that had been invented by some benighted mind. There were terrible arenas where monsters were goaded to perform acts of horrible violation upon women, and sometimes upon men and even children. But having viewed several of these spectacles herself, she could not deny that they were perversely arousing. Some had the rigor of ceremonies, others seemed to be simple arenas of cruelty, where anything might be viewed if it was paid for. The point was that she'd seen so little, and that there was so much for her to see, a private wonderland where she and Todd could go adventuring whenever they tired of the canyon. They could explore it to its very limits, and when they were weary and needed to sleep, they could simply step through the door and lock it and retire to bed like any loving pair, and sleep peacefully in one another's arms. But first, she had to find him. And to find him, she needed a chauffeur. Only one man fitted that bill, Jerry Brahms. They had known one another for so many years. That was why she'd sent out the dream summons to him. He was loyal. He would come without fail. It was only a matter of time before he turned up at the house, ready to do her bidding. He was probably on his way up even now. It didn't take her long to dress. She had wardrobes full of gowns designed by some of the greatest names in Hollywood history, but they were all too showy for this modest adventure. So she chose conservatively an immaculately tailored black dress. She kept her hair simple and her makeup discreet. She was all dressed and ready to go, but there was still no sign of Jerry. Thinking that perhaps he'd mistakenly assumed she would wait for him in the big house, she decided to wander down through the twilight to look for him. If he hadn't arrived, then she'd wait for him at the front gate, so that there'd be no chance of their missing one another. It was a walk she'd taken countless times, of course. Though the pathway rose and dipped, she could have done it in safety blindfolded. The night wasn't as clear as it had been when she and Todd had come out walking. There were rain clouds banked in from the north, and the air was sultry. It was going to be one of those nights when you longed for a heaven-and-earth-shaking thunderstorm, the kind she remembered from her childhood. But such events were rare in Los Angeles. All the great storms she'd seen here had been cooked up by lighting men and rain machines, pure artifice. She knew she was being watched as she walked. There wasn't a movement she made in the open air that the ghosts or their half-breed children did not observe. They had even made spy holes in the walls of her little house, she knew. They watched her at her toilette. They watched her as she read and daydreamed. They watched her as she slept. She'd several times attempted to stop them and punish their voyeurism, but every time Zephyr plugged up the holes, more appeared, and finally she'd given up the game as fruitless. If they wanted to watch her while she slept, then let them go ahead. Indeed, until Todd had come into her life, the idea of having somebody to watch over her, even if their motives were as hard to calculate as those of her voyeurs, was close to comforting. Needless to say, there was also a measure of danger in the proximity of these revenants. Katya didn't doubt that there were among their numbers some who would gladly have seen her dead. Blaming her for the fact that their afterlife in Coldheart Canyon was a pitiful thing. Of course, she didn't blame herself. If her guests hadn't been so hungry to taste the pleasures of the Devil's Country, then they wouldn't be so obsessively drawn to it. But as long as they kept a respectful distance, why would they not when she controlled the very thing they wanted for themselves? then she would not persecute them. They had their journey, she had hers. She had reached the unkempt lawn and paused there to take in the spectacle of the house. The wind chimes rang on 4 or 5 balconies, lending their beauty to the grand facade. As she listened to their music, she heard sounds from the thicket on the other side of the lawn. She glanced back. There was still sufficient light in the evening sky to see the motion in the blossom-laden branches. There were several creatures following her, she guessed. She watched the bushes for half a minute until the motion died down. It wasn't unusual for creatures to follow her when she went out walking, but there was something different about this, or was it that she was different? That tonight she was alive as she'd not been alive in many years, her heart quickened by love, and that they sensed a new vulnerability in her. She didn't like that. The last thing she wanted was for them to imagine they could intimidate her, or somehow wrest a little power from her. Love might have made her step a little lighter, but she was still the queen of Coldheart Canyon, and if they pushed her, she would respond with her old severity. As she watched the thicket, the last of the light went from the sky, and the darkness revealed several bright points of light in the bushes, where the revenants were standing watching her. Even after all these years, she could still be discomfited by a sight like this, by the fact that the dead were around her in such numbers. "Enough," she thought to herself, and turning on her heel, hurried toward the stairs that led back up to the house. As she did so, she heard the swish of grass against swiftly running limbs. They were coming across the lawn in pursuit of her. She picked up her pace until she reached the relative safety of the stairs. Behind her, a soft voice, sounding as though it came from a palate full of pulp and disease, said, "Let us in." There was a moment's silence, then another said, "We just want to come back into the house." "We won't do any harm," said a third. "Please, let us in." She'd been wrong about the numbers of revenants assembled here, she slowly realized. She'd thought there were perhaps 10, but there were 2 or 3 times that number out there in the darkness. Whatever the decayed and corrupted condition of their palates, they all attempted to say the same thing. "Let us in, let us in, let us in." She would have ignored them once upon a time, turned her back on their pleas and climbed the stairs, but she was changing. Katya, the heartbreaker, the woman who'd never given a damn for what anybody but herself wanted, was rapidly becoming a thing of the past. If she was going to come back with Todd and live here, they couldn't enjoy the idyllic life she had in mind while these hungry souls waited outside. Even with the 5 iron icons hammered into the threshold of each of the doors, and in the sills of even the smallest windows, their presence preventing the dead from ever setting foot in the house, the occupants were in a state of siege. It was no place to have a honeymoon. She raised her hand to silence their murmuring. "Listen to me," she said. The chorus began to subside. "I'm going to be leaving the house for a few hours," Katya said, her voice a little tentative at the beginning but gaining strength as she proceeded. "But when I come back, I intend to make some changes. I don't want you living in misery. That has to stop." She started to turn away, intending to leave the statement there, but some of her congregation didn't want to let her go without hearing something more specific in her reply. "What changes are you going to make?" someone demanded. "Is that you, Roman?" Katya said, scanning the crowd. The speaker didn't have time to identify himself. There were more questions. Someone wanted to know why she was leaving. Somebody else demanded to know how long they would have to wait. Listen to me, she said, quieting the rising hubbub. "I understand that you all want to come into the house, but I don't think you understand the consequences." "We'll take them, whatever they are," somebody said. There was a general murmur of agreement to this. "If that's what you want," Katya replied, "I will consider it when I get back." "What if you don't come back?" "Trust me, I will." "Trust you? Oh, please." The mocking voice emerged from a bitter, painted face among the crowd. "You tricked us all. Why the hell should we trust you now?" "Theda," Katya said, "I don't have the time to explain right now." "Well, you hold on, honey, because we want some answers. We've had years of waiting to go back into that room." "Then you can afford to wait a few hours more," Katya replied, and without waiting for Theda Bara to come back with a retort, she turned and headed on up the steps to the top of the flight. There was a moment, just a quarter of a beat there at the top of the stairs, when she thought she'd misjudged her audience, and they'd come up the stairs after her, their patience finally exhausted, but they'd stayed below, even Theda. Perhaps somebody had caught hold of her arm to keep her from doing something stupid. Katya opened the back door, stepping over the threshold. Occasionally in the last several decades, one of the assembly outside had taken it into his head to test the power of the icons Zephyr had brought back from Romania, and had personally hammered deep into the wood. The 5 icons were called, Zephyr had told her, the Iron Word. It was powerful magic, designed to drive off anything that did not belong beside cot or hearth. Katya had never actually witnessed what happened when one of the phantoms had tested the threshold. She'd only heard the screams and seen the looks of terror on the faces of those who'd goaded the victim. Of the trespasser himself, nothing remained except a rise in the humidity of the air around the threshold, as though the revenant had been exploded into vapor. Even these traces lingered for only a moment. As soon as the air cooled, the witnesses retreated from the door, looks of terror still fixed on their faces. She had no idea how the Iron Word worked. She only knew that Zephyr had paid a member of Sandru's scattered brotherhood a small fortune to possess the secret, and then another sum to have the icons created in sufficient numbers that every door and window be guarded. It had been worth the investment. The Iron Word did its job. Katya felt like her mother, who'd always boasted that she kept a clean house. Of course, Mother Lupeshka's definition of moral cleanliness had been purely her own. You could fuck her 12-year-old daughter for a small coin, but you could not say Christ when you were shooting your load between her tiny titties without being thrown out of the house. And in her turn, that 12-year-old had grown up with her own particular rules of domestic cleanliness. In short, the dead did not cross the threshold. You had to draw the line somewhere, or all hell would break loose. On that, Mama Lupeshka and her daughter would have agreed. She got herself a cup of milk from the refrigerator to calm her stomach, which always troubled her when, as now, she was unsettled for some reason or another. Then she went through the house, taking her time, passing from one room to another, and as she came to the front door, she heard the sound of a car coming up the street. She stepped outside and walked along the front path until she reached the pool of light from the car's headlights. "Is that you, Jerry?" A car door opened. "Yes, it's me," he said. "Was I expected? You were? Well, thank God for that." She went to the little gate and stepped out onto the narrow sidewalk. Jerry had got out of the car. He had a barely suppressed look of shock on his face, seeing her step beyond the bounds of her little dominion for the first time. "Are we actually going somewhere?" he asked her. "I certainly hope so," she said, playing it off lightly. She could not completely conceal her unease, however. It was there in her eyes. But there was also something else in her glance besides the unease, something far more remarkable, a kind of sweetness, even innocence. She looked like a girl out on her first prom night, tiptoeing to the edge of womanhood. Amazing, Jerry thought, knowing all that he did about Katya, all that she'd done and caused to have done, to be able to find that look in her memory banks and put it up there on her face so that it looked as real as it did. That was a performance. "Where will I be taking you tonight, ma'am?" Jerry asked her. "I'm not exactly sure. You see, we're going to be looking for somebody." "Are we indeed, and may I take a guess at who?" Katya smiled. "Too easy," she said. "We'll find him for you, don't you worry. You were the one who got him to come up here in the first place, Jerry, so you're the matchmaker, and thank you. From both of us, thank you. It's been quite a remarkable time for me, Jerry. I never thought I'd ever fall in love again, and with an actor." She laughed. "You'd think I'd have learned by now." "I hope it's a happy mistake." "Oh, it is, Jerry. It's perfect. He's perfect. Is he?" "For me, yes. Perfect for me." "So will you be joining him somewhere?" "Yes." "But you're not exactly sure where?" "That's right." "Well, I'm going to hazard a guess and say he's at Maxine's because I know she's having a big bash tonight. Do you want me to call her and ask her if he's there? Maybe tell her I'm bringing a special guest?" "No. I think it's best we just do this quietly, don't you?" "However you prefer. Tonight's your night." "I don't want any big hoopla," Katya said. "I just want to find him." For a moment the illusion disappeared completely, and reality showed itself, the desperate hunger of a woman who needed to find the love of her life. Not tomorrow or the day after, but tonight. She had no time to waste, this woman, no time for error or procrastination. "Shall we go?" she said. "Ready when you are." She went to the car and started to fumble with the door handle. "Please," Jerry said, "allow me." He came round to the passenger side and opened the door. "Thank you, Jerry." "How nice. Old-fashioned manners," she said. She got into the car in one elegant movement. Jerry closed the door and went to the driver's side. She was trembling, he saw, just the slightest tremor. "It's going to be all right," he reassured her when he was settled in beside her. "Is it?" she said, with a smile too tentative to survive more than a breath. "Yes, it's going to be fine." "He's the one, Jerry. Todd is the one. If he were to turn me down—" "He's not going to do that, now is he?" Jerry said. "He'd be a fool to say no to you, and whatever else Todd is, he's no fool. So find him for me, will you?" "Yes, ma'am." "Then I can start to live again." 6. It had taken Todd a few minutes to get used to sitting behind the wheel of the old Lincoln sedan which Marco had chosen many years before as the vehicle in which he preferred to anonymously chauffeur Todd around. Sitting in the seat adjusted for Marco's huge frame made him realize, for the first time in the chaotic sequence of dramas that had unraveled since Marco's sudden death, how much he would miss the man. Marco had been a stabilizing influence in a world that was showing signs of becoming more unstable by the hour. But more than that, he'd been Todd's friend. He'd had a good nose for bullshit, and he'd never been afraid of speaking his mind, especially when it came to protecting his boss. There would come a time, Todd had promised himself, when he would sit down and think of something to do that would honor Caputo's name. He'd been no intellectual, so the founding of a library or the funding of the Caputo Prize for Scholastic Achievement wouldn't really be pertinent. It would need some serious thought to create a project that reflected and honored the complexity of the man. "You're thinking about Marco Caputo," Tammy said, as she watched Todd adjust to the spatial arrangements of the driver's seat. "The way you said that, it didn't sound as though you liked him very much." "He was rude to me on a couple of occasions," Tammy said, making light of it now. "It was no big deal." "The fact is, he was more of a brother to me than my own brother," he replied, "and I'm only now realizing how much I took him for granted. Christ, first I lose my dog, then my best buddy." "Dempsey?" "Yeah, he died of cancer in February." "I'm sorry." Todd turned on the ignition. His thoughts were still with Marco. "You know what I think?" he said. "What?" "I think that the night he got killed he wasn't just drunk. He was panicked and drunk." "You mean he'd seen something?" "Yes, that's exactly what I mean. He'd seen something up at the house and was running away." He drew a loud breath through his nose. Okay, enough of the detective work. We can do some more of that when all this is over. Right now we're heading for Malibu. On the way down to the ocean, Todd provided Tammy with a little portrait of where they were going. She knew about the colony, of course, the guarded community of superstars who lived in houses filled with Picassos and Mirots and Monets, with the ever-unpredictable Pacific a few yards from their back doors, and just a jump across the Pacific Coast Highway, the Malibu Hills, which had been the scene of countless wildfires in the hot season and mudslides in the wet. What she didn't know was just how exclusive it was, even for those who were powerful enough to write their own rules in any other circumstances. I was planning to buy this house next door to Maxine's place way back, Todd told her, but my lawyer, who was this wily old fart called Lester Mayfield, said, "You're going to want to rip out that concrete deck and take off the old shingle roof, aren't you?" And I said, "You betcha." And he said, "Well, dream on, Buster, 'cause they won't let you. You'll spend the next 10 years fighting with the colony committee to change the color of your toilet seat." So I didn't buy the place. They've lightened up on the rules a lot since then. I guess somebody must have pointed out that they were preserving some pieces of utter shit. Who ended up buying the house next door to Maxine? Oh, he was a producer, had a deal with Paramount. Made some very successful movies for them. Then the IRS taps him on the shoulder and asks why he hasn't paid his taxes for 6 years. He ended up going to jail, and the house stood empty. Nobody else bought it? No. He wanted to be back making movies when he got out of the slammer, which is what he did. Went straight back into the business, made 6 more huge movies, and he still snorts coke from between the tits of loose women. Bob Graydon's his name. Isn't he the one who had an artificial septum put in his nose because he'd had the real thing eaten away by cocaine? That's Bob. Where'd you hear that? Oh, the National Enquirer, probably. I buy them all in case there's something about you. Not that I believe everything I read, she added hurriedly. Just the juicy bits. Well, after a time you get a feeling about what's true and what's not true. Care to give me an example? No. Go on. That's not fair. I'm screwed whatever I say. No, wait. Here's one. About 2 years ago, they said you were going into a private hospital in Montreal to have your ding-a-ling enlarged. My ding-a-ling? You know what I mean. Do you say ding-a-ling to Arnie? It is Arnie, isn't it? Yes, it's Arnie, and no, I don't say ding-a-ling. Tell me about him. There isn't much to tell. Why'd you marry him? Tell me that. Well, it wasn't because of the size of his dick. Dick, that's what you call it, dick. I guess I do, Tommy said, amused, a little embarrassed to have let this slip. Anyway, back to the story in the Enquirer. They said you were in Montreal getting your thingy, your dick, made bigger, except I knew that wasn't true. How come? It just didn't make any sense, not after the articles I'd read about you. Go on, Todd said, fascinated. Well, you know, I read everything that's ever been written about you, everything in English. And then if there's a really important interview in, say, Paris Match or Stern, I get it translated. Jesus. Really? What for? So I can keep up with your opinions, and sometimes in the foreign magazines they write the kind of things you wouldn't read in an American magazine. One of them did a piece about your love life, about all the ladies you dated, and the things they'd said about you. My acting? No, your other performances. You're kidding. No, I thought you knew about these things. I thought you probably signed off on them. If I read every article in every magazine, you'd never make another movie. Exactly. So go back to the article. The lady's talking about me. What does that have to do with the story in the Enquirer? Oh, just that here were all these women talking about you in bed, and a few of them were not exactly happy with the way you treated them, but none of them said, even vaguely intimated, that I had a small dick. Right. So I thought, there's no way he's gone to Montreal to have his ding-a-ling enlarged. Because it's just fine as it is. Now, can we move on, or shall I throw myself out of the window from sheer embarrassment? Todd laughed. You are an education. Do you know that? I am? You are. In a good way? Oh, yeah, it's all good. It's all fine. You realize, of course, that there's stuff being written about you right now, a lot of people upset and worried. Why? Because nobody knows what happened to you. There are plenty of people, fans of yours like me, who think of you practically as a member of the family. Todd did this, Todd did that. And now suddenly Todd's missing, and nobody knows where he's gone. They start to fret. They start to make up all kinds of ridiculous reasons. I know I did. It's not that they're crazy. No, look, I don't think you or any of them are crazy, or if you are, it's a good crazy. I mean, what you did last night, none of my family would have done. You'd be surprised how many people love you. They love something. But I don't think it's me, Tammy. Why not? Well, for one thing, if you could get inside here in my head with Todd Pickett, you wouldn't find much worth idolizing. You really wouldn't. I am painfully, excruciatingly ordinary. My brother Donnie, on the other hand, he's worth admiring. He's smart. He's honest. I was just the one with this. He turned on his smile as he drove and gave her the benefit of its luminosity. Then, just as easily, he turned it off. See, you learn to do that, he went on. It's like a faucet. You turn the smile on and people bathe in it for a while, then you turn it off, and you go home and wonder what all the fucking fuss was about. It's not like I deserve the adulation of millions. I can't act, and I've got the reviews to prove it. He chuckled at his self-deprecation. That's not mine, he said. It was Victor Mature. Okay, so you're not the best actor in Hollywood. You're not the worst, either. No, I grant you, there's worse. A lot worse. All right, a lot worse. Still doesn't make me a good actor. He obviously wasn't going to be moved on the subject, so Tammy left it where it was. They drove on in silence for a while. Then he swung the mirror around and checked out his face. You know, I'm nervous. Why? In case there's anybody at Maxine's place. He went back and forth between studying his face and checking the road. You look fine, Tammy told him. I guess it's not so bad, he said, assessing his features. You just look a little different from the way you used to look. Different enough that people will notice? Tammy couldn't lie to him. Sure, they'll notice. But maybe they'll say you look better. I mean, when everything's properly healed and you've had a month's vacation. You will come in with me, won't you? To see Maxine? My pleasure. Mind if I smoke? He didn't wait for a reply. He just rolled down the window, pulled out a battered pack of cigarettes, and lit up. The rush of nicotine made him whoop. That's better. Okay. We're going to do this, you and me. We're going to ask Maxine a lot of very difficult questions and figure out whether she's lying to us or not. They had reached the Pacific Coast Highway, and the roar of the traffic through the open window made any further talk impractical for a time. They drove north for perhaps 5 miles before coming off the PCH and heading west. The area wouldn't have been Tammy's idea of idyllic. Somehow she'd imagined Malibu being more like a little slice of Hawaii, but in fact it was just a sliver of real estate 2 or 3 houses deep, with the incessant din of the Pacific Coast Highway on one side and a narrow strip of beach on the other. They'd scarcely driven more than 1/4 of a mile when they came to the colony gates. There was a guardhouse and a single guard who was sitting with his booted feet up beside a small television. The set went off as soon as they drove up, a broad smile appearing on the man's face. "Hey, Mr. Pickett, long time no see. Ron, my man, how goes it?" "It goes good, it goes good." The guard was clearly delighted that his name had been remembered. "Are you going to Ms. Frizzell's party?" "Oh, yeah," Todd said, throwing a panicked glance at Tammy. "We're here for that." "That's great." He peered past Todd at the passenger. "And this is—" "Oh, this is Tammy. Tammy, Ron, Tammy. Tammy's my date for the night." "Good going," Ron said to no one, and about nothing in particular, just a general California yay-saying to the world. "Let me just call Miss Frizzell and tell her you're on your way down." "Nah," Todd said, sliding a $20 bill into Ron's hand. "We're going to surprise her." "No problem," Ron said, waving them by. "Good to see you, by the way." It took Tammy a moment to realize that Ron was talking to her. "It's always good to meet a new friend of Mr. Pickett's." There didn't seem to be any irony in this. It was a genuine expression of feeling. "Well, thank you," Tammy said, thrown a little off-kilter by this. Fuck. She's having a party, Todd said to her as they left the guardhouse behind them. So? So there'll be lots of people looking at me. They've got to do it sooner or later. Todd stopped the car in the middle of the street. I can't. I'm not ready for this. Yes, you are. The more you put it off, the more difficult it's going to be. Todd sat there shaking his head, saying, No, I can't do it. Tammy put her hand over his. I'm just as nervous as you are, she said. Feel how clammy my hand is? Yeah. But we said we'd get answers, and the longer we take to ask her, the more lies she'll have ready. You do know her, don't you? He said. She's my nightmare. Really? Why? Because she stood between me and you. Huh. Silence. So, what are we going to do? Tammy said finally. Shit. I don't want to do this. So, that makes two of us, but I know. If we don't do it now... All right, you win. But I will beat the living shit out of the first person who says one word about my face. They drove on, the houses they were driving past far more modest in scale and design than she'd expected. There was very little here of the kitsch of Beverly Hills. No faux French chateau sitting side by side with faux Tudor mansions. The houses were mostly extremely plain, box-like in most cases, with very occasional architectural flourishes. They were also very close to one another. You wouldn't get much privacy there, Tammy commented. I guess everybody just pretends not to look at everybody else, or they just don't care. That's more like it. They just don't care. That's the connection between you and Katya, isn't it? You've both been looked at so much, and the rest of us don't know what that feels like. It feels like somebody's siphoning out your blood pint by pint. Not good. No, not good. They rounded a corner, bringing their destination into view. The party house was decorated with thousands of tiny white twinkle lights, as were the two palm trees that stood like sentinels to left and right of the door. Christmas came early this year, Tammy remarked. Apparently. There were uniformed valets working the street, taking cars from the guests and spiriting them away to be parked somewhere out of sight. Are you sure you're ready for this? Todd asked Tammy. No more than you are. Want to go one more circle around the block? Yes. Uh-oh. Too late. Two valets were coming at the car, bearing what must have been burdensome smiles. As the doors were opened, Todd caught tight hold of Tammy's hand. Don't leave my side, he said. Promise me you won't. I promise, she said. And raising her head, she put on her best impersonation of someone who was rich, famous, and belonged at Todd Pickett's side. Todd relinquished the keys to the valet. May I assume this is your first A-list Hollywood party in the flesh? Todd said to Tammy. You may. Well, then this could be a lot of fun in a grotesque, there's a shark in the swimming pool sort of way. 7. There came a point as Jerry's car was carrying Katya out of Coldheart Canyon for the first time in the better part of 3/4 of a century, when her fears seemed to get the better of her. Jerry heard a voice as dry as a husk out of the darkness behind him. I'm sorry. I don't know that I can do this. Do you want me to turn around? He asked her. I will if you want me to. There was no reply, just the soft sound of frightened weeping. I wish Zephyr was still here. Why was I so cruel to him? None of this seemed to be for open discussion. It was more like a private confessional. Why am I such a bitch? Jesus. Jesus. Everything I've ever loved. She stopped herself and looked up at Jerry, catching his reflection in the mirror. Don't mind me, it's just a crazy old woman talking to herself. Maybe we should go back and find Mr. Zephyr. He could come with you. I realized there was some bad blood between you. Zephyr's dead, Jerry. I lost my temper with him and... You killed him? No, I left him in the devil's country, wounded by one of the hunters. Lord. Jerry brought the car to a halt. He stared out of the window, horrified. What would you like me to do? He said after a while. If you can't go on without him, I mean. "Take no notice of me," Katya said after a short period of reflection. "I'm just feeling sorry for myself. Of course I can go on. What other choice do I have?" She took another moment to study the passing world. "It's just that it's been a long time since I was out in the real world." "This isn't the real world, it's L.A." She saw the joke in that. They laughed together over the remark, and when their laughter had settled into smiles, he got the car going again down the hill. At some unidentified point between the place where her faith had almost failed her and Sunset Boulevard, they crossed the boundary of Coldheart Canyon. Their destination was already decided, of course, so there wasn't much reason to talk as they went. Jerry left Katya to her musings. He knew his Hollywood history well enough to be sure that she would be astonished by what she was seeing. In her time, Sunset Boulevard had been little more than a dirt track once it got east of what was now Doheny. There'd been no Century City back then, of course, no four-lane highways clogged with sleek vehicles, just shacks and orange groves and dirt. "I've been thinking," Katya said, somewhere around Sepulveda. "About what?" "Me and my wickedness." "Your what? Your wickedness?" "Yes, my wickedness. I don't know why it came into my mind, but it did. If I think about the women I've played in all my really important pictures, they were all wicked women, poisonous, adulterers, one who kills her own child, really unforgivable women. But don't most actors prefer to play bad characters? Isn't it more fun?" "Oh, it is, and I had a lot to inspire me." "Inspire you?" "As a child I saw wickedness with my own eyes. It had its hands on me. Worse, it possessed me." Her voice grew cold and dark. "My mother ran a whorehouse. Did I ever tell you that? And when I was 10 or so, she just decided one night it was time to make me available to the customers." "Jesus." "That's what I said to myself. Every night I said, 'Jesus, please help me. Jesus, please come and take me away from this wicked woman. Take me to heaven.' But he never came. I had to run away. 3 times I ran away, and my brothers found me and dragged me back. Once she let them have me as a reward for finding me." "Your own brothers?" "5 of them." Christ. Anyway, I succeeded in escaping her eventually, and when you're a 13-year-old and you're out in the world on your own, you see a lot 13-year-olds shouldn't have to see. I'm sure you did. So I put all that I saw into those women. That's why people believed in them. I was playing them for real." She fumbled at the inside of the door. "Is there some way to open this window?" "Oh, yes, it's right there, a little black button. Push it down." She pushed and opened the window a crack. "That's better," she said. "You can have it all the way down." "No, this is fine. I'll take it in stages, I think." "Yes, of course. Going back to the pictures, I wonder if you'd do me a favor when we get back to the house." "Of course, what?" "In my bedroom in the guest house, there are 6 or 7 posters from those early films of mine. I've had them up there for so long, all around the bed, I think it's time I got rid of them. Will you burn them for me?" "Are you sure you want them burned? They're worth a fortune." "Then take them for yourself. Put them up for auction. And the bed. You want the bed, too?" "There isn't room for it in my apartment. But if you want me to get rid of it for you—" "Yes, please. No problem. If you make some money from it, then spend it. Enjoy it. Thank you." "No, it's me who should be thanking you. You've been a great comfort to me." "May I ask you why?" "Why what?" "Why are you getting rid of all that stuff now?" "Because everything's changed for me. That woman I used to be has gone. So are all the things she stood for." "They were just films." "They were more than that. They were my memories, and now's the time to let go of them. I want to start over with Todd." Jerry drew a deep breath to reply to this, but then thought better of it and kept his silence. Katya was acutely aware of every nuance in her immediate locality, however, even this. "Say what's on your mind," she said. It's none of my business. Say it anyway. Go on. Well, I just hope you're not relying too much on Todd Pickett. You know, he's not all that reliable. None of them are, these younger guys. They're all talk. He's different. I hope so. We can't ever know why things happen between two people, but when it feels right, you have to go with your instincts. If he's so right for you, why did he run out on you? That was my fault, not his. I showed him some things which were more than he was ready to see. I won't make that mistake again. And then he had some woman with him, Tammy somebody or other, who was just trying to steal him away. Do you know her? Tammy? No, I don't know a Tammy. Oh, wait. I do. I had a call from the police in Sacramento. She went missing. And they called you? Why? Because I know Todd. Apparently this Tammy woman runs his fan club. Katya started to laugh. That's all she is to him? She said. Apparently. She runs his fan club? That's my understanding. So there's no romance between them? No. I don't even think they really know one another. Well, that solves that. It does and it doesn't, Jerry said cautiously. She still persuaded him to go with her. Then it's up to me to persuade him to come home, Katya purred. She pressed her window button and kept it down until the window was entirely open. Jerry caught a glimpse of her in the mirror. The last of her caution and her fear had evaporated. She was luxuriating in the warm wind against her face, eyes closed, hair shining. How much farther? She asked him without opening her eyes. Another 10 minutes. I can smell the ocean. Well, we're at 4th Street, 4 blocks over. There's the beach. I love the sea. Todd has a yacht, did you know that? It's docked in San Diego. You see? Perfect. She opened her eyes, catching Jerry's gaze in the mirror, demanding a response from him. Yes, it's perfect, he said. She smiled. Thank you, she said. For what? For everything, bringing me here, listening to me, indulging me. When things have settled down and Todd and I have made the canyon a more civilized place, we're going to start inviting people over, just a few special friends, to share the beauty of the place. You never saw the house at its best, but you will. It is magnificent. Oh, I'm sure. And that's how it's going to be again after tonight. Magnificent? Magnificent. 8. This was Tammy's Cinderella moment, her dream come true. All right, perhaps all the details weren't perfect. She could have looked a little more glamorous, and she would have liked to lose another 25 pounds, and they could have been coming in through the front door instead of slipping in at the side to avoid the photographers, but she was happy to take what fate was giving her, and fate was giving her a chance to walk into an A-list party on the arm of Todd Pickett. Everywhere she looked there were famous faces, famous smiles, famous gazes, famous figures swathed in gowns by famous designers, famous fools making jokes that had everyone in their circle breathless with laughter, famous power brokers telling tales of how they'd made $1 million in a minute, and the less famous wives of these power brokers listening with their lids half closed, because if they had $1 for every time they'd heard these tired old tales, they'd be able to divorce their dead weights of husbands. And hanging on the arms of the famous, much as she was hanging on Todd's arm, were younger men and women who watched their companions with the kind of eyes Tammy was reserving for the hors d'oeuvres. There was appetite in those eyes. One day those gazes seemed to say, I will have all that you have. I will own cars and yachts and palaces and houses. I will have a small vineyard in Tuscany and a large ranch in Big Sky country. There will be no door that will be closed to me, no ear that will not attend to my concerns. When I drop my purse, somebody will pick it up for me. When my car is empty of gas, it will be miraculously filled and the ashtrays emptied. If the drink in my hand is getting low, it will be replenished without my requesting it. When I am hungry, somebody will make food that will be so exquisitely shaped that every mouthful will be like a little meal unto itself. In fact, the food was drawing her attention about as much as the famous faces. She'd never seen such exquisite little confections, and each one had a description proffered by its server, much of which was so remote from Tammy's experience she didn't understand it. Slices of rare marinated this on slices of smoked that, drizzled with— Oh, what the hell. She'd take 2. No, make that 3. It was only finger food, for God's sake, and she was hungry. To wash it all down, she'd accepted a Bellini from a dazzling waiter as soon as she'd stepped inside, and it tasted so sweet and harmless she downed 2/3 of her glass before she realized how potent it was. In truth, however, it would scarcely have mattered if she'd downed 5 Bellinis and fallen flat on her face. She was invisible as far as these people were concerned. The glacial beauties and their handsome swains, the deal-makers and the word-splitters, none of them wanted to concede her ragged presence in their gilded midst, so they simply looked the other way. Once or twice she caught the tail of a mystified glance laid upon her, but these were from amateurs at the game. To the true professionals, which is to say most of the people in this assembly, she was simply a non-presence. She could have been standing right in their line of vision, and somehow their gaze would have slid off her and around her, anything to avoid seeing her. She caught tight hold of Todd's hand. So much for the Cinderella fantasy. It was a nightmare. Much to her delight, Todd clutched her hand in return. His palm was pouring sweat. "They're all looking at me," he said, leaning close to her. "No, they're not." "Hi, Todd." "Hi, Jody. Good to—" See that? They say hi, then they move on. She's gone already. "Hi, Stephen. When are you—" Too late. He's off. It's fucking uncanny. "Where's Maxine?" "I haven't seen her yet. She's probably out back. She likes to sit and hold court at these things. She says only hostesses circulate." "And she's not the hostess?" "Fuck no. These aren't her guests. They're her supplicants." Tammy had seen some attractive-looking hors d'oeuvres sailing by. "I'll have one of those," she said, tapping the waiter on the shoulder. "If you don't ask in this place," she explained as she took 3, "you don't get." "Are they good?" "What do I know? They're filling a hole very slowly. Doesn't anybody have any appetite around here?" "Not publicly." To get to the back of the house, he had led her into a larger room, which, despite the fact that it was packed with guests, was almost as hushed as a library. A few people looked round at Todd. A few even attempted tentative smiles, but nobody made any move to break off their whispered exchanges and approach him, for which Tammy was grateful. The density of famous faces was much the same in here as it had been next door. This really was the creme de la creme, the people who could get a studio to spend several $1,000,000 developing a script by simply hinting that they might be in it when it was finished. The names above the title that audiences knew so well, they only used an actor's given name when they were talking about the show. Bruce and Julia and Brad and Tom and all the rest. Next year, some portion of the crowd would have slipped onto the B list after a dud or 2, but tonight they were at the top of their game, famous among the famous. Tonight, there wasn't an agency in the city that wouldn't have signed them on the spot, or a late-night talk show that wouldn't have bumped Einstein, Van Gogh, and the Pope to have them on. They were American royalty, the way that Pickford and Fairbanks had been royalty in the early years. Yes, there were more crowns now, more thrones, but there were also more fans in every corner of the world, men and women ready to fawn and obsess. In short, none of these were people who hurt for want of admiration. They had a surfeit of it, the way the rest of the world had a surfeit of credit card debt. It was harder in this more densely populated space for people not to concede the presence of Todd, who took hold of several unoffered hands and grabbed a couple of shoulders as he crossed the room, determined that nobody would get away with pretending they hadn't seen him. And when a fragment of conversation did spring up, as it occasionally did, Todd very rapidly and rather gallantly made certain that Tammy was introduced into the exchange. "You don't need to do that," Tammy said after the 3rd such occasion. "Yes, I do," Todd replied. "These sons of bitches think they can look the other way and pretend you don't exist. Well, fuck 'em. I've starred in movies with some of these assholes, movies you paid your $7 to see, and they were mostly shit pictures, so I figure they owe you a $7 handshake." She laughed out loud, thoroughly entertained by his heretical talk. Whatever happened after this, she thought, and no fairy tale lasted forever, she'd at least have this extraordinary memory to treasure. Walking arm in arm with the only man she'd ever really loved through a crowd of fools, knowing that even if they didn't look at her, they still knew she was there, and when she'd gone, she'd be somebody they'd never be able to figure out, which suited her just fine. Let them wonder. It would give them something to do when they were studying their reflections in the morning. "There's Maxine," Todd said. "Didn't I say she'd be holding court?" It was a couple of years since Tammy had seen Maxine Frizzell in the flesh. In that time she had projected upon the woman an aura of power which in truth she didn't possess. She was smaller and more fretful-looking than Tammy remembered. The way she was perched in a high-backed chair, her bare feet off the ground, was presumably designed to give off the aura of childlike vulnerability, but in fact suggested just its opposite. The pose looked awkward and artificial. Her gaze was woozy rather than happy, and her smile completely false. Todd let go of Tammy's hand. "Are you doing this on your own from here?" she said to him. "I think I ought to." Tammy shrugged. "Whatever you want." "I mean, it's going to be difficult." "Yeah," she said, the observation given credence by the frigid stare they were getting from the patio. "She's seen you," Tammy said. She smiled in Maxine's direction. The woman was getting up off her chair, her expression more bemused than angry. She leaned over and whispered something to the young man at her side. He nodded in response and left the patio, heading indoors and weaving his way through the partygoers toward Tammy and Todd. Tammy grabbed hold of Todd's hand again. "You know what?" she said. "What?" "I was wrong. We're going to do this together." 9. Out on the street, Katya let the valet open the car door for her, her eyes fixed on the house into which she was about to make an entrance. 100 thoughts were crowding into her head at the same time, all demanding attention. Would anybody recognize her? Jerry had told her many times her films remained widely seen and appreciated, so it was inevitable somebody was going to figure out who she was. On the other hand, it had been the style in those days to slather your face in makeup, so perhaps nobody would think to associate her with the high style of those movies. Nor, of course, would anybody assume that the Katya Lupi of The Sorrows of Frederick or Nefertiti could possibly resemble the young woman she still seemed to be. So again, perhaps her fears were groundless, and if somebody did recognize her against all the odds, then she'd swiftly find some witty riposte about the brilliance of modern science, and let them wonder. If she sent a few admirers off shaking their heads, mystified by her untouched beauty, would that be such a bad thing? She had nothing to fear from these people. She was beautiful, and beauty was the only certain weapon against a brutal mind or a stupid world. Why should that power have deserted her? She looked around, subduing a little burst of panic, to find that Jerry was not at her side. "I'm here," he said, sauntering over from a very handsome and now well-tipped valet. "I've been getting the scoop. Todd arrived a few minutes ago." Her face blossomed. "He's here." "He's here." She was suddenly like a little child. "I knew this was going to work," she said. I knew. Then just as suddenly a doubt. "Is that woman with him?" "Tammy Lauper? Yes, she is." "I want you to separate them." "Just like that?" "Yes," she said, deadly serious. "Do whatever you have to do. I just want you to part them so that I can talk to Todd on his own. As soon as I get a chance to do that, the three of us can be out of here." "Suppose he wants to stay?" "With her?" "No, among his friends." "He can't," she said. "He won't want to when he sees me. He'll just come, you'll see." Her confidence was beguiling, whether it was fake or not. She took his arm, and they headed into the house. If Jerry had been expecting some grotesque echo of Sunset Boulevard, he was pleasantly disappointed. Katya met the cameras at the door with an expression of familiarity on her face, as though she were saying to the world, "Oh, there you are." She let go of his hand at the threshold like a ship that suddenly finds the wind again and remembers what it has to do effortlessly. She turned, and the cameraman got greedy for her, the flashes a blinding barrage, and she bathing in the light as it glazed her bones and filled her eyes. Of course, none of them knew who the hell she was, so they were reduced to snapping their fingers and calling, "Miss, over here, miss!" But she knew her job. She gave them all something wonderful, something miraculous, and just as the frenzy was approaching its height, abruptly refused to continue, thanking them all and sweeping away into the house, leaving them begging for more. This sudden burst of activity had attracted attention, of course. Half the faces in the room were turned toward the door when Katya entered, wondering who the hell could have just arrived. When it turned out to be a woman they did not even know, the house became a gallery of whispers. Jerry stayed 2 or 3 steps behind Katya as she crossed the room, so he was able to see the range of responses her presence created. Envy more than anything, particularly on the faces of women who assumed they were Katya's contemporaries. Who was this woman who was as young as or younger than they were, prettier than they were, getting all the attention they should have been getting? On the faces of the young men there were similar questions being silently asked. Why is this damn woman more perfect than I am? Why does she have more eyes undressing her than I do? Then there was that other contingent of young men who were simply calculating their chances of getting across the room to her side with a drink or a witty pick-up line before the opposition. Katya played it perfectly. She was careful not to lock eyes with anyone so that she didn't get caught up in a conversation she wanted no part of. She looked back at Jerry, who pointed on across the room toward Todd. And there he was, standing on the patio with Maxine. They were in the midst of what looked to be a very unpleasant exchange. She was shaking her head, turning away from him. He was following her, poking her in the shoulder like a kid who's not getting his mother's full attention. She ignored his importuning and headed down a flight of stairs which led off to the other side of the patio, down onto the beach. The argument between Todd and Maxine had not gone unnoticed by the other occupants of the room. Ever since Todd's appearance at the party, all other subjects of whispered conversation had fallen by the wayside. It was Pickett the guests were talking about. They were chiefly debating his wounded appearance, of course, but now they were also discussing the way he stumbled in angry pursuit of Maxine, and the subject of their exchange, which had unfortunately now been taken out of earshot. There were plenty of people in the room who would have liked to go out onto the patio and follow Todd and Maxine down onto the sand, but the only one who did so was Tammy. She pushed through a group standing between her and the patio door, maneuvered her way around a waiter and a sofa, and headed outside. The wind had got up a little since she and Todd had arrived. It blew off the ocean, bringing with it the sound of raised voices. Tammy heard Maxine's voice first. She was demanding to know how Todd dared show his face. Tammy crossed the patio to see if she could get a look at Todd. Did he need her help or not? As she approached the wooden railing, an officious little man with the improbable face of an ill-tempered troll got in her way. "Excuse me, but who the hell are you?" "I'm a friend of Todd's. Are you the maitre d'?" There was a barely suppressed guffaw from one corner of the patio. Tammy glanced round to see a young man almost as well dressed as the troll, composing his face. "My name's Gary Epstadt. I'm the head of Paramount." "Oh," Tammy said. "So?" "So you obviously don't belong on this patio." "In point of fact, I think she did come with Todd," said another onlooker, a woman in black who was lounging against the railing as she sipped her cocktail. Epstadt looked Tammy up and down as though he were assessing a particularly unappealing heifer. The nakedness of his look so infuriated her that she simply shoved him out of her way and went to the railing. "Get security," Epstadt said. "I want this bitch thrown out, or I shall lodge a charge of assault." "Oh, for God's sake, Gary," the woman said, "you're making a fool of yourself." Only now did Tammy recognize the woman's soft drawl. It was Faye Dunaway. Her weary glance fell momentarily on Tammy. "She's not doing any harm," Faye went on. "Go inside and get yourself a drink." Tammy glanced back over her shoulder. Epstein was obviously uncertain how to respond. He first threw a fiery glance at Dunaway, who promptly threw it straight back. Then he snapped at one of the three younger men doomed to be out here on the patio at the same time. "Christian?" "Yes, sir." "What did I just say? That you wanted security, sir? And what are you doing?" "Going to get them," the man said, hurrying away. "Christ," Dunaway murmured. "Didn't you hear what I said? She came in with Todd." "Well, she doesn't belong in here," Epstein said. "With him or without him, she's up to no good. Mind you, so's he. He wasn't invited either. I should have security guard him away, too." Tammy turned from her spot at the railings. "What is your problem?" she said. "This has nothing to do with you." "Where the fuck did you come from?" he asked. "You look like a street person. Is this Todd's idea of a joke? Bringing a street person in here?" "Who are you, honey?" "My name's Tammy Lauper, and I'm a friend of Todd's." Epstein cut in here. "Friend in the sense of—" "Friend as in friend," Tammy said. "Todd's been going through some hard times recently." "No, do tell." "I'm afraid I'm not at liberty." "He's working you, honey," Fay said. "He knows all about the bad surgery. The whole town does." "As it happens, I suggested the surgeon," Epstein said. "Bruce Burroughs. He normally does first-rate work. Didn't he do some for you, Fay?" "No," said Miss Dunaway. "I don't need it yet." "My mistake. But when I do, I'll be sure to avoid him, judging by what he did to Todd. That boy used to be damn near perfect, the way Warren was perfect 50 years ago. I mean, they were uncanny, both of them." Tammy didn't bother to listen to the rest of the conversation. Instead, she slipped down the creaking wooden steps that led off the patio and down onto the sand. The wash of light from the house lit the beach as far as the surf, which was breaking quite boisterously. The beach, as far as she could see, was immaculately clean. No doubt the residents hired somebody to vacuum every morning so that nothing unpredictable, a whiskey bottle, a stray condom, a dead fish, would disfigure the perfection of their stretch of coastline. The only items she could see on the beach were two human figures. If Todd and Maxine had realized that Tammy was there, they gave no sign of it. They simply kept up what they'd been doing for the last 10 minutes, arguing. The wind carried most of their words away, but every now and again a phrase would reach Tammy's ears. Maxine called him a waste of time at one point, all ego and no brains at another. He called her a talentless bitch and a parasite. She mentioned, by way of response to one of his assaults, that the whole town knows you got a facelift and that it went to hell. "I don't care," Todd replied. "Then you're even more of a fool than I thought you were," Maxine yelled back, "because that's your fucking reputation out the window." "Watch my lips," Todd said, pointing to his mouth. "I don't care." Several exchanges followed, of which Tammy did not catch a single word. She continued to approach the pair slowly, expecting at any moment to be seen by one or the other, but they were too deeply involved in expressing their rage at one another to take notice of her. The conversation had definitely changed direction, however, because now, when the wind brought fresh words in Tammy's direction, the subject of the canyon was under debate, and Todd was shouting, "You set me up! You knew something weird was going on up there, and you set me up!" It was time to make this into a three-way conversation, Tammy decided, stepping into Maxine's line of sight, but Maxine wasn't going to be distracted from the subject at hand by Tammy. "All right," she said to Todd. "So the house has a history. Is that such a big deal?" "I don't like messing with that stuff, Maxine. It's not safe." "By that stuff, you mean what, exactly?" Todd dropped his voice to a near whisper, but Tammy was close enough to hear it. "The canyon's full of dead people." Maxine's response was to laugh, her laughter unfeigned. "Are you high?" "No." "Drunk?" "No." Todd wasn't about to be laughed off. "I've seen them, Maxine. I've touched them." "Well, then, you should file a report to the National Enquirer, not come whining to me about it. As far as I'm concerned, this is our last conversation. I want an explanation." "I'll give you one," Maxine said. "You're crazy." "Jerry?" Katya was at Jerry's side, her expression troubled. "Is there a way down onto the beach along the side of the house?" I don't know. Maybe. Why? Todd's down on the beach being abused by that bitch of a manager. I'm sure he can stand up for himself. I just want to take him away, and I don't want to have to come back through the crowd when I bring him back. Well, let's see, Jerry said. He took hold of Katya's arm, and together they went back to the front door. I hate these people, Katya said when they reached the foyer. You don't know any of them, Jerry said. With respect. Oh, believe me, I do. They're the same old whores, fakes, and fools, only the names have changed. Will you be leaving? The valet wanted to know as they emerged from the house. No, Jerry said. I was just showing my friend around the house. Do you know if there's a way down onto the beach? Yes, of course. Just go back through the house. We'd prefer not to go through the house. Well, I guess there's a pathway which runs down the side of the house, which takes you to the beach, but it's much easier. Thank you, Katya said, catching hold of the man's gaze and smiling at him. I'd just like to get away from the crowd. If the man had any objections, they faded away on the spot. He blushed at the directness of Katya's look and stood aside. It's all yours, he said. 10. On the beach, Todd looked up toward the house. The patio was now so crowded with spectators that people had gone into the kitchen and up to the bedrooms so they could look out at the beach and watch the exchange between himself and Maxine. A few of the partiers had wandered down the patio and were watching intently from there. The general level of hubbub from inside had also dropped considerably. Word had got around that a war of words was being fought on the sand, and if everyone would just shut up for a minute or two, it would be more audible. You wish you'd never started this now, don't you? Maxine said. All I want is some answers. No, you don't. You want to embarrass me in front of my friends because I let you go. Well, Todd, I'd had enough of you. It's as simple as that. I was tired. I wanted to be free of you and your endless demands. Maxine closed her eyes as she spoke, and for the first time in her life Tammy had a morsel of sympathy for the woman. Despite her make-up and her immaculate coiffure, nothing could disguise her genuine exhaustion. When she said she wanted to be free of Todd, Tammy believed her. When I arranged for you to move into that house, it was because it seemed to serve your comforts. That was all I cared about. Now you come here yelling and swearing, and I think, to hell with your comforts. It's about time they all heard the truth. Don't go there, Maxine. Why not? Why the hell not? You came here to cause trouble. Well, you're going to get trouble. She had raised her voice so that she was now plainly audible to the audience assembled on the patio and gathered at the windows. Todd had nowhere to run. The closer she got to him, the more he was forced to retreat toward the house, and the more audible her words became. Just tell the damn woman you're sorry, Todd, Tammy said, and let's get the hell out of here. This isn't the time or the place. Maxine glanced at Tammy, conceding her existence here with them for the first time. You think he's going to apologize? To me? He doesn't understand the word sorry. You know why? He's never been wrong, at least the way he tells it. Well, he can make an exception, right, Todd? Keep out of this, Todd snapped. I hid you away in that house because you asked me to hide you away, Maxine went on, her recollections delivered in the direction of the spectators. You needed time to heal. I'm warning you, Todd said. Maxine went on, unintimidated. As I recall, she said, your face looked like a piece of hammered steak, thanks to Dr. Burroughs. All right, you win, Todd said. Just stop right there. Why? They already know the truth, Todd. The whole town's been gossiping about your Phantom of the Opera act for weeks. Shut up, Maxine. No, Todd, I will not shut up. I've kept your fucking secrets for years, and I'm not going to do it any longer. Perhaps we should just go, Todd, Tammy said. Don't waste your breath on him, Maxine said. He's not going to sleep with you. That's what you're hoping for, isn't it? God, Tammy said, you people. Don't deny it, Maxine snapped. Well, I am denying it. You think the world revolves around sex. It's pathetic. Anyway, I didn't, Todd said, as though he wanted to be sure that Maxine was not misled on the subject. Something about his eagerness to have this particular fact set straight distressed Tammy. She knew why. He was ashamed of her. Damn him. Still concerned about his stupid reputation. Maxine must have seen the anger and disappointment on Tammy's face, because the rage in her own voice mellowed. "Don't let him hurt you," she said. "He's not worth it. Really, he's not. It's just that he doesn't want them up there." She jabbed her finger in the direction of the house. "Thinking he'd ever sink so low as to sleep with the likes of you. Isn't that right, Todd? You don't want people thinking you fucked the fat girl." The knife turned a second time in Tammy. She wished the beach would just open up beneath her and swallow her so she'd never have to see any of these people ever again. But there was still enough self-esteem left in her to challenge the son of a bitch. What had she got to lose? "Is that right, Todd?" she asked. "Are you ashamed of me?" "Oh, Jesus." Todd shook his head, then cast a furtive glance at the house. There were probably 60 people on the patio and balconies now, enjoying the spectacle below. "You know what?" he said. "Fuck both of you." With that, he turned his back on Tammy and Maxine and started to walk off down the beach, but Maxine wasn't going to let him get away so easily. "We didn't finish talking about your healing, Todd." "Leave it, Maxine. The operation? The one to make you look a few years younger? The facelift?" He swung around at her. "I said, leave it, or I will sue your fucking ass." "On what grounds? I'm just telling the truth. You're an arrogant, spoiled, talentless—" Todd stopped his retreat. His face looked blotchy in the light thrown from the house. There was a tick beneath the left side of his mouth. The expression of empty despair on his mismade face silenced Maxine. Todd looked past both the women at the crowd that was watching all this unfold. Then he started to yell, "Have you had enough?" "Well, have you? She's right. It's all true. I did get a fucking facelift. You know why? That cunt, Epstadt. Yes, you fucking Quasimodo, you." Epstadt had found a prime grandstand position to watch the encounter between Todd and Maxine, so there were plenty of eyes turned in his direction now. He didn't like the scrutiny any more than Todd had. He shook his head and waved Todd's accusations away, then turned his back and tried to disappear into the crowd. But Todd kept on haranguing him. "You're the freak here, you know that?" Todd yelled. "You fuck with our lives, you fuck with our heads. Well, you're not going to fuck with me anymore because I'm not playing your game anymore. Hear me? I'm not playing." Todd suddenly ran at the patio and reached up through the railing to catch hold of Epstadt's pants leg. Epstadt turned on him. "Get your hands off me!" he shouted, kicking at Todd as though he were a crazed dog. Todd simply pulled harder on his leg so that Epstadt had to grab hold of somebody beside him to stop himself falling over. His face was white with fury. The assault went to the very heart of his dignity. This was a living nightmare for him, the mad dog actor, the audience of people who despised him, all drinking his embarrassment down like a fine champagne. "You ain't getting away so easy, ugly boy," Todd said. "We're all in this together." "Pickett, let go of me," Epstadt demanded. His voice had become shrill with rage, beads of sweat popping out all over his face. "You hear me? Let me go." "When I'm done," Todd said. He pulled on Epstadt again, dragging him a few inches closer. "You miserable fucking shit. How many people have you told to get their faces fixed, huh?" "You were looking old," Epstadt said. "I was looking old." "Ha, look at you. I'm not a movie star." "No, and neither am I. I'm over all that. You know why? I've seen where they go, Epstadt, all the beautiful people, the stars. I've seen where they end up. Forest Lawn? Oh, no. They're not in graves, Epstadt. That's too easy. They're still out there, the ghosts, still thinking some fuck like you will give them another chance. "Will somebody get this crazy son of a bitch off me?" Epstadt shrieked. One of the waiters went down on his haunches in front of the railing, took hold of Todd's hands, and started pulling off his fingers one by one. "You better let go, man," the waiter quietly warned, "or I'm going to start hurting you, and I don't want to do that." Todd ignored him. He simply hauled on Epstadt, which threw the older man off balance. The woman Epstadt had been holding on to also toppled, and would have come down hard had the crowd around her not been so thick. Epstadt was not so lucky, however. The people in his immediate vicinity had moved away as soon as Todd had caught hold of his leg. Down he went, catching the waiter a blow with his knee as he fell, so that the other man was also sent sprawling. Todd dragged Epstadt toward the edge of the patio. There wasn't a single witness to all of this who, knowing Epstadt, didn't take pleasure in the indignity they saw being visited on the man. People he'd scorned and made to look like fools were now all silently hoping this farce would escalate. But Epstadt was made of sterner stuff. He kicked at his attacker, the first blow striking Todd's shoulder, the second hitting his nose and mouth, a brutal blow. Todd let go of Epstadt and fell back on the sand, blood pouring from both nostrils, like two faucets switched on full power. Epstadt scrambled to his feet, yelling, "I want that man arrested right now! Right now!" Todd looked up from his sprawl, his hand going to his face, coming away red. 100 faces now stared down at him. There wasn't a person at the party, whether bartender, guest, waiter, toilet attendant, or valet, who had not forsaken the house to come out and see what all the hubbub was about. They were all staring down at the famous bloody face on the sand and the sprawled Epstadt on the patio. Scandal didn't get much better than this. This was a story to dine out on for years. A few people had come down onto the sand on the pretext of helping Todd, perhaps, but actually, of course, to see better what was going on and so have a clearer account for later. Nobody lent Todd a hand, not even Tammy. She had retreated some distance, unwilling to provide these witless fools with something else to laugh at. Todd scrambled to his feet without help and instinctively turned his back on his audience. They'd already seen and heard far more than he wanted them to see or hear. All he wanted now was to get away from their snickering assessments. "Fuck you all," he muttered to himself, wondering which way he should go along the beach, left or right. And then, straight ahead of him, he had his answer. Standing there at the waterline watching him was Katya. At first, he didn't believe it was really her. What was she doing so far from her sanctuary? But if it wasn't her, then who? He didn't wait for his senses to catch up with what his instinct already knew. Without looking back at the ridiculous circus behind him, he stumbled down the beach toward her. Despite all that Katya had done, all that she was associated with in Todd's mind, her smile was welcome to him now, her madness infinitely preferable to that of Epstadt and the mob behind him. He was done with them, forever. This last humiliation was simply the final proof that he did not belong at this party any longer. For better or worse, he belonged in the canyon, with the woman standing at the water's edge, beckoning to him. "What are you doing here?" he asked. She smiled. Oh, that smile! Still an astonishment. "What do you think? I came to find you." "I thought you'd never leave the canyon." "Sometimes I surprise myself." He put his arm around her. An ambitious wave came up around their legs and filled his shoes with cold salt water. He laughed, snorting through the blood. It spattered her. "God, I'm sorry, that's gross." He went down on his haunches and brought a handful of water up to wash his face, inhaling to cleanse his nostrils. The salt water stung. Katya came down to crouch in the surf beside him, her gaze going over his shoulder. "They're coming down from the house to get you," she warned. "Fuck." He didn't need to glance back to confirm what she was saying. Epstadt would enjoy what came next, of course, having Todd arrested for assault, hauled up before a judge. It would be headlines tomorrow, and attached to it every detail of what Maxine had proclaimed to her guests. Burroughs would be shooed out of hiding wherever he was to tell his half of the story. Or if he chose to stand by his Hippocratic oath and remain silent, somebody would invent the details, or a nurse would spill them. However it was verified, as though anything needed verification, the secret was out. But his story was only part of this. Katya? What about her secret? If they got her into the spotlight as well as Todd, then the mystery of Coldheart Canyon would become part of tomorrow's headlines. The sanctuary would be violated by police and press, and when they'd gone, by the public. "I can't bear this," he said. He was ready to weep for them both. She took hold of his hand. "Then don't," she said. She stood up, facing the sea, pulling on his hand so that he stood with her. There were a few lights out there in the ocean, very remote. Otherwise it was completely dark. "Walk with me," she said. She couldn't mean into the water? Yes, she did. She was already walking, and he was following, not because he liked the idea of striding off into the icy, roaring Pacific, but because the alternative, the mockery of the audience on the shore, all the interrogations that awaited him, was too much to contemplate. He wanted to be away from all that, and if the only direction he could take led him into the ocean, then so be it. He had her hand in his. That was all he needed. For the first time in his life, that was all he needed. "There are currents," he said. "I know. And sharks, I'm sure." He almost looked back, but stopped himself. "Don't bother," she said. "You know what they're doing." "Yes." "Staring at us, pointing at us." "Coming after us?" "Yes, but not where we're going." The water was up to Todd's waist now, and higher still on Katya, who was a good 6 inches shorter than he. Though the waves weren't large tonight, as they'd been at the height of the storm, they still had sufficient power to throw them backward when they broke against their bodies. The force of one wave separated them, and Katya was carried back to shore a few yards. Todd turned and went back to get her, glancing up at the beach as he did so. Though they were probably less than 25 yards out, the land already seemed very distant, a line of sand scattered with people who'd come down to the water's edge to get a better view of whatever was going on. And beyond them, the houses all bright with lights, Maxine's in particular. Down the path between the houses he could see the flashing yellow and blue of a police car. It would only be a matter of time, he thought, before they sent a helicopter after them with a searchlight. They reached Katya and caught hold of her hand. The glimpse of land had filled him with new determination. "Come on," he said, "I'll carry you." She didn't protest this, rather let him gather her up in his arms so that they could continue their escape. He had become, he thought, a monster in an old horror movie, grabbing the girl and carrying her off into the night, except that it was she who'd led him this far, so that made them both monsters, didn't it? She slipped her arms around his neck and laid her head against his chest. The water was so deep now that when the waves came and lifted them up, his toes no longer touched the bottom. Curiously, he wasn't afraid. They were going to drown, most probably, but what the hell? The water was so cold his body was already becoming numb and his eyelids felt heavy. "Keep hold of me," he said to her. She pressed her mouth to his neck. She was warmer than he was, which for some inexplicable reason he found amusing. She, who was so old, was the one with the fever. The thought of that, of her body's heat, made him voice his one regret. "We never did it properly. In a bed, I mean." "We will," she said, kissing him on the mouth. Another wave came, larger than most that had preceded it, and picked them both up. They did not break their kiss, though the water closed over their heads. On the shore, there was plenty of commotion, but Tammy kept away from the heart of it, moving off down the beach. She had watched Todd and Katya getting smaller and smaller, her panic growing. Now they were gone. Perhaps she just couldn't make them out any longer, and they'd reappear in a moment, but she didn't have very high hopes of that. There had been such determination in the way they'd headed out into the darkness. Plainly they weren't going out to enjoy a little swim, then turn round and head back to shore. They were escaping together in the only direction left for them. She had a sick feeling in the pit of her stomach, part horror at what she'd just witnessed, part envy. He had made his choice finally, and now he was gone. She heard the throb of rotor blades, and she looked up to see a police helicopter coming from the south, following the line of the surf as it approached the place where the lovers had disappeared. Its powerful spotlight illuminated the water with uncanny brightness. Tammy looked back at the people assembled along the shoreline. Almost all the guests had vacated the house and were milling around on the sand. She couldn't see Maxine, but she could name a few famous folks, mainly from the color of their clothes. Glenn Close was in white, Brad Pitt in a powder-blue suit, Madonna was in red. They were briefly illuminated by the flood of the searchlight, Then the helicopter veered off seaward, and Tammy followed its progress as it swooped down close to the water. Surely Todd and Katya couldn't have gone that far out. Even if the current had caught them, they couldn't have been swept more than a few hundred yards in the short time since they'd entered the water. But then, the current wasn't the only variable here, was it? There was also their own ambition. They had gone out intending to be lost, and lost they were. Suddenly she was crying, standing outside the wedge of light thrown by the house and beyond the presence of anyone who could possibly comfort her. Dirty and cold and alone, she sobbed like a baby. She made no attempt to stop the flood. Better out than in, her mother had always said, and it was true. She could never think straight when she had a bout of tears waiting in the wings. It was wiser to just weep them out and be done with them. At last her grief began to subside, and she cleared the tears from her cheeks with her hands. The helicopter was now some distance from the shore, and had dropped even closer to the water, hovering over one particular place. She tried to make sense of the waterscape. Had the men in the helicopter located the bodies? She stared at the spotlit water until her eyes started to ache, but she could make no sense of what she was seeing. Just the spume being whipped up off the water so that it looked like snow in the column of white light. After a few minutes, the helicopter moved away from that position, turning off its searchlight for a while as it headed down the beach. When the light was turned on again and the brightness struck the water, the search had moved much further out to sea. Still, Tammy kept watching, desperately trying to make sense of the sight, but at last it simply became too frustrating, and turning her back on the water, she walked up the side of the house to the street, where many of the same people she'd seen down by the water earlier, enjoying the spectacle along with their champagne, were now waiting to pick up their cars. They were quiet, eyes downcast as though they felt just a tiny prick of guilt at having treated the death of one of their number as a spectator sport. Whatever interest Tammy might once have had in these people was gone. The fact that she was practically rubbing shoulders with Brad and Julia and half a dozen other luminaries was a matter of complete indifference to her. Her thoughts were still out there in the dark waters of the Pacific. Finally, somebody spoke some imbecilic remark about how valets were getting slower every day. It was all this airheaded company needed to throw off their show of introspection. Chatter sprang up, and on its heels laughter. By the time Tammy's car had arrived, the group was in a fine mood, exchanging jokes and telephone numbers. The scene on the beach, the tragedy they'd all just witnessed together, already a thing of the past. 11. Along the beach 150 yards from where Tammy was standing, all eyes were also directed seaward, and like Tammy's eyes, saw nothing but the uncanny, almost beatific, light from the hovering helicopter as it passed back and forth over the surface of the water. Epstead had his lawyer, Jacob Lasloff, on the line while he watched the water, at his side Maxine. "I want this son of a bitch Pickett prosecuted to the full extent of the law, Jacob." "What do you mean? What did he do? He practically tore off my leg, that's what he did. In public, Jesus, Jacob. It was an attack, a physical attack, and now the bastard's trying to drown himself." "Isn't this all a little premature?" Maxine remarked dryly. "He's probably drowned by now." "Then I'll sue his fucking estate. I can sue the estate, can't I, Jacob? Speak up, I can't hear you. The helicopter." "You are a piece of work, you know that," Maxine said. "I'll call you back, Jacob." Epstead snapped his phone closed and followed Maxine back across the beach to the house. On the way they encountered the waiter who'd come to Epsted's aid during Todd's attack. "What's your name, son?" "Joseph Finley, sir." "Well, Joe, I'd like you to do me a favor and stay within 10 yards of me till I tell you otherwise. Will you do that? I'll pay you very well for your services, and if you see anything you don't like, son—" "I'm there, sir." Good, good. But you can start by getting me a brandy. Be quick." Joe hurried away. "Didn't you have any security at this damn party, Maxine?" "Of course." Well, where the fuck was it when I was having my leg torn off? Jacob's going to be asking some questions, Maxine, and you'd better have some damn good answers. Todd wasn't some trespasser, Maxine said. She had reached the patio and now turned to face Epstadt, tears filling her eyes. I've known him 10 years. Everyone knows him. Well, apparently none of us knew him well enough. He was ready to kill me. He was nowhere near killing you, Maxine said, weary of Epstadt's self-dramatization. She sank down into the chair where she'd been sitting when Todd had arrived, turning it round so she could watch the beach. Your brandy, sir. Epstadt took his brandy. Joe pulled a chair up, and Epstadt sat down in it. 10 yards, he said to Joe. I'm here. Joe stepped back a little distance to give Epstadt and Maxine a measure of privacy. Epstadt took out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to Maxine, who took it with trembling fingers. He lit both and leaned back in his chair. Son of a bitch, he said. Who'd ever have thought he'd pull a stunt like this? I think it all got too much for him, Maxine said. He cracked. No doubt. What was he talking about? Some house you put him in? Oh, yes, that house, Maxine said. It all began with that fucking house. Where's Jerry Brahms? Who? Maxine couldn't see Jerry, but she spotted Sawyer, her assistant, who was inside the house, eating. He came at her summons, mouth stuffed with canapes. She told him to find Jerry pronto. I think we have to assume the current took them, Epstadt said, directing Maxine's attention at the helicopter, which had steadily moved further and further out from the beach in its search. There were now 2 Coast Guard boats bobbing around in the water mounted with searchlights. Have people no taste, Maxine said, surveying the condo on the beach. To make matters worse, something of the party atmosphere had returned to the gathering. The waiters were weaving among the guests, refreshing drinks and offering finger food. It was not being refused. People seemed to be of the opinion that the evening's drama was best viewed as part of the fun. A waiter brought a platter to Maxine's side. Sushi, she said. She looked at the array of raw fish with almost superstitious disgust. Oh, God, why not? Epstadt said, a little too heartily. In fact, you can leave the platter. How can you eat? I'm hungry, and if I were you, I'd keep me happy, treat me very delicately. He examined the piece of yellowtail in his fingers. I suppose at this point I could get all stirred up wondering what the fish was eating before it was caught, but why wonder? Maxine got up from her chair and walked over to the railing. I always thought you liked Todd. I thought he was acceptable company up to a point, but then he got full of himself and he became impossible. Your handiwork, of course. What? Telling him he was the next best thing to sliced bread, when all along he was just another pretty face, and now not even that, thanks to Dr. Burroughs. He picked up a second piece of sushi. I'll tell you, if Todd is dead, then he's done the best thing he could do for his reputation. I know how that sounds, but it's the truth. Now he's got a crack at being a legend. If he'd lived, grown old, everyone would have realized he couldn't act his way out of a damp paper bag, and it would have made us all look like fools, you for representing him, me for spending all that money on him over the years. Maxine? Sawyer was leading a stricken Jerry up onto the patio. At some point in the recent past, his rug had become partially unglued, and now sat off-center on his head. Todd's gone, he said. We can't be sure yet, Jerry. Sawyer, get Mr. Brahms a scotch and soda, light on the scotch. Jerry, this is Mr. Epstadt from Paramount. I'm familiar, Jerry said, his gaze going from Epstadt as soon as he'd laid eyes on him and drifting off again toward the water. It's useless. I don't know why they keep searching. They've been swept away by now. The house, Jerry. What? In the canyon, Epstadt said. I've been hearing about it from Maxine. Oh, I see. Well, there's not a lot I can tell you. I just used to go there as a child. I was an actor, you see, when I was much younger. And were there other children there? No, not that I remember, at least. Just a woman called Katya Lupi, who took me under her wing. She's the one. He pointed out toward the waterline. Who took Todd? No, Jerry, Maxine was saying. Whoever that woman was, she was young. Katya was young. This girl looked 25. Katya looked 25. He accepted his scotch and soda from Sawyer. She wasn't, of course. She was probably 100. Then how the hell can she have looked 25? Epstein demanded. Jerry had 2 words by way of reply. Coldheart Canyon. Epstein had no reply to this. He just stared at Brahms, bewildered. She looks young, Jerry said, but she isn't. That was her out there, no doubt about it. Personally, I think it was some kind of a suicide pact between them. That's ridiculous, Maxine snorted. Todd's got his whole life in front of him. I think he may have been more desperate than you realized, Jerry said. Perhaps if you'd been a little better as friends, he'd still be with us. I don't think it's very useful to toss that kind of accusation around, Epstein said, especially when we don't know the facts. I think the facts are very plain, Jerry said. I still read Variety. He pointed at Maxine. You decided to give up on representing him when he was having difficulties with his career. And you, now the accusatory finger went in Epstein's direction, canceled a movie which he had his heart set on. Not to mention the fact that you, the finger returned to Maxine, just made a public display of humiliating him. Is it any wonder he decided to put an end to his life? Neither accusee attempted a defense. What was the use? What Jerry had said was a matter of public record. I want to see this canyon, Epstein said, and the house. The house has nothing to do with any of this, Jerry said. Frankly, I suggest you keep your distance from it. You've already... Epstein ignored him. Where is it? He demanded of Maxine. Well, I've never been able to find it on a map, but the canyon runs parallel with Laurel Canyon. I don't think it's even got a proper name. Coldheart Canyon, Brahms said again. That's what they used to call it in the silent era, because she was supposed to have such a cold heart, you see. You know your way there? Epstein asked Maxine. I suppose I could find my way, but I'd prefer somebody to drive me. You, Epstein said. It was his turn to point. Jerry shook his head. It's either you taking me or the police. Why do you want to call the police? Because I think there's some kind of conspiracy going on. You, Pickett, the woman who went into the sea with him, you're all in this together. To do what, for God's sake? I don't know, promote that asshole's career. I assure you, I don't care to hear your assurances, Epstein said. I just need you to take me to this canyon of yours. It's not mine. It's hers, Katya's. If we went there, we'd be trespassing on her property. I'll take that risk. Well, I won't. Maxine, tell him he's coming. I don't see why you want to go, Jerry pleaded. Let's just make Mr. Epstein happy right now, shall we? I just don't want to trespass, Jerry said again. Well, you can blame me, Epstein said. Tell this loopy woman, if she ever surfaces again, that I forced you to take me. Where's the waiter, Joe? Epstein's makeshift bodyguard came over. We're going to make a little field trip. I'd like you to come with us. Oh? Okay. Maxine, do you have a gun? I'm not going with you. Yes, you are, my dear. A gun. Do you have one? Several, but I'm not going. I've had enough excitement for one night. I need some sleep. Well, here's your choices. Come now and let's find out what the hell's going on up there together, or sit tight and wait for my lawyer to call you in the morning. Maxine looked at him blankly. Do I take that as a yes? He said. There were 5 in the expedition party. Maxine's assistant, Sawyer, armed with one of Maxine's guns, drove Maxine. And in a second car, driven by Jerry, went Epstein and Joe. The larger of Maxine's guns, a .45, was in Epstein's possession. He claimed he knew how to use it. By the time they had left, many of the party-goers had already drifted away, leaving a hard core of perhaps 35 people, many of them still on the beach, waiting to see if anything noteworthy was going to happen. About 15 minutes after Epstein's expedition had departed for the hills, the Coast Guard called off the helicopter. There had been a boating accident up the coast, 9 people in the water, and air support was urgently needed. One of the 2 search boats was also called off, leaving the other to make wider and wider circles, as any hope that the lost souls were still alive and close to the shore steadily grew more remote and finally faded entirely. Part 8. The Wind at the Door. 1. The night was almost over by the time the 2 cars bearing Epstadt's little expeditionary force made their way up the winding road that led into Coldheart Canyon. The sky was just a little lighter in the east, though the clouds were thick, so it would be a sluggish dawn without an ounce of the drama which had marked the hours of darkness. In the depths of the canyon itself, the day never truly dawned properly at all. There was a peculiar density to the shadows between the trees today, as though the night lingered there in scraps and rags. Day-blooming flowers would fail to show themselves, even at the height of noon, while plants that would normally offer sight and scent of themselves only after dark remained awake through the daylight hours. None of this was noticed by Epstadt or the others in his party. They were not the sort of people who noticed things to which so little value could be readily attached. But they knew something was amiss, even so, from the moment they stepped out of their vehicles. They proceeded toward the house, exchanging anxious looks, their steps reluctant. Even Epstadt, who had been so vocal about seeing the canyon when they'd all been down in Malibu, plainly wished he'd not talked himself into this. Had he been on his own, he would undoubtedly have retreated, but he could scarcely do so now with so many people watching. He could either hope that something alarming, though inconsequential, happened soon, and he was obliged to call a general retreat in the interest of the company, or that they'd get into the house, make a cursory examination of the place, then agree that this was a matter best left with the police and get the hell out. The feeling he had walking into the house was the same feeling he sometimes got going on to a darkened sound stage. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. The only question was, what was the drama that was going to be played out here? A continuation of the farce he'd been so unwillingly dragged into on the beach? He didn't think so. The stage was set here for some other order of spectacle, and he didn't particularly want to be a part of it. In all his years running a studio, he'd never greenlit a horror movie or anything with that kind of supernatural edge. He didn't like them. On the one hand, he thought they were contemptible rubbish, and on the other they made his flesh creep. They unnerved him with their reports from some irrational place in the psyche, a place he had fled from all his life. The canyon knew that place, he sensed. No, he knew. There were probably subjects for 100 horror movies here, God help him. "Weird, huh?" Joe remarked to him. Epstadt was glad he'd brought the kid along. Though Epstadt didn't have a queer bone in his body, there was still something comforting about having a big-boned, Midwestern dumb fuck like Joe on the team. "What are we looking for, anyhow?" Joe asked as Maxine led the way into the house. "Anything out of the ordinary," Epstadt replied. "We don't have any right to be here," Maxine reminded him. "And if Todd is dead, the police aren't going to be very happy that we touched stuff." "I get it, Maxine," he said. "Well, be careful." "Big place," Joe said, wandering into the lounge. "Great for parties." "Let's get some lights on in this place, shall we?" Epstadt said. He'd no sooner spoken than Sawyer found the master panel and flipped on every one of the 30 switches before him. Room after dazzling room was revealed, detail after glorious detail. Jerry had seen the Dream Palace countless times over the years, but for some reason, even in its early days, when the paint was fresh and the gilding perfect, he'd never seen the house put on a show quite like this. It was almost as if the old place knew it didn't have long to live, and, knowing its span was short, was making the best of the hours remaining to it. "The woman on the beach," Epstadt said. "She built this place?" "Yes, her name was Katya Lupi, and—" "I know she was," Epstadt replied. "I've seen some of her movies. Trash, kitsch, trash." It was impossible, of course, that the woman who built this Spanish mausoleum was the same individual who'd escorted Todd Pickett into the surf. That woman might have been her grandchild, Epstein supposed, at a stretch. A great-grandchild, more likely. He was about to correct Brahms on his generational details when a chorus of yelping coyotes erupted across the canyon. Epstein knew what coyotes sounded like, of course. He had plenty of friends who lived in the hills, and considered the animals harmless scavengers digging through their trash and occasionally dining on a pet cat. But there was something about the noise they were making now as the sun came up that made his stomach twitch and his skin crawl. It was like a soundtrack of one of the horror movies he'd never greenlit. And then, just as suddenly as the chorus of coyotes had erupted, it ceased. There were 3 seconds of total silence. Then everything began to shake. The walls, the chandelier, the ancient floorboards beneath their feet. "Earthquake!" Sawyer yelled. He grabbed hold of Maxine's arm. She screeched and ran for the kitchen door. "Outside!" she shrieked. "We're all safer outside!" She could move fast when she needed to. She dragged Sawyer after her down to the back door. Jerry tried to follow, but the shaking in the ground had become a roll, and he missed his handhold. Joe, Midwestern boy that he was, had never experienced an earthquake before. He just stood on the pitching ground, repeating the name of his Savior over and over and over again, in perfect sincerity. It's going to stop any minute, Epstein thought. He'd lived through many of these, big and small, but this one kept going, escalating. The floor was undulating in front of him. If he'd seen it in dailies, he would have fired the physical effects guy for creating something that looked so phony. Solid matter, like wood and nails, simply didn't move that way. It was ludicrous. But still it escalated, and Joe's calls to his Savior became shouts. "Christ! Christ! Christ! Christ!" "When's it going to stop?" Jerry gasped. They'd given up trying to rise. They just lay on the ground while the rattling and the rolling continued unabated. There was a crash from an adjacent room as something was thrown over, and then, from further off, a whole succession of further crashes as shelves came unseated and their contents were scattered. A short length of plaster molding came down from the ceiling and smashed on the ground a foot from where Epstein was standing, its shards spreading in all directions. He looked up in case there was more to come. A fine rain of plaster dust was descending, stinging his eyes. Meanwhile, the quake continued to make the house creak and crack on all sides, Epstein's semi-blinded condition only making the event seem all the more apocalyptic. They reached toward Joe, who was hoarse from reciting his one-word prayer, and caught hold of him. "What's that noise?" the kid yelled over the din. It seemed like a particularly witless question in the midst of such a cacophony, but interestingly, Epstein grasped exactly what the kid was talking about. There was one sound, among the terrifying orchestration of groans and crashes from all over the house, that was deeper than all the others, and seemed to be coming from directly beneath them. It sounded like 2 titanic sets of teeth grinding together, grinding so hard they were destroying themselves in the process. "I don't know what it is," admitted Epstein. Tears were pouring from his eyes, washing them clear of the plaster dust. "Well, I want it to fucking stop," Joe said with nice Midwestern directness. He'd no sooner spoken than the noise in the earth started to die away, and moments later the rest of the din and motion followed. "It's over," Jerry sobbed. He'd spoken too soon. There was one last short jolt in the ground, which brought a further series of crashes from around the house, and from below what sounded like a door being thrown open so violently it cracked its back against the wall. Only then did the noises and the deep earth motion finally subside and die away. What was left, from far off, was the sound of car alarms. "Everybody okay?" Epstein said. "I'll never get used to those damn things," Jerry said. "That was a big one," Epstein said, 6.5 at least. And it went on and on. "I think we should just get the hell out of here," Joe said. "Before we go anywhere," Epstein said, venturing into the kitchen, "we wait for any aftershocks. We're safer inside than out there right now." "How do you figure that?" Joe said, following Epstein into the kitchen. It was chaos. None of the shelves had come off the walls, but they'd been shaken so violently they'd deposited their contents on the tiled floor. A cabinet holding booze had been shaken down and several of the bottles broken, filling the air with the sharp tang of mingled liquors. Epstead went to the refrigerator, which had been thrown open by the quake and had half its contents danced off the shelves, and found a can of Coke. He cracked it carefully, letting its excitability fizz away by degrees, then poured it as though this sickly soda were 100-year-old brandy, and drank. "Better," he said. "I'll take one of those," Joe remarked. "What color do I look?" Scowling, Joe kicked his way through the fractured crockery to the refrigerator and got himself a Coke. "What the hell happened to Maxine?" Epstead wondered. "She went out back with Sawyer," Joe said, averting his face from a fan of erupting Coke. Epstead went out into a passageway that led down to an open door, kicking a few pieces of fallen plaster out of the way as he went. "Maxine," he called, "are you okay?" There was no reply. Without waiting for anyone to join him, he headed down to the back door. There was more plaster dust underfoot and several large cracks in the walls and ceiling. Unlike other areas of the house, this portion looked less solid to his eye, and very much less elegant. A hurried, later addition, he guessed, and probably more vulnerable to shocks than the older parts of the house. He called out for Maxine again, but again there was no reply forthcoming. He wasn't surprised. The area just outside the door looked squalid. Large masses of rotted vegetable matter covered the walkway on the other side of the threshold, giving off a sickly stench. The foliage overhanging the area was so thick that the area was practically benighted. He went to the threshold, intending to call for Maxine again, but before he could do so, he heard the sound of low, sibilant laughter. Since childhood, he'd always been certain that laughter heard in his vicinity was laughter heard at his expense, and even though his therapist had worked hard for 16 years to dissuade him of this neurosis, it lingered. He narrowed his eyes, trying to make sense of the shadows beneath the trees, dividing form from apparition. Obviously, the laughter had a source, perhaps more than one. He just couldn't make it out. "Stop that!" he ordered. But the laughter continued, which enraged him. They were laughing at him, he was certain of it. Who else would they be laughing at? Bastards! He stepped over the threshold, ready to sue. The air was cold and clammy. This wasn't a very pleasant house, he'd decided very quickly, and this was a particularly unpleasant corner of it. But the laughter continued, and he couldn't turn his back on it, not until he'd silenced it. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded. "This is private property, you hear me? You shouldn't even—" He stopped now, because there in the shadow of a humongous bird-of-paradise tree he made out a human form. No, two. No, three. He could barely see their features, but he could feel the imprint of their stares upon him. And then more laughter, mocking his protests. "I'm warning you," he snapped, as though he were talking to children. "Get away from here. Go on, get away." But instead of stopping, the addled laughter grew louder still, and its owners decided to step out from under the shade of the bird of paradise. Epstead could see them more clearly now. They were indeed trespassers, he guessed, who had been up here partying the night away. One of them, a very lovely young woman, she couldn't have been more than 17 to judge by the tautness of her skin, was bare-breasted, her brunette hair wet and pressed to her skull. He vaguely thought he knew her, that perhaps as a child actress she'd been in a movie he'd produced over at Paramount, or during his earlier time at Fox. She was certainly developing into a beautiful woman, but there was something about the way she stepped out of the shadows, her head sinking down as though she might at any moment drop to the ground and imitate some animal or other, that distressed him. He didn't want her near him, even with her tight skin, her lovely nubs of nipples, her pouty lips. There was too much hunger in her eyes, and even if he wasn't the focus of that appetite, he didn't want to be caught between such a mindless hunger and its object of desire, whatever it might be. And then there were the others still lurking close to the tree behind her. Wait, There were more than two. There was a host of others whose gaze he now felt on him. They were everywhere out here in this uncertain dawn. He could see the foliage moving where some of them had slunk, their naked bellies flat on the ground. And they were up in the branches, too. Rotted blossoms came down to add to the muck that slickened the Mexican pavers underfoot. Hauptstadt took a tentative backward step, regretting that he'd ever stepped out of the house. No, not just that. At that moment, he was regretting the whole process of events that had brought him to this damned house in the first place. Going to Maxine's asinine party, having that witless argument with Pickett, then the interrogation of Jerry Brahms and the choice to come up here. Stupid, all of it. He took a second backward step. As he did so, the eyes of the exhibitionist girl who'd first appeared became exceptionally bright, as though something in her head had caught fire. Then, without warning, she broke into a sudden run, racing at Hauptstadt. He turned back toward the door, and in the instant that he did so, he saw 2 dozen, figures who'd been standing, camouflaged in the murk, break their cover and join her in her dash for the door. He was a step from reaching the threshold when the young bitch caught hold of his arm. "Please," she said. Her fingers dug deep into the fat where healthier men had biceps. "Let me go." "Don't go in," she said. She pulled him back toward her, her strength uncanny. He reached out and grabbed the door jamb, thinking as he did so that he'd got through the last 25 years of his life without anyone laying an inappropriate hand upon him. And here he was, in the midst of his second such indignity in the space of 24 hours. The woman still had fierce hold of him, and she wasn't about to let him go. "Stay out here," she implored. He flailed away from her. His Armani shirt tore, and he seized the moment to wriggle free. From the corner of his eye he saw a lot of faces, eyes incandescent, converging on the spot. Terror made him swifter than he'd been in 3 decades. He leapt over the threshold, and once he got inside, he turned on a quarter, throwing all his weight against the door. It slammed closed. He fumbled with the lock, expecting to feel instant pressure exerted from the other side. But there was none. Despite the fact that the trespassers could have pushed the door open, smashed it open, lock and all, if they'd so chosen, they didn't. The girl simply called to him through the door, her voice well modulated, like that of someone who'd been to a high-grade finishing school. "You should be careful," she said, in an eerie sing-song. "This house is going to come down. Do you hear me, mister? It's coming down." He heard loud and clear, but he didn't reply. He simply bolted the door, still mystified as to why they hadn't attempted to break in, and ran up the passageway, back to the kitchen. Before he reached the door, Joe rounded the corner, coming from the opposite direction, gun in hand. "Where the hell were you?" Hauptstadt demanded. "I was just about to ask you the same. We're under siege." "From what?" "There are crazy people out there, a lot of crazy fucking people." "Where?" "Right outside that door." He pointed back down the passageway. There was nothing visible through the glass panel. They'd retreated in 4 or 5 seconds, taking refuge in the murk. "Trust me," Hauptstadt said. "There's 20 or 30 people waiting on the other side of that door. One of them tried to drag me out there with them." He proffered his torn shirt and bloodied arm as proof. "She was probably rabid. I should get shots." "I don't hear anybody," Joe said. "They're out there, trust me." He went back to the kitchen, with Joe on his heels. Jerry was running water into the sink and splashing it on his temple. Joe went straight to the window to see if he could verify Hauptstadt's story, while Hauptstadt snatched a handful of water to douse his own wound. "The line's down, by the way," Jerry said. "I've got my portable," Hauptstadt said. "They're not working either," Joe said. "The earthquake's taken out the whole system." "Did you see Maxine or Sawyer out there?" Jerry said. "I never got out there, Brahms. There are people—" "Yes, I know." "Wait, turn off the water. I haven't finished washing. I said turn it off." Brahms reluctantly obeyed. As the last of the water ran off down the pipes, another cluster of noises became audible, rising from the bowels of the house. "It sounds like somebody left a television on down there," Joe said, splendidly simple-minded. Epstead went to the door that led into the turret. "That's no television," he said. "Well, what the hell else would it be?" Joe said. "I can hear horses and wind. There's no wind today." It was true. There was no wind, but somewhere it was howling like the soundtrack on Lawrence of Arabia. "You'll find this place gets crowded after a while," Jerry said matter-of-factly. He patted dry the wound on his face. "We shouldn't be here," he reiterated. "Who are they out there?" Epstead said. "Old movie stars mainly, a few of Katya's lovers." Epstead shook his head. "These weren't old, and several of them were women." "She liked women," Jerry said, "on occasion, especially if she could play her little games with them." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Joe said. "Katya Lupi, who built this house." "Once and for all," Epstead said, "these were not Katya Lupi's lovers. They were young. One of them, at least, looked no more than 16 or 17. She liked them very young, and they liked her, especially when she'd taken them down there." He pointed to the turret door through which the sounds of storm winds were still coming. "It's another world down there, you see. And they'd be addicted after that. They'd do anything for her, just to get another taste of it." "I don't get it," Joe said. "Better you don't," Jerry replied. "Just leave now while you still can. The earthquake threw the door open down there. That's why you can hear all the noise." "You said it was coming from some other place?" Joe said. "Yes, the Devil's Country." "What?" "That's what Katya used to call it, the Devil's Country." Joe glanced at Epstead, looking for some confirmation that all this was nonsense. But Epstead was staring out of the window, still haunted by the hungry faces he'd met on the threshold. Much as he would have liked to laugh off what Jerry Brahms was saying, his instincts were telling him to be more cautious. "Suppose there is some kind of door down there," he said. "There is, believe me." "All right, say I believe you. And maybe the earthquake did open it up. Shouldn't somebody go down there and close it?" "That would certainly make sense." "Joe?" "Oh, shit, why me?" "Because you're the one who kept telling us how good you are with a gun. Anyway, it's obvious Jerry's in no state to go." "What about you?" "Joe," Epstead said, "you're talking to the head of Paramount." "So that doesn't mean a whole heap right now, does it?" "No, but it will when we get back to the real world." He stared at Joe with an odd little smile on his face. "You don't want to be a waiter all your life, do you?" "No, of course not." "You came to Hollywood to act, am I right?" "I'm really good." "I'm sure you are. Do you have any idea how much help I could be to you?" "If I go down there?" "And close the door." "Then you make me a movie star?" "There are no guarantees in this town, Joe, but put it this way. You've got a better chance of being the next Brad Pitt." "I see myself more as an Ed Norton." "Okay, Ed Norton. You stand a better chance of being the next Ed Norton if you got the head of Paramount on your side, you understand?" Joe looked past Epstead at the doorway that led to the turret. The noise of the storm had not abated a jot. If anything, the wind had become louder, slamming the door against a wall. If it had just been the whine of the wind coming from below, no doubt Joe's ambitions would have had him halfway down the stairs by now. But there were other sounds being carried on the back of the wind, some easy to interpret, others not so easy. He could hear the screech of agitated birds, which was not too distressing, but there were other species giving voice below, and he could put a name to none of them. "Well, Joe," Epstead said, "you want to close that door, or do you want to serve canapes for the rest of your life?" "Fuck." "You've got a gun, Joe. Where's your balls?" "You promise you'll get me a part, not some stinking little walk-on?" "I promise to do my best for you." Joe looked over at Jerry. "Do you know what's down there?" "Just don't look," was Jerry's advice. "Close the door and come back up. Don't look into the room, even if it seems really amazing." "Why?" "Because it is amazing. And once you've looked, you're going to want to go on looking. And if something comes out after me, shoot it." "There," said Epstead. "Satisfied?" Joe turned the proposition over in his head for a few more seconds, weighing the gun in his hand as he did so. "I've been in this fucking town, too, almost 3 years. Haven't even got an agent." "Looks like this is your lucky day," Epstead said. "Better be," Joe replied. He drew a deep breath and went out into the hallway. Epstead smiled reassuringly at him as he went by, but his features weren't made for reassurance. In fact, at the sight of Epsted's crooked smile, Joe almost changed his mind. Then, thinking perhaps of what his life had been like so far, the casual contempt heaped on waiters by the famous, he went out to the head of the stairs and looked down. Reassuringly, the door had stopped slamming quite so hard. Joe took a deep breath, then he headed down the flight. Epstead watched him go. Then he went back to the window. "The people out there," he said to Jerry. "What about them? Will they have harmed Maxine?" "I doubt it. They don't want blood. They just want to get back into the house." "Why didn't they just push past me?" "There's some kind of trap at the door that keeps them out." "I got in and out without any problem." "Well, you're alive, aren't you?" "What?" "You heard what I said." "Don't start with the superstitious crap, Brahms. I'm not in the mood." "Neither am I," Jerry said. "I wish I were anywhere but here right now." "I thought this was your dream palace." "If Katya were here, it would be a different matter." "You don't really think that woman on the beach was Katya Lupi, do you?" "I know it was her for a fact. I drove her down to Malibu myself." "What?" Jerry shrugged. "Playing Cupid." "Katya Lupi and Todd Pickett? Crazy. It's all crazy." "Why? Because you refuse to believe in ghosts?" "Oh, I didn't say that," Epstein replied, somewhat cautiously. "I didn't say I didn't believe. I've been to Gettysburg and felt the presence of the dead, but a battlefield is one thing. And an old Hollywood dream palace is another. Why? People suffered here, believe me. A few even took their own lives. I don't know why I'm telling you. You know how people suffer here. You cause half of it. This miserable town's awash with envy and anger. You know how cruel L.A. makes people, how hungry." The word rang a bell. Epstead thought of the face of the woman at the back of the house, the appetite in her eyes. "They may not be the kind of ghosts you think you hear moaning at Gettysburg," Jerry went on, "but believe me, they are very dead and they are very desperate. So the sooner we find Maxine and Sawyer and get out of here, the better for all of us." "Oh, dear God," Epstead said softly. "What?" "I'm starting to believe you." "Then we've made some progress, I suppose." "Why didn't you tell me all this before we came up here?" "Would it have stopped you coming?" "No." "You see? You needed to see for yourself." "Well, I've seen," Epstein said, "and you're right. As soon as Joe's closed the door, we'll all go out and find Maxine and Sawyer. You're sure those things—" "Use the word, Epstein." "I don't want to." "For God's sake, it's just a word." "All right, ghosts. Are you sure they won't come after us? They looked vicious." "They want to get into the house. It's as I said. That's all they care about. They want to get back into the devil's country." "Do you know why?" "I've half a notion, but I don't fancy sharing it with you. Shall we not waste time standing around trying to guess what the dead want?" He returned his gaze to the expanse of green outside the window. "Well, all of us know sooner than we care to." 2. At 5:49 a.m., when the 6.9 earthquake, later discovered to have had its epicenter in Pasadena, had shaken Los Angeles out of its pre-dawn doze, Tammy had been standing on the nameless street outside Katya Lupi's house in Coldheart Canyon, drawn back to the place with an ease that suggested she had it in her blood now, for better or worse. She had left the party at the colony a few minutes after the departure of Epsted's expedition, having decided that there was little point in her waiting on the beach. If Todd and Katya were still in the water, then they were dead by now, their corpses carried off by the tide toward Hawaii or Japan. And if by some miracle they had survived, then they surely wouldn't go back to Maxine's house. They would head home to the canyon. Her initial plan was to give up on this whole sorry adventure, return to the hotel on Wilshire, shower, change into some fresh clothes, and then get the first available flight out of Los Angeles. She'd done all she could for Todd Pickett, more than he deserved, Lord knows. And what had she got for her trouble? In the end, little more than his contempt. She wasn't going to put herself in the way of that ever again. If she wanted to cause herself pain, all she had to do was bang her head against the kitchen door. She didn't need to come all the way to Los Angeles to do that. But as she drove back to the hotel, fragments of things that she'd seen in the canyon and later in the house came back to her, images that inspired more awe in her soul than terror. She would never get another chance to see such sights this side of the grave, certainly. Should she not take the opportunity to go back one last time? If she didn't go now, by tomorrow it would be too late. The canyon would have found new protections against her or anybody else's inquiry, new charms and mechanisms designed to conceal its raptures from curious eyes. And of course, there was always the remote possibility that Todd had survived the ocean and made his way back up there. That, more than any other, was the strongest reason to return. Her decision made, she drove on up to Sunset, forgetting about the shower and change of clothes, and made her way back to the canyon. No doubt it was foolhardy, returning to a place where she had endured so much, but besides her desire to see the spectacles of the place one last time, and putting aside any hopes she might have for Todd's survival, she could not shake the niggling suspicion that her business at the house was not at an end. She had no intellectual justification for such a feeling, just a certainty marrow-deep that this was the case. She'd know when it was over, and it was not. It had been an eerie drive up the winding canyon road in the pre-dawn gloom. She had deliberately switched off her headlights so as to attract as little attention as possible, but that made her feel even more vulnerable somehow, as though she were not quite real herself here in this canyon of 1,000 illusions. Twice, something had moved across the road in front of her, its gray form unfixable in the murk. She put on the brakes and let the creature cross. Once she got to the house, she realized she was not the first visitor. There were 2 cars already parked outside. She was crossing the street to examine the other 2 when the earthquake hit. She'd been in earthquakes before, but she'd never actually been standing so close to the bedrock while one took place. It was quite an experience. She almost lost control of her bladder as the road idled under her feet, and the trees, especially the big ones, creaked and churned. She stood and waited for the first shock wave to pass, which seemed an eternity. Then, when her heart had recovered something approximating its natural rhythm, she headed toward Katya Lupi's dream palace. Epstadt was in the hallway looking down the stairwell. It was dark at the bottom, but he thought he saw a motion in the darkness, like motes of pale dust spiraling around. "Joe," he called, "are you there? Answer me, will you?" The sound from below had died away. The din of beasts was now barely audible. All that remained was the sound of the wind, which was remarkably consistent, lending credence to the notion that what he was hearing was a soundtrack, not reality. But where the hell had Joe got to? It was fully 5 minutes since he'd disappeared down the stairs to close the slamming door. "I wouldn't go down there if I were you." Epstadt glanced over his shoulder to see that Brahms had forsaken his place at the window and had come into the hallway. "He doesn't answer me," Epstadt said. "I thought perhaps he'd fallen, or I don't know. The door's still slamming. Hear it?" "Of course." "I don't suppose you want to go down there and close it for me." "You're big on delegation, aren't you? Do they teach you that in business school?" "It's just a door." "So close it yourself." Epstadt threw Brahms a sour look. "Or don't. Leave him down there if that's what your instincts are telling you. And if I do? Put it this way, the longer you wait, the less chance there is you'll ever see him again." "I should never have sent him down there," Epstadt said. "Huh. I never thought I'd hear that from you." "Hear what?" "Regret. This place is changing you. Even you, I'm impressed." Epstadt didn't reply. He simply stared down the long curve of the stairway, still hoping he'd see Joe's well-made face emerging from the shadows. But the only motion down there was the dust, stirred up by the wind, circling on itself. "Joe!" he yelled. There wasn't even an echo from below. The bowels of the house seemed to consume the shouted syllable. "I'm going upstairs," Jerry said, "to see if there's anybody up there." "Is Maxine still out back?" "I assume so. And if I remember from previous quakes, she'll stay out there a while. She doesn't like being under anything, even a table, during a quake. She'll come in when she's ready." "Thanks." "You're welcome." "You don't like me, do you?" Epstead said out of nowhere. Jerry shrugged. Hollywood's always had its share of little Caligulas. So saying, he left Epstead to his dilemma and went on up the stairs. He knew the geography of the house pretty well. There were 3 doors that led off the top landing. One went to a short passageway which led in turn to a large bedroom with ensuite bathroom, which had been occupied until his death by Marco Caputo. One was a small writing room, and one was the master bedroom with its astonishing view, its immense closet, and sumptuous, if somewhat overwrought, bathroom. Jerry had only been in the master bedroom 2 or 3 times, but it held fond memories for him. Memories of being a young man, what had he been, 12, 13 at the most, invited in by Katya. Oh, she'd been beautiful that night. It had been like lying in the bed of a goddess. He'd been too frightened to touch her at first, but she'd gently persuaded him out of his fears. As his life had turned out, she'd been the only woman he'd ever slept with. In his early 20s, he was certain his queerness was a result of that night. No other woman, he would tell himself, could possibly be the equal of Katya Lupi. But that was just self-justification. He'd been born queer, and Katya was his one grand exception to the rule. As he reached the door of the master bedroom, there was an aftershock, a short jolt, no more, but enough to set the antiquated chandelier that hung in the turret gently swaying and tinkling again. Jerry waited for a few moments, holding onto the banister, waiting to see if there were going to be any more shocks coming immediately upon the heels of this one. But there were none. He glanced down the stairwell. No one was in view. Then he tried the bedroom door. It was locked from the inside. There was only one thing to construe from this. The room had an occupant or occupants. He glanced down at the shiny boards at his feet and saw that there were a few droplets of water on the polished timber. It wasn't hard to put the pieces of this puzzle together, nor to imagine the scene on the other side of the locked door. Todd and Katya had survived their brush with the Pacific. They were alive, sleeping no doubt in the great bed. The voyeur in him would have liked very much to slide through the closed door and spy on the lovers as they slept, both naked, Todd lying face up on the bed, Katya pressed to his side. She was probably snoring, as he'd heard her do several times when she'd catnapped in his presence. He didn't blame Katya for her covetousness one iota. If being hungry for life meant being hungry for an eternity of nights wrapped in the arms of a man who loved you, then that was an entirely understandable appetite. And there was just a little part of him which thought that if he stayed loyal to her long enough, if he played his part, then she would let him have a piece of her eternity, that she would show him how the years could be made to melt away. He retreated from the door and headed downstairs, leaving the sleepers to their secret slumber. When he got to the mid-level landing, Epstead had gone. Apparently he'd made the decision to go downstairs and search for Joe. Jerry looked over the balcony. There was no sound from below. The wind had died away to nothing. The door was no longer slamming. He went from the stairs to the front door, which stood ajar. Perhaps this was his moment to depart. He had nothing more to contribute here. Katya had her man. Todd had found some measure of peace after his own disappointments. What else was there for Jerry to do but make his silent farewells and slip away? He stood at the front door for 2 or 3 minutes, unable to make the final break. Eventually he convinced himself to linger here just a little longer, simply to see the look on Maxine's face when she realized Todd was still alive. He went back into the kitchen and sat down, waiting, like anyone who'd spent his time watching other lives rather than having one of his own, to see what happened next. Epstein had been 2 steps from the bottom of the stairs when the aftershock hit. He was by no means an agile man, but he leapt the last 2 steps without a stumble. There were ominous growlings in the walls, as though several hungry tigers had been sealed up in them. This was, he knew, one of the most foolish places to be caught in an earthquake, especially if, as was perfectly possible, the aftershock turned out not to be an aftershock at all, but a warm-up for something bigger. It would be more sensible, much more sensible, to ascend the stairs again and wait until the tigers had quieted down. But he wasn't going to do that. He'd been sensible for most of his life, always taking the safe road, the conservative route. For once, he wanted to play life a little dangerously and take the consequences. That said, he didn't have to be suicidal. There was a door lintel up ahead. He'd be safer under there than he was in the open passageway. He made a dash for the spot, and as he did so, the aftershock abruptly ceased. He took a deep breath. Then he glanced over his shoulder into the room behind him. Presumably this was the place Joe had disappeared into. There was nowhere else for him to go. He went to the door, looked inside. He could see nothing at first, just undivided gloom. He reached in, as many had done before him, to fumble for a light switch, and, failing to find one, allowed a little surge of curiosity to take hold of him. Hadn't he said to himself he wanted to live a little more riskily? Well, here was his opportunity. Stepping into this strange room at the bottom of this lunatic house was probably the most foolish thing he'd ever done, and he knew it. A cold wind came to greet him. It caught hold of his elbow and drew him over the threshold into the world. Yes, it was a world inside. He looked up at the heavens, at that 3/4 blinded sun, at the high, herringbone clouds that he remembered puzzling over as a child, wondering what it was that laid them out so carefully, so prettily. A star fell earthward, and he followed its arc with his eyes until it burned itself out somewhere over the trees. Far off, many miles beyond the dark mass of the forest, he could see the sea glittering. This was not the Pacific, he could see. The ships that moved upon it were like something from an Errol Flynn flick, the Seahawk or some such. He'd loved those movies as a kid, and the ships in them, especially the ships. It was 26 seconds since the man from Paramount, who'd spent his professional life keeping the dreamy, superstitious child in him silenced by pretending a fine, high-minded superiority to all things that smelled of grease paint and midnight hokum, had entered the devil's country, and had lost himself in it. "Come on, don't be afraid," the wind from the sea whispered in his ear. And in he went, all cynicism wiped from his mind by the memory of wheeling ships beneath a painted sky, still young enough to believe he might grow up a hero. 3. Todd stirred from a state closer to a stupor than a sleep. He was lying on the immense bed of the master bedroom in the house in Coldheart Canyon. Katya was lying beside him, her little body gathered into a tight knot, pressed close to him. One arm was beneath him, the other on top, as though she'd never let go of him again. She was snoring in her sleep, as she had been that day he'd found her in her bedroom at the guest house. The human touch. It was more eloquent now than ever, given what they'd gone through together. There had been some terrifying moments for them both in the last few hours. Fragments of them played in Todd's head as he slowly extricated himself from her embrace and slid slowly out of the bed. First, there'd been that breath-snatching moment when he'd turned his back on the Malibu house and headed out into the dark waters of the Pacific with Katya. He'd never been so frightened in his life. But then she'd squeezed his hand and looked around at him, her hair blowing back from her face, showing off the glory of her bones, and he'd thought, even if I die now, I will have been the luckiest man in creation. I will have had this woman by my side at the end. Who could ask for more than that? It hadn't been quite so easy to hold on to those feelings of gratitude in the chaotic minutes that followed. Once they were out of their depth and in the grip of the great Pacific, the bittersweet joy of what they were doing became a shared, instinctive attempt to survive in the dark, bruising waters. 50 yards out in the big waves, the surface waves started to pick them up and drop them down again into their lightless troughs. It was so dark he could barely see Katya's face, but he heard her choking on seawater, coughing like a frightened little girl. And suddenly, the idea of just dying out here, beaten to death by the waves, didn't seem so attractive. Why not try to live, he found himself thinking. Not the kind of life he'd had before. He wouldn't want that again, ever. But some other kind of life. Traveling around the world, perhaps, incognito. Just the two of them. That wouldn't be so bad, would it? And when they were bored with travel, they could find some sunny beach down in Costa Rica and spend every day there, drunk among the parrots. There they could wait out the years until the big, glossy world he'd once given a shit for had forgotten he even existed. All these thoughts came in flashes, none of them really coherent. The only thought that took any real shape was the means by which they could escape this dark water alive. "We're going to dive," he yelled to Katya. "Take a deep breath." He heard her do so. Then, before another pulverizing wave could come along and knock them out, he drove them both into a teetering wall of water, diving deep into the placid heart of the wave. They must have done this 100 times, diving down, rising up again, gasping, then watching for the next monstrous wall to be almost upon them before diving again. It was a desperate trick, but it worked. It was clearly preventing them from getting a terrible beating, but it was steadily taking its toll on their energies. He knew they couldn't continue to defy the violence of the water for very much longer. Their muscles were aching, their senses were becoming unreliable. It would only be a matter of time before the force of the water got the better of them, and they sank together, defeated by sheer fatigue. But they had counted without the benign collusion of the tide, which all this time had been slowly bearing them south and, as it did so, had also been ushering them back toward the shore. The tumult of waters around them began to die down, and after a few minutes their toes began to brush some of the taller coral towers. A few minutes later they had solid ground beneath their feet, and shortly after that they were stumbling ashore at Venice. For 5 minutes or so they lay on the dark sand together, spitting up water and coughing, and then eventually finding it in them to laugh and catch each other's hands. Against all the odds, they'd survived. "I guess we weren't ready to die," Todd gasped. "I suppose so," Katya said. She dragged her head over the sand to put her lips in reach of his. It wasn't a kiss so much as a sharing of breath. They lay there, mouth to mouth, until Katya's teeth began to chatter. "We have to get you back to the canyon," he said, hauling himself to his knees. The lights of the Venice boardwalk seemed impossibly remote. "I can't," she said. "Yes, you can. We're going home. We're going back to the canyon. You'll feel stronger and warmer once we're walking, I promise." He helped her get to her knees, and then practically lifted her to her feet. Arms around one another, they stumbled toward the boardwalk, where the usual tourist trap entertainments were still going on, despite the lateness of the hour. They wove between the people unrecognized, and in a back street Todd found a kid with a beaten-up Pinto to whom he offered 300 waterlogged bucks if he'd take them back home, and another 300 dry if he promised not to mention what he'd done and where he'd been to anyone. "I know who you are," the kid said. "No, you don't," Todd said, snatching the 300 back from the kid's hand. Okay, I don't, the kid replied, gently reclaiming the money. You got a deal. Todd knew that there wasn't much chance that the driver's promise would last very long, but they had no choice in the matter. They made their makeshift chauffeur close all the windows and turn up the heating, and they clung together in the back of the car, trying to get some warmth back into their blood. Todd got him to drive as fast as the vehicle was capable of going, and 20 minutes later he was directing the kid up the winding road into Coldheart Canyon. "I've never been up here before," the kid said when they were outside the house. Katya leaned in and stared at him. "No," she said, "and you never will again." Something about the way she said it made the kid feel very nervous. Okay, he said. "Just give me the rest of the money." Todd went inside for another $300 in dry bills, and a few minutes later the guy drove off, $600 the richer and none the wiser, while Todd and Katya dragged themselves up the turret stairs to the master bedroom, sloughing off their cold, damp clothes as they crept toward the bed they'd thought they'd never see again. It took Todd a long time to get across the bedroom to the closet. His body ached to his marrow, and his thoughts were as sluggish as his body. Only as he was pulling on a clean pair of jeans did he realize there were voices in the house. "Shit," he murmured to himself. He decided not to wake Katya. Instead, he would try to get rid of these people himself without unleashing her righteous fury on them. He went back into the bedroom. Despite the hullabaloo from below, Katya showed no sign of waking. This was all to the good. She was obviously healing the hurts of recent days. He lingered at the bedside, studying her peaceful features. The seawater had washed every trace of rouge or mascara from her face. She could have been a 15-year-old, lying there dreaming innocent dreams. Of course, that innocence was an illusion. He knew what she was capable of, and there was a corner of his brain that never completely ceased warning him of that fact. But then, hadn't she come to the beach to save him? Who else would have done that except perhaps for Tammy? All anybody had ever done for him was use him, and as soon as they'd got what they'd needed, they'd moved on. But Katya had proved she was made of more loyal stuff. She'd been ready to go all the way with him, to death if necessary. So what if she was cruel? What if she had committed crimes that would have her behind bars if anybody knew about them? Her sins mattered very little to him right now. What mattered was how she'd taken his hand as they'd turned their back on the lights of the beach and faced the dark waters of the Pacific. And how hard she'd struggled to keep holding on to it, however much the tide had conspired to divorce them. The voices below had quieted. He pulled on a white T-shirt and went to the door. As he did so, there was a small earthquake. The door rattled in its frame. It was a short jolt, and he guessed it was probably an aftershock. If so, then perhaps what had woken him in the first place was the big shaker. Why else would he have woken? He was still very much in need of sleep, God knows. Nothing would have given him more pleasure than to strip off his jeans and T-shirt and crawl back into bed beside Katya for another 3 or 4 hours of blissful slumber. But he could scarcely do that with a search party in the house. He heard Epstadt's voice among the exchanges. Fuck him. It was typical that the little prick would get his nose in their business sooner or later. Todd had hoped that he and Katya would get some quiet time together to plan their next move, to search the house and, of course, the pool house for incriminating evidence of scandal and destroy it, then to hide in the depths of the canyon until the investigators were satisfied that there was nothing here worth investigating, and left, taking Epstadt and whoever the hell else was here, Maxine, no doubt, back with them. But Epstadt had ruined that hope. Before these interlopers left, they were going to search every damn room, no doubt of that. The master bedroom included. He was going to need to find a way to spirit Katya and himself out of the house and away before they came looking. He listened at the door, and then very gingerly unlocked it and opened it an inch. He could hear an exchange from below, which seemed to be led by Epstadt. Jesus, of all people, to be up here among Katya's mysteries. Mr. Bottom Line himself, Gary Epstadt. There was no sign of an opinion from Maxine, which was unusual. She was normally vocal in any debate, however little she knew about the subject. Len Todd remembered her phobia about quakes. She always fled for the open air at the first sign of a trembler, and no doubt she'd done exactly that. He was tempted to go onto the balcony and see if he could spot her in the backyard, just to see the bitch in a state of agitation, but there wasn't time. There was too much going on downstairs. He ventured out of the bedroom a step and peered over the rail in time to see somebody. It was a young man, either a waiter brought from the party or one of Maxine's new boys, or both, heading down the spiral into the darkness there where a door was banging. Next he heard footsteps and felt certain that Epstadt was about to appear from the kitchen door. Before he was spotted, Todd slid back into the bedroom and gently closed the door. It made a barely perceptible click, certainly nothing audible with so much else going on in the vicinity. He knew what that banging door was all about. The earthquake had thrown open the door to the Devil's Country, and it looked as though Epstadt had convinced some dope to go down and close it. Idiots. Didn't they have any instincts? Didn't something whisper at the back of their heads that when a door slammed in this house, you let it slam till it chose to stop? What you didn't do was head on down the stairs to close it. That was suicide, or the next best thing. He put his head around the corner and peered into the bedroom. Katya was still fast asleep. He briefly contemplated waking her, then thought better of it. All her life, she'd had men following her around asking what they should do next. He wasn't going to be numbered among them. No, he would deal with this on his own. After all, the house was going to be his home as much as it was hers. His word should be law here. He just had to work out how best to proceed, and without a shot of espresso to quicken his sluggish thoughts, it might take a while. No matter, the answer would come to him in time. He sat with his back against the wall and tried to put out of his head the image of the innocent stranger heading down the spiral staircase to close the door to the Devil's Country. 4. Todd stayed put behind the door for several minutes, his thoughts describing vague circles. In truth, he was still hoping that it would not take any action on his part to fix the problem. The preferable solution would be this. Somebody, perhaps Maxine out there in the backyard, would encounter something that would raise the panic level in the house, and there would be a mass exodus. Perhaps it was too much to hope for, but every other option, diversions, locating keys to side exits, required a higher degree of wit than he possessed in his present exhausted state. He finally got up from behind the door and returned through the bedroom, past his sleeping beauty to the balcony. He stepped out. The dull dawn had ushered in a dull day. Later, perhaps the marine layer would burn off and they'd have some sun, but for now, the sky was a wall of dead cloud. He looked down into the greenery, hoping to spot Maxine, but the thickness of the jungle all around the house, especially the gigantic bird-of-paradise trees, made it virtually impossible to see very much. And then, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a motion. Somebody was running through the thicket, throwing panicked backward glances as he went. It wasn't Maxine, it was her assistant, Sawyer, who'd been with her for the last 3 years. He wasn't any more than 30, but he'd let his body get out of shape. Too many hurried lunches, snatched because Maxine had more work for him than he could ever possibly finish. Too much after-work socializing, knocking back his single malts and beluga at fancy premieres. Not to mention the Bavarian creme-filled donuts he would bring into the office in boxes of 6 to help him through his day with a well-timed sugar rush. Thanks to the donuts and hamburgers and his neat scotches, he couldn't run very fast, and he certainly couldn't yell for help while he was running. He didn't have enough breath for both. All he could do was sob between gasps, throwing panicking glances over his shoulder. His pursuers were closing on him. Todd could see the bushes thrashing around immediately behind him. And something else, something smaller and more nimble, was throwing itself from branch to branch overhead to keep up with its quarry. Maxine, he managed to get out in between gasps. "I'm over here," Maxine yelled. "Sawyer, I'm at the cages." Todd followed the sound of Maxine's voice and located her. She was a considerable distance from the house and had clambered up on top of one of a series of cages. There she was, kneeling with a gun in her hand. She'd always kept guns around the house, Todd knew, but this was the first occasion he'd seen her using one. "Keep following my voice," she yelled to Sawyer. "Look for a tree with bright yellow flowers like big bells." "I'm looking," Sawyer sobbed. From his vantage point on the balcony, Todd felt like a Caesar at the Colosseum, watching the lions and the Christians. He could see the Christians perfectly clearly, and now, as the gap between the pursuer and the pursued closed, he began to glimpse the lions, too. In the bushes, no more than a yard or two behind Sawyer, was one of the dead's children, a foul hybrid of ghost woman and, of all things, jaguar. The latter must have been a prisoner in Katya's menagerie, but the marriage of anatomies had turned its sleek perfection into something rougher, uglier, and entirely more bizarre. The human element had been female, no doubt of that. The face, when Todd glimpsed it, was two-thirds humanoid. The high cheekbones, the icy stare, it was surely the face of Lana Turner. Then the creature opened its mouth, and the bestial third showed itself, vast teeth top and bottom, a mottled throat, a black tongue. It let out a very unladylike roar and pounced on Sawyer, who threw himself out of its path with inches to spare. "Are you okay?" Maxine yelled. All that Sawyer could manage was, "No!" "Are you close to me?" Maxine said. "I can't see you," he cried. The branches over his head were shaking violently. "Look for the yellow flowers! Yellow flowers!" It would have been easy for Todd to direct Sawyer through this maze, but that would have taken all the fun out of it. Better to keep his silence and let the man find his own way. It was the kind of game he knew Katya would love. He was tempted to wake her, but it would be over in the next few seconds, he guessed. Sawyer was a few yards from the cages in safety. Having failed to catch its victim on its first pounce, the Lana, as Todd had mentally dubbed the creature, had returned to her stalking. Todd caught glimpses of her mottled back as she slid through the thicket. Her intentions were clear, at least from Todd's point of view. She was moving to cut Sawyer off from the gallery of cages. Sawyer and Maxine kept a banal exchange going meanwhile, so that Sawyer could find his way to her. "You're getting louder, am I?" "Sure, you see the yellow flowers yet?" "Yeah, I see them. You're really close. I'm under them." He stopped talking because he heard the low growl of the Lana. Todd could hear the creature, too, though he couldn't see it. He silently willed Sawyer not to make any sudden moves. Just stand still, shut up, and maybe the animal would lose interest. Sawyer could stand still without any problem, but could he shut up? No, he could not. Sawyer was a gabber. "Oh, God, Maxine, oh, God, it's close to me." "Shush," Maxine advised. He stopped talking, but it was too late. The Lana knew exactly where Sawyer was positioned. She launched herself out of the thicket, striking Sawyer so that he fell sideways through the very patch of yellow flowers which had been his beacon. He was now in view of Maxine, who yelled to him to get up, quickly. He started to do so, but the breath had been knocked out of him by the blow, and before he could get to his knees the creature was on him a second time, her claws digging deep into the mass of his shoulder muscle. From her perch on the cage, Maxine was attempting to get a clear shot, but it would have been difficult for anyone, however sophisticated his skill with guns, to put a bullet in the animal and not wound Sawyer in the process. But Maxine was ready to give it a try. She'd been taking lessons with an ex-cop from the LAPD for several months. She knew to keep a steady hand and her eye fixed on the target. Sawyer couldn't have moved if his life had depended upon it. The creature had him held in a death grip. Maxine fired. The sound was sharp in the still air of the canyon like a whip crack. It echoed off the other wall of the canyon, the blow of the bullet throwing Sawyer's attacker off her victim. She lay, this not-so-distant relation of the exquisite Miss Turner, on the ground beside Sawyer, whom she'd loosed as soon as she was hit. Blood ran copiously from them both, mingling on the ground between them. "Get up," Maxine said to Sawyer. It was good advice. The Lana was still alive, her breathing quick and shallow. Sawyer wasn't so badly injured that he failed to realize the danger he was still in. He rolled away from his attacker and started to get to his feet. As he did so, the creature suddenly sat up beside him and, opening her sizable jaws, lunged. She took a chunk from Sawyer's leg, twisting her head to take away the bulk of his calf. He screamed and fell forward onto his hands. Maxine had a clear shot at the beast and took it, but her second shot was not as efficient as her first. It struck the creature's shoulder, passing through the muscle without appearing to significantly slow the animal, which threw itself on top of Sawyer as though she were attempting to mount him. Seconds later, the Lana opened her mouth and sank her teeth into the bones of Sawyer's skull. The man's sobs ceased instantly, and what little strength his limbs had possessed fled. He hung beneath the Lana's body like a zebra's corpse from the jaws of a lion, glassy-eyed and lifeless. Todd heard Maxine say, "Oh, Christ! Oh, Christ!" But the horror wasn't over with yet. The creature apparently wanted to get her teeth into her wounder, because having dispatched Sawyer, she let the body drop from her jaws and began to move toward the cage on which Maxine was crouched. Even in her hurt state, there was no doubt that she had the physical power to get up onto the cage and attack Maxine. In fact, the wounds she had sustained didn't seem to be hurting her that much. Her hybrid face carried a look that was somewhere between an animal's snarl and a human smile. Maxine didn't hesitate. Taking a bead on the animal, she fired. The bullet struck the creature in the middle of her face, taking out the flat nose and the top half of the mouth. For one long moment, she seemed not to comprehend the fatal damage she had sustained. She lifted her front leg, which ended in a hand which erupted into claws, toward her face, almost as though she intended to explore the damage she had sustained. But before her corrupted limb could reach her face, the creature's system closed down, and she fell forward dead. There had been a good deal of motion in the foliage throughout this episode. Todd had the sense that there were several other creatures watching to see how this proceeded before they showed their own faces. Now, with the death of Lana, the thicket was still. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. The only sound Todd could hear was the very soft sound of Maxine saying, "Oh, God," to herself over and over. She quickly got control of her horror and her fear, and started to clamber down off the cage where she'd been perched. Todd was half tempted to call down to her to offer some word of encouragement, but he refrained from doing so. For one thing, he didn't want to admit that he'd stood as a spectator to this whole drama. Second, he was afraid of distracting Maxine while she was down there. Certainly her killing of the creature had silenced its brethren in the thicket, but their silence didn't mean they'd given up their stalking. They were simply sitting in the shadows, waiting for Maxine to make a mistake, when no doubt they would fall upon her in a vengeful mob. Thus, keeping his silence, Todd watched Maxine make her way between the cages, glancing back at the house constantly, as though she was trying to find a path that would lead her back to safety, but was at present only able to find one that ran parallel to the house. She was now 30 or 40 yards from the cages, which was a good thing, because that meant she couldn't see what was happening on the walkway beneath them. A minute or two after her exit, a few of Lana's family members appeared from the thicket where, as Todd had known, they'd been waiting. Now about 6 of them came out of hiding. They had no interest in the corpse of their sibling. It was Sawyer they wanted. Surrounding his body, they began to play with the corpse like children with some gruesome toy. They tore off his clothes and bit off his penis and balls. They followed that by biting off fingers, knuckle by knuckle, and spitting the pieces out. They seemed to take infantile pleasure in the mess they were making. Todd was horribly disgusted by the spectacle, but he kept watching until they were finished with the fingers and began to disembowel the man. Only then did he retreat from the balcony railing and go back inside. It would not necessarily be easy for Maxine to find her way back up to the house, he realized. Many of the pathways were overgrown, and in her present, no doubt panicked state of mind, she could easily lose her way and keep on losing it. He would have to go outside and find her. Katya was still sleeping. The shots hadn't even stirred her. Indeed, she seemed to have scarcely moved, so profound was her slumber. Her hand was still up at her mouth, limply curled round on itself. He kissed her, saw that this did not wake her either, and left her to her slumbers. 5. Apstadt was in the Devil's Country. A fine drizzle, almost a mist, was drooping from the bloated clouds. It came in soft waves against his face, cooling his flushed skin. If he doubted the reality of this place, its chill seemed designed to undo his doubt. He hated the idea that what he was witnessing was real. Doing so violated all his logical faculties. But what was the alternative? That he'd slipped and fallen, and was now lying at the bottom of the stairs in a semi-comatose state, imagining all this? It was a pretty solution, but as he had no way of knowing whether it was true or not, his only option was to find Joe and get the hell out of here before the place began to get even crazier than it already was. The less he knew about this country, the less its grotesqueries lodged in his psyche, the happier the rest of his life would surely be. With that thought, he began a 360-degree scanning of the landscape, calling Joe's name as he did so. His din, even his simple presence, was enough to stir life in the bushes and trees. He felt himself watched by several species of unlikely animal, their eyes huge and luminous, their postures, and in some cases the details of their physiognomies, vaguely human, as though this twilight world had witnessed all kinds of criminal couplings. Finally he heard a response from Joe. "Who's there?" "Apstadt. Come over here, quickly. You gotta help me." He followed the sound of the man's shouting. There was a small copse ahead, and Joe had clambered a few feet into a tree by means of a crude wooden ladder which had been propped against one of the trunks. "What the hell are you doing?" Apstadt wanted to know. Joe simply repeated his plea. "You gotta help me." "There's no time, Joe," Apstadt said. "You've got to come back with me right now. Christ, I sent you down to close the door. Why'd you come in?" "For the same reason you did," Joe said. "I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Are you going to help me or not?" Apstadt had pressed his way into the midst of the thicket as he and Joe spoke, snagging his suit on the briars that grew in profusion here several times as he did so. The tableau that now came into view appalled him. There was a man, crucified among the higher branches of the tree Joe had climbed, the deed done with both rope and nails. Joe had already managed to remove a couple of the nails, spattering his arms and face with blood in the process, and was now pulling at the knotted rope with his teeth. He was desperate to get the man down from the tree, and he had reason. The branches around the man's head were bustling with birds, the Devil's Country's version of carrion crows, bigger, crueler versions. They'd clearly made several assaults on the man's face already. There were deep gouges around the victim's sockets where the birds had gone after his eyes. Blood from the wounds poured down his face. He might have resembled Christ but for the brightness of his blond hair, which fell in dirty curls to his shoulders. "I need a stone," Joe yelled down at Apstadt. "What for?" "Just find me a fucking stone, will you?" Apstadt didn't like to take orders, especially from a waiter, but he saw the urgency of the situation, and did as he was asked, looking around until he laid hands on a long, sharp stone, which he passed on up to Joe. From his perch on the ladder, Joe took aim at the closest of the carrion crows. It was a good throw. The stone struck the most ambitious of the flock, who had apparently decided to come in for the kill, and messily smashed open the bird's head, but its companions did not fly off as Joe had hoped. They simply retreated up the tree a branch or two, squawking in fury and frustration, while the dead bird dropped from the perch. As if awoken from a grateful sleep by the din of the birds, the crucified man raised his head and opened his mouth. A black snake, no thicker than a baby's thumb, slid out from between his lips in a thin gruel of blood, spittle, and bile. The snake dangled from the man's lower lip for a few moments, hooked by its tail. Then it fell to the ground a foot from Epstadt. He stepped away in disgust, throwing a backward glance at the door just to reassure himself that his means of escape from this insanity was still in view. It was, but the snake had changed his perspective on this mercy mission. "The guy's on the way out," Epstadt said to Joe. "You can't do anything for him. We can still get him down. And I'm telling you, he's beyond help, Joe. Look at him." There did indeed seem little purpose in laboring to depose the man. He was obviously close to death. His eyes had rolled back beneath fluttering eyelids, showing nothing but white. He was attempting to say something, but his mind and his tongue were beyond the complex business of speech. "You know what?" Epstadt said, glancing around the landscape. "This is a setup." There were indeed dozens of hiding places for potential attackers, human or animal. Within 50 yards of them, rocks, holes, thicket. "We should just get the hell out of here before whoever did this to him tries the same on us." "Leave him, you mean?" "Yes, leave him." Joe just shook his head. He had succeeded in getting this far and wasn't going to give up now. He pulled on the rope that held the man's right hand. The arm fell free. Blood pattered on the leaves over Epstadt's head like a light rain. "I'm almost done," Joe said. "Joe, get ready," Joe said again, leaning across the victim's body to untie the other hand. "You're going to have to catch him," he warned Epstadt. "I can't do that." "Well, who else is going to do it?" Joe snapped. Epstadt wasn't paying attention, however. He'd heard a noise behind him, and now he turned to find that a freakish child, naked and runty, had appeared from somewhere and was looking up at him. "We've got company," he said to Joe, who was still struggling to free the crucified man's other hand. When Epstadt looked back at the freak, it had approached a few steps, and Epstadt had a clearer view of it. There was something goatish in the gene pool, Epstadt decided. The child's bandy legs were sheathed with dirty yellow fur, and his eyes were yellow-green. From beneath the pale dome of his belly there jutted a sizable erection, which was out of all proportion to the rest of his body. He fingered it idly while he watched. "Why are you taking the man down?" he said to Joe. Then, getting no answer from Joe, directed the same question at Epstadt. "He's in pain," was all Epstadt could find to say, though the phrase scarcely seemed to match the horror of the victim's persecution. "That's the way my mother wants him," the goat boy said. "Your mother?" "Lilith," he said, pronouncing the word as two distinct syllables. "She is the queen of hell, and I am her son." "If you're her son," Epstadt said, playing along for time until a better way to deal with this absurdity occurred, "then it follows, yes, she would be your mother." "And she had him put up there so I could see him," the goat boy replied, the head of his pecker echoing his own head in its infuriated nodding. The angrier he became, the more evidence of his extreme inbreeding surfaced. He had a hare lip which made his outrage harder to understand, and his nose, which was scarcely more than 2 gaping wet holes in his face, ran with catarrhal fluids. His teeth, when he bared them, were overlapped in 6 places, and his eyes were slightly crossed. In short, he was an abomination. The only perfect piece of anatomy he'd inherited was that monstrous member between his legs, which had lost some of its hardness now and hung like a rubber club between his rough-haired legs. "I'm going to tell my mother about you," he said, stabbing a stunted forefinger in Epstadt's direction. "That man is a criminal." "A criminal?" Epstadt said with a supercilious smirk. The idiot child couldn't even pronounce the word correctly. "Yes," the goat boy said, and he's supposed to hang there till the birds pluck out his eyes and the dogs eat out his entrails. 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 All right, have it your way, entrails. I want you to leave him up there. During this brief exchange, Epstadt's gaze had been drawn to the goat boy's left foot. The nail of his middle toe had not been clipped, he guessed, since birth. Now it looked more like a claw than a nail. It was 6, perhaps 7 inches long, and stained dark brown. "Who the hell are you talking to?" Joe yelled down from the top of the ladder. The density of the foliage made it impossible for him to see the goat boy. "Apparently he's up there as a punishment, Joe. Better leave him there." "Who told you that?" Joe came down the ladder far enough to have sight of the goat boy. "That?" The boy bared his teeth at Joe. A dribble of dark saliva came from the corner of his mouth and ran down onto his chest. "I really think we should just get going," Epstadt said. "Not until this poor son of a bitch is down from here," Joe said, returning up the ladder. "Fucking freak." "This isn't our business, Joe," Epstadt said. There was something about the way the air was roiling around them, something about the way the clouds churned overhead, covering the already depleted light of the sun, that made Epstadt fearful that something of real consequence was in the offing. He didn't know what this place was or how it was created, nor at that moment did he care. He just wanted to be out through the door and upstairs again. "Help me!" Joe yelled to him. Epstadt went to the bottom of the ladder and peered up. The crucified man had dropped forward over Joe's broad shoulder. Even in his semi-comatose state, he could still beg for some show of compassion. "Please," he murmured, "I meant no offense." "He wouldn't fuck my mother," said the goat boy by way of explanation for this atrocity. He was just a foot or two behind Epstadt, staring up at Joe and the man he was attempting to save. He turned briefly, surveyed the sky. The wind was getting gusty again, slamming the door and then throwing it open. "She's coming," the goat boy said. "Smell that bitterness in the air?" Epstadt could indeed smell something strong enough to make his eyes water. "That's her," the goat boy said. "That's Lilith. She's bitter like that, even her milk." He made an ugly face. "It used to make me puke. And me, I love to suckle. I love it." He was getting hard again, talking himself into a fine little fever. He put his thumb in his mouth and pulled hard on it, making a loud noise as he did so. He was every inch an irritating little child, excepting those inches where he was indisputably a man. "I'd put him back if I were you," he said, pushing past Epstadt to stand at the bottom of the ladder. Epstadt's gaze returned to the heavens. The sky was the color of cold iron, and the bitterness the child had said was his mother's stench was getting stronger with every gust of the cold wind. Epstadt looked off into the distance to see if there was any sign of an arrivee on the winding roads. But they were almost deserted. The only person on any of the roads right now was a man some 2 or 3 miles away who was lying sprawled, his head against a stone. Epstadt had no logical reason to believe this, but he was somehow certain the man was dead. His brains spattered on the stone where he laid his head. Otherwise, the landscape was empty of human occupants. There were plenty of birds in the air, struggling against the increasingly violent gusts to reach the safety of their roosts, and small animals, rabbits and the like, scampering through the whipping grass to find some place of safety. Epstadt was no nature boy, but he knew enough to be certain that when rabbits were making for their bolt holes, it was time for human beings to get out of harm's way. "We've got to go," he said to Joe. "You've done all you can." "Not yet," Joe yelled. The wind was strong enough to make even the heavy branches of the trees sway. Dead leaves were shaken down all around. "For God's sake, Joe, what the fuck is wrong with you?" He took a step up the ladder and caught hold of Joe's belt. Then he tugged. "You're coming or I'm going without you." "Then go," Joe began to say. He didn't finish because at that instant the ladder, which was presently bearing the weight of Epstadt, Joe the Samaritan, and the crucified man, broke. Epstadt was closest to the ground, so he sustained the least damage. He simply fell back on the sharp stones in which the copse and its briar thicket were rooted. He scrambled to his feet to find out what had happened to the other two men. Both had fallen among the thorns, the crucified man spread-eagled on top of Joe. Only now were the man's wounds fully displayed. Besides the peckings around his eyes, there were far deeper wounds, certainly not made by birds, in his chest. Somebody had had some fun with him before he was nailed up there, cutting star patterns around his nipples. Joe struggled to get himself out from under the man, but his flailing only served to catch him in the thorns. "Help me," he said, throwing his hand back over his head toward Epstadt. "Quickly, I'm being pricked to death here." Epstadt approached the thicket and was about to take hold of Joe's hand when two of the largest wounds on the crucified man's chest gaped, and the flat black heads of two snakes, each 10 times the size of the serpent that had slipped out of his throat, pressed their blood-soaked snouts out of the layers of flesh and yellow fat, and came slithering out of his torso. One of them trailed a multitude of what Epstadt took to be eggs, suspended in a jellied mass of semi-translucent phlegm. Epstadt stepped away from the thicket and from Joe. The serpents crisscrossed as they emerged, their beady white eyes seeking out some new warm place to nest. "Are you going to help me or not?" Joe said. Epstadt simply shook his head. "Epstadt," Joe wept, "for God's sake, get me out." Epstadt had no intention of getting any closer to the snakes than he already was, but the goat boy had no such scruples. He pushed past Epstadt and grabbed hold of Joe's outstretched hand. His strength, like his member, was out of all proportion to his size. One good haul, and he had Joe halfway freed from the thorn bushes. Joe screamed as his back was scored by the thorns, which had been pressed deep into his flesh by the weight of the man on top of him. "Ah, now, shut up!" the goat boy yelled over Joe's complaints. Hanging out of the thicket, poor Joe looked half dead. The pain had made him vomit, and it was running from the side of his mouth. His demands had become pitiful sobs in the space of a few seconds. Horrified though he was, and guilty too, he'd come down here to help Joe, and now look at him. Epstadt still couldn't bring himself to intervene, not with the snakes raising their heads from the body in which they'd nested, still eager for another victim. Ignoring Joe's weak protests, the goat boy pulled on him a second time, and then a third, which was the charm. Joe fell free of the thicket, landing heavily on his pierced back. Sheer agony lent him the strength to throw himself over onto his stomach. His back was nearly naked. The violence of the goat boy's haulings had torn open his shirt. He lay face down in the dirt, retching again. "That'll teach you," the goat boy said. "Playing with crinimals. You should get some of your own." While he was addressing Joe in this witless fashion, Epstadt chanced to look up at the man still sprawled on the bed of thorns. The two snakes had slithered over his chest and were now entwined around his neck. He was too close to death to even register this last assault. He simply lay there, eyelids fluttering over sightless eyes, while the life was throttled out of him. "See that?" the goat boy said. "So much for you and your tricks. Now I lost my toy, and your little friend is dead. Why couldn't you stay out of it, huh? He was mine." The boy's fury had him jumping up and down now. "Mine, mine, mine." And suddenly he was up on Joe's back, dancing a tarantella on the mess of thorns and wounds and blood. "Mine, mine, mine." It was a show of petulance, no more, no less. Joe rolled over and threw the boy off. Then he started to get to his feet. But before he could do so, the goat boy came at him, his step still reminiscent of some peculiar little dance. "Get up!" Epstadt yelled to Joe, not certain what the goat boy was up to, but certain it was mischief. "Quickly!" Despite his agonized state, Joe started to push himself off his knees. As he did so, The goat boy made a high, slashing kick. Joe's hand went up to his neck, and he fell back in the dirt. The foot which had struck Joe was the one with the long middle nail, and what had looked to Epstead like a glancing blow had, in fact, slashed open Joe's windpipe. Both Joe's hands were at his neck now, as blood and air escaped his throat. He turned his gaze toward Epstead for a moment, as though the head of Paramount might know why Joe was lying in the dirt of a place he couldn't even name, while his last breath whined out between his fingers. Then the look of incomprehension went out of his eyes, to be replaced with a blank stare. His hands dropped away from his neck. The whining sound died away, and he rolled forward. All the while the goat boy went on dancing out of pure pleasure. Epstead didn't move. He was afraid to draw the murderer's attention, but then the boy seemed to take it into his half-witted head to go find some other plaything, and without looking back at Epstead again, he ran off, leaving Joe dead in the dirt, and the man who'd come to save him alone in the darkening air. 6. Tammy had come into the house cautiously, not at all certain what she was going to find. In fact, what she found was Jerry Brahms. He was standing in the hallway, looking down the stairwell, his face ashen except where it was bloody from his fall, his hands trembling. Before he could get a word out of his mouth, there came a din of shrieks from below. "Who's down there?" Tammy asked Jerry. "Some boy we came up here with from Maxine's party, a waiter, and Epstead, and God knows what else." "Where's Maxine?" "She's outside. She fled into the backyard when the earthquake hit." There were more noises from below, and then a rush of wind coming up the stairwell. Tammy peered down into the darkness. There was somebody down at the very bottom, lying on the floor. She studied the figure. It moved. "Wait a minute," she said half to herself. "That's Zephyr." It was. It was Zephyr, and he was alive. There was blood all over him, but he was definitely alive. She went to the top of the stairs. He'd heard her call his name, and his shining eyes had found her, were fixed on her. She started down the stairs. "I wouldn't go down there," Brahms warned her. "I know," she replied, "but that's a friend of mine." She glanced up at Brahms as she took her second step. There was a look of mild astonishment on his face. She wasn't sure why. Was it because people didn't have friends in this God-forsaken house, or because she was going down the stairs despite the cold, dead smell on the wind? Zephyr was doing his best to push himself up off his stomach, but he didn't have the strength to do it. "Wait," she called to him. "I'm coming." She picked up her speed to get to him. Once she reached the bottom, she tried not to look toward the door through which he'd crawled, but she could feel the wind gusting through it. There was a spatter of rain in that wind. It pricked her face. "Listen to me," Zephyr murmured. She knelt beside him. "Wait, let me turn you over." She did her best to roll him over so he wouldn't be face to the ground, and managed to lift him so that his head was on her lap, though his lower body was still half twisted around. He didn't seem to notice. He appeared, in fact, to be beyond comfort or discomfort, in a dreamy state which was surely the prelude to death. It was astonishing that he'd survived this long, given the wounding he'd sustained, but then perhaps he had the power of the devil's country to thank for that. "Now," she said, "what do you want to tell me?" "The horsemen," he said. "They're coming for the devil's child." "Horsemen?" "Yes, the Duke's men, Goga's men." Tammy listened. Zephyr was right. She could hear hooves on the wind or in the ground or both. They sounded uncomfortably close. "Can they get out?" she asked Zephyr. "I don't know. Probably." His eyes closed lazily, and for a terrible moment she feared she'd lost him, but they opened again after a time, and his gaze fixed on her. His hands reached up and took hold of Tammy's arm, though his grip was feeble. "I think it's time the dead came in, don't you?" he said to her. His voice was so softened by weakness, she was not sure she'd heard it right at first. "The dead?" she said. He nodded. "Yes. All the ghosts outside in the canyon. They want to come into the house, and we've kept them out all these years. Yes, but—" He shook his head as if to say, "Don't interrupt me. I don't have time." "You have to let them in," he told her. But they're afraid of something, Tammy said. I know. The threshold. Remember how I told you I went back to Romania? Of course. I found one of the Brotherhood there, a friend of Father Sandru's. He taught me a method of keeping the dead from coming into your house. What you have to do is undo what I did, and in they'll come. Believe me, in they'll come. How? She said. If time was so short and he was so certain, why waste a breath on argument? Go into the kitchen and get a knife, he told her. A strong knife, one that's not going to break on you. Then go to the back door and dig in the threshold. The threshold? The wood frame you step over to go outside. There are 5 icons in the wood, ancient Romanian symbols. And all I have to do is remove them? You just remove them. The dead will be ready as soon as the threshold is clear. They've waited a very long time for this. Been very patient. He allowed himself the smallest of smiles as he spoke. Clearly the prospect of the dead invading the house pleased him. Will you do this for me, Tammy? Of course, if that's what you want. It's what's right. Then I'll do it. Of course I'll do it. You only need open one door. They'll all find their way in. I suggest the back door, because it's rotting. The threshold will be easier to— He stopped, his lips drawn back from his teeth in a grimace. The wound was taking its terrible toll. Fresh blood came from between his fingers. You don't need to tell me any more, she told him. You just lie quietly. I'll go get some help. No, he said. You need help. No, he said again, shaking his head. Just get to work. Are you sure? Yes, this is more important. All right. She was about to repeat her reassurance when she realized he'd stopped breathing. His eyes were still open, and there was still a lively gloss in them, but no life there, nothing. Willem Zephyr's long and agonizing life was at an end. On the floor above, Jerry looked up as the door to the master bedroom opened and Todd emerged. "Hello, Jerry," he said as he started down the stairs. "You got hurt?" "I fell during the quake. We need to get outside and find Maxine." "Really?" "She's lost out there, and Sawyer's dead. I'm afraid if somebody doesn't get to her—" "I heard the shouts," Jerry said vaguely, looking and sounding like a man who'd lost all interest in the drama that was being played out around him. "Who else is here?" Todd asked him. "Epstadt's downstairs with some kid he brought from the party. Yes, I saw him. Is he one of Maxine's new superstars?" "No, he's just a waiter," Jerry said. Todd looked down the rest of the flight. There was a body at the bottom of the stairs, and somebody else, a woman, bent over, touching the face of the dead man. With great gentility, she closed the dead man's eyes. Then she looked up the stairwell. "Hello, Todd," she said. "Hello, Tammy. I thought you were drowned. Sorry to disappoint you." He started down the stairs toward her. She turned her face from him, returning her gaze to the body. "Did you see Epstadt?" he asked her as he came down the flight. "You mean that son of a bitch from the studio?" "Yes, that son of a bitch." "Yes, I saw him." She glanced up at Todd. There were tears in her eyes, but she didn't want to shed them in front of him, not after what had happened on the beach. He'd been so horribly careless of her feelings. She wasn't going to show any vulnerability now if she could help it. "Where did he go?" Todd asked her, as if there were much choice in the matter. She nodded down the passageway toward the door to the Devil's Country. "He went in there, I think. I didn't see it. Jerry told me." "How long ago?" "I don't know," she said. "And frankly, I don't really care right now." Todd put his hand on Tammy's shoulder. "I'm sorry. This is a bad time. I never was very good expressing my feelings." "Is that supposed to mean you're sorry?" she said. "Yeah," he replied, the word hardly shaped, more like a grunt than an apology. She made the tiniest shrug of her shoulder to get him to take his hand off her, which he did. There was so much she wanted to say to him, but this was neither the time nor the place to say it. He got the message. She didn't have to look back to see that he'd gone. She heard his footsteps as he headed off down the passageway. Only after 10 or 15 seconds did she look up, and by that time he was stepping through the door. Suddenly, The tears she'd held back broke, a chaotic cluster of feelings battling to surface all at once. Gratitude that Todd was alive, sorrow that Zephyr was dead, anger that Todd had no better way to show his feelings than to grunt at her that way. Didn't he know how much he'd hurt her? Here. The voice at her shoulder was that of Jerry Brahms. He was offering her a cleanly pressed handkerchief, a rather old-fashioned gesture, but very much appreciated at that particular moment. "Which one are you crying over?" She wiped her tears from her eyes. "Because if it's Todd," he went on, "I wouldn't bother. He'll survive this and go on and forget all of us. That's the kind of man he is." "You think so?" "I'm sure of it." She wiped her nose, sniffed. "What was he talking to you about?" Jerry asked. "He wanted to know about Epstein." "Not Todd. Zephyr. Oh, he had something he wanted me to do for him." She wasn't sure she wanted to share Zephyr's proposal with Jerry. This was a world filled with people who had extremely complicated allegiances. Suppose Jerry, out of some misplaced loyalty to Katya, tried to stop her. It was perfectly possible that he might try, but then how the hell did she get rid of him so that she could go upstairs and do what she had to do? One obvious way presented itself, although it was playing with fire. If she went to the door of the Devil's Country, Jerry would probably follow her. The place had a way of holding your attention, she knew, and if it held his for long enough, then she could slip away upstairs into the kitchen, find a knife, go to the threshold, and get to work. It wasn't her favorite plan. The further she stayed away from that door, the happier she was, but she had no alternative at that moment, and she needed to act quickly. Without saying anything, she got up and walked off down the passageway toward the door. The wind came out to meet her like an eager host, ready to slip its arms through hers and invite her in. She didn't need to look over her shoulder to know that Jerry was coming after her. He was talking to her just a step behind. "I don't think you should go any further," he said. "Why not?" "I just want to see what's in here. Everybody talks about it. I think I'm the only one who hasn't actually seen it properly for myself." As she spoke, she realized that there was more truth to this than she was strictly admitting. Of course she wanted to see. Her little plot to lure Jerry's attention away was also a neat opportunity to excuse her own curiosity. Talk about muddled allegiances. She had some of her own. One more glimpse into that other world was on her own subconscious agenda, for some reason. "It's not good to look in there for too long," Jerry said. "I know that," she replied a little testily. "I've been in there. But another peek can't hurt, can it? I mean, can it?" She'd reached the door and, without further debate with Brahms, pushed it open and stared at the landscape before her with eyes that had recently been washed with tears. Everything was in perfect focus, and it was beautiful. She didn't hesitate to debate the matter with her conscience, Brahms, or God in heaven. She just stepped out of the passageway and followed where Todd had gone just a couple of minutes before. 7. It wasn't difficult for Todd to find Epstein. Unlike his first visit to this little corner of hell, when his eyes had taken some time to become used to the elaborate fiction that the tiles were creating for him, this time everything was warmed up and ready to go. He looked through the door, and there it was in all its glory, from the spectacle of the eclipse overhead to a single serrated blade of grass bent beneath the toe of his shoe, along which a little black beetle was making its way. And standing in the midst of all this, looking as appropriate as a hard-on in the Vatican, was Epstein. He'd obviously had some problems while he was here. The man who'd been several times cited as the best-dressed man in Los Angeles was looking in need of a tailor. His shirt was torn and severely stained with what looked like blood. His face was covered in sweat, and his hair, which he obsessively combed over the bald patch where the hair plugs hadn't taken, had fallen forward, exposing an area of shiny pink scalp and giving him a ridiculous fringe. "You," he said, pointing directly at Todd, "you fucking lunatic. You did this deliberately, and now people are dead, Pickett, real people, dead because of your stupid games." Hey, slow down. Who's dead?" "Oh, as if you give a damn. You trick us all into following you into this obscenity." Todd looked around as Epstein ranted. Obscenity? He saw no obscenity. Given the shortness of his acquaintance with this place, he had certainly felt a lot of different things about it. He'd been enchanted here, he'd been so terrified that he'd thought his heart would burst. He'd been absurdly aroused and as close to death as he ever wanted to get. But obscene? No, the Devil's Country was simply the ultimate e-ticket ride. "If you don't like it," he said to Epstead, "why the hell did you come in here?" "To help Joe, and now he's dead." "What happened to him?" Epstead glanced over his shoulder, dropping his voice to a whisper. "There's a child around here. Only he's not a child, he's a goat." "So he's the Devil's kid?" "Don't start with that devil shit. I never made one of those movies." "This isn't a movie, Epstead." "No, you're quite right. It isn't a movie. It's a fucking—" "Obscenity, yes," he said. "How can you be so casual?" Epstead said, taking a stride toward Todd. "I just saw somebody sliced to death." "What?" "The goat boy did it. Just opened up Joe's throat, and it's your fault." Epsted's stride had picked up speed. He was getting ready to do something stupid, Todd sensed. His terror had become a capacity for violence, and even though there'd been times, that long-ago lunch over rare tuna, when Todd had wanted to beat the crap out of Epstead, this was neither the time nor the place. "You want to see what you caused?" Epstead said. "Not particularly." "Well, you're going to." He caught hold of the front of Todd's T-shirt. "Let go of me, Epstead." Epstead ignored him. He just turned and hauled Todd after him, the volatile mixture of his fear and rage making him impossible to resist. Todd didn't even try. Katya had given him a lesson in how to behave here. You kept quiet or you drew attention to yourself. And somehow, it was something about the way the wind seemed to be blowing from all quarters at once, something about the way the grass seethed at his feet and the trees churned like thunderheads. He thought it wasn't just Epstead who was in a state of agitation. This whole painted world was stirred up. By now the hunters' dogs probably had their scent, and the Duke was on his way. "Just chill," Todd said to Epstead. "I'm not going to fight you. If you want me to see something, then I'll come look. Just stop pulling on me, will you?" Epstead let him go. His lower lip was quivering as though he was about to burst into tears, which for Todd's money was worth the price of admission. "You follow me," Epstead said. "I'll show you something." "Keep your voice down. There are people around here you don't want to have coming after you." "I met one of them already," Epstead said, walking on toward a small group of trees. "And I never want to see anything like it again." "So let's get out of here." "No, I want you to see. I want you to take full responsibility for what happened here." "I didn't make this place," Todd said. "But you knew it was here. You and your little lover. I'm putting the picture together now. Don't worry, I've got it all." "Somehow I doubt that." Epstead was searching the ground now, his step more cautious, as though he was afraid of treading on something. "What are you looking for?" He glanced back at Todd. "Joe," he said, and then returning his gaze to the ground, he pointed. "There," he said. "What?" "There, go look, go on." "Who was he?" Todd said, staring down at the maimed body in the dirt, its throat gaping. "His name was Joe something or other, and he was a waiter at Maxine's party. That's all I know." "And the goat kid did this to him?" "Yeah." "Why, for Christ's sake?" "Amusement would be my closest guess." Todd passed a clammy hand over his face. "Okay, I've seen him now. Can we get the hell out of here and find Maxine?" "Maxine? Yeah, she went outside with Sawyer." "I know. And now Sawyer's dead." "Christ, we're being picked off like flies. Who killed him?" "Some animal. Only it wasn't any kind of animal I ever saw before." "All right, I'm coming," Epstead said. "But you listen to me, Pickett. If we survive this, you've got a fuck of a lot to answer for." "Oh, like you don't." "Me? What the hell do I have to do with this?" "I'll tell you." "I'm listening." "I wouldn't be here, nor would you or Maxine or any other poor fuck," he glanced at Joe's corpse, "if you hadn't sounded off at the beach. Or if you really want to go back to the start of things, how about a certain conversation we had during which you suggested I get my face fixed?" "Oh, that. Yes, that. I was wrong. You should never have done it. It was a bad call. That was my life, my flesh, and—" He froze, for something had emerged from the undergrowth, a beast that was a vague relative of a lizard, but shorter, squatter, its back end having, instead of a long and serpentine tail, an outgrowth of 200 or 300 pale, bulbous tumors. It went directly to the remains of Joe. "No, no, no," Epstadt said quietly. Then suddenly, running at the creature the way he might at a dog who'd come sniffing at his gate, "Get away!" he yelled. "For God's sake, get away!" The lizard threw the yellow-blue gaze of one of its eyes up in Epstadt's direction, was unimpressed, and returned to sniffing around the sliced-open neck. It flicked the wound with its tongue. "Oh, Jesus! Oh, Jesus!" Epstadt gasped. He picked up a rock and threw it at the animal, striking its leathery hide. Again the cold reptilian assessment, and this time the creature opened its throat and let out a threatening hiss. Todd caught hold of Epstadt, wrapping his arms around him from behind to keep him from getting any more belligerent with the animal. They were lucky the beast was so interested in the remains of Joe, he knew. Otherwise it would have turned on them. The lizard averted its gaze from Epstadt again and started to tear at the raw meat around Joe's neck, so that Joe's head was thrown back and forth as it secured itself a mouthful. Epstadt was no longer attempting to free himself from Todd's bear hug, so Todd let his hold slip a little, at which point he turned on Todd, slamming the heel of his hand against Todd's shoulder. "That should have been you," Epstadt said, following the first blow with a second twice as strong. Todd let him rant. Over Epstadt's shoulder he saw the lizard retreating into the undergrowth from which it had emerged, dragging the remains of Waiter Joe after him. "You hear me, Pickett?" "Yeah, I hear you," Todd said wearily. "That's all you're good for, lizard food. Lizard food." The blows were coming faster and harder now. It was only a matter of time before Todd hit him back, and they both knew it. Knew it and wanted it. No more innuendo, no more lawyers, just fisticuffs in the mud. "All right," Todd said, bitch-slapping Epstadt for the fun of it. "I get it." He struck him again harder. "You want to fight?" A third blow, harder still, would split Epstadt's lip. Blood ran from his mouth. And then suddenly the two of them were at it, not exchanging clean, neat blows the way they did in the movies, but knotted up together in a jumble of gouges and kicks. Years of anger and competition emptying in a few chaotic seconds. They could not have chosen a less perfect place or time to settle a personal score if they'd looked a lifetime. But this wasn't about making sensible decisions. This was about bringing the other son of a bitch down. And as it was, they both went down, having wrestled their way into muddy terrain. Their feet slid from under them, and down they went, locked together like two boys. Tammy saw them fall. "Oh, no," she said, half to herself. "Not here. Don't do it here." "I wouldn't go any closer if I were you," Brahms advised her. "Well, you're not me," Tammy said, and without waiting for any further response, she pressed on over the uneven ground toward the two men in the mud. There were sounds of birds overhead, and she glanced up at the sky as she walked toward the men. It was spectacularly beautiful, and for a moment her thoughts were entirely claimed by the piled cumulus and the partially blinded sun. The darkness of the heavens between the clouds was profound enough that the brightest of the stars could be seen set in velvet gray. When she looked back at Todd and Epstadt, they were almost indistinguishable from one another physically, both liberally coated in mud, but it was still clear which one was Epstadt. He was letting out a virtually seamless monologue about Todd, the general sense of which was that Todd was a vapid, overpaid, talentless son of a bitch. Furthermore, when all this insanity was over, he, Epstadt, was going to make certain that everybody knew that Todd had caused the death of a number of innocent people with his arrogance. As Tammy got closer to the fight, it became evident to Tammy that this wasn't going to end quickly or easily. Neither man was going to be talked down from his fury. It had escalated too far. She could only hope they exhausted each other quickly before they attracted unwanted attention. There seemed little hope of that, though they'd fought to their feet again. It was becoming harder and harder for either man to land a solid blow in this slippery environment. Finally, Epstadt swung wide and went down in the mud, falling heavily. He struggled to get up, the heels of his hands sliding in the mud, but before he could succeed, Todd clambered on top of him and straddled him, his hands at the man's throat. There was no fight left in Epstadt. All he could do was gasp and shake his head. "You fuckhead," Todd said. "None of this would have happened if you had made my fucking movie." Epstadt had by now recovered enough energy to speak. I wouldn't put you in a movie if my fucking life depended on it. At which point Tammy made her presence known. Todd? It was Epstein, who looked up first. Oh, Jesus, he said. I wondered when you were going to show your fat ass. Tammy wasn't in the mood for long speeches. Leave the shithead in the mud, Todd, she said, and let's just get out of here. Todd grinned through his mask of mud, the megawatt smile. It would be my pleasure. He got to his feet and stepped away. Epstein pulled his rather ungainly bulk to his knees. He had lost one of his choice Italian shoes in the melee, and now began to search for it. In fact, it had been flung wide of the mud, close to where Tammy was standing. "Looking for this?" she said. "Yes," he glared, beckoning with his fingers. She tossed it in the thorn bushes. "Cunt! Faggot! No, I am many things, but a bugger I am not, right, Brahms?" "Don't bring me into this," Jerry said. "I just want us all out of here." "We're coming, Jerry," Todd said, not looking at him. "You go on and take Tammy." "Not without you," she said. "Oh, how touching," Epstein said. "The fat girl is loyal to the end, even though she doesn't have a hope in hell of getting a fuck out of it." Tammy had kept her fury limited to that one casual toss of the Italian shoe, but now it erupted, all her fury toward Epstein and his kind, the Mr. High-and-Mighties who thought that fat fangirls were less than shit. "You are such scum," she said. "You nasty-minded, tiny-peckered little piece of excrement." She approached him as she yelled, but after the fight with Todd, the last thing Epstein wanted was this woman laying her hands on him. "Keep her away from me, Jerry," he demanded, raising his hands, palms out. As he did so, he retreated toward the copse of trees. "Jerry, you hear me?" "Leave him, Tammy. Well, he's scum." "And tell her to cover herself up," Epstein fired back. "The sight of her cellulite makes me gag." Jerry had caught hold of Tammy's arm. Luckily for him, Tammy had suddenly lost interest in all this score-settling. She was studying a group of horsemen who were following a winding road that would eventually bring them, she quickly realized, to this very spot. "Todd," she said. "Yes, I saw. We have visitors." Duke Goga, of course, along with his entourage. They had plenty of time to get to the door, Tammy reckoned. The hunters were still some distance away, and it didn't seem that they'd yet spotted the interlopers. Jerry was already on his way to the exit. Todd had found some clean water to wash his wounds, but he could be up and gone in a couple of seconds. Epstein was the exception. He'd gone into the thorn thicket to fetch his Italian shoe, and as he did so, something moved among the mass of thorny branches off to the left of him. He stopped reaching for his shoe and studied the shadows. Whatever it was seemed to have become snagged in there because it shook itself. Then it let out a kind of mewling sound and shook itself again, this time more violently. The maneuver worked, however. Freed of the thicket, it stumbled out into view. It was the goat boy. He started to pull thorns out of his flesh, the pain of it making him weep softly to himself. Epstein knew what this creature was capable of from his previous encounter, and he had no desire to draw the attention of the beast. He gave up on his shoe and set his eyes on the door. Jerry Brahms was right. It was time they got the hell out of here. The goat boy had stopped weeping now, and for some reason had fixed his gaze upon Tammy, or more particularly upon her breasts. There was no equivocation in his stare, no attempt to pretend he was looking elsewhere. He simply stared lovingly at the upper part of Tammy's torso and licked his lips. Tammy had heard the boy's sobbing complaints and was staring at him. So was Todd. "Come on, Tammy," Todd said. Tammy let her gaze go from the boy to the approaching hunters. Plainly, they'd also heard the sound of the child's wails because they'd picked up their speed and were approaching at a hard gallop. Tammy looked back at Lucifer's child in all his goatee glory. His tears had dried now, and he was less interested in picking thorns out of his flesh. They'd done some damage, she saw. Little rivulets of dark red blood ran down his limbs from the places where he'd been pierced. There was one spot that looked particularly tender, deep in the groove of his groin. He worked the thorn out a little, but not once did he take his eyes off the objects of his present devotion. He didn't even glance over at the horsemen, though he must have heard their approach. He obviously knew how to outmaneuver them. He'd been doing it for centuries. He had a warren of hidey-holes to tuck himself away. Tammy glanced up at the sky, at the moon locked in its unnatural position in front of the sun. Then she looked around at the landscape which that half-clouded light illuminated. The road and the approaching horsemen, the cluster of boulders where Todd was standing, stripped of his torn T-shirt, doing his best to lift handfuls of clean water up to his wounded face. The goat boy would be gone in a moment, Tammy knew, and when it was gone the hunt would, as Zephyr had told her, continue in the same weary way it had been going for centuries. Perhaps it was time to bring the whole sorry thing to an end once and for all, to see if she, little Tammy Lauper from Sacramento, couldn't deliver the devil's child back into the hands of the Duke, who could then return him to its mother and bring an end to this long, weary chase. She knew of only one desperate method by which she might do this. She didn't waste time enacting it. She unbuttoned her torn blouse, starting at the top. She had every jot of the goat boy's attention from the moment her fingers touched the first button. He forgot about removing thorns from his flesh. He simply watched. "Like them?" she said to him so softly she was certain nobody would hear. The goat boy heard her, as she knew he would. He had an animal's ears. By way of reply he nodded, very slowly, indeed almost reverentially. There were 2 buttons remaining, 2 buttons, and her blouse would fall open, and he'd have a feast of her hanging in front of his eyes. She stopped unbuttoning. He made a little growl in his throat. The smile suddenly went from his face. Perhaps she was imagining it, but there seemed to be a flicker of fire in his eyes. She stopped her teasing and put her hands back up to the first of the remaining buttons. He rewarded her with a little smile which showed her a detail she'd missed until now. His teeth, though small, were all sharpened to a fine point. He had the smile of a piranha. She literally felt the flesh around her nipple tighten up at the prospect of those needles coming anywhere near her. She chanced a quick look in the direction of the horsemen, but they had disappeared from sight for a time. The road that was bringing them here had wound into an expanse of pine forest. She looked back at the goat boy. He was tapping his left foot, which appendage boasted a nail that would not have shamed a raptor. Plainly, he was just a little anxious about the proximity of the Duke and his men. He did not wish to be caught, but just as plainly he was not going to leave, not yet, not until he'd seen what Tammy had to offer. He pointed at her, made a little waggling motion with his forefinger. "Show me," he said. She smiled at him, but she didn't move to oblige. "Show," he said again. She continued to smile at him, all the while assessing how many strides of his flat little feet it would take for him to reach her, should he take it into his head to run. He could be on her in 5 strides, she guessed, 4 if he pushed it. She slipped one of the 2 buttons out of its hole. The blouse fell open a little, giving him a peek of her left nipple. She flashed, suddenly, on some hot summer's day in her 14th year, when she'd crept into her parents' room in the middle of the afternoon and played striptease in the mirror. She had more to boast about than any of the other girls in her class, bigger breasts and hair down between her legs. Her life would have been a lot happier if her breasts had stopped growing that day. But they'd had a long way to go. By the time she was 15, she was like a young Shelley Winters, and it just got worse from there. Strange how things came round. How something that had become a source of shame for her was now out of nowhere redeemed. She let her fingers slip down to the last button, knowing that the goat boy's gaze would go with them, and she wouldn't have a chance, however slim, to look up past him and see whether the horsemen had emerged from the forest. The news was bad. There was no sign of the Duke and his men. Had they perhaps taken a wrong turning in the forest? Surely not. Surely they knew this entire territory after so many years of riding it. "Show me your tits," the goat boy demanded. As he spoke, he lifted his left leg and struck a stone with his raptor claw. A bright spark leapt from the place and landed on a tuft of grey grass, where it erupted into a little fire. It had too little fuel to keep it sustained for long, but in the 5 or 6 seconds that it took for the cycle of spark, fire, and extinction to play out, Tammy heard the sound of the Duke's horses, and from the corner of her eye saw them emerging from between the trees. The goat boy narrowed his eyes to golden slits, the corners of his mouth turned down, showing the lower row of monstrous teeth. "Show me," he said again. Plainly, he wasn't going to be toyed with any longer. He wanted to see what she had, and he wanted to see them now. She didn't pretend that the horseman's proximity was not of interest to her. What was the use? Everybody was in on this ridiculous game, the goat boy included. He dropped his head a little, which should have been a sign for Tammy as to what he would do next. But she was too busy thinking about how long the Duke would take to get off his horse to realize that the goat boy was making a run at her, and by the time she did realize, he was already halfway there, and there was nothing between her bare breasts and his hands, his mouth, his teeth, but a prayer. 8. Fearing the worst, Todd let out a yell and started racing across the muddy, bloody ground to do whatever he could to stop the goat boy attacking Tammy. But before he could get there, she had taken matters into her own hands. She let the last of the 6 buttons slip, and her blouse fell open, unveiling her breasts. The sight of them literally stopped the devil's child in his tracks. He opened his mouth, and drool ran from it. Tammy was smart enough not to reject this sign of adoration, however crude. Instead, she opened her arms, inviting him into her embrace. Todd would have betted against the wisdom of this. The goat boy was no sentimentalist. He wanted to play rough, but had he made that bet, he would have lost it. The devil's child fell to his knees, laughing. Then he crawled, yes, crawled, into Tammy's arms. His hands went greedily up to one of her breasts, and he held the unwieldy bubble of flesh before his eyes for a moment of devotion. His mouth was slick and wet. The saliva glinted off his terrible teeth. "Please, God," Todd murmured. It was very possibly the strangest sensation of Tammy's 34 years, the feeling of the devil's child's mouth around her left nipple. There had been a moment, as he closed his mouth around her, when it had crossed her mind that she should be afraid, that with one chomp he could give her an instant mastectomy if he so chose. But somehow she knew he would not. He was in love with her breasts. Instead, he worshipped them in his way. Though his mouth was tight around her flesh, she felt not so much as the lightest of scratches from those shark-like teeth. In fact, she suspected he'd somehow sheathed them, the way a snake sheathed its fangs, because as he sucked and sucked, all she felt was a slightly guilty rush of pleasure as his suction drew the blood to the nipple and the flesh surrounding the nipple, sensitizing the entire area. Then, as though all this weren't peaceful and domestic enough, the devil's child closed his eyes, his fat little hands holding the source of his bliss, and Tammy gently rocked him in her arms. Goga had been searching for Lilith's child for many centuries now under a sky that, though it was sometimes cloudy, sometimes clear, always showed the sun eclipsed. He had no real idea of how long his imprisonment in the devil's country had lasted. His mind had long ago lost any grasp on the passage of time. He and his men had passed the centuries in a kind of fugue state. Sometimes, when they rested and ate what they'd hunted, rabbit on occasion, or venison, or wild pig, they would talk about what had happened to them that day on the hunt, and where they now were. It was the Duke's opinion that this was not a real place at all, but a kind of dream that the devil was dreaming, and they were trapped in it. How else to explain the curious limitations of their condition? The same ships forever heading toward the horizon, the same roads haunted by the same beasts, the same sun in the same heaven half blinded by the same black moon. But in the last few days, if days and nights could truthfully be said to pass here, there had been signs that things were changing in what had been hitherto a virtually changeless place. There had always been strangers coming and going, trapped, the philosophizing Duke surmised, in the same infernal dream where they found themselves. But whereas in the past visitors had little or no effect upon the world they were wandering through, the trespassers of recent times had not been quite so guileless or so lucky. Several had perished in the region around the forest. And now, as if all this were not strange enough, a new spectacle, stranger by some measure than all that had preceded it, sitting beside the road nursing the object of their long search as though he were a commonplace baby, was a bare-breasted woman. The Duke dismounted a few yards from where Tammy sat in the dirt, rocking the goat boy in her arms. His lieutenants had dismounted several horse lengths away, and were now creeping around the nursing woman, swords drawn. Tammy saw all of this, but she registered nothing, not a word, not the raising of a finger, for fear of alerting the contented child to the fact that his time in this idyllic state was about to end. Very cautiously, the Duke approached the woman and child, beckoning to his men to take their final positions. One of the men had brought a wooden box, clearly his own crude handiwork, which he now opened and positioned behind the pair. The goat boy didn't open his eyes, but he pulled his mouth away from Tammy's breast long enough to say, "You don't all have to creep around like that. I know what you're up to." He'd no sooner spoken than his interest in the Duke's men was forgotten again, and he was back to stroking the apple flesh in front of him. "Beautiful," he said to Tammy. "Do you have names for your tits?" "Names?" Tammy said. "Actually, no." "Oh, you should. They're amazing." He kissed them, first left, then right, then left again, tender, affectionate kisses. "May I name them myself?" He asked this question with the greatest delicacy, stumbling over the words. Plainly the last thing he would have wished to do was cause offense. "Of course," she said, "I may." "Oh, thank you. Then this must be Helena, who I sucked on, and this one I'll call Beatrice." He looked at Tammy, framed by her breasts. "And you, who are you?" "Tammy." "Just Tammy?" "Tammy Jane Lauper." "I'm Quatsophone," the goat boy said. "Are you on the run from somebody, Tammy?" "I was, I suppose, in a way." "Who?" "My husband, Arnie." "He doesn't appreciate you?" "No." The goat boy began to lick Helena and Beatrice, again big sloppy tonguings that made Tammy shudder with pleasure. "No children?" he said in the middle of a stroke. "No, Arnie can't." "But you could, Tammy." He laid his head against her pillows. "Believe me, I know about these things. You're fertile as the Nile. As soon as you get pregnant, these beautiful mammaries will become milk machines, and your children will be strong and healthy with strong, healthy hearts like you." Finally he opened his eyes just a slit, his gaze first settling on her face, then slipping sideways to get a glimpse of the cage. "So what's your opinion?" he said to her. "About what?" "Should I give myself up, or let the chase go on?" "What happens if you give yourself up?" "I go home, with my mother, Lilith, back to hell." "Isn't that where you should be?" "Yes, I suppose so. But how would you feel if I said you should be back with Arnie?" "Oh, no." "So you understand," he said, running an appreciative palm over the smooth globes, then putting his head down between them, his chin in the groove. "Sometimes you just have to get away, at least for a while. But now that I lie here, I think maybe it's time to give up. I've been running for years, never let anybody lay a finger on me, until you—" His voice, already low, went to a barely audible whisper, almost a hiss. "Are they very close now?" he said. "Yes," she told him, "they're very close." He toyed with her hardened nipple. If I give myself up, what will happen? I think we'll all leave this country one way or another. And, in your opinion, would that be such a bad idea? No, she told him. In my opinion, it would be a very good idea. And they won't hurt me. They won't hurt you. You promise? She looked into his eyes, brown into gold. I promise they won't hurt you. All right, he said, lifting his arms up and putting them round her neck. It's time we put an end to this, but first you have to kiss me. According to who? According to me. She kissed his grizzled lips, and as she did so he leapt out of her arms as though he'd been slick with butter, a jump that carried him 3 or 4 feet above her head. "Prendetzel!" the Duke yelled. His men weren't about to come so close to their quarry and lose him again. They each caught hold of an arm and leg of the child and carried him, squealing more like a pig than a goat, to the wooden crate. Before they could get him safely locked away, however, there came a shout from Epstadt. "Where are you going with that thing?" he demanded. "They're taking it away," Todd explained. "Oh, no, they're not. Absolutely not. I saw it commit murder. I want to see it tried in a court of law." He started toward the 2 men who had taken hold of the creature. The Duke, sword drawn, instantly came to stand between them. Tammy, meanwhile, even before she'd buttoned herself up, was ready to add her own voice to the argument. "Don't you interfere," she told Epstadt. "You'll fuck up everything." "Are you crazy?" "Well, yes, why am I asking? Of course you're crazy, letting that thing suck on you that way, you obscene woman." "Just do it," Todd urged the men, hoping his miming of the boy's imprisonment would help the men understand his meaning. It did. While the Duke held Epstadt at sword point, his men put the goat boy into the crate, the wooden bars of which were decorated with small iron icons hammered into the timber. Whatever their meaning, they did the trick. Though coiffed Savoni was easily strong enough to shake the crate apart, he did not so much as lay his hands on the bars, but sat passively in his little prison, awaiting the next stage of the proceeding. The Duke issued a new round of orders, and the men lifted the crate onto the back of one of the horses and started to secure it there. While they did so, the Duke made a short but apparently deeply sincere speech to Tammy, thanking her, she assumed, for her part in this dangerous enterprise. All the while he kept an eye on Epstadt, and with his sword ready should the man attempt to interfere. Epstadt was obviously equally aware that the Duke meant business, even if he didn't understand the exchange, because he kept his hands raised throughout and his mouth shut. Todd, meanwhile, stood watching the sky. There was, it seemed, a subtle change in the configuration of the heavens. The moon was very slowly moving off the face of the sun. Suddenly there was a shriek from one of the Duke's men. The goat boy had found a place where his hand and arm could fit through the bars without touching the icons, and using a moment of the man's distraction had reached out and was digging his short-fingered hand into the meat around the man's eye. He had firm hold of it, firm enough to shake the man back and forth like a puppet. Blood gushed from the place, splashing against the goat boy's palm and running down his victim's face. The horse on which the crate was set reared up in panic, and the crate, which had not yet been firmly fixed to the saddle, slid off. The creature did not let go of his victim. He hung on to the man's face as the crate crashed to the ground. It did not break open, as no doubt the goat boy had hoped, and in a fit of frustration he started to tear the man's flesh open still further. The Duke was swift. He came to the place in 2 strides, and with a single swing of his sword separated the goat boy's hand from his wrist. The creature let out a sickening, shrill wail. Tammy, who'd watched all this in a state of horrified disbelief, how could this cruel monster be the same childish thing she'd had sucking on her moments ago, now covered her ears against the noise of both victims, man and boy. Though she'd muted the scene, she couldn't take her eyes off it. The hunter, dropping to his knees with the child's hand still fixed in his face like some foul parasite, the goat boy in his crate stanching his stump with his other hand, the Duke wiping the blood off his blade. There was a short moment of calm as the goat boy's sobs became subdued, and the wounded man, having pulled the hooked finger out of his flesh, covered his wound with a cloth to slow the flow of blood. The calm lasted no more than 20 seconds. It was broken by a grinding sound in the earth, as though a machine made of stone and iron was on the move down there. "What fresh hell is this?" Jerry murmured. Tammy's eyes were on the crate and its contents. The goat boy had given up all his complaints and was peering between the bars with his mouth open and slack. He knew exactly what was about to happen. "Earthquake?" Epstein said. "No," Tammy replied, reading the look on the goat boy's face. Lilith. Part 9. The Queen of Hell. 1. The ground opened up as though it were going to bring forth some fantastic spring. Red shoots as fine as needles appeared in their tens of thousands, pierced the ground. A V-shaped crack each side, perhaps 20 feet in length, then erupted into the burgeoning ground, the apex no more than a yard from the spot where the goat boy's crate sat. The steady reverberation of immense machinery increased, and it now became apparent what purpose this machine had, for an opening appeared in the earth, resembling the upper part of some vast reptilian snout. The red needles continued to grow in both size and number, especially around the lip, and at a certain point, when they were perhaps a foot tall or taller, they produced hosts of tiny purple-black flowers, which gave off a scent no one in the vicinity, except, of course, quafts of phony, was familiar with. It was pungent, like a spice, but there was nothing about it which would ever have persuaded a cook to use it. The smell, and thus presumably the taste, was so powerful that it would have overwhelmed even the most robust dish. It made everyone feel faintly nauseated by its forcefulness. Epstein, who had the weakest stomach, actually threw up. By the time he'd done with his retching, the extraordinary growth cycle of the plant had carried it past its peak, however. The small black blossoms were in sudden decay, their petals losing their color, and now, in its autumnal mode, the odor of the plant changed. What had been an almost unbearable stench a minute before became transformed by the process of corruption. Its foulness entirely evaporated. What remained was a scent that somehow conspired with the souls of everyone present to put them in mind of some sweet memory, something lost, something sacrificed, something taken by time or circumstance. Nor, though their bodies were held in the embrace of these feelings, could they have named them. The scent was too subtle in its workings to be pinned to any one memory. All that mattered was the state of utter vulnerability in which it left everyone. By the time the hell's mouth had opened, and Lilith herself had stepped out of its long, sharp shadows, her flora had enraptured the souls of everyone who stood before her. And whatever they saw from now on, whatever they said and did, was colored by the way the scent of her strange garden had touched them. Was she beautiful? Well, perhaps. The scent was beautiful, so it seemed she, who was shaped by the scent as if her body were carved from perfumed smoke, was surely beautiful too, though a more logical assessment might have pointed out how curiously made her face was, close in color and texture to the blossoms in their corrupted phase. Her voice, that same less dreamy assessor might have said, was unmusical, and her dress, despite its great size and elaboration, tiny, incomprehensible motifs hand-sewn in neat rows millions of times, more proof of obsession, even of madness, than of beauty. Even allowing that there can be not one good and reliable report of Lilith, the Devil's Wife, some things may still be clearly said of her. She was happy, for one. She laughed with almost indecent glee at the sight of her caged child, though she plainly saw that he was missing a hand, and her manner when dealing with the Duke was nothing short of exquisite. "You've suffered much for your crime against my household," she said, speaking in cultured English, which, by some little miracle of her making, he understood. "Do you have any idea how many years have passed since you first began to hunt for that idiot child of mine?" She stabbed a finger at the creature in the crate, who started to moan and complain until she shushed him by slapping the bars. The Duke replied that no, he did not know. "Well, perhaps it's best you don't," Lilith told him. "But what you should know, because it will shape what happens when I have taken this imp of mine back, is that your natural lifespan, your 70 years, was over centuries ago." The Duke looked puzzled at this, and then aghast as he realized the consequences of what she was telling him, that he and his men had hidden their lives away in this fruitless hunt. Around and around and around, chasing a baby who'd put on perhaps 2 years in the period of the pursuit. "My father," he said. "My brother?" "All dead," Lilith said, with some little show of sympathy. "All that you knew and remembered has gone." The Duke's face remained unchanged, but tears filled up his eyes and then spilled down his cheeks. "Men and your hunts," Lilith went on, addressing, it seemed, some larger error in the Duke's sex. "If you hadn't been out killing healthy stags and boars in the first place, you could have married and lived and loved. But," she shrugged, "we do as our instincts dictate, yes? And yours brought you here, to the very edge of your own grave." She was telling him, it seemed, that he'd run out of life, and now, after all the sacrifices of his hunt, his reward would be death, pure, simple, and comfortless. "Let me have my child, then," she said. "Then we'll have this wretched business over and done with." It was at this point that Epstadt spoke up once more. He'd had a twitching little smile on his face for a while, the reason for which was simple enough. This latest spectacle, the earth opening up, the flowers, the scent that toyed with memory, had finally convinced him that one of his earlier explanations for all of this was most likely the correct one. He was lying unconscious somewhere in the house, probably having been struck by a falling object during the earthquake, and was fantasizing this whole absurd scene. He very seldom felt as self-willed in dreams as he felt in this one. Indeed, he seldom dreamed at all, or at least remembered his dreams. But now that he had this nonsense in his grasp, he wasn't ready to let it go just yet. Ever the negotiator, he stepped forward and put out his hand to prevent the Duke passing over the child. "I don't suggest you do that just yet," he said, not sure whether the man understood him or not, though the gesture was clear enough. "The moment you hand over the brat, you're dead, you understand?" "Don't do this, Epstadt," Todd advised. "Why the hell not? It's just a dream." "It's not a dream," Jerry said. "It's real. Everything down here is as—" "Oh, Christ, Brahms, shut up! You know what I'm going to do when I'm finished sorting this out? I'm going to kick your faggot ass." He grinned, obviously hugely satisfied to be so politically incorrect. "You're going to regret this," Todd said. "Jerry's right." "How can he be right?" Epstadt said, his voice dripping contempt. "Look at this place. How can any of this fucking idiocy be real? It's all going on in my head. And I bet you thought I had the dull little mind of a business school executive." "Epstadt," Todd said, "this is not going on in your mind." Epstadt made the donkey bray buzz that accompanied the wrong answer on a quiz show. He was riding high on his newfound comprehension of his situation. "Wrong, baby. Fuck, so very, very wrong. Can I say something while we've got this moment, and it's my dream, so I'll fucking say it anyway? You are a terrible actor. I mean, we would get the dailies in at Paramount, and we would howl. I mean, we would fucking howl at some of the takes. Tears pouring down our faces while you attempted to emote." "You are such a cunt." "That I am. And you're a millionaire many times over because I persuaded a bunch of losers who wouldn't know a crass commercial decision from a hole in their asses to pay you an obscene amount of money to parade your God-given attributes." He turned to Lilith, who had been watching this outburst as though amused by the cavorting of an antic dog. "Sorry, there I go mentioning the G word. Probably doesn't sit well with you." "God?" Lilith said. "No, God sits perfectly well with me." Epstadt was clearly about to make some boorish reply to this, but Lilith ignored him. She let out a rhythmical whistle, and up from the dark throat of the earth came two women, bald and bare-breasted. At the sight of either faces or breasts, perhaps both, the goat boy in the crate started to get voluble again, wailing and chattering. "This is the end, then," Lilith said to the Duke. "I'm taking him. Do you have any final words?" The Duke shook his head and raised his sword, jabbing it in Epstadt's direction in order to persuade him to stay out of these proceedings. Epstadt stood his ground until the point of the Duke's sword pierced his mud-caked shirt. Then he yelped and duly stepped back to prevent worse coming his way. "Hurt, did it?" Jerry said. "Shut the fuck up," Epstadt snapped. He made no further attempt to agent the exchange between Lilith and the Duke, however. The crate was unbolted, and Lilith reached in, grabbing her one-handed offspring by his dick and balls. "Take him, ladies," she said to the women, and in a most unmotherly fashion she threw him into the arms of her maidservants, who seized him between them and carried him off down the slope and into the darkness. "So it finishes," Lilith said to the Duke. She turned on her heel, catching hold of her insanely embroidered garment and lifting it up to clear her step. Then she glanced back. "Did you have children?" she asked the Duke. He shook his head. "Then you'll lie with those who went before you, but not with any that came after. That's good." "It would be mournful to meet your children in the grave tonight." She inclined her head. "Farewell, then, my lord. It seems to me you've earned your rest." She had said all she intended to say, and again made to depart, but Epstadt wasn't quite done. "You're good," he said. "I mean real gravitas. I don't see that a lot. And you're beautiful. You know, it's usually one or the other, tits or brains. But you've got both. I almost wish I wasn't dreaming." Lilith gave him a stare which would have sent wiser men running, but Epstadt, still believing himself the master of his own dream, was not going to be cowed by any of its cast. "Have I met you somewhere before?" he said. "I have, haven't I? I'm conjuring you up from a memory." "Oh, don't do this," Todd murmured. "Don't what?" Epstadt snapped. "Play. Not here, not now." "It's my sandbox. I'll play if I want to. But the rest of you can get the fuck out. That means you, faggot, and her." He pointed at Tammy. "And you pick it out. Go on. I want you out." For some reason, Todd looked to Lilith for permission to depart. She nodded, first at Todd, then at Tammy, finally at Jerry. "Are you sure you don't want to make a graceful exit?" Todd said to Epstadt. "Fuck you." Jerry had already turned his back on the Hell's Mouth and was heading back toward the threshold. Tammy had also turned, but had halted, caught by the sight of the Duke and his two men who were lying on the ground at the edge of the trees. How they had got there, what instinct had driven them to lie down like this, she didn't know. Their bodies were already in advanced states of corruption, even though they were still alive, and they were gazing up at the slowly changing sky, their faces cleansed of any expression of resentment or need or pain. They seemed perfectly resigned to their decease, as though after all these years trapped in a circle they could not break, they were simply grateful to be leaving it. So there they lay, maggots at their nostrils, beetles at their ears, their sight drowning in pools of rot. She didn't watch to the end. She wasn't that brave. Instead, she turned away and followed Jerry to the door. As she came to his side, he said, "Look." "I saw." "No, not there," Jerry said. "That's too sad for words. Look up. It's almost over." So it was. The sun was now over halfway uncovered, and with every passing moment the landscape it had lit with so miserly a light for the better part of 400 years was growing brighter. The thinnest clouds, those most susceptible to heat, had already evaporated. Now the cumulus were in retreat, showing a bank of blue through which clusters of falling stars came blazing down, as though to celebrate the passing of the hunt. Some of the braver beasts in this extraordinary landscape, creatures that had lived contentedly in the perpetual twilight, but were curious to see what change the sun would bring, were venturing out of their dens and caves and squinting up at the spectacle overhead. A lion, blessed with wings strong enough to carry it aloft, rose from its imperial seat among the branches of a Noahic oak, as though to challenge the sun itself. It was instantly overcome by the incandescence that filled the heavens, and tumbled back to earth, shedding feathers the size of swords. Jerry saw the lesson clearly enough. "It's all going to change very quickly now," he said. There was, indeed, a general sense of panic in the landscape. Every species that had learned to prosper in the silver dim light was in a sudden terror, fearful that whatever the sun was shedding, light, heat, or both, it would be their undoing. In every corner of this painted world, creatures were scuttling and scampering, fighting over the merest sliver of shadow. It was not just the lion that had been brought down. Several flocks of birds, confounded by the sudden blaze, panicked in mid-flight and descended in squawking confusion. On the roads, wild dogs went noonday crazy and sat on one another's throats in bursts of overheated rage. The air was suddenly populated with myriad tiny gnats and dragonflies, which rose from the grass in such swarming abundance they could only have been born that moment, their eggs cracked by the abrupt rise in temperature. And where there were flies, of course, there were fly-catchers. Rodents leapt up out of the grass to feed on the sudden bounty. Lizards and snakes swarmed underfoot. It was an astonishing transformation. In the 4 or 5 minutes since the child had been passed back to his mother and the Duke's curse had been lifted, the landscape through which Goga and his men, their flesh and bones now indistinguishable from the swampy earth in which they'd lain down to die, had undergone a sea change. Falling stars and falling lions, the air filled with the flutter of 1,000,000 dragonflies and the howling of 1,000 sun-blinded dogs. Trees coming into sudden blossom, their buds so fat and fruitful they exploded like little bombs, so that a blizzard of petals drenched the air with perfume. And in that same moment, as the dragonflies rose up and the trees blossomed, death caught 1,000,000 throats, and with howls and shrieks and crazed cavorting, the Reaper claimed both the common dog and the fanciful beasts Lilith had hatched to make the hunt more purgatorial for her victims. The chicken that had laid eggs filled with serpents was devoured by its brood in its dotage. A lizard, with a dragonfly still fluttering in its jaws, was taken by a beast only Lilith could have conjured. Its back a shameless homage to the cunt, from its glorious labial head to the enormous golden eye buried in its depths like an opulent egg. 1,000 witnesses could not have catalogued what happened to the Devil's Country in those minutes. An army of chroniclers could not have caught a quarter of the stories here. They came and went too fast, birth, death, and the madness between filling the senses to overflowing. At the door, Tammy had time to wonder if perhaps Eden had been like this. Not the calm hand of a placid creator, moving over the dappled grass of paradise and leaving the lion, the lamb, and all that lived in between where it passed, but rather this. The sun turned up as though by an impatient cook, frying life into being in one frenzied, blazing carnival, its most exquisite beasts no more likely to survive the heat than its basest creations. Beauty of no importance in the heat of the moment, nor poetry, nor intelligence, just things rising and falling without judgment or consideration, the loveliest of beings dying before they had time to speak, while veils of flies descended to pump their eggs into the bed of their quickened rot. No wonder Lilith had said so knowingly that God sat perfectly well with her. Hadn't she been his first female creation, the bride for Adam, which Yahweh had rejected? Hers, the first womb, hers the first egg, hers the first blood shed in pain, because a man had made it so. Tammy looked to see if she could catch a glimpse of the woman one last time with this new notion in her head, but the air between where she stood and where the Queen of Hell had been standing was a maze of petals, flies, birds, seeds, scales, and flakes of cooked corruption. Lilith was out of sight, and Tammy knew that if she was lucky she would never have occasion to look into the woman's eyes again. 3. Upstairs, in the great bed in the master bedroom, Katya had woken from one of the most restorative slumbers she'd enjoyed in years. No nightmares, not even dreams, just a deep sense of well-being, knowing that she had finally found the man with whom to share the years in the privacy of the canyon. A moment later, the comforts of her waking state were dashed. The bed beside her was cold and empty, and she heard voices, strangers in her house. That there might be people in the kitchen or the dining room would have been bad enough, but she knew instinctively where the voices were coming from. They were way downstairs in that room, and given that Todd was not beside her, he was probably down there with them. The thought did not comfort her. She understood all too well the claim that place had, nor did it play favorites. It beguiled with equal eloquence the genius and the dullard, the intellectual and the sensualist. She had seen it happen over and over again. Lord knows, she'd had fixes enough from it herself over the years. It had kept her beautiful, kept her strong. But for her, being in the room was merely a function of cosmetics. It wiped away the years. Though perhaps it truly was the devil's country, she attached no great metaphysical significance to the place. It was her beauty parlor, nothing more. And if there were people in there now using up her dwindling sum of perfection, then she wanted them out. Out! She got up and started to dress, going over the events of the previous evening as she did so. There was only one person she knew who might have seduced Todd away from her side. Tammy, the bitch who'd taken him away last time. For some reason, Todd felt some sentimental attachment to Tammy. There was nothing wrong with that in principle. It proved he had a heart. But the woman had no place in the scheme of things from this point on. She'd served her minor purpose. It was time she was removed. Dressed now, Katya went to the mirror. The sleep had done her good. There was a luminosity in her eyes that had not been there for many years. She could even bring herself to turn on a smile. It was unfortunate, she thought as she stepped out onto the landing, but there were bound to be these little challenges at the outset. Nothing, however, was going to get between her and her paradise. Zephyr had tried, and Zephyr was dead. This woman would probably try too, but she'd end up the same way he had. And if things really went well, the killing blow would come from Todd. That would make things perfect. If he found the weapon and struck her down, it was essential to make him understand that anyone who endangered their little paradise would have to be killed. And there was nothing better for the cementing of a relationship than to spill a little blood together. Epstadt had sent Pickett, the woman, and Brahms running, but he'd stayed a while to torment the strange woman he'd conjured up. It wasn't often he tangled with a woman whose intellect he respected. For a time, Columbia had been run by just such a woman, Dawn Steele, and Epstadt had always enjoyed a good debate with her. But she'd died of brain cancer at some absurdly young age, and the loss had saddened him. True, there were a couple of actresses who had the wit to hold his attention for more than a sentence. Jamie Lee Curtis was surprisingly sharp. Susan Sarandon and Jodie Foster were worth his time. But mostly they were little more than bodies to him. So where, as he'd already asked himself, had he found the raw material for this Baroque fantasy called Lilith? It wasn't just the beauty and eloquence of the woman. It was the whole implausible world that surrounded her, like an MGM musical designed by Hieronymus Bosch. "What are you staring at?" Lilith asked him. She had long ago begun her slow descent into the underworld, but now, caught by Epstadt's scrutiny, she had halted and turned to face him again. "You," he said bluntly. "Well, don't." So saying, she again turned her back and continued to descend into the earth. "Wait," he demanded. "I want to talk with you." He caught hold of the rear of her trailing gown. "Didn't you hear me? I said wait." If there had been any trace of indulgence left on Lilith's face, it had now disappeared. She assessed him with a merciless gaze. "Wait," she said, her tone withering. "What makes you think I would obey any instruction of yours?" As she spoke, she glanced down at Epstadt's feet, and he felt a motion under his heel. Odd, he thought. He stepped aside, only to find that a new crop of the shoots had sprung up before the opening of the hell-mouth. This time, however, they were more densely planted than before, and they were only growing in his immediate vicinity. "What is this?" he said. He felt the first needle pricks in his ankles, little more than irritations, really. But when he lifted his leg, he dragged the shoots out from under his skin, and they hurt. He yelped with pain. Hopping on one leg, he hoisted up his trouser leg. There were a dozen tiny wounds around his ankle where the shoots had entered his skin. All were bleeding. "Fuck," he said. There was nothing remotely entertaining about this dream now. He wanted it to stop. Meanwhile, he felt the crop of shoots entering his other leg. He had no intention of repeating his error, so he stomped down the area of the shoots with his injured foot and planted it there while he gingerly hoisted up his other trouser leg to examine the damage. Impossible as it seemed, the shoots had already advanced through the muscle of his calf. He could see their trajectory through his skin. They were getting steadily more ambitious as they climbed, dividing and dividing again, forming a network through his flesh. He caught hold of one at his ankle where it pierced his skin. It was no thicker than a few braided hairs, but it wriggled around between his finger and thumb as though determined to keep on climbing, keep on growing. He tried to pull on it, but a spasm of pain ran up through his leg, following the path of the shoot's advance. It had almost reached his knee. There were tears of agony in his eyes now. He looked up at Lilith, blinking them away so as to see her better. She was still watching him. "All right," he said. "You made your point." She didn't reply. "Make it stop," he told her. She seemed to consider this for a moment, biting lightly on her lower lip as she turned the option over. As she did so, he glanced down at his other foot. The plants he'd ground beneath his heel had been replaced by new growths, which were already 4 or 5 inches high and piercing him afresh. "Oh, God, no," he said, returning his gaze to his tormentor's face. "Please, I was wrong." He was barely able to get the words out. The pain was so intolerable. "Make it stop." Though his vision was blurred, he could see her response to his plea. She was shaking her head. "Damn you," he said. "I made one fucking mistake. I've said I'm sorry. That should be good enough." Something burst just above his knee. He tore at his trouser leg, ripping the fabric with such pain-inspired force that it tore all the way up to his groin. There were flowers blossoming from the meat of his knee. 6 or 7 small florets, each giving off a stink so pungent it made him giddy to inhale it. He glanced up at the woman who'd done this to him just one last time, hoping his tongue would be inspired to make her merciful. But she'd plainly already decided she knew how this would end. She had turned her back on him and was continuing her descent into the underworld. Epstadt felt a new series of eruptions in his legs, leading all the way up from his knee to his groin. The large, pale muscle of his thigh had become a veritable garden. Upward of 20 flowers had blossomed there. Blood ran from the places where they'd come forth, and it coursed around the back of his leg, soaking into the tatters of his trousers. The collected scent of the blossoms all but made him swoon. He toppled backward and sprawled in the shoots that were waiting for him like a deathbed welcoming him into its final comfort. "What the hell happened to Epstadt?" Todd said, looking back. The brightening day had put a layer of haze between the hell's mouth and the door that led up into the house. The details of Epstadt's condition were impossible to fathom. All they could see was that for some reason the man was lying back among flowers. "I thought he was in trouble a few moments ago," Jerry said. "He seemed to be crying out." "He's not crying out now," Tammy said. "Looks like he's taking a nap." "Crazy," Todd said. "Well, leave him to it, I say," Jerry remarked. "If he wants to stay, that's his damn business." There was no argument from the other two. "After you," Jerry said, stepping aside to let Tammy cross the threshold. He followed quickly after her, with Todd on his heels. Todd glanced back one last time at the transforming landscape. The ships had disappeared from the horizon, as though some long-awaited wind had finally come and filled their sails and borne them off to new destinations. The little gathering of houses beside the river, with its two bridges, had been eroded by light, and even the snaking shape of the river itself was on its way to extinction. Though he doubted the tale Zephyr had told him, it seemed now that it was true. This had been a prison painted to hold the Duke. Now that his hunt was over and the Devil's Child had been returned, the place no longer had any reason to exist. Age was catching up with it. The heat of its painted sun was undoing it, image by image, tile by tile. "Ebstadt," he yelled, "are you coming?" But the man in the long grass didn't move, so Todd let him lie there. Ebstadt had always been a man who did what he wanted to do, and to hell with other people's opinions. Sprawled on the ground, Ebstadt heard Todd's call and half thought of returning it, but he could no longer move. Several shoots had entered the base of his skull, piercing his spinal column, and he was paralyzed. The greenery, pushing up through his brain, erasing his memories as they climbed, had not yet removed every last shred of intelligence. He realized that this was the end of him. He could feel the first insinuations of shoots at the back of his throat, and an itching presence behind his eyes where they were soon to emerge and flower. But it concerned him far less than it might have done had he imagined this sitting in his office. It wasn't the kind of death he'd had in mind when he thought of such things, but then his life hadn't been as he'd expected it to be either. He'd wanted to paint as a young man, but he'd had not the least talent. A professor for the art school had remarked that he'd never met a man with a poorer sense of aesthetics. What would they have thought now, those critics who'd so roundly condemned him, if they'd been here to see? Wouldn't they have said he was passing away prettily, with his head full of shoots and color and his eyes? He never finished the thought. One of Lilith's flowers blossomed inside his skull, and a sudden, massive hemorrhage stopped dead every thought Ebstadt was entertaining, or would ever entertain again. Indifferent to his death, the plants continued to press up through his flesh, blossoming and blossoming, until, from a little distance, he was barely recognizable as a man at all, merely a shape in the dirt, a log, perhaps, where flowers had grown with particular vigor, hungry to make the most of the sun, now that it was shining so brightly. 4. Tammy knew there was trouble brewing the moment she set eyes on Katya. The woman was smiling down at them beatifically, but there was no warmth or welcome in her eyes, only anger and suspicion. "What happened?" she said, straining for lightness. "It's over," Todd told her, coming up the stairs, his hand extended toward her in a placatory manner. No doubt he also read the signs in the woman's eyes and didn't trust what he saw there. "Come on," he said, laying his palm against her waist in a subtle attempt to change her direction. "No," she said, gently pressing past him so as to go down the stairs. "I want to see." "There's nothing to see," Jerry said. She didn't bother to sweeten her expression for Brahms. He was her servant, nothing more nor less. "What do you mean, there's nothing to see?" "It's all gone," he said, his tone tinged with melancholy, as though he were gently breaking the news of a death to her. "It can't be gone," Katya snapped, pushing on past Jerry and Tammy and heading down the stairs. "The hunt goes on forever. How could Goga ever catch the Devil's Child?" She turned at the bottom of the stairs, her voice strident. "How could any man ever catch the Devil's Child?" "It wasn't a man," Tammy piped up. "It was me." Katya's face was a picture of disbelief. Obviously, if the idea of a man bringing the hunt to an end wasn't farcical enough, the notion that a woman, especially one she held in such plain contempt, had done so, was beyond the bounds of reason. "That's not possible," she said, departing from the bottom of the stairs and heading along the passageway. She was out of Tammy's view now, but everyone could hear Katya's bare feet on the floor and the door handle being turned. "No!" The word was almost a shriek. Jerry caught hold of Tammy's elbow. "I think you should get out of here." "No, no, no." That room was the reason she stayed young. Now it made sense, Tammy thought. That was why Jerry had sounded as though he were announcing a death. It was Katya's demise he was announcing. Denied her chamber of eternal youth, what would happen to her? If this was a movie, she'd probably come hobbling back along the passageway, with the toll of years already overtaking her, her body cracking and bending, her beauty withering away. But this wasn't a movie. The woman who strode back into view at the bottom of the stairs showed no sign of weakening or withering, at least not yet. "That bitch!" she yelled, pointing at Tammy. "I want her killed. Todd, you hear me? I want her dead." Tammy looked up the stairs to where Todd was standing. It was impossible to read the expression on his face. Meanwhile, Katya ranted on. "She's spoiled everything, everything!" "It had to end eventually," Todd said. As Todd spoke, Tammy felt the pressure of Jerry's hand on her arm, subtly encouraging her to head on up the stairs while there was still time to do so. She didn't wait for a second prompt. She began to ascend, keeping her eyes fixed on Todd's face. What was he thinking? "Look at me," she willed him. "It's me. It's your Tammy. Look at me." He didn't, which was a bad sign. It would be easier to obey Katya if he didn't think of Tammy as a real human being, didn't look into her eyes, didn't see her fear. "Don't let her go," Katya said. She was coming up the stairs now, taking them slowly, her pace casual. Todd just stood there, and for once Tammy was glad of his passivity. She slipped by him without being apprehended and headed on to the top of the stairs. "Todd!" The cry was from Jerry, not from Katya. Tammy looked back. For some reason, Todd had caught hold of him and was preventing him from following Tammy. From the expression on his face, it was clear Jerry knew he was in trouble. He struggled to pull himself away from Todd, but he was much the weaker man. "I looked after you, didn't I?" Katya said to Jerry. "When you didn't have a friend in the world, I was there for you, wasn't I? And now you let this happen. It wasn't my fault. I couldn't stop it." Katya was right in front of him now, her palm flat against his chest. She didn't seem to be exerting any pressure, but whatever power she was exercising through her hand was enough to make him sink back against the wall. "It wasn't your doing," Katya said incredulously. "You could have killed her. That would have stopped her interfering." "Killed her?" Jerry said, plainly horrified at the idea, as though he'd not realized until now that the stakes were so high or that the prospect of murder, casual, inevitable, was so close. Perhaps most of all, not realizing that the woman he'd obviously fallen in love with should now show herself to be as cold as the Queen of Hell. "You little fake," Katya said, putting her hand on Jerry's head and ripping at the hair sewn into his scalp. She pulled, and a flap of skin came away in her hand. Blood ran down over Jerry's face. "Jesus, Katya," Todd said, "there's no need—" "No need to what?" she broke in, her face perfect in its fury. Those wonderful bones, that exquisite symmetry, finding in rage its best purpose. "No need to punish him. He knows what he did." She tossed away the flap of hair and skin and slapped Jerry across his face. Tammy had witnessed this kind of cruelty from her before, the last time Zephyr had been its target. And just like Zephyr, Jerry seemed almost mesmerized by her show of fury, powerless to defend himself against her. But Tammy wasn't about to watch him kicked half to death the way Zephyr had been kicked, even if in some twisted way Brahms was ready to accept that fate. "You know how pathetic you are," she said to Katya, "slapping around old men. Pathetic. He didn't do anything down there. I did it. I did it all. Tell her, Todd." "It wasn't Jerry's fault. It wasn't Tammy's either." "Yours, then?" Katya said, shifting her burning gaze to Todd. As she spoke, she put her hand on Jerry's face and pushed him. He reached out to stop himself tumbling back down the stairs, but there was nothing to catch hold of. Down he went, head over heels. Tammy peered over the stairwell. Jerry was sprawled at the bottom, still breathing, but apparently unconscious. She was almost grateful. Better that Katya dismiss him and come after her instead. She could still run, she could still defend herself, and she certainly wasn't about to be hypnotized by the bitch's gaze. She didn't wait for Katya to start up the flight in pursuit of her. She left the banister and headed into the kitchen. "She's crazy." It was Todd. He'd followed her in, shaking his head. "You gotta go," he said to Tammy. "Catch her!" Katya yelled. She was obviously taking her sweet time coming up the stairs, confident even now that she had this under control. "Todd, you hear me? Catch her!" "What are you, her dog?" Tammy said. "Is that what she's reduced you to?" "Just go," Todd said. "She's all I've got left." "She'll kill you, too, if it suits her," Tammy said. "You know it." "Don't say that," Todd begged. "I've got to stay with her. If I don't, what have I got? You were at the party. You heard what they said. It's all over for me. I don't have anything left except her. She loves me, Tammy." "No, she doesn't." "She does." "No. She's just using you. That isn't love. Who the hell are you to say? As good as anybody else. Better where you're concerned. The years I wasted thinking about you." "Wasted?" "Yes, wasted. I wanted you to love me, but you never did. Now you want her to love you, and she won't. Not ever. She's incapable of love." It hurt him to hear that. It hurt because he believed her, much as he didn't want to. It was the truth. She knew it, and so, to judge by those despairing eyes of his, did he. His gaze went to the window. He studied the glass for a time. "Do you think they're still out there?" Todd said. "What, the dead?" "Yes." Even as she was speaking, she was thinking about Zephyr's last request. The madness of the devil's country had put it out of her head. "Suppose I said I knew a way to get them into the house," Tammy said. "Is that possible?" "It's possible," Tammy said cautiously. He went back to the door he'd just stepped through. "How?" he asked, lowering his voice. Tammy was still uncertain of his allegiances. She didn't want to tell him everything in case he was still going to side with Katya, but on the other hand she needed his help. "It's just something somebody told me," she said. She wanted to believe she had him on her side, but she was far from certain. Katya was calling from the stairs again. "Todd, have you got her?" "Close the door," Tammy said. "Keep her out." She started to look around the kitchen. Which of the drawers was most likely to contain a knife? A good, strong steak knife? No, better, a fat-bladed chopping knife, something that wouldn't snap under pressure. "Todd!" Katya sounded as though she was in the hallway. "Close the door," Tammy repeated. "Please." Todd glanced back in Katya's direction. Then, God bless him, he closed the door. "What are you doing?" Tammy heard her say. "It's all right," Todd called back to her. Tammy started going through the drawers as quickly as possible. There seemed to be dozens of them. Did she want aluminum foil and plastic bags? No. Spoons and ladles? No. Cutlery? There were a few knives in here, but they were too flimsy for her purposes. She needed a blade she could use to dig at the wood. If she didn't get the icons out of the threshold, the ghosts would stay out there. "Todd, let me in." "You have to go," Todd said to Tammy. "Not until I've got a—" Yes! A knife. The ninth drawer she opened was a treasure trove of knives, large, small, middle-sized. Knowing she could only have a few seconds left before Katya came in, Tammy simply gathered up a handful of knives, 5 or 6, and headed back to the passageway. As she reached the door, she heard Katya's voice from across the room. "You think you're going to save yourself with those?" Tammy looked back over her shoulder. Katya had pushed the door open and shoved Todd aside, raising her hands as she approached, ready to take Tammy by the throat. Todd raced ahead of her to stand between the two women. "Hey now," he said, "let's just calm down. Nobody's going to hurt anybody." Katya seemed to listen to him, her agitation quieted. "All right," she said, looking at Todd with wide, dark eyes. "What do you suggest?" Tammy didn't trust this little performance at all, but it gave her time to back off toward the door. As she reached it, one of her hastily collected knives slipped from her hand. She bent down to pick it up, and in attempting to do so lost her grip on all the others. She cursed as they went spinning across the polished tiles in all directions. "Pick them up, Todd," Katya said. "Later," Todd replied, his tone still mellow. In response, she slapped him hard across his already wounded face, striking blood from it. "I want them picked up." He stared at her for a minute. Then very calmly he caught hold of her hand and said, "Don't do that." "You want to hit me back?" Katya said. "Go on. If that's what you want to do, then do it. No, you won't, will you? You're too damn weak, all you men, too damn weak." As if to prove the point, she pulled her hand out of Todd's grip and pushed past him, heading straight for Tammy. Faced with the choice of waiting a few seconds to see if Todd would come to her rescue, or making an escape while she could, Tammy snatched up the first knife to hand, which was neither the largest nor the toughest of the blades, and made a run for the door. Katya came after her. Tammy stumbled as she got up, and Katya would probably have caught her if Todd hadn't finally found the courage to put his arms around Katya from behind and hold her back. "All right," he yelled to Tammy. "Go!" Tammy didn't need a second invitation. She ran out into the passage and slammed the door after her. It had a lock, but regrettably no key. She looked down the passageway to the back door. There was a glass panel in it. The glass wasn't flawless, but it was clear enough for Tammy to see the shapes of the ghosts, assembled like a pack of hungry dogs eager to be let into the house. She could hear the odd, listless murmuring they made, the words like objects that had been used so many times they had lost all their shape. Did they know, somehow, that she was on her way to let them in? Was that why their murmuring became a little more urgent as she opened the door and the silvery stare in their eyes a little brighter? "Wait," she said to them. "I'm going to do this, but you have to wait." There was noise from the kitchen behind her. Plainly, Katya was attempting to persuade Todd to go and fetch her, probably kill her. Tammy couldn't make sense of the words, and that was probably for the best. She couldn't afford to be panicked any more than she already was, or she'd screw this up. Tammy glanced back over her shoulder to check that Katya wasn't already in the passageway. Then she went down on her hands and knees and examined the threshold. The wood was worn with time, and rot had got into it, softening it. She ran her fingers over the full length of it, clearing away the dirt. The area smelled vaguely of vomit, but she supposed that was the rot she was smelling. At 3 or 4 inch intervals along the length of the threshold, there were metal markers like nails with large, elaborately configured heads hammered into the timber. She dug around one of them with the nail of her forefinger. It seemed very solidly embedded in the wood, but she had no doubt she was on the right track, meddling with these things because as soon as she started to do so, the ghost's murmuring became almost reverent in tone, worshipful. She looked up at them. The light they emitted had grown brighter. Either that or they'd narrowed their eyes. Yes, that was it. They narrowed their eyes to study what she was doing. "This is it, isn't it?" They answered the only way they could. They fell completely silent. This was not a procedure they wanted to put at risk by making so much as a single sound. There were 5 icons in the threshold, the middle one slightly bigger than the other 4, which was a circle with 2 irregularly shaped arms coming from it, at noon and 7 o'clock on its dial. She dug her knife into the center of the symbol. "Okay," she said softly to it. "Out you come." The wood was so wormy it crumbled beneath her knife point. She dug deeper, exposing parts of the icon that were still clean. It gave off a subtle iridescence, like mother of pearl. Her confidence growing, she kept digging until she had cleared the wood away around the whole thing. Then she put her knife tip under the rim and tried to lever it out. Much to her disappointment, it wouldn't budge, not even a little bit. "Damn," she said softly. She worked at it a little more, then remembered the old school adage trotted out before every test. If you can't answer the first question, don't waste time on it. Move on to the next one. That's what she did. She moved left and started to stab at the wood around the icon at the far end of the row. If anything, the threshold was even more rotted here than it was at the center. The wood came away in fat splinters. There was more noise from the kitchen shouting now, but she ignored it, just kept digging. Bigger splinters flew. She felt a rush of certainty. She was going to do this. She pressed the knife onto the edge of the icon. There was a moment of resistance, then the pressure of the blade on a nerve in her hand sent a spasm of pain up her arm. She yelped, and in the same moment the icon jumped free of the wood, landing on the tile outside. The din from the kitchen suddenly became very specific. She heard Todd say, "Don't do that." It was a voice she'd never heard from him before, not even in a movie. There was fear in his voice. Something Katya was doing or was about to do had made him afraid. Not a very comforting thought. Without wasting time looking over her shoulder, she quickly went to the other end of the threshold and started to work there. Though there was plenty of light between the trees, she was cold. There was a length of clammy flesh down her spine and another across her shoulder blades, as though somebody had painted a cold cross on her skin. Her teeth chattered lightly. But again she was in luck. The wood around the icon came away in 3 or 4 large pieces. She pressed the knife as deep under the device as it would go and levered. The thing shifted instantly, and as it did so, the same spasm she'd felt before ran up her arm. It wasn't a nerve she was striking, she realized. It was a jolt of energy given off by the metal work as it was levered out. It hurt so much she dropped the knife for a moment to massage her hand. Her fingers were getting numb. She looked up at her silent witnesses. "Yes, I know," she said. "Hurry up, I know." She picked up the knife again and moved left. Long strips of splinters had already come out of the wood at that end, so some of the work was done. And now she had a technique. She ferreted around with the knife point close to the metal, looking for a weakness. Then she dug out a few large pieces of wood and went in for the kill. The third one was the easiest so far, except for the pain, which was excruciating. It ran all the way up to her shoulder joint and into her neck. Her hand was beginning to feel stupid with numbness. Still, there were only 2 icons left to move. Surely they weren't beyond her capabilities. Some instinct made her go back to the middle icon, thinking that she might get lucky, but it was a waste of time. The damn thing was as immovable as it had been previously. She went on to the right of it and dug around the second of the remaining pair. The wood was just as vulnerable as it had been on the other side, but her numbed muscles were nowhere near as strong now as they'd been a minute ago. She took both hands to the blade, but she wasn't as smart with her left hand as she was with her right, and it added little by way of leverage. Her breath was coming in short gasps, her frustration mounting. She glanced up at the ghosts as though the fierceness of their need to be inside would lend her some strength. To her surprise, she found that one of them had come forward and crouched down to examine one of the icons. It apparently carried no power now that it was out of its place in line, like a letter lifted from a curse word and rendered harmless. The man was so close to her she could have touched him if she'd raised her hand. Very quietly the dead man spoke. "The bitch is coming," he said. Tammy glanced over her shoulder. There was nobody in the passageway behind her. Yet, nor was there any sound from the kitchen. Still, she didn't doubt that what the man had said was true. She willed her hands to grasp the knife a little harder, and they seemed to oblige her just a little. She pushed the blade deeper into the wood, and the icon shifted. She twisted and felt what was by now a familiar jolt of power from the metalwork. This time it passed through both hands. The icon was spat from the wood and fell, spinning on the tiles. But she had no reason to celebrate. Her hand was now so weak that the knife fell from her grip and clattered on the floor between her knees. There was no feeling remaining in her right hand, and her left was not going to be much use to her on the remaining icon. Still, what choice did she have? She picked the knife up in her left hand anyway, and using the numbed wrist of her right, guided it to the hole she dug around the central icon. Perhaps if she just wriggled the point of the blade around for long enough, she'd locate a weak spot. She leaned forward to put the weight of her body into the calculation. "Come on," she murmured to it, "you son of a bitch. Move for Mama." There was a sound behind her, a soft sound, a groan. She looked back, fearing the worst, and the worst it was. Todd had swung around the door jamb coming from the kitchen, his hand clutching his lower belly. There was blood running between his fingers and blood on his trousers, a lot of it. "She stabbed me," he said, his tone one of near disbelief. He kept his eyes fixed on Tammy as though he couldn't bear to inspect the damage. "Oh, Jesus, she stabbed me." He leaned forward, and for a moment Tammy thought he was simply going to fall over, but he reached out and caught hold of the lips of one of the 4 alcoves carved into the walls of the passageway. "You have to get out of here," he said to Tammy. She got to her feet, ready to help him, but he waved her away. "Just go before she—" "Comes," he would have said, but it was academic. Katya was there already, coming round the corner, the knife in her hand, his blood on it. Todd turned back to look at her. She was moving at her old leisurely pace, as though they had all the time in the world to play out the last reel of this tragedy. Todd reached into the alcove and found an antique picture there. His body blocked what he was doing from Katya's view, but even if she'd seen what he was up to, Tammy thought, she would still have kept coming. She had the knife, after all, and more than that, she had the certainty that Todd had nowhere else to go, nowhere to fall, finally, except into her arms, into her knife. That was what the pace of her approach announced, that she expected him to die in her embrace. Todd grasped the pitcher and swung it round. It caught Katya's shoulder and shattered, shards of ceramic flying up into her face. The impact was sufficient to throw her back against the wall, and the knife dropped from her hand, but the effort had used up a significant part of what was left of Todd's energies. He stumbled across the passageway, his arms outstretched, and fell against the opposite wall. His face was ashen, his teeth clenched, his eyelids lazy with pain. "Let them in," he murmured to Tammy. "What are you waiting for? Let them in." At the other end of the passageway, Tammy felt Katya's gaze fix on her. A ceramic chip had nicked the skin beneath her eye. A single drop of blood ran down over her flawless cheek. She didn't trouble herself to wipe it away. She simply dropped to her haunches and casually picked up the knife. Even in the chaos of her thoughts, the symmetry of all this was not lost on Tammy. Two women each with a knife, and dying between them the man they'd both loved or imagined they had. As Tammy's mother had been fond of saying when the subject of love had come up in conversation, as it would from time to time, "It'll all end in tears." Well, so it had. And more to come, no doubt, plenty more to come. She tore her gaze from Katya, picked up the knife with her left hand, and guided it with her right back to the assaulted wood around the middle icon. Again she leaned into the task, put every pound to work. She twisted the knife to the left. A few small splinters came away. She twisted again, this time to the right, wanting nothing in the world as much as she wanted that sickening jolt through her bones. She could see more of the icon's depth now embedded in the wood. It went far deeper than the others she saw. That was why it refused to budge. It wasn't just wider, it was longer. She glanced up at the ghosts. They'd missed nothing of what was going on in the passageway. Eyes like slits, they'd all come a little closer to the threshold, daring its consequences. Behind her, Todd said, "Tammy?" He was sliding down the wall, his gaze fixed on her. Katya had apparently used the knife on him again, but hadn't lingered to finish him off. She was moving past him, her eyes on Tammy. "It'll all end in tears," Tammy murmured to herself, and then turned one more time to the challenge of the central icon. For the last time, she threw her weight down upon it, using her weakened left hand and her benumbed right to twist the knife blade in the groove beneath the metal ridge. Another 2 or 3 small splinters came away. "Come on," she begged. "Please, God, move." Katya was right behind her now. She could feel her presence at her back, and of course Tammy was a perfect target right now. But there wasn't a thing in hell she could do about that, not if she wanted to keep going, keep pushing, keep hoping the damn thing would... It moved. She looked down at the icon, and yes, God love it, the thing had lifted out of the wood a little, scarcely at all in truth, but movement was movement. She twisted again, using what little strength her left hand had, and suddenly the jolt came up out of the icon with such force that it threw her backward, so that she landed in front of Katya, deposited before her like a sacrificial lamb. The pain in her hands and her arms was so severe this time that she had difficulty staying conscious. The image of Katya loomed above her, knife in hand. Blotches of darkness invaded it from the corners of her sight, but she held on by force of will, determined not to lie there passively while Katya leaned over and slit her throat. "You interfering bitch," Katya said, raising the knife. She took hold of Tammy's hair, pulling back her head to expose her throat, but before she could deliver the cut, something else drew her attention. It seemed she had not realized until this moment that all her defenses had been breached. "Jesus Christ," she said. Weak as she was, Tammy was still capable of feeling a little satisfaction as she saw the look on Katya's face go from murderous intent to puzzlement and then, very suddenly, to fear. "What have you done?" she murmured. Tammy didn't have the energy or the wit for a pithy reply, but she didn't really need one. Events would speak for themselves now. The door was open, and the threshold cleared. After years of frustration and exile, Katya's long-neglected guests were coming back to reacquaint themselves with the mysteries of the Devil's Country. Part 10. And the dead came in. 1. They came almost silently at first, and cautiously, as though even now they suspected Katya had laid some trap to catch them once they were inside the house. But as soon as 4 or 5 of them were safely over the threshold, and it became obvious that there were no traps, their silence erupted into a horrid din of triumph, and their caution turned into an ungainly torrent of desperate spirits, all struggling to get through the door at the same time. Though Tammy's consciousness was still slippery, she had enough strength left to protect her face from the feet of those coming through, rolling herself into a semi-fetal position to avoid the worst. There were so many revenants, and the door through which they were attempting to pass was so narrow that impatience soon ignited among the crowd. Arguments became physical assaults as the stronger pushed the weaker aside, so they could be the first down the stairs, the first through the door that would take them into the devil's country. Tammy had her hands over her face, but between her fingers she saw Katya put up a vain protest against this invasion. She shouted something, but it was lost in the din of triumph and argument. A moment later, she too was lost, as the wave of exiles threw themselves against her and carried her away. This time Tammy did hear her, though it was not a word she uttered, but a scream, a furious scream. They were in her dream palace. These things, which had once been her friends, her beautiful friends, the virile and the beautiful deities of a lost golden age, reduced by hunger and despair to the filleted, smeared, wasted dregs of humanity, now bore her away. The noises they made as they came and came and came were some of the most distressing sounds Tammy had ever heard. Slaughterhouse shrieks and plague-pit moans, chattering and curses that were more like the din out of a padded cell than anything that should have come from an assembly of once sophisticated souls. Finally, however, the noise and the kicking of her body by passing feet slowed and ceased. The procession of the dead had passed over the threshold, along the corridor and into the house. It had taken perhaps 5 minutes to get the entire assembly inside. Now they were gone. The passageway was deserted, except for Tammy and Todd. Tammy waited another minute or two before gathering the strength to unknot her weary limbs and roll herself over. She gave thanks as she did so to her mother, of all people, who had been an unpleasant piece of work, especially in her latter years, but had possessed the constitution of a horse, which Tammy had inherited. Most of the women Tammy knew would not have survived the brutal physical assaults and violations that had punctuated the adventures of her last few days. Thanks to Mama, Tammy had. She fixed her gaze on Todd, who had apparently also survived both Katya's attack and the Revenant's tide. He was half sitting, half slumped against the wall, further down the passageway, staring at the alcove from which he'd grabbed the antique picture. His breathing was ragged, but at least he was still alive. It was a short drive to Cedars-Sinai from here, if she could get help to carry him to the car. She crawled over to him. He was doing nothing to stanch the wounds. Katya had stabbed him at least twice, possibly 3 times. The blood was pulsing out of him. He saw her coming from the corner of his eye. Very slowly he turned his head toward her. "You let them in," he said. "Yes, I let them in." "You had it planned all along, then?" "Not really. It was Zephyr's idea." He made a long, soft moan as he saw the neatness of this. Zephyr, the first exile from the dream palace. Zephyr, who'd been the bitch goddess's dog, finally become her undoer, and Tammy his agent. "So you were in this together," he said. "I'll tell you about it later. Right now we should get out of here." He made a small, very weary shake of his head. "I don't think I'll be going anywhere any time soon. She meant to kill me, and I'm afraid she has. She knew in the end I'd sided with you, and that meant I'd betrayed her." "You didn't." "Yes, I did. I knew the last thing she wanted was that the ghosts get in." He shook his head, his eyes sliding closed, "but I had to. It was the right thing." He opened his eyes again and looked down at the blood. "And her killing me, that was right, too." "Christ, no. It's all ended up the way it should." "Don't say that," Tammy murmured. "It's not over yet." She pushed herself up onto her knees, then grabbed hold of the edge of one of the alcoves and hauled herself to her feet. The numbness was passing from her hands. Now they simply tingled as though they'd been trapped under her while she slept. She heard the sound of footsteps outside, and she looked round to see Maxine stumbling up the steps from the garden in a state of total disarray. In any other circumstance, Tammy might have found the sight funny. Maxine's clothes were torn, her face scratched and grimy, but right now she was just one more victim. Of Katya, of the house, of the canyon. "My God," she said, seeing Todd sitting there, the blood pooling on the floor. "What the hell happened?" "Katya," Tammy said. It was all the explanation she had energy for. Once over the threshold, Maxine closed the door and locked it, her hands trembling. "There's things out there." "Yes, I know. They killed Sawyer." For a moment it looked as though she was going to succumb to tears, but she fought them off and came along the passageway, her expression turning from one of imminent tears to shock. "Wait," she said. "Is that Todd?" Was he that unrecognizable, Tammy thought? It seemed he was. In the hours since Maxine had last set eyes on him, Todd had taken a hell of a beating. By the sea, by Epstadt, by Katya. Now he looked like a boxer who'd gone 20 rounds with a man twice his strength, both his eyes puffed up, his lower lip swollen and jutting, his whole face a mass of colors, bruises old and new, cuts old and new, all spattered with dried mud. Looking at him afresh with Maxine's appalled gaze, Tammy realized that she could have shown this poor broken face to 1,000 members of the Todd Pickett Appreciation Society, and not a single one would have known who they were looking at, and that probably included herself. How far they'd all fallen, the gods and their admirers both. "We have to get an ambulance up here," Maxine said. She bent down to speak to Todd. "We're getting an ambulance." "No," he said weakly, lifting his hand. "Stay with me." Maxine looked at Tammy, who gave her a small nod. Maxine took hold of Todd's hand. "What happened to Epstadt?" Maxine asked. "Last time I saw him, he was in hell," Tammy replied. There was something rather satisfying about being able to say that, even if she didn't really know what they'd all experienced behind that door downstairs. Whatever it was real. Her breast still tingled from the goat boy's suckling. "And the woman, Katya?" "I don't know where she went, but if you'll take care of Todd, I'd like to find out." Todd gave his own misshapen reply to this suggestion. "Be careful." As he spoke, he raised his free hand in Tammy's direction. It was impossible to interpret the expression on his face, but the fact that he was afraid for her spoke volumes, and she, in her turn, was afraid that if she didn't find some excuse to leave now, she'd be left here watching him die. She pressed his fingers, and he returned the pressure. "It's good," he said. "Better, see? That bitch." She nodded and headed off back down the passageway. As she went, she heard Maxine dialing 911 on her portable phone, which had apparently survived the traumas of her journey through the wilderness behind the house. There was a calamitous din coming from the center of the house. It sounded as though a hurricane had been loosed down there and was moving from room to room, getting stronger as its frustration mounted. Tammy went to the stairwell and stood there for a few moments, letting the tears fall. Why not? Why the hell not? What crazy person wouldn't weep when they'd turned over the rock of the world and they'd seen what was there crawling around, the dead, the nearly dead, and the sorrow of every damn thing? It wasn't just Todd she was weeping for. She was shedding a tear, it seemed, for everyone she'd ever known. For Arnie, for God's sake, who one night had told her how his grandfather, Otis, when he was in his cups, would burn the 8-year-old Arnie's knuckles with cigarettes for the fun of it, and how Arnie had said it was good they'd never have children because he was afraid he'd end up doing the same. For the dead, who'd waited outside this insane asylum for so long, waiting for their chance to get back over the threshold, and now they were in. They weren't happy because what they'd come in search of was gone. That was their noise, she knew, their fury circling below, their frustration mounting with every turn. For Todd, and all the imperfect people who'd loved him, because they'd thought he was made of purer stuff than they. All the worshippers who'd sent him messages through her, begging him just to drop them a note, pick up the phone, tell them that he knew they existed. She'd been one of those people herself once upon a time. In a way, she'd been the worst of them, in fact, because although she'd got so close to understanding the ways of this grotesque town, and known it was a crock of deceits and stupidities, instead of turning her back on it all, burning Todd's pictures and getting herself a life worth living, she'd let herself become a propagator of the great lie. She'd done it in part because it made her feel important, but more because she'd wanted Todd to be the real thing, the dream come true, alive in the same imperfect world she'd lived in, but better than that dirty, disappointing world. And having once decided to believe, she had to keep on believing it, because once he fell from grace, there was nothing left to believe in. It'll all end in tears, as her mother had been wont to say, and Tammy had despised the woman for her lack of faith in things, for her cynical certainty that everything was bound to sorrow. But in the end she'd been right. Tammy was standing in the creaking, raging ruins of that terrible truth, tears on her own face, shed for just about everything she'd ever known. She wiped her cheeks and looked down the stairwell. The last time she'd looked, she'd seen Jerry sprawled at the bottom, another one of Katya's victims, but now he was gone. She didn't want to call his name. That risked drawing Katya's attention, and if she was in the vicinity, Tammy had already had enough of her to last several lifetimes. She ventured cautiously down the stairs, holding the banisters with both hands. The wood reverberated beneath her palms, shaken by the noise of the dead. About halfway down, she felt a rush of icy air erupt from the stairwell, and a heartbeat later a flood of forms returned from the passageway that led to the Devil's Country. The revenants, or at least some of them, were coming back the way they'd gone. Tammy let go of the banister and threw herself against the wall as half a dozen of the phantoms came roaring up the stairs. "Gone," she heard one of them saying, its voice a mournful howl. "Gone." More revenants were emerging from the Devil's Country now, all in a similar state of fury. One of them began to dig at the ground at the bottom of the stairs with his bare hands, attacking the boards with such violence they cracked. Then he tore them up, obviously looking for what was already lost. Tammy stayed glued to the wall, and in that state slid down to the bottom of the flight to see if she could spot Jerry. Zephyr's body had been shoved aside by the passage of the ghosts, and lay face down in the corner of the stairwell. Looking in the other direction, she saw that the door to the Devil's Country was throwing itself open and closed, slamming with such violence that its framework had cracked. So had the plaster overhead. The light had dropped out of its fixture and was dangling along with a cloud of plaster from a bare wire, describing a figure 8 in the air as it swung. It wouldn't have been Tammy's first preference to venture any closer to the slamming door than she'd already come, but as she'd left the responsibility of Todd with Maxine, she knew it fell to her to protect Jerry. The ghosts wouldn't hurt her, she hoped, as long as she didn't get in their way. She'd done nothing to harm them. If anything, she should be their heroine. But she wasn't sure that in their present state of high frustration they knew the difference between those who were on their side and those who weren't. They simply wanted to know where their long-awaited paradise had gone. Apparently some of them were certain it had been removed to some other part of the house to trick them, hence this crazy tearing up of the floor and smashing of the walls. It was here, somewhere, and they were going to tear up the fabric of the house until they found it. Two of these berserkers emerged from the room, their faces smears of fury, and raced past her up the stairs. She waited until they'd disappeared, and then she went to the door. With the light swinging giddily overhead, the passageway pitched like a funhouse ride. She closed her eyes to snatch a much-needed moment of stillness, then opened them, and without waiting for the door to stop its lunatic slamming, she pushed it open and stepped into the space that had once been called the Devil's Country. Maxine had had occasion to lie to Todd many times over the course of their working life together, but she had never lied more profoundly than when she'd told him That day she'd announced she was no longer working for him, that there were more like him available on every plane. The image of hordes of potential Todd Picketts just waiting to be picked out of the hopefuls who flew into LAX every hour had been cruel nonsense. Sure, there were always good-lookers in any bunch, sometimes beauties, and sometimes, though very rarely, a beauty had some innate talent. But very few who came to Tinseltown hoping to snatch the brass ring had what the young Todd had possessed, the kind of effortless charm that an entire generation, men and women both, could fall in love with. He'd been that rarest of things, a universal object of desire. Of course, it didn't take much to taint such purity, but Todd had been lucky. Though in private he'd often been sour, envious, and scornful, Maxine had successfully kept all that from the fans. Todd's image had remained damn near perfect. His only enemy was time. And even that, in the end, wouldn't have mattered if he'd allowed it to take its toll without shame. Look at Paul Newman, practically sainted at 70. It would have been the same for Todd. People would have loved him as he grew old, the way they loved certain songs, because he was part of who they were. Maxine could have said all of this to him on the beach if she'd been prepared to eat enough humble pie. Her words might even have persuaded him not to go into the water with Katya, and what a lot of grief that would have prevented. But instead, she'd been stupid and let the lie stand. And now they were here at the end of it all, and what had their petty warring earned them? Well, a lot of things she'd have preferred never to experience. Being out in the backyard with the ghosts, for one, that had been almost more than her sanity could endure. Seeing Sawyer torn apart that way was a horror she'd never be able to get out of her head. And then to make her way back through the undergrowth while some of his mutilators stalked her, sniffing after her as though they were dogs in heat, and she the local bitch. There were no words for the horror of that. And finally, this. Coming back inside the house to find Todd as near dead as made no difference, his face covered in wounds, his body all cut up. The emergency services were on their way, but even if the canyon had been easy to find, which of course it wasn't, she didn't have much hope that they'd make it in time to help him. He made a noise, his eyes fluttering. "Can you hear me, Todd? There's an ambulance on its way." For a moment his eyes opened a little wider, and he seemed to be making an effort to concentrate on the face in front of him. "It's Maxine," she said. "Remember me?" There was no recognition in his eyes. His breathing, which had steadily become shallower, was now so shallow she could scarcely see his chest rising and falling. She dropped her head toward his and spoke softly into his ear as if to a child. "Please don't go," she said to him. "You're strong. You don't have to die here if you don't want to." He opened his mouth a little. His breath smelled metallic, as though he'd just swallowed a mouthful of old pennies. She thought he intended to tell her something and put her ear to his lips. His mouth continued to move, but no sound came out except the wet sounds of his throat and tongue working. She was bent forward for perhaps half a minute, hoping for something from him, but the posture was making her back creak, so she sat up again. In the 15 seconds it took her to lift herself up from her bowed position and sit up straight, the man she was tending died. It was only when she started to speak to him, just repeating his name in the hope that she might get some response from him, that she realized every trace of animation had gone out of him. Very tenderly she put her hand up to Todd's battered face and touched his cheek. Many times over the years she'd gone on set to find that the makeup people had given him swellings or wounds that had looked grotesquely realistic, but they'd always been movie wounds. However bloody they got, and however much he was supposed to have suffered in their getting, they were never disfiguring. The Todd Pickett whom audiences had come to see, with his blue-green eyes, his dark, lush hair, his symmetry, his smile, none of that was ever spoiled. But this, lying before her, this was a different spectacle entirely. Once she had closed his eyes, there was nothing left visible of the Todd Pickett the world had loved. She extricated herself from beneath his corpse with some difficulty. It bothered her to be leaving his body just sprawled here in the passageway in such an undignified manner, but she didn't know what else to do. She needed to find Tammy, Jerry, and a vodka, not necessarily in that order. Anyway, she thought as she looked down at the corpse, what the hell did Todd care where he was lying? He was gone, hopefully, about some better business than the rest of the ghosts who lingered around this damnable house. The thought of them, of the undeniable fact of them, which she'd witnessed just a few minutes before, made her heart quicken. If the dead lived on after their demise, did that mean that was Todd's spirit in the vicinity right now, hovering around before he decided where he was headed? She could feel herself blushing with self-consciousness, wondering what she'd done in the few minutes since his passing that he might have witnessed. Had she said anything asinine or let go of some gas in her nervousness? Feeling a little foolish, but knowing she couldn't take a step without speaking, she said, "Todd, are you here?" Then she waited, looking around. A fly had buzzed in from the backyard where the door was still open, and it now landed in the pooling blood between Todd's legs, where it supped eagerly. She bent down and shooed it away. It rose giddily into the air as though stupefied by the sheer scale of the feast that lay below. She swatted at it with the back of her hand, and to her surprise she struck it. Down it went on its back, its buzz suddenly manic, as it careened around on the tile beside Todd's body. Had Maxine been a deeper thinker, she would perhaps have hesitated to kill the thing. But there'd never been any room for metaphysics in her life, and though she might once have heard in conversation that in some cultures a fly attending on a corpse must be treated reverentially, in case it carried the soul of the deceased, such possibilities were very remote from her way of thinking. She put her foot down on the upturned fly without a moment's hesitation, and headed back into the kitchen. 2. The tiled room was hazy when Tammy stepped inside. Though the walls were now quite solid, she could see the grout between the tiles and the cracks on the surfaces of the tiles. There was a dense, cold fog in the place which made deep breathing difficult, and seeing any great distance more difficult still. The air smelled rank, like a very intense mildew. Apparently, one of the illusions the room had been capable of creating was the illusion of smell. There had been the fragrance of greenery in here when she'd last entered, the smell of rain on leaves and damp earth, and the pungent aroma of horse manure from a dump left by one of the Duke's horses. But apparently all that had been masking the real smell of the place, which was this smothering fungoid stench. She advanced cautiously, fearful of suddenly encountering somebody in the fog, and not leaving herself time to retreat. She could hear the ghosts now and again. Their howls and their complaints strobed through the fog-thickened air, making it hard for her to judge their distance. For safety's sake, she kept one of the walls in sight to her left as a point of reference. It possessed only a shadow of its former genius for deception. The landscape that had once seemed so real was now reduced to outlines. Even these were not complete. In some places they had deteriorated to near abstractions. In others they'd gone entirely. But then, in other places, there were still large expanses of paintwork intact, where she could make out the whole visual structure of a picture. In one place there were tufts of grass and small white flowers that, spreading from the bottom of the walls across the ground, created the illusion that the visitor was walking over fertile ground. In another, rocks and boulders were strewn about, some cracked open by ambitious shrubs which had settled in their cracks as seeds, and more distantly, here and there, she could still see copses and forests, roads and rivers which cloud shadows had once passed over most convincingly, and beasts had haunted, and men lived and died in. The hues of all these fragments of the country had faded, needless to say burned away by the unveiled sun. All the richness of the rendering, all the detail of the painter's craft was lost. What remained was almost as simple as the outlines in a child's coloring book. Once in a while, As she walked, the fog would become a little thinner overhead, and she'd catch a glimpse of the ceiling. It was in much the same state as the walls and floor. The outlines of cloud formations were still visible, but without the brushwork and color to lend them life, they looked even more abstracted than the landscape, just meaningless shapes. Only the sun, whose appearance had begun the process of destruction, retained some lifelike qualities. The brightness it shed was sickly, however, as though it were blazing too brightly to stay aloft and alight for long, and would soon be consumed by its own fever. And still she walked, with the wall on her left, certain that she'd soon come to the corner of the room. But the journey went on and on, much to her astonishment. The room must truly have been enormous, as Zephyr had boasted. She remembered the pride on his face when he described how they'd built the room, how the tiles had been numbered so that they could be put up in the exact order he'd found them in. Only now, with the deceptions of the room removed, did she better understand why he'd felt such pride. The achievement had been substantial. Lunatic, but substantial. Finally the wall turned a corner, leading away from her, which was a surprise. She began to wonder if this search wasn't becoming foolhardy. How much further should she explore, hugging the wall for security's sake, but getting further and further away from the door? Should she take a chance and step out into the dark, featureless fog, hoping her sense of direction would guide her back to the place she'd come from? No, that wasn't sensible. She decided on the more conservative option. She simply turned on her heel and, putting the wall that had been on her left on her right, returned the way she'd come. Her only concession to risk was to venture perhaps 6 or 7 yards from the wall, which put it at the limit of her sight, given the density of the mist. In this manner she proceeded tentatively back the way she'd come. The trek back to the door was not the uneventful journey the outward-bound trip had been. She'd taken perhaps 5 strides from the turnabout spot when she heard the whooping clamor of ghosts, and a body of them, smeared together in their grief, melded, it seemed, into one furious being, appeared from the fog. Their faces were bitter, turned-down mouths and burning cold blue eyes like the luminous eyes of deep-sea fish. She'd not been terrified of them at the threshold, but she was terrified now, not because they would see her and recognize her and blame her for the absence of their consolation, but because they could catch her up in their momentum and carry her away with them. She instinctively dropped to the ground as they approached, and they moved on past her, wailing and cursing. She heard cracking sounds as they passed by, and when they'd gone she saw that the tiles which they'd passed over had shattered. She stayed pressed on the ground while the fog roiled around her, afraid that they'd come back. They didn't return, thank God, but it was clear that this wasn't a safe place to be. She could hear other packs of ghosts roving around in the fog, making their own terrifying din. The fog, she assumed, had delayed their full realization that this place was a shadow of its former self. That was why some of them kept on searching, hoping that the power they'd fed on in the good old days was still here somewhere. Of course it was not, and by degrees the bitter word was spreading so that each of the groups, searching the room slowly, grasped the disastrous truth, and as soon as they did, they went crazy. "Tammy!" She looked up. Close to the ground the fog thinned somewhat, and she could see twice as far as she could when standing, and there, at the limit of her vision, lying on the ground like her, and probably for the same reason, was Jerry Brahms. Oh, thank God! There was a dark smear on his face which she guessed was blood. Otherwise he seemed to be all right. He crawled toward her on his belly, like a soldier under fire. As she approached, she saw that the smear was indeed blood. It sourced the patch of skin which Katya had torn out of his scalp. When he reached her, he caught hold of her hand. "My dear, thank the Lord you're still alive. I feared the worst, I truly did. Somebody let the ghosts in." "That was me." "In God's name, why?" "Because Todd wanted me to," she said. It wasn't the whole truth, of course, but it was enough for now. "Where is Todd?" She looked away from him just for a moment. It was all she needed to do. "Oh, Lord, no, not my Todd. She stabbed him." "Katya stabbed him? Why?" It's too complicated. Well, later then. Where's Katya now? I think she's in here somewhere. So why did you come down? Why'd you think to find you? Oh, you sweet. He grasped her hand hard. Now can we please go, she said. Do you know the way to the door? She glanced over her shoulder. The wall she'd strayed from was still visible. Yes, I think so. Back to the wall, make a right, and then we follow it until we reach the door, which will be on the left. Very organized. I hope I'm right, Tammy said. She started to get to her feet. Jerry tried to persuade her back down on the ground. I'm too big to be crawling around like this, she said. Jerry nodded. And you know what? I'm too old, he said. If she sees us, she sees us, yes? He scrambled to his feet, and together they headed back to the relative security of the wall. There were noises from every direction. Some were the by now familiar cries of frustrated ghosts. But there were now also sounds of mounting destruction. The revenants were venting their fury by taking the room apart. Tammy could hear them tearing at the walls, bringing down waves of tiles, and after the shrill crash of breaking tiles came the deeper din of wood beams being smashed, timber wrenched from timber with the squeal of unseated nails. Tammy and Jerry stayed close to the wall, but the air was quickly filling with particles of dust which suggested the destruction was getting closer to them. It was impossible to tell from which direction, perhaps from all. "May I?" Tammy said, slipping her hand into Jerry's. "Be my guest." The door was in sight now, and though the din was sickening, Tammy dared to think they might get out of this alive with a little luck. No sooner had it crossed her mind than there was a massive disturbance in the fog close by, so large a disturbance that the fog actually parted like a pair of drawn drapes. Tammy dragged Jerry back the way they'd come, 2 or 3 steps no more. As she did so, the ghosts came out of the gaping fog and flung themselves at the wall around the door. They tore at it, and at the wall surrounding it, with such force that part of the ceiling above the door came crashing down. Pieces of shattered tiles, splintered wood and plaster flew in all directions. Tammy and Jerry turned away and shielded their faces. A barrage of shards peppered their backs. When the noise of the demolition ceased and Tammy looked back, a haze of plaster dust had replaced the fog. She inhaled, and it caught in her throat, reducing her to a coughing, tearful mess. Jerry was in the same or worse condition. Tammy spat out a mouthful of the white soot and wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand. Not the smartest thing to do. She felt plaster particles scrape between her irises and her lids. A new flood of tears came. As she wiped them away, she felt Jerry catch hold of her arm, seizing her so hard that she stopped coughing and blinked the tears out of her eyes to cleanse them. Then she looked round at him. The ghosts who demolished the wall were now tearing at the exposed substructure of the wall, reducing it to splinters. But it wasn't the scene of destruction Jerry was looking at. He was staring ahead, back toward the center of the room. "She always knew how to make an entrance," he whispered. Tammy followed his gaze. The drapes of mist were beginning to close again slowly, but walking up between them, like a diva preparing to take her place center stage, and armed for this final scene with the knife she'd used to stab Todd, was Katya Lupi. 3. "Hello, Tammy," she said. "I suppose you thought you were going to get out of here alive. Well, you're not. Sorry to disappoint you." "Enough's enough, Katya," Jerry said, doing his best to sound authoritative. "Oh, you know me better than that, Jerry," Katya replied. "Enough's never been enough for me." She looked at Tammy. "Did he tell you I took his virginity? No? He didn't. Well, I did. He was a sad little 13-year-old with a dick about as big as this." She waggled her pinky. "Do I exaggerate, Jerry?" Jerry said nothing. She went on, her tone darkening. "All that I've done for you, and you're ready to creep away, ready to leave me alone. That's all you men ever do, isn't it? You creep away." "Not Todd," Tammy said. "Todd wanted to trust you." "Shut up. You couldn't possibly understand what was between us." She pointed the bloody knife at Jerry. "But you understood. You knew how I'd been deserted in the past." This was the big scene, Tammy thought, no doubt about that, and she was playing it for all she was worth, as though she could finally be absolved of all she'd done in the name of deserted womanhood. "You're pathetic," Tammy cried. "Why don't you do something useful with that knife and slit your fucking wrists?" "Oh, no. This isn't the end for me," Katya replied calmly. "This is the end for him. And for you." She poked the knife in Tammy's general direction. "Your miserable lives are certainly over, but not me. I was always a chameleon, wasn't I, Jerry? From picture to picture, didn't I change?" He didn't reply to her, but she pressed the point as though she simply sought verification of the truth. "Well, didn't I?" she said. "Grant me that much." "Yes," he said, as though to silence her. "So I'll change again. I'll go out into the world, and I'll be somebody new. There's a whole new life still waiting to be lived." "Not a hope in hell," Tammy said. "What?" "Let go, Tammy," Jerry said. "Why? She may look like $1 million, but she's just a slice of the same stale ham that she always was. You know what? I love movies, even the silent ones. Like Broken Blossoms. I love Broken Blossoms. It still makes me cry. There's some heart in it, something real. But your flicks," she laughed, shaking her head, "they're dead. You see, that's the paradox. Mary Pickford's gone, and Fairbanks and Barrymore, they're all gone. But they live on because they made people laugh and cry, whereas you're alive, and the shit you made isn't worth a damn." "That's not true," Katya said. "Jerry, tell her." "Yes, Jerry," Tammy said quietly, "tell her. The truth is that you're not remembered quite as well as I may have." "Let's not tell any more lies," Tammy said grimly. She looked at Katya. "Nobody knows who the fuck you are." Katya looked at Tammy for a moment, and then back to Jerry, who shook his head. "If they knew," Tammy said, "don't you think somebody would have recognized you when you came to get Todd?" Katya looked down at the cracked floor. She was absolutely still, except for her right hand, which was idly judging the heft of the knife. When she looked up again, her face carried a radiant smile. "All right. Enough recriminations. We've said our hard words. Now we must begin to forgive." Tammy looked at her with incredulity. How many faces did this woman have? "There's going to be no forgiving here," she said. "Will you shut up?" Katya snapped, passing her hand over her brow. The smile dropped away for a moment, and there was a terrible vacuity in its place, as though the masks, however many there were, concealed nothing at all. But she put the smile on again a little more tentatively and looked at Jerry. "I'm in need of your help," she said, "your help and your forgiveness. Please." She opened her arms. "Jerry, for old time's sake. I gave you a life, didn't I? Being up here with me, wasn't it something to live for?" Jerry took a long time to answer. Then he said, "You smell of death, Katya." "Please, Jerry, don't be cruel. Yes, I've hurt a lot of people, I realize that. Nobody regrets that necessity more than I do. But right from the beginning I was trapped. What could I do? Zephyr was the one who brought the hunt into this house, not me. I knew nothing about it. How can I be blamed for that?" "I think they blame you," Jerry said, nodding past Katya at the now stilled fog, or rather at what it concealed. At some point in this exchange the revenants had left off their demolition, their fury momentarily calmed as they listened to Katya's self-justification. Many of them had been physically intertwined earlier, but they had separated themselves from one another, and, shrouded by the fog, listened to the woman play her parts. "They were your guests," Jerry said to Katya. "Some of them were great actors." "If they were so great, why did they become addicted so easily?" "So did you," he reminded her. "But the room was mine. They were just people who passed through. Yes, some of them were casual friends, some of them were even casual lovers. But once they were dead, they were nothing." "I knew you were going to say that eventually," Tammy said, "you selfish bitch." "Jesus," Katya said, "I have heard enough from you." She lifted her knife and came at Tammy. In 2 seconds she would have had the blade buried in Tammy's heart, but before she could reach her target, somebody stepped out of the mist and knocked the knife from her hand. It spun on the tile, but Katya was quick. She ducked down and snatched it up again, her gaze going to the figure who had stepped into her path. He had opened his arms as though to formally present himself to her. "Rudy?" she said. The man in front of her bowed his gleaming head. "Katya," he replied. Tammy couldn't see his face, but she thought there was some sorrow in the syllables, whether for Katya or for himself, who could say? He'd no sooner spoken than from another spot close to the door somebody else spoke her name. This second voice was heavier than Valentino's. There was more anger in it than melancholy. "Remember me," he said. "Doug Fairbanks?" Katya turned. "Doug? I didn't realize you were here, too." "And me?" came a third voice, this time a woman's. "Clara?" Katya said. "Of course." The speaker walked up to Katya as she spoke, her stride remarkably confident. She was a shadow of her former self, but Tammy would still have recognized the face of Clara Bow, the bee-stung lips, the high, curved brows, the wide eyes once filled with innocent high spirits, but not now. Now they burned. Katya glanced over her shoulder. "Please, Clara," she said, "don't come so close." "Why should you care how close we get?" Clara Bow said. "Yes," came a fourth voice. "You're not to blame, remember?" "Anyway," came a fifth voice, "we're nothing." "Nothing," said a sixth voice, and a seventh. Katya turned, swinging her weapon in a wide arc. Even so, it missed its several marks. The ghosts were too quick for her. She was sluggish, even in her fury. Besides, Tammy thought, what possible harm could a kitchen knife do to these creatures? Yes, they had a corporeal existence, no question of that, but they were, as far as she understood it, spirit presences made of ether and memory. These people couldn't die. They were already dead, long, long dead. And they were assembling now in even greater numbers, having apparently given up looking for the devil's country. It was gone, the evidence of which was the fading lines on the walls of this melancholy chamber. All that remained by way of satisfaction, if that was the word, was to punish the woman who had kept them outside in her joyless canyon for so many seasons, holding on to the hope that they would one day be let back into the house to satisfy their craving for the solace of their addiction. Katya was well aware that she was in jeopardy and hopelessly outnumbered. While still holding the knife, she raised both hands in a vague gesture of surrender. The dead seemed not to care. Their pale faces, which had always looked impersonal, were now in the presence of the woman who had once been their confidant, assembling fragments of forgotten particularities. It was like a room full of Alzheimer's patients, recovering in the presence of some person they'd known well what they'd previously lost. Themselves. Their eyes, which had been little more than lights in their heads, took on a specific shape and color. Their mouths, which had been slits, bloomed into sensuality. Tammy didn't think any of these reconfigurations were good news for Katya. Unobtrusively, she caught hold of the back of Jerry's shirt and gently eased him out of Katya's immediate vicinity. She moved him, not a moment too soon. An instant later, one of the ghosts came barreling out of the mist and caught hold of Katya. Tammy didn't see the attacker's face, but she heard the guttural cry which escaped him as he swung his captive around to face the fog. Katya struggled, but he had her arms pinned behind her, and despite her considerable strength, he was the stronger. "Fuck you, Ramon!" she screamed. She made a second attempt to wrest herself free of Navarro's grip, and by sheer vigor succeeded in liberating one of her arms, the one with the knife. She then stabbed wildly at the man who had hold of her, Ramon Navarro. The knife slid into his side, and there it lodged. Before she could retrieve it, he had caught hold of her flailing arm and had pinned it again. Though he had very firm hold of her, she still continued to struggle and curse, giving up on English in favor of Romanian, and then, after perhaps 30 seconds of Romanian curses, she gave up completely and fell silent. For a moment, Tammy thought Navarro had killed her. Her silence was so sudden and complete, but, as had always been the case in this house, the truth was not so simple. The curtain of fog shifted, as though several breezes had pierced it at the same moment, and then, like a troupe of actors appearing to take their final bow, the rest of the revenants began to appear from the mist. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12. Their eyes were on Katya, all of them on Katya. Now she began to struggle with fresh fervor, her movements chaotic and panicky like those of a trapped animal. Much to Tammy's surprise, Navarro let her go. She turned on him, instantly reaching for the knife that was still protruding from his side. But before she could catch hold of it, he reached out and grabbed the front of Katya's dress. Then he pulled, tearing the light pink fabric away from her body and exposing her breasts. The look on her face changed, her fury apparently mellowing. Navarro bent forward and put his face between her breasts. She let out a light laugh, which was surely artificial, but nevertheless passed for the real thing well enough. He responded by licking the passage of flawless skin up to her throat, wetting it until it shone. Her nipples, aroused by his touch, were hard. Her eyes flickered closed as she murmured something in Romanian. Words of appreciation, to judge by their tone. Encouraged, he moved his mouth down from her throat to her left breast, and as he did so, he slipped his arms beneath her legs and lifted her up. The ghosts, still assembling behind her, raised their heads, watching her elevation. She was laughing for real now, her head thrown back in abandon. Navarro was no longer licking her. He was putting all his effort into lifting her up, higher, and higher still, until Katya and her laughter and her shining breasts were above his head. Katya opened her eyes. The laughter suddenly passed away from her face as she realized what he'd done. Again she spoke in Romanian, but this time the words were not so appreciative, nor did she have long to speak them before Navarro threw her to the assembled crowd. She seemed to hang for a long moment in the space between her deliverer's arms and the hands of those who were ready and eager to receive her. Then she fell. Down into their open arms, down to be caught by her dead, patient friends, who'd waited so very long to enjoy her hospitality again, and had been so bitterly disappointed. Finally, after all these years, all her cruelties, all her games, all her indifference, they had her. She screamed as they laid their cold hands on her flesh, shrieked like a little girl being violated. They ignored her protests, as she had ignored them over the years. They pulled her hair so that it came out at the roots. They ripped at her smooth, sweet flesh, which showed no sign of the toll the years had taken on the rest of the world. They bit off her nipples, they tore off her labia like shreds of tender meat, and shoved the pieces down her throat to silence her. Death had not made them kind. Time had not made them kind. Years of sitting in the canyon, the Santa Anas in one season, rain in another, crucifying heat in another, none of it had made them kind. They pulled at her as though she were a perfect little doll that they'd been given and were now fighting over. The trouble was, she wasn't designed for such careless handling. She tore too quickly. In a matter of seconds, what had once been Katya Lupi was a ruin. They broke her arms so that the bones poked through. They tore at her sex so that the gaping, lipless slit ran halfway up her stomach. She had spat out her labia, and now attempted to call them by name, to eke out a little mercy, but they had none to give. They had planned this martyrdom for years, each playing his or her horrid part. Someone got his fingers beneath the skin of her face and worked it off inch by ghastly inch, leaving only the pinkness of her eyelids in a mass of red muscles. Two others, women working together in smiling harmony, unseated her breasts from the bones so that they hung down like sacks of fat, while the blood poured from the wounds where her nipples had been. And then, perhaps sooner than they'd wanted or planned, her body gave out. Her shrieks ceased. Her death dance ceased. She hung in their arms like something that had once made sense but would never make sense again. Just to be sure there was no more fun to be had with her, Virginia Maple, who'd been the second victim of the scourge of stars that had begun with the death of Rudolph Valentino, drove her hand into the dead woman's mouth, and with the strength death and hatred had lent her, clawed out a fistful of the woman's brains, which she threw at the tiles. There they spattered, holding for a moment before sliding to the ground. Meanwhile, someone else had gone in through her womb and pulled out her innards like a magician's coloured handkerchiefs, coming one after the other, yellow, purple, red, brown, the coils of her guts, her stomach, and all the rest attached with loose strings of tissue and fat. Tammy saw it all. It was a good deal more than she wanted to see, but no less than her eyes could take in. Not once did she look away, though every second that it continued she told herself she should do so, because this was just a common atrocity now. It was nothing to look at and nothing to be proud of looking at. But when it was over and the ghosts dragged Katya's disemboweled remains away into the fog, to put to whatever grotesque purpose their anger still demanded, she at least knew that the bitch was finally dead. She voiced that opinion, and of course Jerry, never one to sweeten things unnecessarily, replied, "Things are never the way you think they'll be in Coldheart Canyon. We'll see how dead she really is." When they went upstairs, Maxine was in the kitchen, squatting in the corner with a blank expression on her face. She looked extremely weary, as though the toll of recent events had taken 15 years off her life. She wouldn't get up, so Jerry went down on his haunches and started to quietly talk to her. Finally she spoke. She'd had every intention of coming downstairs to help them, she told him, tears streaming down her face, but then the noises started, those terrible noises, and she could no longer bring herself to do it. She went on in the same fashion for a while, circling on herself. "Why don't you try to get her to stand up?" Tammy suggested to Jerry. Then she went to pay her respects to Todd. The golden boy was lying where he'd fallen, more or less, looking peaceful, more or less. Eyes closed, mouth open, blood shining on the ground around his head. During the early years of her infatuation, Tammy had had dreams in which she would touch him. There'd been nothing sexual in these touches, or at least nothing explicitly so. Just his being there in an ordinary room and saying to her, "It's okay, you can come over here, you can touch me." That had been the sum of it. She'd always woken from those dreams with such a profound yearning in her heart, a yearning to confirm his existence in her waking world simply by one day getting the chance to really touch him, just to know that he wasn't simply a game played with light, but a real thing of flesh and blood. Now here she was, and here he was, and she could touch him all she liked, but nothing on earth could have persuaded her to do so. What she'd been looking for in that touch was no longer there to be found. He'd gone, and what remained, as she'd just seen in the room below, yellow, purple, red, was not worth her attention. She turned from his corpse, fighting the instinct to say goodbye to it, and finally, unable to resist the force of instinct, saying it anyway. Then she returned to the kitchen, where she found that Jerry had succeeded in coaxing Maxine to her feet, and was now rummaging in the fridge for something cold for her to drink. "I'm afraid there's only beer," he said. "Oh, no, wait. There's some milk here, too. You want some milk?" "Milk," she said, her eyes suddenly brightening like a child's eyes. "Yes, a glass of milk." Jerry carefully poured a brimming glass for her, and she drank it down, staring out of the window between gulps. "As soon as you're ready," Jerry prompted her. "We should go, yes?" She nodded as she drank. There were new dins from below, suggesting that the ghosts were up to fresh mischief. Nobody wanted to be around when they finally tired of their labors downstairs and decided to ascend. "Epstadt?" Maxine said, her mind apparently sharpened by the milk. "What happened to Epstadt?" "I told you," Tammy reminded her. "Oh, yes. He's dead, isn't he?" "Yes, he's dead." "And the waiter? Joe?" "Yes, Joe. He's dead, too." There was a long silence between them then, while Maxine emptied her glass, which gave Tammy an unhappy moment to picture the bodies that were littered around the house. Todd in the hallway, Sawyer somewhere in the garden, Joe the waiter, and Epstadt in the bowels of the house, and Katya? Many places by now. "We should be thankful," Jerry said. "For what?" Maxine wanted to know. "For getting out of here alive." "Let's be thankful when we see Sunset Boulevard," she said, a little of the old Maxine showing, "not before." The noise in the house was still escalating as they left, and when Tammy looked back she saw that there was a crack over the front door 2 inches wide, which zigzagged all the way up to the eaves like a bolt of black lightning. They got into Tammy's car and drove down the hill. Maxine's spurt of fortitude gave out halfway down, and she began to cry pitifully, but Tammy was having none of it. "Shush," she said, half gently, half not. "We're not having any of that, you hear? It's over, Maxine, it's over." Of course, that wasn't strictly true. Her mind turned to the creatures she'd encountered in the canyon during the night, the children. What would happen to them? And what other perverse miracles had the devil's country worked upon the anatomies of those who'd ventured there? She vaguely wondered if perhaps she or Jerry, both of whom had spent some considerable time in that godless place, would have something to show for their presence there. She would have to watch herself closely, at least for a while. By now, they were almost at the bottom of the hill. "We have to go and report all this to the police," Tammy said, "together." "Now?" Maxine said. "I couldn't possibly." "We have to, Maxine. There are bodies up there. We don't want to be accused of murder." "They're going to think we're all crazy," Maxine commented. "Well, that's easily solved," Jerry said. "We'll bring them up here, and they can see it all for themselves. That'll change their minds." "Suppose they do think we're responsible," Maxine said. "People like to point fingers in this damn town." "Well, they won't be pointing any fingers at us," Tammy said. "We'll explain." "Explain?" Maxine said. "How the hell will we ever explain?" "We'll start at the beginning and go on until we're done. We've got nothing to hide." "There'll be no end to it," Maxine said. "Now Todd's dead, the press is going to be all over us. They're going to be digging up every sordid little story about him, whether it's true or not. They'll print any piece of garbage that floats down the sewer. It's going to go on for months. And you think in the middle of all this the truth is going to be heard? Forget it. It's going to be a circus." "You don't have to be a part of the circus," Jerry said. "None of us do. We can just say no and walk away. Let them write whatever they want to write. They're going to do it anyway." "True enough," Maxine sighed. "I just wanted to try to guard his reputation." "Maybe if you'd guarded him a little better when he was still around, we wouldn't be in this mess," Tammy said. She caught Maxine's reflection in the mirror, the corners of her mouth turned down in misery. "I'm sorry," Tammy said. "Maybe that was a bit sharp." "No," Maxine replied. "I let him down. He needed me, and I walked in the opposite direction. Mea culpa." "What does that mean?" "I'm responsible," Maxine said. "And I am. Don't think I don't know it." Her reply brought an end to the exchange. They drove on in silence until they reached Langley Road, which in turn brought them on to Doheny Drive, and finally down onto Sunset Boulevard. It was a busy intersection, the lights slow. They had to wait through 3 changes, creeping closer to the main tide of traffic. But there was a simple contentment for all 3 in sitting in the car and watching the buses and the messenger bikes and the Beverly Hills Rolls-Royces drive on past. Life going on, in other words, in its usual way, people going east, people going west, all oblivious to the fact that just a short drive from this loud, bright place was a cleft in the rock of the City of Angels, which was deep enough to conceal miracles. Part 11. The Last Chase. 1. Muse, like a life form, is divided into orders and classes and kinds. Thus, what was deemed worthy of note on the front page of Variety, the grosses of Todd Pickett's last 4 pictures, the fact that his agent, Maxine Frizzell, had been present at the death scene, some sketchy details about the history of the house in the canyon, was not thought appropriate for the front page of the L.A. Times. The fact that there were multiple bodies at the scene suggesting some vague connection with the horrors of the Manson murders. A brief synopsis of Todd's career elsewhere, an obituary, and elsewhere again a sincere, if hastily edited, appreciation of Pickett's contribution to cinema, none of which was again deemed appropriate for the National Enquirer, which put together a special edition centered on the deaths of Todd, Gary Epstein, and, as they put it, the unfortunate, unnamed victims who were pulled down into the same spiral of decadence and death that claimed the Hollywood power players, but padded the issue out with the Old Faithfuls, Haunted Hollywood, the tragic deaths of the young and the beautiful, Marilyn, James Dean, Jane Mansfield, doomed souls who paid the ultimate price for fame. And all this gutter journalism of a high order by comparison with the real bottom feeders, the journalists of the Globe, who printed, among countless lurid absurdities which they had clearly invented at their editorial meetings, a number of facts that were paradoxically closer to the truth of the events than anything in any other newspaper or magazine. Given their notoriously low standards of veracity, however, the Globe's editors considered crudely doctored pictures of pyramids hovering over the Pentagon hard news. The publication of these reports made the truest parts of the story unprintable in any other journal. The facts became tainted by association, poisoned, in fact. If it appeared in the Globe, how could it be true? The only items of the story that appeared in every location were those that were related to the hard facts of death in Tinseltown. Todd Pickett, everyone agreed, had been on some kind of downward spiral. The cause might be disputed, but the fact that he was no longer the most beautiful man in the world, People cover, January 1993, or the most successful male star of the year, Show West, 5 years running, was not. In the eternal game of snakes and ladders that was Hollywood, Todd Pickett had done all the climbing he was ever going to do. If he'd survived, it would all have been downhill from here. There was, in fact, a widely held opinion which stated that in dying young, even dying violently, Todd had made the best career move of his life. He'd gone while the going was relatively good, and in a fashion that would assure his name was never forgotten. For Todd Pickett fans the world over, Variety opined, today's tragic news brings the curtain down on a stellar career filled with glorious moments of pure cinematic magic. But there must be many of those admirers who are relieved that their hero will never disappoint them again. His run of spectacular successes, all of which were produced by Kiefer Smotherman, who died less than a year ago at the age of 41, was plainly drawing to an end. All that remained was the sad and regrettably all too common spectacle of a great star eclipsed. 2. Tammy saw that word everywhere now, eclipsed. It sat hidden in otherwise innocent sentences waiting to mess with her mind. The instant she saw it, she was back in the devil's country, staring up at the shape of that black moon obscuring the face of the sun. She could feel the contrary winds against her face. She could hear the sound of horses' hooves, or worse, the wailing of coiffed Savoni. When that happened, she would have to put down whatever it was she was reading that had concealed the treacherous word and direct her attention back to the real world, the room in which she was sitting, the view through the window, the weight of the flesh on her bones. Of course, the word wasn't the only trap. Though she'd come back to the house on Alberta Road and valiantly tried to pick up the rhythm of her briefly forsaken life, she knew it would be a long time until the bad times passed away. She'd simply seen too much, and the threads of what she'd seen were intimately woven into the world she'd returned to. Though she'd put all the objects around the house that were connected to Todd, and there were a lot of them, away in the big front bedroom with the rest of her memorabilia, out of sight was not out of mind. She knew she was going to have to deal with all that stuff in a more thorough way before too long, and the prospect weighed heavily upon her. Meanwhile, she was alone in the house. Just under 3 weeks after her return to Sacramento, Arnie had announced that he was moving out in order to move in with Maureen Guinness, a bottle blonde who worked as a dispatcher at the FedEx offices at the airport. In a way, Tammy was glad. She knew Maureen a little, and she was a nice woman, a better match for Arnie than Tammy had ever been, and having the house to herself, knowing that when she got up in the morning she didn't need to see anybody or speak to anybody if she didn't want to, and there were days, sometimes 4 or 5 in a row, when her mood fell into a kind of trough, and she was so sluggish she could barely keep her eyes open. Then others, when she would turn on the television and some stupid quiz show would make her bawl like a baby. Made the craziness she felt itching inside her a little easier to cope with because she didn't have to conceal it from anyone. She could just take the phone off the hook, lock the doors, draw the drapes, and act like a crazy lady. She got a bad cold a couple of weeks after Arnie left and bought up a cabinet full of over-the-counter cold, flu, congestion, and expectorant medications. They usually made her feel so dopey that she avoided taking them, but in her present situation it scarcely mattered if she felt half comatose. Having bought the medicines, she dosed herself to the gills with cure-all syrups the color of fancy French liqueurs, and went to bed in the middle of the afternoon to sweat it out. It was a bad move. She woke about 1 in the morning from a dream in which she'd been lying in bed with the goat boy clamped to her breast, sucking noisily. She could smell the meaty sweetness of her breast milk as it seeped from the corner of his hairy mouth, and heard the long middle nail of his foot catching on the comforter as he jerked around in animal bliss. With the weird logic of dreams, she had very reasonably told Coiffe Zifani that she felt feverish and he would have to stop. She had pulled him off her breast with some difficulty, only to discover that he had hold of her hand, the sharp nail of his thumb pressed hard against the pulsing vein in her wrist, as though threatening to pop it at a moment's notice. Then he had guided her palm down to the clammy place beneath the curve of his stomach, where his prodigiously veined prick stuck out from folds of infant fat. She felt a row of tiny objects down the underside of his shaft. "They are black pearls," he said before she asked the question. "They'll increase your pleasure." In her fever dream, she barely had time to register what the little bastard was proposing before he was climbing up onto her, her tits spurting in his fist as he milked her, her screams going for nothing. In the hellish heat of the room, the spilled milk went bad in a heartbeat, souring on the sheets. It stank as if they'd been soaked in vomit, the stench rising around her with physical weight as though it might smother her. She had begged for the goat boy to leave her alone, but he clutched her hand so tightly she was afraid he'd break the bones if she didn't obey him. So she had taken hold of his pearl-lined ding-a-ling and proceeded to jerk it. "You want it over with quickly?" he had said to her. "Yes," she had sobbed, hoping he'd let her go. Men knew how to do it better than women anyway. Arnie had always turned up his nose at the offer of a hand job. "You never do it right. I'd prefer to do it myself." But there were no easy get-outs here. "Then stay still," the goat boy had said, flipping over backward, still keeping his grip on her fountaining breast, but relinquishing the enforced masturbation for a grosser game. He was straddling her head now, his thick little legs just long enough to raise the cushy divide of his ass 6 or 7 inches above her nose. The coarse hair on his goaty legs pricked her face. It thickened around his buttocks, and he'd long since given up trying to clean it. The stench made her gag. "Open your mouth. Put out your tongue." She could bear it no longer. She reached up and grabbed his balls hard, throwing the little fuck forward so that he was sprawled on the milk-soaked bed. Then she lifted his tail and started to beat his ass with her palm, for all the world like a mother chiding a monstrous child. He started to sob and shit, the groove of his buttocks filling up with the turd he would have dumped on her face if he'd had the chance. She was past caring about how dirty her hands were. She just kept beating the little fucker until he had no more tears left and he was reduced to hiccups. No, the hiccups weren't his, they were hers. Her eyes fluttered open. The fever had broken and she was alone in a bed that was damp with all the sweat she'd shed, but otherwise sweet-smelling. The cretinous horror she'd brought from the devil's country was gone, shit, hair and all. She got up out of bed and flushed all the medicines down the toilet, determined to let the flu pass from her system of its own accord. She was crazy enough without the aid of medication. 3. "Jerry, Tammy, my dear, whatever happened to you? I wondered when you were going to call." "You could have called me." Well, to be perfectly honest, he said, I didn't want to trouble you. Unlike me, you've got a life to live. Well, actually, Arnie left me. Oh, I am sorry. Don't be. It's for the best. You mean it? I mean it. We weren't meant for one another. It just took us a long time to find out. What about you? Well, since we made the news, I've been invited out to a few more fancy dinners than I used to be. People are curious. So they wine me and dine me, and then they casually interrogate me. I don't mind, really. I've met a lot of people, mostly young men, who have a faintly morbid interest in what went on up in the canyon, which they pass off as an interest in me. I play along. I mean, why not? At my age, you don't argue. Interest is interest. And what do you tell them? Oh, bits and pieces. I've got quite adept at figuring out who can take what. You know, the ones who say, tell me everything, are the ones who go clammy when they're told. Everything? No, never everything. I don't think anybody I've met is ready for everything. So how do people respond? Well, they're usually ready for something fairly wild. If they sought me out in the first place, it's because they know something. They've heard some rumor, some little piece of gossip, so it keeps the conversation interesting. Now, you. What about you? Have you been sharing our adventures with anybody? No. Nobody? No, not really. You should, you know. You can't keep it all bottled up. It's not healthy. Jerry, I live in Rio Linda, Sacramento, not Hollywood. If I started spouting off about going to the devil's country, my neighbors would probably never talk to me again. Would you care? Be honest. Probably not. What about Rooney? Who? Tammy frowned. Rooney, the detective who interviewed us, remember, over and over. His name was Rooney? I thought it was Peltzer. No, that's one of Maxine's lawyers, Lester Peltzer. Okay, so Peltzer's the lawyer and Rooney's who? You haven't heard from him? He's the detective at the Beverly Hills Police Department who first talked to us. Have you been checking your messages? She hadn't, but she said she had. Strange, Jerry said, because he's called me 6 or 7 times, pressing me for details. Then I called the department replying to one of his calls, and you know what? He was fired 2 weeks ago. So why is he calling you? I think the son of a bitch is writing a book. About what happened to us? I guess we'll find that out when it's published. He can do that? Maybe he'll change the names, I don't know. But it's our story. He can't go around telling our story. Maybe we should all talk to Peltzer and see if we can stop him. Oh, God, Tammy said softly. Life used to be so simple. Are you having a hard time? Jerry said. Yeah, I guess. No, what am I saying? I'm having a horrible time, really bad dreams. Is that it? Dreams? Or is there more? She thought about her reply for a moment, wondering if she should share the problems she'd been having with him. But what was the point? Though they'd been through hell together, she didn't really know him all that well. How did she know he wasn't planning to write a book, too? So she said, You know, all things considered, I'm doing just fine. Well, that's good, Jerry said, sounding genuinely pleased. Have the reporters stopped bothering you? Oh, I still get the occasional journalist on the doorstep, but I had one of those little spy hole things put in the door, and if I think he looks like a reporter, then I just don't open the door. Just as long as you're not a prisoner in your own house. Oh, Lord, no, she lied. Good. Well, I should let you go. I've got 1,000. One other thing. Yes? This is going to sound a little wacko. Oh, okay. But I wanted to tell you about it. Just for old time's sake, I suppose. I'm listening. You know, we never really discussed what happened to us in the house. No, well, I figured we all knew. I didn't really mean what happened to everybody. I meant you and me down in that room. You know, that there was a lot of power in those tiles. Visiting the devil's country kept Katya looking perfect all those years. What are you getting at? As I said, it's going to sound wacko, but I guess we're both used to that by now, yes? He took a deep breath. You see, I had cancer, inoperable. The doctors gave me 9 months to a year to live. That was December of last year. Christmas Eve, actually. God, Jerry, I'm so sorry. No, Tammy, you're not listening. I said I had a tumor. What? It's gone. Completely? Every detectable trace gone. The doctors can't believe it. They've done the scan 5 times to be absolutely sure, and now, finally, they are absolutely sure. Jerry Brahms's tumor has disappeared, and according to them, that simply can't happen. Ever. But it has. It has. And you think it's got something to do with us being in the room? Put it this way, I went into that house with a malignant tumor, and when I came out again, the tumor had gone. What can you say about a thing like that? It's either a coincidence or it's a miracle. And do you think it's a miracle? You know what? He paused. Now I am going to sound wacko, but I prefer to think of it as Katya's last present to me. She didn't seem the gift-giving type. You only saw the darkness, Tammy. There was another side to her. I think there always is, don't you? There's always some light in the darkness somewhere. Is there? Tammy replied. I guess I'm still looking. 4. Tammy desperately wanted to believe that she had indeed profited somehow from the madness-inducing journey she'd taken through the wilds of Coldheart Canyon. She didn't need anything as monumental as Jerry's healed tumor, just some modest sign to prove to her that, despite all the death and the suffering she'd witnessed, some palpable good had come of it. Every waking hour her thoughts circled on what she'd experienced, looking for some sign of hope. Not miracles, just hope. A light in the darkness, a reason to live. But the more she searched, the more absurd the search seemed to be. Common sense told her she should venture out into the world and start trying to live a normal life again. Perhaps if she joined a couple of women's clubs, or maybe even tried to find herself a lover. Anything to change her focus, get her out of her head and back into a normal way of thinking. But she always found some reason to put off anything too adventurous. It was almost as though she'd used up her capacity for adventure during her time in the canyon. Her trips into the dangerous territory over her front doorstep became briefer and briefer by the day. She started to get panicky when she got into her car, and the panic escalated so quickly that by the time she got to the end of the block, she often had to turn round and head straight back home again. Going to the market had become impossible. She took to ordering essential foodstuffs by phone, and when the supplies arrived, she'd make the exchange with the delivery guy as short as possible. She'd just take the stuff, pass over the money, and close the door, often not even waiting for the change. She realized that this odd behavior was beginning to get her a reputation around the neighborhood. More than once she peeped out between the closed drapes and saw that people were lingering outside her house, some on the sidewalk, some in cars, pointing or staring. She'd become, she supposed, the local eccentric, the woman who'd come back from the wilds of Hollywood in a state of mental derangement. All of this, of course, only added to her spiraling sense of anxiety, mingled with more than a touch of paranoia. If she answered the door to the delivery boy and caught sight of somebody in the street outside, she naturally assumed the passerby was spying on her. At night she heard noises on the roof and woke more than once, certain that one of Katya's Los Niños had found its way to Rio Linda and was scrambling over the eaves trying to get down to her bedroom window. In saner moments, which became fewer and fewer, she knew all this was nonsense, but the very fact that she had saner moments implied that she was slowly giving herself up to lunacy. It was all very fine for Jerry Brahms to talk about having his cancer cured by the power of the room, and maybe he had. She didn't discount the possibility, but she felt as though whatever she'd been given in the Devil's Country, it was affecting her mind, not her body, and it was not doing anything remotely healing, quite the reverse. It was deconstructing her grip on reality piece by piece. Some days when she woke, the dreams remained attached to her all day like pieces of lint. She'd go through her waking hours in a half-stupefied state, coming into rooms and not knowing why she was there, leaving them again and remembering, then forgetting as she turned round. She was in a constant state of exhaustion. Her lids were like lead. Once, in the middle of the day, she found herself on her hands and knees in the bathroom, working at the tiles with her bare hands and Ajax, attempting to remove some spidery sketches of a certain country that she'd daydreamed into creation. Another time, she'd gone into the kitchen to find the faucet running and a shape in the sink that looked like a piece of roadkill, a matted pelt, 2 rows of sharpened teeth set between black leathery lips. The force of the hot water slowly turned the cadaver over and showed her the broken head of something she'd seen in the canyon, or in her dreams of the canyon, foul beyond words. She turned off the faucet. Steam rose from the mouth of the thing like a last breath, then it melted, fur and teeth and all, and was gone down the drain. She said to herself, unimpressed by this ugly little show. Somehow she'd always imagined madness to be a more dramatic thing than this. Again, the movies had it wrong. There was no grandeur in it, no exquisite folly. Just a pile of teeth and dirty fur in the kitchen sink. That said, she knew that her mental decline was gathering speed. She needed to do something about it soon, or this journey she was on was going to take her away from herself completely. She would be a blank-eyed thing sitting at the kitchen table, wiped clean by banalities. 5. While Jerry was giving thanks for his new life and Tammy was dealing with the grim illusions in her kitchen sink, Maxine was in a very different frame of mind. Her injuries were remarkably slight given all that she'd gone through. Within a week she was physically ready to return to her offices and attempt to pick up business. But most of the calls she got in the first week weren't business calls at all, but gently inquiring conversations that rapidly gave way to interrogation. It seemed as though everyone in Hollywood wanted to know about events at the house in Coldheart Canyon. In truth, she had no desire to tell her story to anyone, not even her closest friends. Ghosts and rooms laid with tile providing visions of another world, this was not the stuff she could have shared with any of her contemporaries without being mocked. But she had to say something, or she was going to start making even more enemies than she already had. So she concocted a version of events without supernatural elements. In the censored version, Todd had indeed been hiding away because of work done to his face. It was no use lying about that any longer. He'd admitted to the surgery at her party. And there he'd been stalked and finally, sadly, murdered by his stalker. Most of the people she talked to accepted this Baudelarized version of events, at least for the duration of the conversation. But those few loyal sources she still had around town reported something very different back to her. Everyone had his own version of what had happened in Coldheart Canyon, ranging from the ludicrous to the actionable, and they were spreading it around freely. Whatever the version of the story, and they ranged from murder mystery to ghost stories, they had this in common: Maxine was the villain. She was to blame for knowingly putting her innocent client in a house that was haunted. She was to blame for not warning him that a close friend was a murderer. This version had started in the Inquirer and required another star as murderer. The Inquirer, of course, claimed to know who it was and would soon be in a position to reveal the name of the guilty party. What they could already say with confidence was that Maxine Frizzell had known of the plan against Todd's life, but simply hadn't taken it seriously. She, in short, was the reason he was dead. It seemed that nothing she could say or do persuaded people that this wasn't the case. Years of resentment toward her surfaced now as her enemies elaborated version after version of what had gone on in the canyon, each one less flattering to Maxine than the one before. She eventually gave up attempting to put people straight on such matters. People would believe what the hell they wanted to anyway. She'd learned that after 22 years in the business. You could sometimes guide people's opinions, but if they didn't want to buy what you had to sell, you could shout yourself hoarse trying to make them do it, and it would never work. After a few days of fruitless endeavor, she became curiously immune to all the gossip flying around, and just got on with trying to get to see some new talent. She was an agent without a major client, which meant that, as far as the town was concerned, there was no reason to take her calls, especially as she wasn't playing ball and offering up the inside scoop on what a psychic hired by the Fox Channel to wander around the canyon called the most haunted piece of real estate in Hollywood. In other words, everybody knew there was more to this, a lot more than they had been told so far, and it was only a matter of time before somebody started to talk. That somebody was Martin Rooney, the detective at the Beverly Hills Police Department who'd done the initial work on the Pickett case. At 58, he was very close to retirement and was looking at a life on a middle-ranking detective's pension. Life would not be lush, he knew. Although he didn't have an expensive lifestyle, he had all the normal outgoings: alimony, a mortgage, car payments. He ran 3 cars, one of his few concessions to self-indulgence, plus a well-stocked bar and a habit of smoking between 40 and 50 cigarettes a day. He'd already calculated the dip in his standard of living he'd have to take when he left the force. It was going to be substantial. But here, dropping into his lap like a gift from God, was the answer to all his problems. He'd been told the story first by the Lauper woman and later by Maxine Frizzell. Though their accounts had been outlandish, to say the least, they had also been remarkably consistent. Something weird had happened up in the canyon, and whether it was true in part or not at all scarcely mattered. What mattered to Rooney was that people loved this kind of thing. There was a profit to be made here, enough to make his retirement look a lot more cozy. He began to make surreptitious copies of the interviews and smuggle them out of the station with an eye to assembling them all into book form. It wasn't hard to do. If he asked for copies of a record in order to advance some particular aspect of the case, then nobody challenged the request. In a short time he had amassed at home 11 bulging files of material on the Canyon case, enough to start editing and collating. What he needed was a point of view other than his own. After all, he wasn't at the heart of all this. He was simply an onlooker coming in after the drama was over. What his book needed was an insider whose story would become its backbone. He decided to approach Maxine Frizzell. "You want to do what?" "I'm going to write a book about events in Coldheart Canyon, as everyone insists on calling it. I was hoping I could count on your involvement. Your point of view, Miss Frizzell, would make the book a good deal stronger." "You've had all the facts you're going to get from me, Detective." Wait, Rooney said. "Before you put the phone down on me, think about it. Todd Pickett was your client for how long?" 11 years. "So think of this as your chance to set the record straight once and for all, the good, the bad, and the ugly." "If I were ever to choose to set the record straight, Mr. Rooney, it would not be with a cop as a co-author." "Oh, I wasn't going to write any of this. I was going to get a ghostwriter in to do that." "But I'm really missing something here, Rooney," Maxine said, summoning up her most withering tone. "What exactly is your contribution to this project?" "My experience of almost 4 decades in the LAPD. I worked on the Manson case. This is nothing like Manson, not remotely. Will you let me finish?" "I'm not saying the cases are identical, but we still have a lot of parallels. The brutal deaths of several high-profile Hollywood people, all with some connection to the occult." "Todd never had anything to do with that kind of thing, and you can quote me." "Well, somebody in that house did. I have copies of photographs of every inch of the place. There are occult symbols hammered into all the thresholds. Did you know that? Several symbols, probably East European in origin, were removed from the area around the back door around the time Mr. Pickett died. He may even have been responsible for their removal. Do you have any comment to make about any of that?" "Yes. It's preposterous, and if you try to tie Todd to any of that kind of stuff, you're going to be in deep trouble." "That's a risk I'm willing to take, but I am going to write the book, Miss Frizzell, with or without your assistance." "I doubt you can do that, Rooney. You got that information because you were a cop. You can't go using it to make money." "I wouldn't be the first, and I won't be the last," Rooney said. "Frankly, I don't see what the hell your problem is, unless you were planning to do it yourself. Is that it? Am I raining on your parade here?" "No, I have no intention of writing my own version of events." "Then help me do mine," Rooney said, his tone perfectly reasonable. "I'll throw a piece of the action your way, if that's what this is about. How does 5% sound?" "Don't make this any worse than it already is. I don't want your blood money. Have a little decency, for God's sake. Todd is dead. So are a lot of other people. This isn't the time to be thinking about making a profit." I'm not going to do a hatchet job on him, I swear. Your ex-client's reputation is perfectly safe with me. Okay, so I hear he did a few drugs. A lot of coke, I hear, especially when he worked with Smotherman. And the plastic surgery. Again, no big deal. I mean, I'll have to write about it, but I won't make him look bad, I promise you. Why the hell would I rely on your promises, Rooney? There was a brief silence. So that's a no, Rooney finally said. Yes, that's a big fat no. Well, don't say I didn't ask. And for the record, Mr. Rooney, let me say this. If you do want to try and write this book, you go ahead and try. I promise you will have so many lawyers crawling up your ass, you'll think they're breeding up there. Very nice, very ladylike. Nobody ever mistook me for a lady, Rooney. Now get the hell off my phone. I need to call my lawyer. 6. The call from Rooney stirred Maxine up. She contacted her lawyer, Lester Peltzer, as she said she would, and organized a conference call with several other lawyers in town whom she respected, so that everyone could give her the benefit of their very expensive opinion. Unfortunately, they all agreed on one thing. She didn't have a hope in hell of stopping Rooney from going ahead. When the book was written and being set for publication, that was a different matter, one of the lawyers pointed out. If he wrote something libelous, then they could go after him, and if it was obvious that he'd got access to police files, then LAPD Internal Affairs might get riled up and take him to court. But there was no guarantee. The LAPD had a lousy record when it came to policing themselves. So right now he's free to say whatever he wants to say, Maxine raged. Just for profit? It's the Constitution, one of the lawyers pointed out. It's not against the law, Maxine's lawyer pointed out lightly. You've made a good deal of money yourself over the years. But I didn't lie to do it, Lester. All right, Maxine, don't get your blood pressure up. I'm merely pointing out that this is America. We live and die by the rule of mammon. He drew a deep breath, put on his most rational tone. Maxine, ask yourself whether taking this guy to court over some book that'll be off the shelves in 2-3 months is worth your time and temper. You may end up giving him more publicity by suing him than he would ever have got if you hadn't. You'll make an issue of it, and suddenly everybody's buying his damn book. I've seen it happen so many times. So you're saying I should let him do it? Maxine said. Let him write some shit about Todd? Wait, Lester said. In the first place, you don't know he's going to write shit. Maybe he'll be respectful. Todd was a very popular actor, an American icon for a while. So was Elvis, Maxine pointed out. It doesn't mean some son of a bitch didn't write about every dirty little secret Elvis ever had. I know, because I read the book. So what are you afraid of? That the same will happen to Todd. People will write bullshit, and in the end it'll be the bullshit that's remembered, not the work. Lester was usually quick with an answer, but this silenced him. Finally he said, Okay, let me ask you something. Do you think there's anything Rooney knows as a matter of fact which could be really destructive to Todd's long-term reputation? Yes, I do. I think— Don't, Lester said. Please, don't tell me. Right now, I think it might be simpler for everyone if I didn't know. All right? Let's all go away and think about this, Maxine. And you do the same thing. I can see your concern. You've got a legacy here you want to protect. I think the question is, do you do that best by drawing attention to Rooney with a lawsuit, or by letting him publish and be damned? The phrase caught Maxine's attention. She'd heard it before, of course, but now it had new gravity, new meaning. She pictured Rooney publishing his book and then having his soul dragged away to the devil's country for his troubles. Publish and be damned, she said. You know, that I could maybe live with. Tammy hadn't seen a human face, real or televised, in 4 days, not even heard a voice. The Jacksons, her next-door neighbors, had gone off for a long weekend the previous Thursday, noisily departing with the kids yelling and car doors being slammed. Now it was Sunday. The street was always quiet on Sunday, but today it was particularly quiet. She couldn't even hear the buzzing of a lawnmower. It was as though the outside world had disappeared. She sat in the darkness and let the images that had been haunting her for so long tumble over and over in her head like filthy clothes in a washing machine, over and over in a gruel of gray, grimy water, the madness she'd seen and heard and smelled over and over. The trouble was, The more she turned it all over, the dirtier the washing became, as if the water had steadily turned from grey to black. And now, when she got up to go to the bathroom or to climb the stairs, she could hear it sloshing around between her ears, the muck of these terrible memories darkening with repetition. So this was what it was like to be crazy, she thought, sitting in the darkness, listening to the silence while you turned things over in your mind, going to the kitchen sometimes and staring into the fridge until she'd seen everything that was in there, the rotted things and the unrotted things, then closing it again without cleaning it out and going upstairs and washing the bathroom floor, then going to lie down and sleeping 10, 12, 14 hours straight through, not even waking to empty your bladder. This is what it was. And if it didn't go away soon, she was going to be a permanent part of the madness, just another rag turning in the darkness, indistinguishable from the things she'd worn. Over and over, and the telephone rang. Its noise was so loud she jumped up from the chair in which she was sitting, and tears sprang into her eyes. Absurd, to be made to weep by the sudden sound of a telephone, but the tears came pouring down, whether she thought she was ridiculous for shedding them or not. She had unplugged the answering machine a while ago. There'd been too many messages, mostly from journalists, so now the phone just kept on ringing. Eventually she picked it up more to stop the din than because she really wanted to speak to anyone. She didn't. In fact, she was perfectly ready to pick up the receiver and just put it straight down again, but she caught the sound of the woman at the other end of the line saying her name. She hesitated, put the receiver up to her ear a little tentatively. "Tammy, are you there?" a voice said. Still, Tammy didn't break her silence. "I know there's somebody on the line," the woman went on. "Will you just tell me, is this Tammy Lauper's house?" "No," Tammy said, surprised at the sound her own voice made when it finally came out. Then she put the receiver down. It would ring again, she knew. It was Maxine Frizzell, and Maxine wasn't the kind of woman who gave up easily. Tammy stared at the phone, trying to will the damn thing from ringing. For a few seconds she thought she'd succeeded. Then the ringing started again. "Go away," Tammy said, without picking up the receiver. The syllables sounded like gravel being shaken in a coarse sieve. The telephone continued to ring. "Please, go away," she said. She closed her eyes and tried to think of the order in which she would need to put the words if she were to pick up the receiver and speak to Maxine. But her mind was too much of a mess. It was better not to even risk the conversation if all Maxine was going to hear in Tammy's replies was the darkness churning around in her washing machine of a head. All she had to do was to wait a while, for God's sake. The telephone would stop its din eventually. Maybe 5 more rings, maybe 4, maybe 3. At the last moment, some deep-seated instinct for self-preservation made her reach down and pick up the receiver. "Hello," she said. "Tammy? That is you, isn't it?" "Maxine, yes, it's me." "Good God, you sound terrible. Are you sick?" "I've had the flu, really badly. I still haven't got rid of it." "Was that you when I called 2 minutes ago? I called 2 minutes ago. It was you, wasn't it?" "Yes, it was. I'm sorry. I'd just woken up, and as I say, I've been so sick." "Well, you sound it," Maxine said in her matter-of-fact manner. "Look, I need to talk to you urgently." "Not today. I can't. I'm sorry, Maxine." "This really can't wait, Tammy. All you have to do is listen. The flu didn't make you deaf, did it?" This drew a silent smile from Tammy, her first in days. Same old Maxine, subtle as a sledgehammer. "Okay," Tammy said. "I'm listening." She was surprised at how much easier it was to talk once you got started. And she had the comfort that she was talking to Maxine. All she'd have to do, as Maxine had said, was listen. "Do you remember that asshole Rooney?" "Vaguely." "You don't sound very sure. He was the detective we talked to when we first went to the police. You remember him now? Round face, no hair, wore too much cologne?" For some peculiar reason it was the memory of the cologne, which had been sickly sweet, which brought Rooney to mind. "No, I remember," she said. "Well, he's been on to me. Did he call you?" "No. Son of a bitch." "Why is he a son of a bitch?" "Because the fuckhead's got me all stirred up, just when I was beginning to put my thoughts in order." Much to Tammy's surprise, she heard a measure of desperation in Maxine's voice. She knew what it was, because it was an echo of the very thing she heard in herself, night and day, awake and dreaming. Could it be that she actually had something in common with this woman whom she'd despised for so many years? That was a surprise, to say the least. What did the son of a bitch want, she found herself asking. There was a second surprise here. Her mouth put the words in a perfectly sensible order, without her having to labor over it. He claims he's writing a book. Can you believe the audacity of the creep? You know, I did know about this, Tammy said. So he talked to you. He didn't. But Jerry Brahms did. The conversation with Jerry came back to her remotely, as though it had happened several months ago. Oh, good, Maxine said, so you're up to speed. I've got a bunch of lawyers together to find out if he can do this, and it turns out, guess what, he can. He can write what the hell he likes about any of us. We can sue, of course, but that'll just give him more publicity. That's exactly what Peltzer said. He said the book would last 2 months on the shelves, 3 at the outside, then it would be forgotten. He's probably right. Anyway, Rooney's not going to get any help from me. That's not going to stop him, of course. I know, Tammy said, but frankly, you don't give a damn, right? There was a pause. It seemed the conversation was almost at an end. Then, rather quietly, Maxine said, Have you had any thoughts at all about going back up to the canyon? There was a second pause, twice, 3 times the length of the first, at the end of which Tammy suddenly found herself saying, Of course. It felt more like an admission of guilt than a straightforward reply, and what was more, it wasn't something she'd consciously been thinking about, but apparently somewhere in the recesses of her churned-up head she'd actually contemplated returning to the house. I have too, Maxine confessed. I know it's ridiculous. After everything that happened up there, yes. It's ridiculous. But it feels like unfinished business, Tammy prompted. Yes, precisely. Jesus, why didn't I have the wit to call you earlier? I knew you'd understand. Unfinished business, that's exactly what it is. The real meat of this exchange suddenly became clear to Tammy. She wasn't the only one who was having a bad time. So was Maxine. Of all people, Maxine, who'd always struck Tammy as one of the most capable, self-confident, and unspookable women in America. It was profoundly reassuring. The thing is, Maxine went on, I don't particularly want to go up there alone. I'm not even sure I'm ready. Me neither. But frankly, the longer we leave it, the worse it's going to get, and it's bad, isn't it? Yes, Tammy said, finally letting her own despair flood into her words. It's worse than bad. It's terrible, Maxine. It's just... words can't describe it. You sound the way I look, Maxine replied. I'm seeing a therapist 4 times a week, and I'm drinking like a fish, but none of it's doing any good. I'm just avoiding everybody. Does that help? Maxine wanted to know. No, not really. So we're both in a bad way. What do we do about it? I realize we're not at all alike, Tammy. God knows I can be a bitch. Then when I met Katya, when I saw what kind of woman I could turn into, that frightened me. I thought, fuck, that could be me. You were protecting him, you know, in a way we both were. I suppose that's right. The question is, have we finished, or is there more to do? Tammy let out a low moan. Do you mean what I think you mean? She said. That depends what you think I mean. That you think he's still up there in the canyon? Lost? Christ, I don't know. All I know is I can't get him out of my head. She drew a deep breath, then let the whole bitter truth out. For some stupid reason, I think he still needs us. Don't say that. Maybe it's not us, Maxine said. Maybe it's you. He had a lot of feeling for you, you know. If that's you trying to talk me into going back to the canyon, it's not going to work. So I take it you won't come? I didn't say that. Well, make up your mind one way or another, Maxine replied, exhibiting a little of the impatience which had been happily absent from their exchange thus far. Do you want to come with me or not? The conversation was making Tammy a little weary now. She hadn't spoken to anybody at such length for several weeks, and the chat, welcome as it was taking its toll. Did she want to go back to the canyon or not? The question was plain enough, but the answer was a minefield. On the one hand, she could think of scarcely any place on earth she wanted to go less. She'd been jubilant when she'd driven away from it with Maxine and Jerry. She'd felt as though she'd escaped a death sentence by a hair's breadth. Why in God's name would it make any sense to go back there now? On the other hand, there was the issue she herself had raised, that of unfinished business. If there was something up there that remained to be done, then maybe it was best to get up there and do it. She'd been hiding away from that knowledge for the last several weeks, churning her fears over and over, trying to pretend it was all over, but Maxine had called her bluff. Maybe they'd called each other's, admitted together what they could not have confessed to apart. "All right," she said finally. "All right, what? I'll go with you." Maxine breathed an audible sigh of relief. "Well, thank God for that. I was afraid you were going to freak out on me, and I was going to have to go up there on my own." "When were you planning to do this?" "Is tomorrow too soon?" Maxine said. "You come to my office and we'll go from there." "Are you going to ask Jerry to come with us?" "He's gone," Maxine replied. "Jerry's dead?" "No. Key West. He's sold his apartment and moved, all in a week. Life's too short," he said. "So it's just the two of us." "It's just the two of us, and whatever we find up there." 7. On several occasions in the next 12 hours, Tammy's resolve almost failed her, and she thought about calling and telling Maxine that she wouldn't be coming to Los Angeles after all. But though her courage was weak, it didn't go belly up. In fact, she arrived at Maxine's office 20 minutes earlier than they'd arranged, catching Maxine in an uncharacteristic state of disarray, her hair uncombed, her face without blush or lipstick. She'd lost weight, shed perhaps 15 pounds courtesy of the canyon. So had Tammy. Every cloud had a silver lining. "You look better than you sounded," Maxine said. "When we first started talking, I thought you were dying." "So did I, on and off. It was that bad, huh?" "I locked myself in my house, didn't talk to anyone. Did you talk to anybody?" "I tried, but all people wanted to know about was the morbid stuff. I tell you, there's a lot of people who I thought were friends of mine who showed their true colors over this. People I thought cared about Todd, who were about as crass as you can get. Was there a lot of blood, that kind of thing?" "Maybe I did the right thing, locking myself away." "It's certainly given me a new perspective on people. They like to talk about death as long as it's not theirs." Tammy took a look around the office while they chatted. It was very dark, very masculine. Antique European furniture, Persian rugs. On the walls, photographs of Maxine in the company of the powerful and the famous. Maxine with Todd at the opening of several of his movies. Maxine with Clinton and Gore at a Democratic fundraiser when the president-elect still had color in his hair and a reputation to lose. Maxine with a number of A-list stars, some of whom had fallen from the firmament since the pictures had been taken. Cruise, Van Damme, Costner, Demi Moore, Michael Douglas, looking very morose for some reason. Mel Gibson, Angelica Houston, Denzel Washington, and Bette Midler. And on the sideboard, in Art Nouveau silver frames, a collection of pictures which Maxine obviously valued more highly than the rest. One in particular caught Tammy's eye. In it, Todd was standing alongside a very sour, very old woman who was ostentatiously smoking a cigarette. "Is that Betty Davis?" 5 months before she died, my first boss, Lou Wasserman, used to represent her." "Was she ever up in the canyon, do you think?" "No, I don't think Betty's ghost is up there. She had her own circle. All the great divas did, and they were more or less mutually exclusive. I'd guess a lot of Katya's friends had an interest in the occult. I know Valentino did. That's what took them up there at the beginning. She probably introduced them to it all very slowly, maybe tarot cards or Ouija board, checking out which ones were in it for the cheap thrills and which ones would go the distance with it." "Clever?" "Oh, she was clever. You can never take that away from her. Right in the middle of this manned city, where all the studios had men at the top, she had her own little dominion, and God knows how many people wrapped around her little finger." "It sounds like you admire her a bit." "Well, I do. I mean, she'd broken every commandment, and she didn't give a shit. She knew what she had. something to make people feel stronger, sexier. No wonder they wanted to keep it to themselves. But in the end, it drove some of them crazy, even the ones who thought they could take it. It seems to me it affected everyone a little differently. I mean, look at us. We got a taste of it, and it didn't suit us too well. I should tell you, I thought I was heading for the funny farm. You should have called me. We could have compared notes. My mind was just going round and round. Nothing made sense anymore. I was ready to do myself in. I don't want to hear that kind of talk, Maxine said. The fact is, you're here. You survived. We both did. Now we have to do this one last thing. What if we get up there and don't find anything? Then we just leave and get on with our lives. We forget we ever heard of Coldheart Canyon. I don't think there's very much chance of that somehow. Frankly, neither do I. It was hot. In the valley, the temperature at noon stood at an unseasonable 104, with the probability that it would climb a couple of degrees higher before the day was out. The 10 freeway was blocked for 7 miles, with people trying to get to Raging Waters, a waterslide park which seemed like a cooling prospect on a day like this, if you could only reach the damn thing. Later that afternoon, in a freak mirror image of the fire at Warner's, there was a small conflagration at a warehouse in Burbank, which had been turned into a mini-studio for the making of X-rated epics. By the time the fire trucks had wound their way through the clogged traffic to reach the blaze, there had already been 5 fatalities, a cameraman and a ménage à trois whose versatility was being immortalized that afternoon, along with the male star's fluffer, had all been cremated. There was very little wind, so the sickly smell of burning flesh and silicone lingered in the air for several hours. Even if that particular stench didn't reach the canyon, there were plenty that day that did. Indeed, it seemed the canyon had become a repository for all manner of sickening stenches in the weeks since its sudden notoriety, as though the rot at its heart was drawing to it the smell of every horror in the heat-sickened city. Every unemptied dumpster that concealed something for forensics to come look at. Every condemned apartment or lock-up garage where somebody had died, either accidentally or by their own hand, and had not yet been discovered. Every pile of once bright flowers, collected from the fresh graves of Forest Lawn and the Hollywood Memorial Cemetery, and were now piled high in the corner along with their tags carrying messages of sympathy and expressions of loss, rotting together. All of it found its way into the cleft of the canyon and clung to the once healthy plants, weighing them down like a curse laid on the air itself. "It's so damn quiet," Tammy said as she got out of Maxine's car in front of what had once been Katya Lupe's dream palace. There were a few birds singing in the trees, but there wasn't much enthusiasm in their trilling. It was way too hot for music-making. The birds themselves sat in what little shade they could find beneath the leaves and stayed still. The only exceptions to this were the falcons, which rode the rising tides of heat off the canyon, their wings motionless, and the ravens, who dipped and banked as they chased one another overhead, landing in argumentative rows on the high walls around the house. The dream palace itself was in a shocking state. The damage the ghosts had done to the vast chamber on which the house sat, throwing the whole structure into an accelerated state of decay. The once magnificent facade, with its highlights of Moroccan tile, had not only cracked from end to end, but had now fallen forward, exposing the lath and timber below. The massive door, which Tammy had imagined belonging to an Errol Flynn epic, had split in 3 places. The metal lock, which had been as vast and medieval as the rest of the thing, had been removed, sawn away by a thief with an electric saw. He'd made an attempt to take the antique hinges, too, but the size of the job had apparently defeated him. Tammy and Maxine squeezed through the mass of debris which had gathered behind it. The turret into which they stepped was still intact all the way up to its vault, with its painted images of once famous faces peering down. But the plaster on which the fresco had been made was now laced with cracks, and heaps of the design had fallen away, so that the vault looked like a partially finished jigsaw. Underfoot, the missing pieces, fragments of Mary Pickford's shoulder and Lon Chaney Sr.'s crooked smile. "Is this earthquake damage?" Maxine said, looking up at the turret. There were places where the entire structure of the turret, not just the inner painted layer, but the tiles too, had dropped out of place so that the Californian sky was visible. "I don't see why the house would survive all these years of earthquakes without being substantially damaged and then practically come apart in a 6.9. "It's weird," Maxine agreed. "Maybe the ghosts did it." "Really? They got up there?" she said, pointing at the vault. "I bet you they got everywhere. They were pretty pissed off." Tammy stepped into the kitchen and had her thesis proved correct. The kitchen had been comprehensively ripped apart, shelves torn down, cutlery pulled out of drawers and scattered around, plates smashed, frying pans used to beat at the tiled work surfaces so that they were shattered. Food had been pulled out of the fridge and deep freeze, both of which stood open, rotted fruit and uncooked steaks scattered around, broken bottles of beer and cartons of spoiled milk. Everything that could be destroyed had been destroyed. The tops of the faucets had been twisted off, and water still gurgled from the open pipes, filling up the clogged sink until it overflowed, soaking the floor. But all this was cosmetic. The ghosts had been working on the structure, too, and they'd had the supernatural strength to cause considerable damage. Ragged holes had been made in the ceiling, exposing the support beams, some of which, through a massive effort by the phantom demolition team, had been unseated and pulled through the plaster facade, jutting like vast broken bones. Tammy waded through the filthy water to the second door and opened it. A scummy tide had preceded her out into the passageway where Todd had died. It was considerably darker than the kitchen. She instinctively reached round and flicked on the light. There was a sharp snap of electricity in the wall. The lights came on, flickered for a moment, then went out again. After a beat, there was another noise in the wall and an eruption of sparks from one of the light fixtures further down the wall. She thought about trying to switch the electricity off, but that didn't seem very smart under the circumstances. She was standing in half an inch of water with the power crackling in the walls. Better just leave it alone. The only reason she'd come out here was to be certain that the place where Todd had lain had been cleaned up. In fact, it hadn't been touched. The water from the kitchen had not reached as far as the spot where he had died, so the pools of blood that had come from his body were now dry, dark stains on the floor. There were other stains, too, where his body had lain, that she didn't want to think too much about. Further down the passageway, beyond the bloodstains, was the back door and the threshold where she'd dug out the icons. The nerves in the tips of her fingers twitched as she thought about those terrible minutes, hearing Todd and Katya fighting in the kitchen, while the ghosts waited on the threshold, bristling but silent, waiting for their moment. Her heart quickened at the thought of how close she'd come to losing the game she'd played here. Something crunched beneath her soul, and she stepped aside to find one of the icons was lying on the tile. She bent down and picked it up. There was nothing left of the force it had once owned, so she pocketed it as a keepsake. As she was doing so, she caught sight of a body lying outside in the shadows of the Noahic bird-of-paradise trees. "Maxine!" she called, suddenly alarmed. "I'm coming! Be careful. Don't touch the light switches." As soon as she heard Maxine's footsteps splashing through the kitchen, Tammy ventured to the threshold and stepped over it. The greenery smelled pungent back here. She was reminded of those dark, swampy parts of the canyon where she'd almost lost her life during her night journey. The swamp had crept closer to the house, it seemed. There were mushrooms and fungi growing out of the wool, and the Mexican pavers were slick with green algae underfoot. "What's wrong?" Maxine wanted to know. "That," Tammy pointed to the body which lay face down in the middle of a particularly fertile patch of fungi. Tammy wondered if perhaps he'd been trying to make a meal of them and died in mid-swallow, poisoned. "Help me turn him over," Tammy said. "No, thanks," Maxine said. "I'm as close as I need to get." Undaunted, Tammy went down on her haunches beside the body, pressing her fingers into the damp, sticky groove between the body and the tiles upon which it lay. The corpse was cold. She lifted it up an inch or two, peering down to see if she could get a better glimpse of the dead man, but she couldn't make out his features. She would have to turn the cadaver over. She pushed harder and hoisted the body onto its side. Rivulets of pale maggots poured from its rot-bloated underbelly. She let it fall all the way over, lolling on the ground. Not only was it not a man, it was not, strictly speaking, a human being, but one of what Zephyr had called the children, the hybrid minglings of ghost and animal. This one had been a female, part coyote, part sex goddess. It had 6 breasts, courtesy of its bestial side, but 2 of them had gone to jelly. The 4 that remained, however, were as lush as any starlet's, adding a touch of surrealism to this otherwise repulsive sight. The creature's head was a mass of wormy life, except for some reason its lips, which remained large, ripe, and untouched. "Who is it?" Maxine hollered from the interior of the house. "It's just an animal," Tammy said, "sort of. The ghosts fuck the animals, and sometimes the animals fuck the ghosts, and these things, the children, were the result." Obviously, Maxine hadn't known about this little detail, because a look of raw disgust came over her face. "Jesus, this place never fails to—" She finished the sentence by shaking her head. Tammy wiped her hands on her jeans and surveyed the steps that led down to the garden. "There's more of them down here," she called back to Maxine. "More?" By the time Maxine's curiosity had overcome her revulsion and she'd reached the first body, Tammy had already moved on to the second, third, and fourth, then to a group of 4 more, all lying on the steps leading down to the lawn or at the bottom, and all in roughly the same position, face down, as though they'd simply fallen forward. It was a curiously sad scene because there were so many different kinds of animals here, large and small, dark and striped and spotted, lush and bony. "It looks like Jonestown," Maxine said, surveying the whole sorry sight. She wasn't that far off the mark. The way bodies had all dropped in the grass, some lying alone, others in groups, looking as though they might have been hand in hand when the fatal moment came. It had the feel of a mass suicide, no question. Had the sun been on them directly, no doubt the stench would have been nauseating, but the air was cool beneath the heavy canopy. The smell was more like that of festering cabbages than the deeper, stomach-turning stench of rotting flesh. "Why so few flies?" Tammy thought on this for a moment. "I don't know. They weren't properly alive in the first place, were they? They had ghosts for fathers and animals for mothers, or the other way round. I don't think they were flesh and blood in the same way you and I are. That still doesn't explain why they came here to die like this." "Maybe the same power that ran through Katya and the ghosts ran through them too," Tammy said, "and once it was turned off—" "They came back to the house and died?" "Exactly." "And the dead?" Maxine said. "All those people, where did they go?" "They didn't have anything to keep them here," Tammy said. "So maybe they're out wandering the city," Maxine said. Not a very reassuring thought. As Maxine talked, Tammy plucked some large leaves from the jungle all around, and then went back among the corpses, bending to gently lay the leaves, which she'd chosen for their size, over the faces of the dead. Maxine watched Tammy with a mingling of incomprehension and awe. It would never in 1,000 years have occurred to her to do something like this, but as she watched Tammy going about this duty, she felt a surge of simple affection for the woman. She'd endured a lot, and here she was, still finding it in her heart to think of something other than her own comfort, her own ease. She was remarkable in her way, no question. "Are you done?" she asked when Tammy was all but finished. Almost, she said. She bowed her head. Do you know any prayers? I used to, but Maxine shrugged, empty-handed. Then I'm just going to make something up, Tammy said. I'll leave you to it, then, Maxine said, turning to go. No, Tammy said, please. I want you to stay here with me until I'm finished. Are you sure? Please. Okay, Maxine said. Tammy bowed her head, then after taking a few moments to decide what she was going to say, she began, Lord, she said, I don't know why these creatures were born or why they died. She shook her head in a kind of despair, though whether it was about the words or the situation she was attempting to describe, Maxine didn't know. Perhaps a little of both. We're in the presence of death, and when that happens, we wonder, it makes us wonder, why we're alive in the first place. Well, I guess I want to say that these things didn't ask to be alive. They were born miserably, and they lived miserably, and now they're dead, and I'd like to ask you, Lord, to take special care of them. They lived without any hope of happiness, but maybe you can give them some happiness in the hereafter. That's all. Amen. Maxine tried to echo the Amen, but when she did so, she realized that these hesitant, simple words coming from so unlikely a source had brought on tears. Tammy put her arm around Maxine's shoulder. It's okay, she said. I don't even know why I'm crying, Maxine said, letting her head drop against Tammy's shoulder while the sobbing continued to rack her. This is the first time I've cried like this, really cried, in Lord knows how long. It's good to cry, let it come. Is it really good to cry? Maxine said, recovering herself slightly and wiping her nose. I've always been suspicious when people say crying's good for you. Well, it is, trust me. You know, Tammy, I don't know if anyone has ever told you this, but you're quite an amazing lady. Oh, really? She said. Well, that's kind of you. It's not the sort of thing Arnie used to say. Well, then Arnie was a fool, Maxine said, recovering a little of her old edge. Are you ready to go back inside now? Tammy said, a little embarrassed by Maxine's compliment. Yeah, I guess so. They made their way through the dead to the steps and started to climb. As they did so, it occurred to Maxine that in laying the leaves on the dead and offering up a prayer on their behalf, Tammy had brought the idea of forgiveness into Katya Lupe's loveless domain. It was probably the first time the subject had been broached in this vicinity in 3/4 of a century. Katya hadn't seemed too big on forgiveness. You erred against her, you suffered for it, and you kept suffering. What are you thinking about? Tammy asked her. Just this place. Maxine looked up at the house and turned to take in the rest of the canyon. Maybe the tabloids had it right. About what? Oh, you know, the most cursed piece of real estate in Hollywood. Bullshit, Tammy said. You don't think that room downstairs was made by the devil or his wife? I don't want to know who made it, Tammy said, but I know who fed it, who made it important. People. Just like you and me, addicted to the place. That makes sense. Places can't be good or bad, Tammy said, only people. That's what I believe. Did that make you feel better, by the way, what you did out there? Tammy smiled. Bit crazy, huh? Not at all. You know, it did make me feel better, much better. Those poor things didn't have a hope. So now we can go look for Todd? Maxine said. And if we don't find him, Tammy looked at her watch. Shall we say 15 minutes we give it up as a bad idea? Agreed? Agreed. Where do you want to look first? Tammy said. The master bedroom, Maxine replied. Whenever things didn't go well, he used to go to his bedroom and lock the door. Funny. Arnie would do the same. You never told me anything about Arnie, Maxine said as she led the way through the chaos of the kitchen to the hallway. There wasn't that much to tell, and there's even less now he's gone. Do you think he'll come back? I don't know, Tammy said, sounding as though she didn't care that much. Depends on whether his new woman puts up with him or not. Well, put it this way, do you want him back? No. And if he tries to make nice, I'm going to tell him to go fuck himself. Excuse my French. They stepped out into the hallway. You want to go up there first? Tammy said. He was your friend or client or whatever. Maxine looked doubtful. Go on, Tammy urged her. You go on up, and I'll try downstairs. Okay, Maxine said, but stay in shouting distance. I will, and if I don't find anything down there, I'll come straight up and find you. Maxine started up the stairs 2 at a time. I'm not spending another hour after dark in this canyon, she called as she went. She watched Tammy descend as she ascended, and then, when the turn in the stairs put them out of sight of one another, she concentrated her attentions on the doorway in front of her. The landing she was crossing was creaking with every footfall. No doubt the damage the ghosts had done up here was as thorough as it had been below. God knows how profoundly they'd affected the substructure of the place. Another reason, if any were needed, to be out of here quickly. She'd read her Poe. She knew what happened to houses as psychotic as this had been. They came tumbling down. Their sins finally caught up with them, and they collapsed on themselves like tumorous men, burying anyone and everyone who was stupid enough to be inside when the roof began to creak. Tammy! I can hear you. The place is creaking up here. Is it creaking down there? Yep. So let's make this short and sweet, huh? We already agreed. Even shorter and sweeter. Maxine had reached the door of the master bedroom. She knocked lightly at first, then she called Todd's name. There was no reply forthcoming, so she tried the handle. The door was unlocked. She pushed it open. It grated over a scattering of dirt, and there was the sound of several irregular-shaped objects rolling behind it. She investigated. Besides the dirt, there were some rocks behind the door and several clods of earth, some with grass attached. Somebody appeared to have hauled a sack of earth up from the garden, and it had split open behind the door. "Todd?" she called again. This time there was a mumbled reply. She stepped into the room. The drapes were almost completely drawn, keeping out 9/10 of the sunlight. The air smelled stale, as though nobody had opened the door in days, but it also smelled strongly of fresh dirt. She studied the gloom for a little time, until she saw the figure sitting up on the bed, his knees raised under what she took to be a dark coverlet. It was Todd. He was naked from the waist up. "Hello, Maxine," he said. There was neither music nor threat in his voice. "Hello, Todd." "Couldn't stay away, huh?" "Tammy's with me," she said, shifting the blame. "Yes, I heard her. And I expected her, no, half expected her. But I didn't expect you. I thought it was all over with us once I was dead. Out of sight." "It's not as simple as that." "No, it isn't, is it? If it's any comfort, it's true in both directions." "You think about me? You?" "Tammy, the life I had, sure. I think about it all the time. There isn't much else to do up here." "So why are you up here?" He moved in the bed, and there was a patter of dirt onto the bare boards. What she'd taken to be a blanket was, in fact, a pyramid of damp earth, which he'd piled up over the lower half of his body. When he moved, the pyramid partially collapsed. He reached out and pulled the dirt back toward him so as not to lose too much over the edge of the bed. His body, she saw, looked better than it had in years. His abdominals were perfectly cut, his pectorals not too hefty but nicely defined. And his face was similarly recovered, the damage done by time, excess, and Dr. Burroughs's scalpels eradicated. "You look good," she said. "I don't feel good," he replied. "No?" "No, you know me. I don't like being on my own, Maxine. It makes me crazy." He wasn't looking at her any longer, but was rearranging the mound of dirt on his lap. His erection, she now saw, was sticking out of the middle of the dirt. "I wake up with this," he said, flicking his hard-on from side to side with his hand. "It won't go down." He sounded neither proud of the fact nor much distressed by it. His erection was just another plaything, like the dirt heaped over his body. "Why did you bring half the backyard up here?" "Just to play," he replied. "I don't know." Yes, you do, she said to him. Okay, I do. I'm dead, right? Right? Yeah. I knew it, he said, with the grim tone of a man who was having bad news confirmed. I mean, I knew. As soon as I looked in the mirror and I saw I wasn't fucked up anymore, I thought, I'm like the others in the canyon. So I went out to look for them. Why? I wanted to talk to somebody about how it all works, being dead but still being here. Having a body, substance. I wanted to know what the rules were, but they'd all gone. He stopped playing with himself and stared at the sliver of light coming between the drapes. There were just those things left. The children. Yeah, and they were dropping like flies. We saw, they're all around the house. Ugly fucks, Todd said. I know why, too. Why what? Why they were dropping. What? He licked his lips and frowned, his eyes becoming hooded. There's something out there, Maxine, something that comes at night. His voice had lost all its strength. It sits on the roof. What are you talking about? I don't know what it is, but it scares the shit out of me, sitting on the roof, shining. Shining? Shining. Like it was a piece of the sun. He suddenly started to make a concentrated effort to bury his erection, like a little boy abruptly obsessed with some trivial ritual. 2 handfuls of dirt, then another 2, then another 2, just to get it out of sight. It didn't work. His cock head continued to stick out red and smooth. I don't want it to see me, Maxine, he said very quietly. The thing on the roof. I don't want it to see me. Will you tell it to go away? She laughed. Don't laugh at me. I can't help it, she said. Look at you, sitting in a sack full of dirt with a heart on, talking about some light. I don't even know what it is, he said. Maxine was still laughing at the absurdity of all this. I'll tell Tammy to do it, he said. She'll do it for me. I know she will. He kept staring at the crack of light between the drapes. Go and get her. I want to see her. So I'm dismissed, am I? No, he said. You can stay if you want, or you can go if you want to. You've seen me. I'm okay. Except for the light. Except for the light. I'm not crazy, Maxine. It's here. I know you're not crazy, Maxine said. He looked straight back at her for the first time. The light he'd been staring at had got into his eyes somehow, and was now reflected out toward her, or was that simply the way all ghosts looked? She thought perhaps it was. The silvery gaze that was both beautiful and inhuman. I suppose we both could be dreaming all this, he went on. They don't call these places dream palaces for nothing. I mean, I was dead, wasn't I? I know I was dead. That bitch killed me. His voice grew heavy as he remembered the pain of his final minutes. Not so much the physical pain, perhaps, as the pain of Katya turning on him, betraying him. Well, for what it's worth, Maxine said, I'm sorry. About what? Oh, 1,000 things, but mainly leaving you when I did. It was Tammy who pointed it out. If I hadn't gone and left you, perhaps none of this would have happened. She said that to you? Todd replied with a smile. Yep. She's got a mouth on her when something strikes her. The point is, she was right. Todd's smile faded. It was the worst time of my life, he said. And I made it worse. It's all right, he said. It's over now. Is it really? Yes. Really, it's history. I was so tired, Maxine said. I know. Tired of me and tired of who you'd become, yes? Yes. I don't blame you. This town fucks people up. He was looking at her with that luminous gaze, but it was clear his thoughts were wandering. Where is Tammy, did you say? She went downstairs. Will you please go get her for me? Oh, please now, is it? She said, smiling. You have changed. You know what starts to happen if you stay here long enough? He said, apropos of nothing in particular. No, what? You start to have these glimpses of the past, at least I do. I'm sitting here and suddenly I'm dreaming I'm on a mountain. On a mountain? Climbing this sheer cliff. That can't have been a memory, Todd, or at least it can't have been a real mountain. You hated heights, don't you remember? He took his gaze off her and returned it to the crack between the drapes. Plainly, this news made him uncomfortable, questioning, as it did, the nature of his recollections. If it wasn't a real mountain, what was it? It was a fake built on one of the sound stages at Universal. It was for the big fall. A movie I was in? A movie. A big movie. Surely you remember. Did I die in it? No, you didn't die in it. Why do you want to know? I was just trying to remember last night what movies I'd made. I kept thinking if the light has to collect me, and I have to leave, and I have to tell it what movies I made. He glanced at the wall beside the bed where he'd scrawled a list in a large, untutored scrawl of some of the titles of his films. It was by no means comprehensive, proof perhaps of a mind in slow decay. Nor were the titles he had remembered entirely accurate. Gunner became Gunman for some reason, and The Big Fall simply Fallen. He also added Warrior to the list, which was wishful thinking. How many of my pictures did I die in, then? 2. Why only 2? Quickly. Because you were the hero. Right answer. And heroes don't die, ever, right? I wouldn't say ever. Sometimes it's the perfect ending. For example, A Tale of Two Cities. That's old. Anyway, don't quibble. The point is, I don't care about what the light wants. I'm the hero. Oh, I get where this is headed. I'm not going, Maxine. Suppose it wants to take you somewhere better. Like where? I don't know. Say it. Go on. You see? You can't even say it. I can say it. Heaven. The afterlife. Is that where you believe it wants me to go? I don't know where it wants you to go, Todd. And I'm never going to find out because I'm not going to go. I'm the hero. I don't have to go, right? What could she say to this? He had the idea so very firmly fixed in his head that it wasn't going to be easily dislodged. I suppose if you put it that way, she said, you don't have to go anywhere you don't want to. He put his heel behind a small portion of dirt and pushed it off the edge of the bed. It rattled as it rained down on the bare boards. It's all bullshit anyway, he said. What's bullshit? Movies. I should have done something more useful with my life. Donnie was right. Donnie? Yes. He suddenly looked hard at her. Donnie was real, wasn't he? He was my brother. Tell me I didn't dream him. No, you didn't dream him. Oh, good. He was the best soul I ever met in my life. Sorry, but he was. No, he was your brother. It's good you love him. A silence, a long silence. Then, life would be shit if I'd just dreamed him. 8. At the bottom of the stairs, Tammy discovered that the entire substructure of the house, the floor once occupied by the Devil's Country, was now reduced to heaps of rubble, with a few support pillars here and there, which were presumably the only things keeping the house from collapsing upon itself completely. Seeing the tenuous state of things, Tammy was tempted to go straight back upstairs to warn Maxine, but then she figured that there was probably no tearing urgency. The house had managed to stay upright in the weeks since the ghosts had wreaked this havoc, and wasn't likely to collapse in the next 5 minutes. She would risk looking around for a little while, just to be sure she'd understood as much of this mystery as was comprehensible, before she turned her back on it forever. The last few steps of the stairway had been torn away by the Revenant's assault, but there was a heap of its own rubble directly beneath it, so it wasn't much of a leap for her. Even so, she landed awkwardly and slid gracelessly down the side of the heap, puncturing her ankles and calves on the corners of the shattered tiles. She stumbled away from the bottom of the stairs and through the doorway, the naked framework of which was still standing. Surprisingly enough, though the walls to the right and left of it were virtually demolished, and the ceiling brought down, exposing a network of pipes and cables, there was very little light beyond the patch in which she stood, which had leaked in from the turret. Otherwise it was murky in every direction. She strayed a little distance from the doorway, taking care not to hobble herself on a larger piece of masonry, and careful, too, not to lose her bearings. Every now and again something on a higher floor would creak or grind, or somewhere in the darkness around her she'd hear a patter of dry plaster dust. Then the creaking would stop, the pattering would stop, and her heart would pick up its normal rhythm again. Of one thing she was pretty certain: there were no ghosts here. They had wreaked their comprehensive havoc and gone on their melancholy way, leaving the house to creak and settle and eventually, when it could no longer support its own weight, collapse. She'd seen enough. She moved back to the doorway and returned through it to the stairs, climbing over the rubble onto the lowest step. The staircase swayed ominously as she heaved herself onto it, and she saw that it had become disconnected from the wall a few feet up and was therefore floating, a fact she had failed to grasp during her descent. She ascended with a good deal more caution and reached the relatively solid ground at the top of the stairs with an inwardly spoken word of thanks. The door to the master bedroom was open, she saw. A moment later, Maxine emerged and beckoned her to come up. "Todd's here, and he wants to see you," she explained. "Is he all right?" Tammy asked, fully realizing, even as she said this, that it was a damn fool question to ask about a man who'd been recently murdered. By way of reply, Maxine made a strange face, as though she didn't have the least clue what the man in the master bedroom was up to. "You should just come up and see for yourself," she said. As they crossed on the stairs, Maxine took the opportunity to whisper, "I hope to hell you can make more sense of him than I could." "Hello, Tammy." Todd was lying in the bed with a pile of dirt covering his lower half. There was dirt on the floor, too, and on his hands. "You're a mess," she remarked brightly. "I've been playing in the mud. Can I open the drapes a little, or put on a lamp? It's really gloomy in here." "Put on a lamp if you really must." She went to the table in the corner and switched on the antiquated lamp, doing so tentatively given her problem with the electricity on the lower floor. Then she went to look out of the narrow gap between the drapes. Maxine had been right. The evening was coming on quickly. Already the opposite side of the canyon was purple-gray, and the sky above it had lost all its warmth. There were no stars yet, but the moon was rising in the northeastern corner of the canyon. "Don't look out there," Todd said. "Why not?" "Just close the drapes, please." She obviously wasn't quite quick enough for him, because he sprang out of bed, scattering dirt far and wide. His sudden movement startled her a little. It wasn't that she was afraid of him exactly, but if death emphasized people's natural propensities, as it seemed it did, then there was a good chance he'd be wilder in death than he had been alive. He took the drape from her hand, snatched it almost, and pulled it closed. "I don't want to see what's out there," he said, "and neither do you." She looked down at his groin. How could she help herself? He was as hard as any man she'd laid eyes on, his dick moving even though he was standing still, bobbing to the rhythm of his pulse. It would be ridiculous, she thought, not to mention it, like his standing there with a pig under his arm and making no reference to that. "What's that in honor of?" she said, pointing down at the pulsing length. "Me?" "Why, would you like it?" "It's covered in dirt." "Yeah." He took hold of the lower 4 inches of his dick and began to brush the soil off the top 4, twisting his dick round in a manner that looked painful to Tammy, so that he could fetch out the particles of dirt in the ridges of his circumcision scar. "I didn't think I'd see you again," he said as he worked. He let his dick go. It thumped against his belly before settling back into its head-high position. "I was beginning to think this was my only friend," he said. He knocked his dick sideways with a little laugh. "I'm sorry," Tammy said. "I wasn't feeling well enough to come before now." Todd wandered back over to the bed and sat down on the edge of the mattress. More dirt fell onto the floor. He folded his arms, bunching the muscles of his shoulders and chest. "Are you mad at me?" she said. "A little, I guess." "Because I didn't visit?" "Yeah." "I wouldn't have made very good company. I thought I was going crazy." "You did?" He was interested now. "What happened?" "I locked myself up in my house. I wouldn't see anybody. I was just about ready to kill myself." "Oh, shit," he said. "There's no reason to do that. All the bad times are over, Tammy. You can go off and live your life." "What life? I don't have a life," she sighed. "Just that stupid little home filled with Todd Pickett memorabilia." "You could sell it all." "I'm going to, trust me, maybe take a cruise around the world. Or better still, stay up here with me. I mean it, stay here." "Have you been downstairs?" "Not recently. Why?" Because this house is going to fall down, Todd, very soon. No, it isn't, he said. Did you know there are dozens of small earthquakes in California every day? Well, there are, and this place is still standing. It doesn't have any bottom floor left, Todd. Katya's guests dug it all up. He turned to the bed and started to pull armfuls of the dirt off the sheet. What are you doing? Persuading you to stay, he said, still pulling at the earth. When he had almost all the dirt removed from the bed, he pulled the sheet out and went around the other side of the bed, throwing the corners of the sheet into the middle, and then bundling up both sheet and dirt. He pushed the bundle off the bed and got up onto the clean mattress, sitting with his head against the board and his legs crossed. His balls were tight and shiny. His dick was hard as ever. He gave her a lascivious grin. "Climb aboard," he said. Here, she thought, was an invitation in a million, and there would have been a time, no doubt, when she would have swooned at the very idea of it. "I think you should cover yourself up," Tammy said, keeping the tone friendly but firm. "Haven't you got a pair of pants you can wear?" "You don't want this?" he said, running his fingers over the smooth head of his cock. "No," she said, "thank you." "It's because I'm dead, isn't it?" She didn't reply to him. Instead, she wandered through to the closet, which was enormous, barely a tenth of it was filled, and started to go through the trousers and jeans on the hangers, and found an old, much-patched pair of jeans, their condition suggesting that he was fond of them because he'd had them fixed so often. As she pulled them off the hanger, she heard a sound on the roof, like something scraping over the Spanish tiles. "Did you hear that?" she called through to Todd. There was no answer from the room next door. Bringing the jeans with her, she made her way back into the bedroom. Todd was no longer on the bed. He had snatched the dirt-stained sheet up off the floor and had wrapped it haphazardly around his body, the result being something between a toga and a shroud, and was now crawling around in the corner of the room in this bizarre costume, his eyes turned up toward the roof. He beckoned Tammy over, putting his forefinger to his lips to ensure her silence. There were more noises on the roof, scraping sounds that suggested the animal, whatever it was, had some considerable bulk. "What is it?" she said. "That's not a bird." He shook his head, still staring up at the ceiling. "What then?" "I can't see what it is. It's too bright." "Oh, so you have looked?" "Yes, of course I've looked," he said very softly. "Shit, this always happens. It's like they're its chorus." He was referring to the coyotes, which had begun a steady round of almost panicked yelpings from the other side of the canyon. Whenever the light appears, the damn coyotes start up. He had begun to shudder, not from the cold, Tammy thought, but from fear. It crossed her mind that this was very far from the conventional image of ghost hunting, the phantom naked and afraid, her proffering a pair of jeans to cover him up. "It's come here for me," Todd said very quietly. "You know that." "How can you be sure?" "Because I can feel it. In my chest. And in my balls. The first time it came here, it actually got into the house. I was asleep, and I woke up with this terrible ache in my balls, and that," he pointed down between his legs, "was so hard it hurt. I was terrified, but I yelled at it to go away, and off it went. I think I must have startled it." "How many times has it been back since that first time?" 6 or 7. No, more, 9. 10 times. Sometimes it just waits in the garden. Sometimes it sits on the roof like it is now. And then once it was in the pool. "There's no water in the pool." "No, I know. It was lying at the bottom, not moving." "And you couldn't see any shape in it?" "No, no shape. I mean, do angels even have shapes?" "An angel? That's what you think it is?" "I'm pretty sure. I mean, it came to get me, and I am dead, so that's why it's hanging around, and it almost had me once." "What happened?" I looked at it, and my head started to fill up with all these memories, things I hadn't thought about for years and years, literally. Me and Donnie as kids, Cincinnati, nothing important, just things you might think of in a daydream. And he'd said to me, "Wait, it speaks. This thing speaks?" "Yes, it speaks." "What sex is it?" "I don't know. Sometimes it sounds more like a guy." He shrugged. "I don't know." "I'm sorry I interrupted you. What did it say?" "Oh, it said, 'All this is waiting for you.'" "All this meaning what?" All the memories, I suppose, my past, people, places, smells. You know how sometimes you wake up from a dream and it's been so real, so strong, everything in the real world seems a bit unconvincing for the first half hour? Well, it was like that after I saw the memories. Nothing was quite real. So why the hell are you fighting it? It doesn't want to hurt you. I'll tell you why I'm fighting. Because it's a one-way street, Tammy. I go with the light. There's no way back. And is being here so wonderful? Now I mean it. Don't argue with me, he said. I've thought about this a lot. Believe me, it's all I've thought about. So what do you want to do? I want you to stay right here with me until the damn thing goes away. It won't try any tricks if you're here. You mean giving you the memories? It's got others. Once it appeared on the lawn looking like Patricia, my mother. I knew it wasn't really her, but it's crafty that way. You know, she was telling me to come with her, and for just a few seconds. It had you fooled? Yeah. Not for long, but yeah. At this juncture, there was a rapping sound on the door. Todd jumped. It's only Maxine, Tammy said, getting up and turning from Todd. He caught hold of the jeans she was carrying, not because he wanted to wear them, but to stop her escaping him. Don't answer it, he said. Please stay here with me. I'm begging you, stay, please. She held her breath for a moment, listening for the presence on the roof. It was no longer audible. Had the creature, whatever it was, simply departed? Or was it still squatting up there, biding its time? Or, a third possibility, just as plausible as the other two, was she falling for some fictional fear that Todd, in his confused post-mortem state, had simply created out of thin air? Was she just hearing birds on the roof, skittering around, and letting his imagination work her up into a frenzy about it? Put your jeans on, she said to him, letting go of them. Tammy, listen to me. I am listening, she said, crossing to the door of the bedroom. Put your jeans on. She heard the rapping sound again. This time she thought perhaps she'd been wrong. It wasn't Maxine at all. It was somebody outside the house beating on the front door. She went to the bedroom door and cautiously opened it. She was in time to see Maxine retreating across the hallway from the front door. What is it? She whispered. Maxine looked up at her. By the expression on her face, something had unsettled her. I heard this knocking. Went to the door, and Tammy, there was a light out there shining in through the cracks in the door. So he's not having delusions, Tammy said. She headed downstairs to comfort Maxine. As she did so, she reported what she'd just heard Todd tell her. Todd said there was something out there waiting for him. That's his turn of phrase, waiting for him. Apparently it sits on the roof a lot. She put her hand on Maxine's trembling shoulder. Are you okay? I am now. It just freaked me out. So you didn't open the door? Well, you can't open it, can you? It's cracked. But it's not much protection. Stay here. So saying, Tammy crossed the hallway, gingerly slid through the broken door, and stepped out onto the doorstep. Oh, Jesus, be careful, Maxine murmured. There's nothing, she said. Are you sure? Maxine stepped out through the cracked door, and they stood together on the step. The last light of the afternoon had by now died away, but the moon had risen and was shedding its brightness through the trees to the right of the front door. Well, at least it's a beautiful evening, Maxine remarked, staring up at the light coming between the branches. Tammy's thoughts were elsewhere. She stepped out of the house and onto the pathway. Then she turned around, running her gaze back and forth along the roof, looking for some sign, any sign whatsoever, of the creature that had made the noise up there. As far as she could see, the roof was completely deserted. Nothing, she said to herself. She glanced back at Maxine, who was still staring up at the moon. She was alarmed to see that the sight of the moonlight seemed to have brought Maxine to tears. What's wrong? She said. Maxine didn't reply. She simply stared slackly up at the tree. A few leaves fluttered down from the branches where the moonlight was sourced, and to Tammy's amazement, the light began to slowly descend. Oh, fuck, Tammy said very softly, realizing that this was not the moon. Todd had been right. There was some entity here, its outer form consisting of raw light, its core unreadable. Whatever it looked like, it apparently had eyes because it could see them clearly. Tammy had no doubt of that. She felt its scrutiny upon her. Not just upon her, in fact, in her. She was entirely transparent to it, or so she felt. and as its study pierced her, she felt it ignite other images in her mind's eye. The house on Monarch Street where she was born appeared in front of her, its presence not insistent enough to blot out the world in which she was standing, but coexisting with it, neither sight seeming to sit uncomfortably beside the other. The door of the Monarch Street house opened, and her Aunt Jessica, her father's sister, came out onto the stoop. Aunt Jessica, of all people, whom she hadn't thought about in a very long time. Jessica, the spinster aunt, smiling in the sunshine and beckoning to her out of the past. Not just beckoning, speaking. "Your papa's at the fire station," she said. "Come on in now, Tammy. Come on in now." She'd not liked Aunt Jessica overmuch, nor had she any great fear of her father. The fact that Aunt Jessica was there on the stoop was unremarkable. She used to come over for supper on every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, often taking care of Tammy and her brothers when Tammy's parents went out to see a movie or go dancing, which they'd liked to do. Even the line about Papa being at the fire station carried no especial weight. Papa was always at the fire station for one thing or another. Because he wasn't just a fireman, he was the union organizer and a fierce advocate for better pay and conditions. So there had always been meetings and discussions beside his diurnal duties. In short, the memory carried no particular measure of significance, except for the fact that it was a memory of hers, and that somehow this creature, angel or whatever it was, had got into her head to set it in motion. Was its purpose that of distraction? Perhaps so. Being so perfectly commonplace, Tammy could slip into its embrace without protest because it evoked neither great joy nor great regret. It was just the past, there in front of her, momentarily real. She thought of what Todd had said about how the angel had appeared as his mother. Somehow the way Todd had described the process, it had sounded altogether more sinister than this, more like a trap for his soul. "Tammy?" "Yes, I see it," she said to Maxine. "What do you see?" Maxine said. "It's just my Aunt Jessica." "Well, if I were you, I'd look away," Maxine advised. Tammy didn't see why it was so important that she look away. "I'm okay, just watching," she said. But Maxine had taken hold of her arm and was gripping it so hard that it hurt. She wanted to turn and tell the woman to let go of her, but it was easier said than done. The image of the clapboard house on Monarch Street had, in fact, caught her up in its little loop. It was like a short length of film running round and round. The door would open, Aunt Jessica would beckon and speak her 3 lines. "Your papa's at the fire station. Come on in now, Tammy. Come on in now." Then she'd beckon again and turn round to step back into the house. The door would close. The dappled sunlight falling through the branches of the old sycamore just to the right of number 38 Monarch Street would move a little as a gust of summer wind passed through its huge, heavy branches. Then after a beat the door would open once again, and Auntie Jessica would reappear on the stoop with exactly the same smile on her face, exactly the same lines to speak. "Look away," Maxine said again, this time more urgently. The urgency got through to Tammy. Maybe I should do as she says, she thought. Maybe this little picture show isn't as innocent as it seems. Maybe I'm going to be stuck in this loop with the door and Jessica and the shadows coming through the sycamore forever. A little spasm of panic rose in her. She made a conscious effort to avert her eyes, thinking of what Todd had said, but her mind's eye had become glued to the scene the angel had conjured, and she couldn't shake herself free of it. She forced herself to close her eyes, but the loop was still there behind her eyelids. Indeed, it carried more force there because it had nothing to compete with. She began to shake. "Help me," she murmured to Maxine, but there was no answer forthcoming. "Maxine." There were beads of brightness in the image she could see in her mind's eye, and they were getting stronger. In spite of her panicked state, Tammy didn't have any difficulty figuring out what they signified. The angel was getting closer to her. It was using the cover of the looped memory to approach her until she was within reach of it. "Maxine," she yelled, "where the hell are you?" In her mind's eye, the green door on Monarch Street was opening for perhaps the 11th or 12th time. Smiling Aunt Jessica appearing to beckon and speak. "Maxine! Your papa's at the fire station. Maxine!" She'd gone, that was the bitter truth of it. Seeing the angel approaching and unable to pull Tammy out of its path, she'd done the sensible, self-protecting thing. She'd retreated. The light in the scene on Monarch Street was getting brighter with every passing moment. She could feel its corrosive energies on her skin. What would the angel's luminescence do to her if it touched her? Cook her marrow and her bones? Boil away all her blood? Oh, God in heaven! This wasn't a game, it was life or death. She had to find something to break the loop before the light of the angelic projector got so hot it cremated her. There was to be no help from Maxine, that was clear, so she was left with Todd. Where had he been the last time she'd seen him? Her thoughts were now so chaotic she couldn't even remember that. No, wait. He'd been upstairs, hadn't he? She couldn't picture him. The loop was too demanding, the brightness too sickeningly strong. It overwhelmed every other image in her head, real or imagined. But she remembered that he'd been up in the master bedroom. Oh, and he'd been naked, she remembered that too. Todd, the naked ghost, slapping his hard dick around as though it were a toy that he'd suddenly discovered was unbreakable. For a moment the image of Jessica on the doorstep juddered, as though the sprockets had become caught in the gate for a moment. Her mind had found a tool to thrust into the mechanism. Actually, Todd's tool bobbing at his groin, giving her its slit-eyed gaze. Yes, she could almost see it. Aunt Jessica's smiling image juddered a second time. Then the brightness behind the picture started to press through her eyes, burning away the pupils, making her look momentarily demonic. Yo, 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 your papa's at, the... The woman was jerking round like a puppet being manipulated by someone in the early stages of a grand mal. The loop flipped back, and she was beckoning again, with the first syllable of her speech caught on her tongue. Tammy ignored it. She had Todd's beautiful rod in her mind's eye, and it was strong enough to break the angel's back. "Go away," she told Aunt Jessica. "Yo, yo, yo, yo. I said go away." There it was now. Todd's erection, clear as day. She made an intellectual assessment of it to give solidity to the memory. It was a good 8 inches long, circumcised, with a slight left-hand drift. The light behind Aunt Jessica grew blindingly bright, burning away not only the old lady's figure, but the stoop and the summer tree. The image of Todd's manhood was getting stronger all the time, as though Tammy's pulse beats were feeding it blood, fattening it, glorifying it. The angel's brilliance still made her skin itch, but she had the better of it now. 2-3 more seconds, and Monarch Street had disappeared completely, overtaken by the image of Todd's manhood. "Maxine!" she yelled again. There was still no reply. She put her head down, so when she opened her eyes she would be staring at the ground, not at the angel's light. She half expected to see Maxine sprawled on the ground at her feet, overcome by the angel's power, but no. There was nothing below her but the cracked pathway that led from the front door. She turned on her heel and lifted her gaze a little. The front door was open. The light the angel shed washed the entire scene before her, taking its color out and throwing Tammy's shadow up against the wall. She felt a perverse imperative to glance back over her shoulder, to put the weapon she'd summoned to the test one more time, but she turned herself away from such nonsense and stumbled back the way she and Maxine had come just a little while before. Even before she reached the steps, she heard Maxine sobbing inside. Enraged that she'd been left to face the enemy alone, but at least grateful that Maxine was alive, she climbed the steps, pushed the cracked front door closed as far as it would go, and went back into the house. Maxine was sitting on the stairs, shaking. On the floor above, Todd had just emerged from the master bedroom. He'd put on the jeans Tammy had fetched for him, and he was carrying a large gun. "It won't do you any good," Tammy said, slamming the door behind her. "I'm sorry," Maxine said. "I left you out there, so I noticed. I was yelling for you to come, but you wouldn't move, and that thing was just getting closer and closer. It wants me. It doesn't want you to." "Well then," Tammy said, staring at the front of Todd's straining jeans and giving up a silent prayer to the efficacy of their contents, "we have 2 options. We either give you to the angel and let it take you wherever the hell it intends to take you—" "Oh, God, no, please. I don't want to go with that thing. I'd rather die. Stop waving the gun around and listen to me, Todd. I said we had two options. What's the other one? We make a run for it. 9. It wasn't really a choice, given their circumstances. They had to make a run for it, and the way Tammy looked at it, the sooner they did so, the better for everybody. The Angel could afford to play a waiting game, she assumed. Did it need nourishment? Probably not. Did it sleep or take private little moments in which to defecate? Again, probably not. It could most likely afford to lay siege to the house for days, weeks, even months, until its victims had no strength left to outwit it or outmaneuver it. Maxine had gone to the guest bathroom to wash her ashen face. She didn't look much better when she got back. She was still pale and shaking, but in her usual straightforward manner she demanded that everyone agree to what was being contemplated here, in words of one or, at most, 2 syllables. "Let's all get this straight," she said. "The thing outside is definitely an angel, that is to say, an agent of some divine power, yes?" "Yes," Todd said. He was sitting at the top of the stairs, only partially visible in the light from the dining room, which was the only light that now worked. "And why is it here, exactly, just for the record?" "We know why it's here, Maxine," Tammy said. "No, let's just be very clear about this, because it seems to me we are playing with fire. This thing, this light." "It wants my soul," Todd said. "Is that plain enough for you?" "And you," Maxine said, glancing at Tammy to see how she was responding to all this, "are blindly suggesting we try to outrun it?" "Yes." "You're crazy." Before Tammy could reply, Todd put in a final plea. "If we fail, we fail, but at least let's give it a try." "Frankly, I realize I'm outvoted on this, but I think this is insanity," Maxine said. "If you really believe in your immortal soul, Todd, why the hell aren't you letting this divine agent come and get you?" "I'm not saying I don't believe in my soul. I do, I swear I do. But you know me. I've never trusted agents," he said, chuckling. "Joke, Maxine. Lighten up. It was a joke." Maxine was not amused. "Suppose it's the real thing," she said. "Suppose it's God looking at us, at you." "Maybe it is. But then again, maybe it isn't. This canyon's always been full of deceits and illusions." "And you think that's what it is?" "I don't know. I just don't trust it. I'd prefer to stick around here a little longer than go off with it." "Here? You want to stay in this dump, Todd? It's not going to be standing for more than another week." "So maybe I'll set off across America. I don't know. I just got more living to do, even though I'm dead." "And suppose we're pissing off higher powers," Maxine said. "Have you thought about that?" "You mean God? If God really wants me, he'll find a way to get me, right? He's God. But if he doesn't, if I can slip off and enjoy myself for a few years—" Maxine threw a troubled glance at Tammy. "And you go along with all this?" "If Todd doesn't feel—" "You were the one saying prayers out there." "Let me finish. If Todd doesn't feel he's lived his full life, it's his choice." "The point is, you've had all the life you're going to get," Maxine said to him, then to Tammy. "We're talking to a dead man. Something we would not be doing outside Coldheart Canyon." "Things are different here," Todd murmured, remembering what Katya had told him. "Damn right they are," Maxine said. "But the rules of this place end somewhere north of Sunset, and it's only because of the power that was once in this house that you're getting a chance to play this damn fool game with God." "A game with God," Tammy said, so quietly Maxine barely heard what she'd said. "What?" "I was just saying a game with God. I didn't think you'd care about something like that. Aren't you an atheist?" "Once I might have—" Todd stood up. "Hush, hush." The women stopped talking. Todd looked up toward the vault of the turret with its holes that showed the night sky. "Stay very still," he said. As he spoke, the light came over the top of the turret, its motion eerily smooth and silent. 3 beams of its silvery luminescence came in through holes in the roof. They slid over the walls like spotlights looking for a star to illuminate. For a moment, the entity seemed to settle directly on top of the turret, and one of the beams of light went all the way down the stairwell to scrutinize the debris at the bottom. Then, after a moment's perusal, it began to move off again at the same glacial speed. Only when it had gone completely did anybody speak again. It was Maxine who piped up first. "Why doesn't it just come in and get you?" she said. "That's what I can't figure out. I mean, it's just a body of light. It can go anywhere it chooses. I would have thought under the door, down through that hole." She pointed up to the turret. "It's not like the house is burglar-proof." Tammy had been thinking about that very question. "I think maybe this place makes it nervous," she said. "That's my theory, for what it's worth, all the evil this house has seen." "I don't think angels are afraid of anything," Maxine said. "Then maybe it's just repulsed. I mean, it's like a dog, right, sniffing out souls? Its senses are really acute. Think how this place must stink, especially down there." She glanced down the stairwell where the angel's light had lingered for a moment before moving on. The devil's country was down there. People suffered, died horrible deaths. If I was an angel, I'd stay out. "If you were an angel, my love," Maxine said, "God would be in a lot of trouble." This won a laugh out of Tammy. "All right, you've heard my theories." "I think you're both right," Todd said. "If the light wanted to come inside the house, it could. It did once, remember? But I think between my not wanting to go and the smell of what this house has seen, it's probably figured it'll wait. Sooner or later, the house is going to start falling down, and then I'll come out and it'll have me." "That's why we should surprise it," Tammy said. "Go now, while it's least expecting anyone to leave." "You don't know what it's expecting," Maxine put in. "It could be listening to every damn word we say, as far as you can tell." "Well, I'm going to try for it," Todd said, pushing his gun into his trousers, muzzle to muzzle. "If you don't want to come, that's fine. Maybe you could just divert it somehow. Give me a chance to get to the car." "No, we're going," Tammy said, speaking on behalf of Maxine, whose response to this was a surrendering shrug. "It is preposterous," she pointed out, however. "Who the hell ever outran an angel?" "How do we know?" Todd said. "Maybe people do it all the time." They stood together at the door and listened for 25 minutes, seeing if there was some pattern to the motion of the light. In that time it went up onto the roof twice and made half a circuit of the house, but then seemed to give up for no particular reason. It made no sound, nor did its light at any point seem to alter in intensity. It was, perhaps predictably, constant and patient, like a hunter sitting by a burrow, knowing that sooner or later its occupant must show its nose. About 9:15 or so, Tammy went up to the master bedroom to scan the view across the canyon and down toward Century City. She'd scoured the kitchen for dried goods and tinned goods that had survived either the ghost's rampages or the passage of time, and had found many tins had been punctured and the food inside was rotten, but she collected up a few cans of edible stuff, baked beans, peaches, hot dogs and brine, and then, after some digging around, found an opener and made up a plate of unlikely gastronomic bedfellows, and took them upstairs to the balcony. The canyon had gone pin-drop quiet. If she hadn't already known they had an agent of creation's maker in their vicinity, the spooked silence of every cicada, coyote, and night-bird would have confirmed the fact. It was eerie, standing there watching the dark hollow of the canyon and the few stars that were visible above it, and listening to the empty dark. She could hear the click of the fork against her teeth, the noise of her throat as it swallowed the beans and bites of hot dog. "I used to love hot dogs," came a voice from the dark room behind her. It was Todd. "You know, ordinary food. I never really got a taste for the more sophisticated stuff." "You want some of this?" she asked him, glancing round as she proffered the plate. "No, thanks," he said. "I haven't really got an appetite anymore." "Maybe ghosts aren't supposed to eat." "Yeah, that's what I figured," he replied, coming out onto the balcony. Then, "Do you think they fuck?" "Because if they don't, I'm going to have to find some other way to get this down." He glanced down at the lump beneath his bath towel. "Cold showers." "Yeah," he chuckled. "Everything comes full circle, doesn't it? Cold hot dogs for you, cold showers for me. Nothing really changes." "I don't know," she said. "This isn't normal for me. Conversations with, if you'll excuse the phrase, dead movie stars in million-dollar houses." "With an angel waiting on the front doorstep, right?" She'd finished her ad hoc meal and went back into the bedroom to set the plate down. While she was doing so, she heard Todd call her name very softly. She went back out onto the balcony. "What is it?" "Look." She looked, following the direction of his gaze. There was a glow of light in the densely forested cleft of the canyon. It looked as though it had settled in the fork of a tree. "I guess Raphael must have got bored." "Is that his name, Raphael?" "I don't know. It's just the only angel's name I know. Angels aren't my strong point. His real name's probably Marigold. The point is, it's wandered off. We should go while we've got the opportunity. It may not stay down there very long." "Right, I'll go and find Maxine." "Wait," Todd said, catching hold of her arm. "Just one thing before you go." "What's that?" "I want your honest opinion." "On what?" "Do you think she's right? Am I screwing with my immortal soul trying to escape this thing?" "You know, I was wondering about that when I was eating my hot dogs. My Aunt Jessica was a church lady all her life. She used to go and arrange the flowers on the altar 3 times a week, and she used to say, 'God sees everything.' This was when I was a little girl, and she thought I'd been naughty. 'God sees everything,' she'd say, wagging her finger. 'So you can't ever hide from him. I think he can hear us right now,' and at least she would have believed he could." "And you?" "Who knows? I used to believe her. And I suppose there's a little part of me that still thinks wherever I am, whatever I'm doing, good, bad, or indifferent, God's got his eye on me, or her eye." So if he doesn't want something to happen, he can stop it." "No, we're back to that. If God doesn't want me to get out of here, he'll make sure I don't." "Right." Todd allowed a little smile to creep onto his face. He looked like a mischievous 6-year-old. "So what do we think when we see that?" He nodded to the light in the distance. "Isn't it like it's looking the other way?" Now Tammy smiled. "Maybe," she said. "Maybe God's saying, 'I'll give you a chance, just this once.'" Todd leaned forward and kissed Tammy on the cheek. "Oh, I like that," he said. "Just this once." "It's just a theory. It's all I need right now. So you want to go?" He paused a moment and studied the light in the canyon below. The angel had apparently paused down there, either to contemplate the loveliness of creation or to fall asleep for a while. Whatever the reason, it was no longer moving. "If we're going to go," Todd said, "this is the time." "Agreed?" "Agreed." "I'll go get dressed." They found Maxine, who had in turn found a bottle of vodka and had drunk a third of it on an empty stomach, which wasn't perhaps good for her state of mind, but what the hell, it was done. Tammy explained to her what she and Todd had seen from the balcony, and that it was time to try to make a getaway. Pleasantly lubricated by the vodka, Maxine was ready for an escape. In fact, she was first to the door, bottle in hand, remarking that the sooner they were all out of this fucking house, the better for everyone. Tammy led the way, clutching Maxine's car keys tightly in her palm to keep their merest tinkle from reaching the ears of the angel. The canyon was now completely dark. Even the few stars that had been lit overhead earlier were now covered by cloud, as though, Tammy thought, the angel had extinguished them. It was the kind of notion she wouldn't have given room to on any other night but this, in any other place but this. But who knew where the bounds of possibility lay tonight? It was ridiculous in a way to imagine that an angel could blow out stars. But wasn't it equally bizarre that there should be a dead man walking in her footsteps, planning to outrun heaven? Incident by incident, wonder by wonder, her adventures in the canyon had escalated in outlandishness, as though in preparation for this night's excesses. First the ghosts and their children, then the devil's country, now this. They moved without mishap to the gate, paused there to be sure the coast was clear, and then moved on. Again, without incident, out into the street. Nobody said a word. If the silence of the natural world had been uncanny from the balcony, it was 10 times stranger now they were out on the road, where there would usually be a chirping carpet laid out all around them, and trilling songs in the darkened canopy. But here, now, nothing. It made what was already strange enough stranger still. It was as though every living thing, from the most ferocious coyote to the tiniest flea, was intimidated into silence and stillness by the scale of power in their midst. The only things foolish enough to move were those three human beings stumbling through the darkness. All was going well until Tammy caught her foot in a pothole and fell sideways. Todd was there to catch her, but he wasn't quick enough to stop the short cry of alarm that escaped her as she slipped. It was the loudest thing that had been heard in the canyon in a long while, its echo coming back off the opposite wall. She silently mouthed the word "damn." Then, taking a deep breath, she went to the car, adrenaline making her a little more efficient than she might have been otherwise, and opened the door. The car announced that there was a door open with an irritating little ping, ping, ping. Well, hell, it scarcely mattered now. They were committed to this. The angel was already pricking up its ears, no doubt. "Get in," she hissed. Todd ducked into the back. Maxine opened the passenger door and slid in with something less than grace. Then she slammed the door so hard it was probably audible in Santa Barbara. "Sorry," she slurred. "Force of habit." Todd leaned over from the back seat and put his hand on Tammy's shoulder. "Give it all you've got," he said. "I'll do what I can," she said, and slipped the key into the ignition. Even as she was instructing her fingers to turn the key, the moon came out above Coldheart Canyon, except, of course, that it wasn't the moon. It was the messenger of God roused from its meditations and climbing a silent ladder into the dark air over their heads. "Fuck and double fuck," Todd said. It moved straight toward the house, and perhaps because the evening was a little damp and the marine layer had come in off the ocean, it had collected around it a cloak of mist. Now, instead of simply being a light, it looked like a cloud with a white fire burning at its core, trailing a tail like a comet. Tammy wasn't intimidated. She turned on the car engine. It roared reassuringly loud. "Handbrake," Maxine said. "Handbrake." "I've got it," Tammy said. She took off the handbrake and put the vehicle into gear. Then she slammed her foot down and they took off. "Todd," she held over her shoulder, "I want you to keep an eye on that son of a bitch for me." Todd was already doing just that, peering out of the back window. "It's still above the house," he reported. "Maybe it thinks we're still in there." "I don't think it's that dumb somehow," Maxine said. Tammy drove the car up the street and around two wide curves before she found a place where it was possible to turn round. It was a squealing, messy 5- or 6-point turn in the narrow street, and the last maneuver delivered the back end of the car into the shrubbery. No matter. Tammy hauled the wheel round and accelerated. Todd went to the other side of the back seat and looked out. "Huh," he said. "What?" "The damn thing still hasn't moved." "Maybe it's lost interest," Tammy said. It was a forlorn hope, of course, scarcely worth voicing, but every moment the thing failed to come after them was blessed. "By the way," she said, as she turned the first wide corner south of the house, "I got a little taste of what that thing does to you, Todd." "You mean the memories?" "Yeah." "Did it freak you out?" "No, it was just sort of banal, really. It has a memory of my Aunt Jessica." "It's coming!" "Oh, shit." Tammy glanced in her rearview mirror. Nothing. Looked over her shoulder. Nothing. "I don't see it. It's after us. I don't see it." She caught a glimpse of Todd's face in the mirror, his eyes turned directly upward, and she knew where it was. The next moment there was a light on the road all around the car, as though a police helicopter had appeared over the ridge with a spotlight and caught them in it. There was a turn up ahead. She took it at 65 miles an hour, wheels shrieking, and for a moment the cloud overshot the road and she was driving in near darkness. Losing the light so suddenly left her utterly disoriented, and she took the next curve, which came 15 yards after the previous one, so tightly that the left-hand side of the car was clawed by twigs and branches. Todd whooped. "Hell, woman, you're quite a driver. Why didn't you tell me?" "You never asked," Tammy said, steering the car back into the middle of the road. "We could have gone drag racing together. I always wanted to find a woman I could go drag racing with." "Now you tell me." Another curve came up, as tight as the one before, but this time she took it without any problem. They were halfway down the hill by now, and Tammy was beginning to think that maybe, just maybe, they were going to reach Sunset Boulevard without their pursuer catching up with them. "If we do get to Sunset," she said, "what happens then? Do you think the damn thing will give up?" She'd no sooner spoken than the light reappeared on the street ahead of them. It was no longer hovering in the air above the street, but had descended to block the road from one side to the other. Tammy slammed on the brakes, but as she did so, a sliver of the Angel's light came through the windshield to meet her mind, its freight familiar from their previous encounter. The road ahead of her was instantly erased, replaced with the facade of the house on Monarch Street. She heard Maxine somewhere to her right let out a yell of panic, and then felt her reaching over to wrest control of the car from her. There was a brief, chaotic moment when Tammy's panic overwhelmed the Angel's gift of memory, and she saw to her horror that the car had swerved off the road and was speeding into the dense thicket that grew between the trees. The image lasted for a moment only, then it was gone. The approaching trees, Maxine's fumbling hands, her curses, all of it erased. In its place, Tammy was standing at the door of her Aunt Jessica's house in the dappled sunlight, and Aunt Jessica was telling her that her papa had gone down to the fire station. The car struck a tree, and the windshield smashed, but Aunt Jessica smiled on. They hit another tree and another, though Tammy saw none of it. She didn't hear the splinter of wood or the shrieks from Maxine. Nor did she hear the din of tearing metal as a door was torn off. Her foot was still jammed on the brakes, but they didn't seem to be slowing the vehicle's momentum. What eventually brought the car to a halt was a boulder which lifted it up and threw it over onto its left side. At the instant of impact, the Angel's vision faltered again, and Tammy saw the world as it really was, a blur of tumbling trees and raining glass. She saw her arms in front of her, her white-knuckled hands still seizing the wheel. She saw blood on her fingers, and then a little storm of shredded leaves coming in through the broken window, their sweetness reminding her, even in the midst of this chaos, of quieter times. Mown lawns on a Sunday afternoon, grass in her hair when she'd been play wrestling with Sandra Moses from next door. Pieces of green memory which flickered into her mind's eye between the tumbling view through the windshield and the last brief appearance of Aunt Jessica's doorstep. She knew it was the last, because this time as the car came to a halt, and Tammy slumped in her seat, her consciousness decided to forsake the pain of her broken bones, of which there were many, or the sound of Maxine's screaming, of which there was much, and just go away into the reassuring gloom of Aunt Jessica's house. "Why did you not come when I called?" Aunt Jessica demanded. Kindly though she was, she didn't like to be disobeyed. Tammy looked at the woman through her 11-year-old's eyes and fumbled for an answer to the old lady's question, but nothing she could say to Aunt Jessica would make any sense, now would it? Canyon, car, Angel, crash. How could she possibly understand? Anyway, Aunt Jessica didn't really want an answer. She had her niece inside the house where she wanted her, and that was all that was really important. Tammy walked down the hallway into this brown, comfortable memory and let Aunt Jessica close the door behind her, so that the screaming and the raining glass and the world turned upside down could be forgotten, and she could go wash her hands before sitting down to a plate of Aunt Jessica's special meatloaf. 10. It was night in Coldheart Canyon, and though it was the wrong season for the Santa Anas proper to be blowing, the wind that came up about 1:45 was warm for a night in early spring. It carried away the smell of burned rubber and spilled gasoline. It even took away the stench of the vodka-laced vomit Maxine had ejected. With the vodka out of her system, she found she could think a little better. With trembling fingers, she unfastened her seat-belt and fell through the open door, out of the seat in which she'd been hanging, and onto the grass. She lay there for a long time, alternately sobbing and being stern with herself. Luckily, if this can be said to be luck, she'd had 2 previous experiences with car wrecks, the second of which had been substantially worse than this one, in that it had happened on the 101 in the middle of the morning rush, and involved 19 vehicles and 8 fatalities, one of them a passenger in the same stretch limo in which Maxine had been traveling. She had suffered a hairline skull fracture, a dislocated shoulder, and back problems that her chiropractor had blithely announced would be with her for the rest of her life. Unless she was very much mistaken, she was not in anything like as bad a condition after this little fun ride as she'd been on that occasion. Shaken up, yes, dizzy, sick, and a little hysterical, certainly. But when she finally crawled away from the car and got to her feet, she was pleased to discover that she could stand up quite well, and that nothing hurt with that piercing hurt that suggested something had been broken or punctured. "You must have had an angel watching over you." She looked round at the wit who'd spoken. It was Todd. He was close to the car, trying to wrench open the door on the driver's side. "Is Tammy still in there?" Maxine said. "Yeah, I'm afraid she is." "How does she look?" "How the hell do I know?" Todd remarked. "It's too dark to see." Yes, it was dark. And though that wasn't good for finding out how Tammy was doing, it did suggest the absence of their pursuer. "It's still here," Todd said, "just in case you were wondering." "Where?" He pointed up. Maxine followed his finger. The angel's light brightened the high branches of a nearby pine. It wasn't as steady as it had been up at the house. In fact, it was fluttering nervously, which made Maxine picture a flock of luminous birds up there, all shaking out their feathers after a rainstorm and hopping from bough to bough in their agitated state. "Hey, you!" Maxine yelled up at the light, too frustrated and angry to care about the protocol of what she was doing. "Tammy could be bleeding to death in there. How about a hand down here?" "I don't think it's interested in helping anyone but me. I had to beg it to let me get you two sorted out before it, came and took me." "You mean you talked to it?" "Yeah, while you were unconscious." "And you promised?" "I promised I'd go with it as soon as you two were safe. That was the deal." "Huh. You made a deal with an angel." "What else was I going to do? I had to do something, and it was my stupidity that got us into this mess." He put his head through the broken window. "At least she's still breathing, but she's also bleeding." He lifted his hands and displayed his palms for Maxine. They were blood-soaked. "Oh, God." "You know what?" "What?" "You're going to have to go for help because that son of a bitch isn't going to let me out of its sight. Can you do that?" "Can I walk?" "Yes, I can walk. Can I walk as far as Sunset?" She drew a deep breath. "I don't know. I can try." "Okay, then. You go get someone to help Tammy, and for God's sake, be quick about it. I don't think she's got much time. I'll stay here with her. Not that I've got much choice." "A deal's a deal." "A deal's a deal. Have you got a cigarette?" Todd stood up and dug in his jeans pocket. "Yep." He pulled out a crushed packet and examined its contents. "2 Marlboro Lights, 1 each. Matches?" "Never without." He came over to Maxine and gave her the better preserved of the cigarettes. "You light it," she said. He put both the cigarettes in his mouth and lit them from a single flame. Then he handed Maxine's back to her. "Didn't somebody do that in a movie?" he said. "God, you are an ignoramus." "Yes, of course, Paul Henry and Now Voyager. I showed it to you." "Yeah," he smiled. "I remember Maxine Frizzell's 10 favorite moments." She drew on the cigarette and started to walk back along the path carved through the thicket by the car to the street. "Hurry," Todd said. Tammy ate her meatloaf in silence, thinking of nothing in particular. Aunt Jessica busied herself in the kitchen, coming in now and again to be sure that Tammy was eating all her vegetables. If the plate wasn't cleaned, there'd be no dessert, no pie or cake. Aunt Jessica wasn't a very good cook, but she knew what her niece liked. Pie and cake, preferably with ice cream. "You're going to be a big girl," she said to Tammy when she brought through the slice of peach cobbler and ice cream. "Big all over, and that can get a girl into a lot of trouble." "Yes, Auntie. Especially with the boys." "I know, Auntie." "So you have to be extra careful. Boys take advantage of big girls, and I don't want to see you hurt." "I won't let them, Auntie." "Good," Aunt Jessica said, though she didn't sound much convinced. Back into the kitchen she went, leaving Tammy to enjoy her cobbler a la mode. The first couple of mouthfuls tasted good. She ate them thinking of nothing in particular. The clock ticked on the mantelpiece. Aunt Jessica's canary chirped in its cage. She took a third mouthful. For some reason it didn't taste as good as the first two, almost as though there was a piece of bad fruit in it. She put her napkin up to her mouth and spat out whatever it was, but the taste of dirt and the gritty texture of it remained on her tongue and in her throat. She put down her spoon and put her fingers into her mouth. "Wait," somebody said. It wasn't Aunt Jessica who spoke to her, however. It was a man's voice, a gentleman. "There's something in my mouth," she said, though she wasn't quite sure who she was talking to. "Dirt," the man told her. "It's just dirt. Can you spit it out? Spit hard." She glanced back toward the kitchen. Aunt Jessica was at the sink, washing pans. She wouldn't approve of Tammy's spitting in the house. "I should go outside," she said. "You are outside," the man replied. As he spoke to her, she felt the room lurch sideways, the table, the mantelpiece, the canary in his cage. "Oh, no," she said. "What's happening?" "It's all right," the man said softly. "Auntie?" she called. "No, honey, I'm not your auntie. It's Todd. Now spit. You've got dirt in your mouth." The world lurched again, only this time there was somebody's arms to catch her, and she opened her eyes to see the face of the handsomest man in the world looking down at her. He was smiling. "There you are," he said. "Oh, thank God, I thought I'd lost you." As the last morsels of Aunt Jessica's peach cobbler melted away, she remembered where she was and how she'd got here. The angel on the road, the trees, the car overturning and glass shattering. "Where's Maxine?" "She's fine. She went to get help, but she's been away a long time, so I had to drag you out of there myself. It took a little doing, but I did some bandaging. There was a first aid kit in the trunk. I got the bleeding to stop." "I was eating peach cobbler. You were hallucinating is what you were doing. Only there was dirt in it." She spat with as much gusto as she could manage. It made her body hurt to do it, though, her stomach, her head. She winced. "You did good," Todd said. "Maxine got out with scrapes." "It was pure luck," she said. "I was driving too fast and that damn angel got in my way." She dropped her voice. "Did it leave?" Todd shook his head and directed her attention up at the tree, where the angelic presence still sat. It was quite composed now. It had made its arrangements, and it was waiting. "I'm afraid it's going to want me to go with it very soon," he said. "I promised I'd go." "You did? You didn't try and make a run for it?" "How could I? You were in there hurt. I couldn't just run out on you." "But you might have escaped." "Ah, I think I did," he said. "I don't understand." "Oh, not quite the way I thought I was going to. But I escaped being a selfish fuck-up." He looked into her eyes. "You think I would have had an angel come to fetch me before I met you? No way. It would have been straight down to hell for Todd Pickett." He was making a joke of it, of course, but there was something here that came from his heart. She could see it in his eyes, which still continued to stare deep into hers. "I want to thank you," he said, leaning down and kissing her cheek. "Maybe next time round it'll be our turn, eh?" "Our turn?" "Yeah. You and me, born next door to one another, and we'll know." "I want you to stop this now," she told him gently. There were tears blurring her vision, and she didn't like that. He'd be gone soon enough, and she wanted to have him in focus for as long as possible. He looked up. "Uh-oh. I hear the cavalry," he said. Tammy could hear them, too, sirens coming up from the bottom of the hill. "Sounds like I should make my exit," Todd said. The sirens were getting louder. Damn, do they have to come so quick? There were tears in his eyes now, dropping onto Tammy's cheek. "Shit, Tammy. I don't want to go." "Yes, you do," she said. She fumbled for his hand and, finding it, squeezed it. "You've had a good time. You know you have." "Yeah?" "Oh, yeah, I've had a great time. Better than most." "True enough." The light was descending from the tree, and for the first time, either because the angel was close to finishing its business, or because Tammy herself was hovering on the edge of life, she saw the contents of the light more clearly. There was no attempt to confuse her with memories now. No Monarch Street, no Aunt Jessica at the door. There was a human shape, neither male nor female, standing in the light, and for a moment, as it came to stand behind Todd, she thought it was Todd, or some other face of his, some gentle, eternal face that no camera would ever capture, nor words would ever show. He stroked her face with the back of his fingers, and then he stood up. "Next time," he murmured. "Yeah." Then his smile. That trademark smile of his, which had made Tammy weak with infatuation when she'd first seen it, dimmed a little, its departure not signifying sadness, only the appearance of a certain ease in him, which his smile had concealed all these years. He didn't need to try so hard any longer. He didn't need to charm or please. She tried to catch his eye one last time, to have one last piece of him even now, but he was already looking away, looking at where he was really headed. She heard him speak one last time, and there was such happiness in his voice she began to cry like a baby. "Dempsey," he said, "here, boy, here." She turned her head toward the light, thinking she might glimpse him even now, but as she did so she heard, or thought she heard, the angel utter a word of its own, a seamless word, like a ribbon wrapped around everything she'd ever dreamed of knowing or being. It wasn't loud, but it erased the sound of the sirens, for which she was grateful. Then it moved off, up into the darkness of the canyon. Knowing she was safe in the hands of those who would take care of her, and one, Maxine, who loved her, she followed the ribbon of the word up the flanks of Coldheart Canyon, skimming the darkened earth. And as the woman and the word passed over the ground together, the creatures of the canyon forgot their fear. They began to make music again, cicadas in the grass, night-birds in the trees. And on the ridge, the coyotes yapping fit to burst, not because they had a kill, but because they had life. Epilogue. And so love. 1. Although every medical expert who paraded by Tammy's bed in the next many weeks, bone specialists and skull specialists, gastroenterologists, and just good old-fashioned nurses, invariably pronounced the opinion that she was a very lucky woman to be alive. There were many painful days and nights in that time of slow recovery when she did not feel remotely lucky. Quite the reverse. There were times, especially at night, when she thought she was as far from unmended as she'd been when Todd had first pulled her out of the car. Why else did she hurt so much? They gave her painkillers, of course, in mind-befuddling amounts, but even when she'd just taken the pills or been given the injection and the first rush of immunity from pain was upon her, she could still feel the agony pacing up and down just beyond the perimeter of her nerves' inured state, waiting for a crack to appear in the wall so that it could get back in and hurt her again. She was in the intensive care unit at Cedars-Sinai for the first 72 hours, but as soon as she was deemed fit to be removed from the ICU, her insurance company demanded she be taken to the L.A. County Hospital, where she could be looked after at 50% of the price. She was in no state to defend herself, of course, and would undoubtedly have been transferred had Maxine not stepped in and made her presence felt. Maxine was close friends with several of the hospital board, and made it clear that she would unleash all manner of legal demons if anyone even thought of moving Mrs. Lauper when she was in such a delicate state. The hospital authorities responded quickly. Tammy kept her bed, complete with a private room at Cedars-Sinai. Maxine made it her business to be sure that the room was filled with fresh orchids every day, and that fresh 3-layer chocolate cake from Lady Jane's on Melrose was brought in at 3 every afternoon. "I want you well," she instructed Tammy during one of her first visits after Tammy had been released from the ICU. "I have a list of dinner parties lined up for the two of us that will take every weekend for the next year at least. Shirley MacLaine called me, claimed she'd had a vision of Todd passing over wearing a powder-blue suit. I didn't like to spoil the poor old biddy's illusions, so I told her that was exactly what he was wearing. Just as a matter of interest, what was he wearing?" "Jeans and a hard-on," Tammy replied. He'd torn up his T-shirt for bandages. Her voice was still weak, but some of its old music was starting to come back day by day. "Well, I'll leave you to tell her that. And then there's all these friends of Todd's who want to meet you." "Why?" Because I told them about what an extraordinary woman you are, Maxine said, so you'd better start to get seriously well. As soon as you're ready to be moved, I want you to come down and stay with me in Malibu. That'd be too much trouble for you. That's exactly what I need right now, Maxine replied without irony. Too much trouble. The moment I stop to think, that's when things get out of hand. Luckily, Tammy didn't have that problem. In addition to the heavy doses of painkillers she was still being given, she was getting some mild tranquilizers. Her thoughts were dreamy most of the time. Nothing seemed quite real. "You're a very resilient woman, her doctor," an intense, prematurely bald young fellow called Martin Zondel observed one morning while scanning Tammy's chart. "It usually takes people twice as long as it's taking you to bounce back from these kinds of injuries." Am I bouncing? I don't feel like I'm bouncing. Well, perhaps bouncing is too strong a word, but you're doing just fine. It was a period of firsts. The first trip out of bed as far as the window, the first trip out of bed as far as the door, the first trip out of bed as far as the ensuite bathroom, the first trip outside, even if it was just to look at the construction workers on the adjacent lot, putting up the new research block for the hospital. Maxine and Tammy ogled the men for a while. "I should have married a blue-collar worker," Maxine said when they got back inside. "Hamburgers, beer, and a good fuck on a Saturday night. I always overcomplicated things." Arnie's blue-collar, and he was a terrible lover. Oh, yes, Arnie. It's time we talked about Arnie. What about him? Well, for one thing, he's a louse. Tell me something I don't know. What's he been up to? Are you ready for this? He's been selling your life story. Who to? Everyone. You're hot news right now. In fact, I had a call from someone over at Fox wondering if I could sell you on the idea of having your life turned into a movie of the week. I hope you said no. No, I just said I'd talk to you about it. Honestly, Tammy, there's a little window of opportunity in here when you could make some serious money. Selling my life story? I don't think so. I don't have one to sell. That's not what these dodos think. Look at these. Maxine went into her bag, brought out a sheaf of magazines, and laid them on the bed. The usual suspects, the National Enquirer and the Star, plus a couple of more upmarket magazines, People and Us. Tammy was still too stiff to lean forward and pick them up, so Maxine went through them for her, flicking to the relevant articles. Some carried photographs of Todd at the height of his fame, the photographs often emblazoned with melodramatic questions. Was fame too much for the world's greatest heartthrob on one? And on another, his secret hideaway became a canyon of death. But these lines were positively restrained in contrast with some of the stuff in the pages of the Globe, which had dedicated an entire pull-out special your family will treasure for generations to the subject of haunted Hollywood. Or in their hyperbolic language, the spooks, the ghosts, the Satan worshippers, and the fiends who have made Tinseltown the devil's fanciest piece of real estate. There were pictures accompanying all the articles, of course, mostly of Todd, occasionally of Maxine and Gary Epstadt, and even, in the case of the Enquirer and the Globe, pictures of Tammy herself. In fact, she was the subject of one of the articles, which was led off by a very unflattering picture of her, the article claiming that, according to her husband Arnold, obsessive fan Tammy Jane Lauper probably knows more about the last hours of superstar Todd Pickett's life than anybody else alive, but she isn't telling. Why? Because Lauper, 36, is the leader of a black magic cult which involves thousands of the dead star's fans worldwide who were attempting to psychically control their star when their experiment went disastrously and tragically wrong. I was of two minds whether to show you all this, Maxine said, at least yet. I realize it probably makes your blood boil. How can they write such things? They're just making it up. There were worse, believe me, not about you, but there's a piece about me I've got my lawyers onto, and 2 pieces about Burroughs. Oh, really? One of them was a very long list of his, how shall I put this, his less-than-successful clients. So Todd wasn't the first? Apparently not. Burroughs was just very good at buying people's silence. I guess nobody really wants to talk about their unsuccessful ass lifts, now do they? Maxine gathered all the magazines up and put them into the drawer of the bedside table. Let's actually put some color back into your cheeks. It's indignation, Tammy said. It's fine to read all that nonsense in the supermarket line, but when it's about you, it's different. So, shall I not bring any more of them in? No, you can bring them in. I want to see what people are saying about me. Where are the magazines getting my photographs from? That one of me looking like a 300-pound beet. Maxine laughed out loud. You're being a little harsh on yourself, but you're right, it's not flattering. I guess the photographer himself gave them the picture, and you know who that was? Yes, it was Arnie. It was taken last summer. He's probably gone through all your family photographs, but look, don't get stirred up. He's no better or worse than 1,000 others. Believe me, I've seen this happen over and over. When there's a little money to be made, a few $100 even, people come up with all these excuses to justify what they're doing with other people's privacy. America deserves to be told the truth and all that bullshit. That's not what Arnie thought, Tammy said. He just said to himself, I deserve to make some money for putting up with that fat bitch of a wife all these years. There was no laughter now, just bitterness, deep and bleak. I'm sorry, Maxine said. I really shouldn't have brought them in. Yes, you should. And please don't apologize. I'm not really all that surprised. What are they saying about you, if you don't mind me asking? Maxine exhaled a ragged sigh. She was exploitative, manipulative, never did anything for Todd except for her own profit, that kind of stuff. Do you care? It's funny, it used not to hurt. In fact, I used to positively wallow in being people's worst nightmare. But that was when Todd was still alive. She let the thought go unfinished. What's the use, she said at last, getting up from beside the bed. We can't control any of this stuff. They'll write whatever they want to write. And people will believe what they want to believe. She leaned in and kissed Tommy on the cheek. You take care of yourself. Dr. Zondel, is that it, Zondel? I think so. Sounds like a cheap white wine. Well, anyway, he thinks you're remarkable, and I said to him, this we knew. Tammy caught hold of her hand. Thank you for everything. Nothing to thank me for, Maxine said. We survivors have got to stick together. I'll see you tomorrow. And by the way, now that you're compos mentis, I warn you, there's a chance you're going to have nursing staff coming in to ask you questions, then selling your answers. So say nothing. However nice people are to you, assume they're fakes. Maxine came every day, often with more magazines to show. But on Wednesday, 3 weeks and a day after Tammy had returned to consciousness, she had something weightier to place on her bed. Remember our own Norman Mailer? Detective Rooney? Ex-Detective Martin Ray Rooney, the same. Behold, he did labor mightily, and his gutter publishers saw that it was publishable, and they did a mighty thing and put it in print in less than 3 weeks. No. Here it is in all its shoddy glory. It wasn't a big book, a mere 296 pages, but what it lacked in length it made up for in sheer bravura. The copy described it as a story too horrific for Hollywood to tell. On the cover was a photograph of the house in Coldheart Canyon, with the image of a glowering demon superimposed on the clouds overhead. He says you, I, and a woman called Katya Lupescu were in it together, like the 3 witches in Macbeth. You mean you actually read it? Well, I skimmed. It's not the worst thing I've read. He spells all our names right most of the time, but the rest, oh, God in heaven, I don't know where to begin. It's a big, sticky mess of Hollywood myths and Manson references and completely asinine pieces of detective work. Basically, he's convinced everyone is in on this massive conspiracy. To do what? Well, that's the thing. He's not really sure. He claims Todd found out about it, so he was murdered. Same with Joe, same with Gary Epstein, though, of course, everybody in Hollywood had a reason to murder Gary Epstein. I didn't know books could be published so fast. Well, it's just hack work. It'll be off the shelves in a month, but Rooney got $250,000 advance for it. Can you believe that? Tammy picked up the book, which was called Hell's Canyon, and flicked through it. Did he interview Arnie? Well, I didn't read it that closely, but I didn't see his name. Oh, there's pictures, Tammy said, coming to the 8-page section in the middle of the book. To give him his due, Rooney, or somebody working on his behalf, had done a little research. He'd turned up 2 photographs from the archives of some silent movie enthusiast. One was a picture of Katya Lupi, dressed in a gown so sheer it looked as though it had been painted on. The other, a much more informal photograph, which showed Katya, Mary Pickford, Douglas Fairbanks, Theda Bara, Ramon Navarro, and a host of other luminaries at a picnic in the shadow of the Dream Palace in Coldheart Canyon. At the back of the crowd, separated from Katya by several rows of smiling famous faces, was Willem Zaffer. Tammy closed the book. Don't want to see any more? I don't think so, not today. I've been thinking Dr. Zinfandel, Tammy laughed at Maxine's perfectly deliberate error, has told me you'll be out of here in a week, 10 days at the most. I don't want you going back to Rio Linda, at least not yet. I want you to come and stay with me at the house in Malibu if it doesn't have too many distressing memories. Tammy had been worrying about how she'd cope when she was released from the hospital. The offer made her burst with tears of relief. Oh, Christ. I hadn't realized you hated the place that much. Laughter appeared through the tears. No. I'd love to come. Good. Then I'm going to send Danielle, she's my new assistant, to Sacramento and have her pick up some of your things, if that's okay with you. That would be perfect. 9 days later, Tammy moved out of Cedars Sinai, and Maxine ferried her down to the beach house. It looked much smaller by day and somehow more ordinary without the twinkle lights and the trees and the cars driving up, full of the great and the good. Perhaps it was simply that she'd come to know Maxine so well in the past few weeks. And how strange was that, to have become so fond of this woman she'd despised for years, and to have her sentiments so sweetly returned. That the house didn't seem at all alien to her. It was very far from her taste, of course, or more correctly, far from her pocketbook, but it was modestly stylish, and the objects on the shelves were elegant and pretty. Sitting on the patio on the 2nd or 3rd evening, sipping a Virgin Mary, the wind warm off the Pacific, she asked Maxine if she'd decorated the place herself or had it done professionally. Oh, I'd love to say I chose every object in the house, but it was all done for me. Actually, Jerry selected the paintings. He's got a good eye for art. It's a gay thing. Tammy spluttered into her drink. He's flying back to California next weekend to see a friend in the hospital, so I said he should call in. That's all right, yes? If you don't feel up to it, you don't have to see him. I'm fine, Maxine, Tammy said. Believe me, I'm fine. 2. As it turned out, the following Saturday, when Jerry came to visit, Tammy was feeling anything but fine. Dr. Zondel had warned her that there would be some days when she felt weaker than others, and this was certainly one of those. She only had herself to blame. The previous day she had decided to take a walk along the beach, and as the day was so sunny and the air so fresh, she'd completely lost track of time. What she'd planned as a 20-minute stroll turned into an 1.25-hour trek, which had not only exhausted her, but made her bones and muscles ache. She was consequently feeling frail and tender when Jerry came by the following day, and in no mood for intensive conversation. It didn't matter. Jerry had plenty to talk about without need of prompting, mainly his new and improved state of health. I'm trying not to be too much of a Pollyanna about it all in case something goes horribly wrong and the tumor comes back, but I don't think it's going to. I'm fine. And you, honey? I have good days and bad days, Tammy said. Today's a bad day, Maxine said, chucking Tammy under the chin to get a smile. Look at you, Maxine. If I didn't know better, I'd say you had a gay gene in you someplace. Maxine gave him a supercilious smile. Well, if I did, I certainly wouldn't tell you about it. Are you implying I gossip? It was not an implication, Maxine deadpanned. It is a fact of life. Well, I'll keep my mouth closed about this, I promise, Jerry said with a mischievous glance. But were you not once a married lady, Tammy? I'm not getting into this, Tammy said. All right, I will say no more on the subject, but I see what I see, and I think it's very charming. Men are such pigs anyway. Maxine gave him a fierce look, and beneath her makeup Tammy thought she was blushing. "You said you had pictures to show us," Maxine said. "I did? Oh, yes, I did." "Pictures of what?" Tammy said, her mind only a quarter committed to the subject at hand, distracted as she was by the exchange that had just taken place between Maxine and Jerry. She knew exactly what Jerry was implying, and although she couldn't remember thinking that she and Maxine had been nesting just like a couple of lesbians, she could see that his innuendo was not without plausibility, from the outside at least. And besides, men were pigs, or at least most of the men it had been her misfortune to become attracted to. Jerry had brought out his pictures now and passed them over to Maxine, who started to look through them. "Oh, my Lord," she said softly. Maxine handed the photographs over to Tammy one by one as she'd finished looking at them. "They were taken by my old camera, so they're not very good, but I stayed all day to watch the whole thing from beginning to end." The thing Jerry had watched and had photographed rather better than his disclaimer suggested was the Los Angeles Public Works demolition of Katya Lupe's dream palace. "I didn't even know they were going to knock it down," Maxine said. "Well, apparently there was a fierce lobby from your gang, Tammy." "My gang? The Appreciation Society. Oh. To keep the place as some kind of Todd Pickett shrine. You didn't hear about that?" Tammy shook her head. My. You two have had your heads in the sand. Well, there was a petition saying that the house should be left standing, but the authorities said no, it had to come down. Apparently it was structurally unsafe. All the foundations had gone. Of course, we know why, but nobody else can figure it out. Anyway, they sent in the bulldozers. It was all over in 6 hours, the demolition part at least. Then it took another 5 or 6 hours to put the rubble in trucks and drive it away. "Did anybody come to watch?" Tammy asked. "Quite a few coming and going, but not a crowd. Never more than 20 at any one time, and we were kept a long way back from the demolition, which is why the pictures are so poor." The women had been through all the pictures now. Tammy handed them back to Jerry, who said, "So that's another piece of Hollywood history that's bitten the dust. It makes me sick. This is all we've got faintly resembling a past in this city of ours, and we just take a hammer and knock it all down. How sensible is that?" "Personally, I'm glad it's gone," Tammy piped up. Another wave of weakness had come over her as she looked at the pictures, and now she felt almost ready to pass out. "You don't look too good," Maxine said. "I don't feel too good. Would either of you mind if I went to lie down?" "Not at all," Jerry said. Tammy gave him a kiss and started toward the bedroom. "Aren't you going to tuck her in, Maxine?" Tammy heard Jerry say. "As it happens, yes," and so saying, she followed Tammy into the bedroom. "You know, you mustn't let anything Jerry says bother you," Maxine said once Tammy was lying down. She stroked the creases from the pillow beside Tammy's head. "I know. He doesn't mean any harm. I know that, too." She looked at Maxine, seeking out her gray eyes. "You know, just for the record." "No, Tammy, we don't have to have this conversation. You don't have a lesbian bone in your body." "No, I don't. And if I do, well, I haven't discovered it yet, but as you raised the subject, I could quite happily take care of you for as long as you'd like. I like your company. And I like yours. Good. So let's have the world believe whatever it wants to believe. Fine by me." Tammy made a weak little smile, mirrored on Maxine's face. "Who'd have thought?" Maxine murmured. She leaned forward and kissed Tammy very gently on the cheek. "Go to sleep, honey. I want you well." When she'd gone, Tammy lay beneath the coverlet, listening to the reassuring rhythm of conversation between Maxine and Jerry from next door, and the draw and boom of the Pacific. Of all the people to have found such comfort with, Maxine Frizzell. Her life had taken some very odd turns, no question about that. But somehow it still seemed right, after the long journeys of late, the pursuits and the revelations, the terrors that could not speak, and those that spoke all too clearly. She felt as though Maxine was somehow her reward, her prize for staying the terrible course. "Who'd have thought?" she said to herself. And with Maxine's words on her lips, she fell asleep. I want to go back to Rio Linda, Tammy announced 2 days later. They were sitting on their favorite spot out on the patio, and today there was a splash of vodka mixed with the tomato juice in Tammy's glass. "You want to go home?" Maxine said. Tammy shook her head. "No, no," she said. Then more fiercely, "God, no. That's not my home any longer." "So?" "Well, I had this huge collection of Todd Pickett memorabilia, and I want to get rid of it. Then I want to think about selling the house." "Meaning you'll move in with me, if it isn't too sudden?" "At our age, nothing's too sudden," Maxine said. "But are you sure you want to go through all that stuff yourself? Can't you get one of the fans to do it?" "I could, I suppose," Tammy said, "but I'd feel better doing it myself." "Then we'll do it together." "It'll be boring. There's so much stuff, and Arnie's been using the house on and off, so it'll be a pigsty." "I don't care. When do you want to go?" "As soon as possible. I just want to get it over and done with." Tammy tried to find Arnie, first at the airport and then at his new girlfriend's house, just to warn him that they were coming into town, but she didn't get hold of him. Part of her was glad that Maxine was accompanying her when there were so many variables she couldn't predict, but there was another part of her that felt a little uncomfortable at the prospect. Maxine lived in luxury. What would she think when she laid eyes on the stuffed little ranch house where Tammy and Arnie had lived out the charmless farce of their marriage for 14.5 years? They got an early plane out of Los Angeles and were in Sacramento by 9:30 in the morning. Maxine had arranged for a chauffeured sedan to meet them at the airport. The chauffeur introduced himself as Gerald and said that he was at their disposal. Did they want to go straight to the address he'd been given? Tammy gave Maxine a nearly panicked look. The moment was upon her, and suddenly she was anxious. "Come on," Maxine said. "We'll face the horror together. Then we'll be out of here by the middle of the afternoon." Arnie hadn't bothered to mow the front lawn, of course, or weed the ground around the 2 rose bushes that Tammy had attempted to nurture. The bushes were still alive, but only just. The weeds were almost as tall as the bushes. "Of course, he may have changed the lock," Tammy said as they approached the front door. "Then we'll just get Gerald to shoulder it in," Maxine said, ever practical. "It's still your house, honey. We're not doing anything illegal." In fact, the key fitted and turned without any problem, and it was immediately apparent from the general state of the place that Arnie hadn't, after all, been a very regular visitor here in a while. But the heating had been left turned up, so it was stiflingly hot in all the rooms, a stale, sickly heat. In the kitchen there was some food left out and rotting, a half-eaten hamburger, a pile of fruit which had been corrupted into plush versions of the originals, 2 plates of pizza crusts. The stink was pretty offensive, but Tammy got to work quickly clearing up the kitchen, while Maxine went around the house opening the windows and turning down the heating. With the rotted food bagged and set outside and bleach put down the sink to take away the stench, the place was a little more hospitable, but Tammy made it very clear that she wanted to stay here for as short a time as possible, so they set to work. Given the size of the collection, it was obviously not going to be sorted through and disposed of in a day. All Tammy wanted to do was collect up all the stuff that was personal and either burn it or take it away. The rest she would let members of the Appreciation Society come in and collect. They'd end up fighting over the choicest items, no doubt. All the more reason not to be there when they came. "I didn't realize you had so much stuff," Maxine said, when they'd looked through all the rooms. "Oh, I was top-of-the-line obsessive, no question. And I was organized." She went over to one of the filing cabinets, opened it, and fingered through it till she found the file she wanted. "What's this?" Maxine said. "Letters from you to me, usually dictated but not read." "I was a bitch, I know. I was just trying to protect him the only way I knew how. And it worked. I never really got near him. Nobody did. Maybe if I had been less paranoid, he'd have been less paranoid. Then we wouldn't have tried to hide him away and none of this." Tammy interrupted her. "Enough of that," she said. "Let's start a bonfire out in the backyard and get this done." "A bonfire for what?" "For things like these." She proffered the Maxine Frizzell file, things it's nobody's business to ever see or read. "Is there much like that?" "There's enough. You want to start a fire with these, and I'll bring some more stuff out?" "Sure. Anywhere in particular? Arnie built a barbecue pit to the right of the back door, only he never finished it. We could use that. Done. Maxine took the papers outside, leaving Tammy to go through the cabinets, collecting other files that for one reason or another she didn't want people to see. She wasn't proud of what her overbearing tendencies had led her to do or say on occasion. This was the perfect time to clean up her past a little. It wasn't so much the thought of posterity that drove her to do this, although she was aware that she had become a part of a footnote to Hollywood history. Rather, it was the desire to keep these unflattering missives and notes out of the hands of the members of the Appreciation Society who would come in here after they'd gone to cast dice and divide the lots. When she took the first armful out to the backyard, she found that Maxine had made quite a healthy fire with the copies of her own letters. "Is that all?" No, Tammy said, studying the fire. "There's a lot more." She kept staring. "You know, that's what I used to think ghosts were like," she said. "Flames in the sun, invisible but there." Maxine took the files from Tammy and proceeded to feed them to the flames. "Are we ever going to set the record straight?" Tammy wondered aloud. "Like how?" "Write our own book. Lauper and Frizzell's Guide to the Afterlife? Something like that." "It'd just be another opinion," Maxine said, poking at the fire with the stick she'd picked up. "People would go on believing their favorite versions." "You think?" "For sure. You can't change people's opinion about stuff like that. It's embedded. They believe what they believe." "I'll go get some more stuff." "Historians of the future are going to curse us for this, you know that?" "Probably," Tammy said, catching a thin black smut that was spiraling up from the fire like some bizarre insect. It crumbled in her hand. She brushed her palms together briskly to clean it off. Then she went back inside for some more fuel for the fire. 3 or 4 trips out into the backyard, and she'd done all she needed to do. She stood in the front bedroom, where she'd always kept her special treasures, and assessed the contents. She could only imagine how many fights there would be over the contents of this room, how much bitching and bargaining. Her gaze went to the back of the room, where, hidden out of sight behind several boxes of film stills, was the Holy of Holies, the box of photographs of Todd that she and she alone owned. The idea that these would become bargaining material like all the other bits and pieces they were leaving was repugnant. It was fine for the fans to have their petty arguments over crew jackets and scraps of costuming, but not her precious photographs. She carefully negotiated her way through the piles of bric-a-brac. Her legs, still mending, were beginning to ache, to where her treasure lay hidden. Then she slipped her hand down into the hiding place and pulled the box out into view. The rest could go to the fire or the fans, but this, and this alone, she would keep, she decided. She put it under her arm and went outside to see how her fire-stoker was doing. "Is that the last of it?" Maxine said, looking at the box under Tammy's arm. "No, I'm keeping this." "Oh? Okay. It's just pictures of Todd." The fire was still burning strongly. Waves of heat rose up out of the half-finished pit, making the air undulate. While she stared at the fire, Tammy opened the box of photographs, and as she did so, some instinct, a kind of repugnance for the woman who had obsessed so often on these pictures, made her toss the box lid aside, and with one unpremeditated movement pluck the pictures and the little roll of negatives out of the box and toss them into the middle of the fire. "Changed your mind, huh?" Maxine said. "Yep." The flames were already curling around the first of the series, but Maxine could see him clearly enough. He was younger then. "Yeah, they were taking on life lessons." "Are those the negatives you're burning?" "Don't ask." "That must have cost you a small fortune, but he surely was a good-looking man." The first of the photographs had been consumed. Now the second and the third. "Are these the last of it, then?" "I think so," Tammy said. "They can argue over the rest. Only I'm parched. Watching fires is thirsty work. You want me to get you a Coke or a beer?" "No, I want us to get back in the car and go home." "Home," Tammy said, still looking at the fire. "The 6th. seventh and eighth pictures were being consumed. The roll of negatives had already curled up into a little black ball. "Yes, home," Maxine said. She took Tammy's hand and kissed the back of it. "Where you belong." The last of the photographs had come into view, preserved from the heat of the flames on which it sat by the bottom of the box. This was always the picture she'd stared at most often and most intensely, the one in which she'd often willed Todd's gaze to shift just a few degrees so he would look out at her. The fire had caught it now. In a few seconds it would be ashes. Suddenly, just as impetuously as she'd delivered the pictures into the fire, she now reached down and plucked this one out. She blew on the flames, which only encouraged them. "Here," Maxine said, and snatching the photograph from Tammy's hand, dropped it to the ground and quickly stamped out the flames. "You left it a bit late for a change of mind." Tammy picked the picture up, nipping out the last orange worms of fire that crawled around its charred edges. 3/4 of the image had been consumed, and the remaining portion was browned by the heat and dirt of Maxine's stamping, but Todd's face, shoulder, and chest had survived, and his eyes, of course, just 1 second from meeting the gaze of the camera, imminent but permanently averted. "You really want to keep that?" "Yes, if you don't mind. We'll frame it, and we'll find a place in the house where we can say hello to him once in a while." "Done." She headed back to the house. "I'm going to call the airport, find out when the next plane back to Los Angeles is. Are you ready to go?" "Just say the word." Tammy looked down at the picture in her hand. Maxine was right. She had left it a little late to salvage it, but there might come a time when she and Maxine needed the comfort of this face, when they were no longer young, and the imminence of his gaze would carry with it the promise of a reunion in another, kinder place. She glanced up to be sure Maxine had gone inside, then she gave the bitter-smelling scrap of photograph a quick kiss. Having done so, she smiled at the man in the picture and at herself for all her years of vain adoration. Well, she'd made her peace with it, at least. She slipped the photograph into her pocket and went inside, leaving the fire to burn itself out in Arnie's half-finished handiwork. 3. It is night in Coldheart Canyon, and the wind is off the desert. The Santa Anas, they call these winds. They blow off the Mojave, bringing sickness on occasion and the threat of fire. But tonight the Santa Anas are not blisteringly hot. Tonight they are balmy as they pass through the canyon. Their only freight is the sweet fragrance of flowers. They make the young palms that are growing wild on the flanks of the canyon sway, and the banks of bougainvillea churn. They raise dust along the road that winds up the canyon. Once in a while people will still make their way up that winding road, usually to look for some evidence of scandal or horror, but nature, abhorring a vacuum, has blanketed with green vine the deep pit that marked the location of Katya Lupi's house. So the visitors, coming here in the hope of finding bloodstains or satanic markings scrawled into the sandstone, dig around for a while in the hot sun and then give up. There's nothing here that gives them goose flesh, just flowers and dragonflies. Grumbling to one another that this was all a waste of time, they get back in their rental cars, arguing as to who suggested this fool's errand in the first place, and drive away to find something that will give them something morbid to talk about once they get back to Tulsa or New Jersey. When people finally ask them whether they went up to that God-forsaken canyon where all those Hollywood folks died, they say that, yeah, they went and had a look, but it was a waste of gas and temper, because there was nothing to see, not a thing. And so, over the next few summers, as people come and look and go away disappointed, word slowly spreads that Coldheart Canyon is a sham, a fake, not worth the effort. So people come less and less, and eventually the tourists don't come at all. There's only one kind of visitor who will still make the effort to find the place where Katya Lupi built her dream palace, and for this sort of sightseer, the canyon will still put on a show. They come, always in expensive vehicles designed to be driven over rough, undomesticated land. They come with rolls of geological maps and surveyor's equipment and talk proprietarily about how the canyon would look if it had a 5-star hotel, 7 or 8 stories high, built at the top end, with 3 swimming pools and a dozen $5,000-a-night bungalows, all arranged so that everybody has a little corner of the canyon walled off for their private spa. The contours of the land altered so that it feels like a world within a world, an escape into paradise, just 2 minutes' drive from Sunset Boulevard. The canyon has heard all this idle nonsense before, of course, and it has promised itself never again. Hearing these men talk about the money they're going to make once they've done their digging and their planting, the canyon loses its temper and starts to show its displeasure as only dirt and rock given something close to consciousness by the magic worked in its midst can do. At first, it simply shakes the ground a little, just enough to send some stones skipping down the canyon's flanks to shatter the windshields on every vehicle on the road. Very often, a tantrum like this is enough to make the developers turn tail, but not always. Once in a while, there's somebody who refuses to be so easily intimidated, and the canyon must escalate its assault. It shakes its flanks until it uncovers certain horrid forms, the mummified remains of the children of the ghosts and the animals who mated here in the dark days of the canyon's shameful past. The revelation is brief, just enough to say, "This is the least of it, my friend. Dig, and you will regret what I will show you for the rest of your life." The show works every time. Pragmatic though these men are, they feel the cold presence of the uncanny all around them, and suddenly they want no more of this place. In their panic, they don't even bother to clear the granulated glass off their leather seats. They just get into their cars and drive away in clammy haste, leaving their maps and artists' renderings to decay in the dirt, and their ambitions to rot beside them. So the canyon sits in the middle of the sprawling city, inviolate. Nobody will touch it now. All it has to do is wait for a certain summons. There's no telling when it will come. Perhaps it's 100 years away, this call. On the other hand, perhaps it will come tomorrow. All the canyon knows is this, that at some point in the future a whisper will pass through its cracks and its vaults, and with one almighty heave the canyons and the hills and the flatlands as far as the shore will stand up on end, and all the towers and the dams and the dream palaces that were built here, along with their builders and their inheritors, will drop away into the deep, dark Pacific. The land will shake for a year or so as it lays itself down again. Tremors will continue to convulse it, but by degrees things will return to the way they were in an earlier time. The Santa Anas will blow in their season, and they'll carry into the canyon the seeds of the flowers whose scents they bear, dropping them carelessly in the newly churned dirt. After a few weeks of warm winter rain, the naked ground will be covered with grass and the shoots of young flowers, even the first spears of palm trees and bamboo. In the months to come, they will flourish, transforming the land out of all recognition. And in time it will be as though men had never come to this perfect corner of the world, never called it paradise on earth, never despoiled it with their dream factories, and in the golden hush of the afternoon all that will be heard will be the flittering of dragonflies and the murmur of hummingbirds as they pass from bower to bower, looking for a place to sup sweetness. End of Coldheart Canyon by Clive Barker, Clivebarker. Read by Fred Major in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, December 2002. Published by HarperCollins Publishers, Incorporated, 10 East 53rd Street, New York, New York, 10022. www.harpercollins.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.